1. The young master Duanjiang. Shengyuan Continent, Eastern Continent. Shengyuan Empire, Shengyuan City. The city was bustling with prosperity, and pedestrians came and went in an endless stream. Inside a popular inn, sounds of shock continuously emanated. Hey, have you heard? A major event happened in the empire today. The speaker was a burly man with a rough face and a full beard, a triumphant expression on his face. The surrounding diners looked bewildered but couldn't suppress their curiosity, so one asked, "May I ask, brother, what great event is this?" The burly man had been waiting for this very question. Seeing that the gazes of many people around him had been drawn, he slowly said, "Shengyuan Sect is gone." Everyone was stunned, as if they had heard something incredible, yet they couldn't be sure, so they could only continue to look at the burly man with questioning eyes. The burly man emphasized again, "Shengyuan Sect is gone. Just this morning, the entire sect from top to bottom, not a single living soul remained." "Is that true? Who did this? Is Shengyuan Sect really gone? This is too shocking, isn't it? It couldn't be fake news, could it?" "Exactly. Although Shengyuan Sect isn't a top-tier force in the Eastern Continent, its strength isn't weak, and it doesn't seem to have any formidable enemies, right? How could it be wiped out in less than a day? I don't believe it. This must be fake news from somewhere." The surrounding diners expressed their doubts. Although Shengyuan Sect was not a top-tier force in the Shengyuan Empire, it was not so easily dealt with. How could it be wiped out in less than a day? "It's true, it was destroyed by the demon sect," the burly man added. Whoosh! The surroundings suddenly became eerily quiet, and all the previous clamor disappeared. Demon sect. These words lingered in their hearts. That's right, if it was the demon sect, then there was no doubt. "May I ask, which demon sect?" After a long while, a weak voice finally came out. The burly man grinned. Of course, it was Jiang Xie and the blood demon sect. His tilde, I didn't expect it to be Jiang Xie again, and the blood demon sect. This Jiang Xie is truly a great devil head, worthy of being the young master Jiang of the Jiang family, one of the three major demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent. Almost every heinous act has his shadow. This child must be executed. Louis, you've reached the end of the book. Everyone in the inn detested the name Jiang Xie, wishing they could flay his skin and drink his blood. Just as everyone was chattering incessantly, the burly man had already disappeared from the inn. One incense stick later. On a small path on the border of the Shengyuan Empire. The burly man's figure suddenly appeared here. He reached out and grabbed his face, tearing off a human skin mask. The original bearded burly man thus disappeared, leaving only the face of a middle-aged man with a scar. Not long after, in his line of sight, a young man's figure appeared. Joy immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Young lord, the mission is complete." "Is that so? Not bad." The young man's voice was clear and magnetic. He had a handsome face, sword-like brows, starry eyes, long black hair tied high, a few strands of hair casually draped over his temples, and a faint, almost imperceptible evil smile always hung at the corner of his mouth. However, it was currently hidden, as he was wearing a ferocious mask. Although the man's attire was primarily black, its splendor could not be concealed. However, his exposed skin was excessively pale, giving him a sickly appearance, and his demeanor also conveyed a sense of frailty. He looked as if he was often ill. In fact, that was precisely the case. Cough, cough. Jiang Xie coughed, and a trace of red stained the paper he held to his mouth. Seeing this, the man beside him changed his expression drastically and hurriedly said, "Young lord, you're coughing blood again." "It's nothing." Jiang Xie waved his hand, signaling him not to worry too much. The man showed a worried expression, wanting to say something but didn't. He knew Jiang Xie's temper. Seemingly gentle but actually strong. Looking at the blood-stained tissue in his hand, Jiang Xie also felt very helpless. As someone who had transmigrated for 13 years, heaven knew how he had spent these 13 years. In his previous life, because his roommate used high-power electrical appliances in the dormitory, it directly caused a short circuit in the dormitory's power supply, and then a big fire appeared just like that. It came so suddenly, making people so caught off guard. And then, he just died like that. He didn't know about the others, but he definitely died. He didn't know if it was good luck, but when he was reincarnated, Meng Po didn't give him Meng Po soup, which led to him having memories of his past life while still in his mother's womb in this world. He wondered how those few problematic roommates were doing. Did they reincarnate, or did they go to the pure land of bliss? Jiang Xie showed a look of reminiscence. If he could do it again, he would definitely report his roommate. Then he would warn everyone else, never use high-power electrical appliances in the dormitory. It's easy to die. And then, Jiang Xie began his different life. Born into a demonic path family. It didn't matter, demonic path and righteous path were nothing to him, just follow his heart. No system. It didn't matter. His father was a demonic path giant in the Eastern Continent anyway, and his family was one of the 3 major demonic path top-tier forces in the Eastern Continent, so no one dared to provoke them. As long as he didn't wander around and stayed in the family to cultivate, he would eventually reach the peak of his life. But when he later learned that he had no cultivation talent, he really couldn't hold on. He only remembered crying very loudly at that time. Fortunately, when he was young, he captured his parents' hearts with his extraordinary wisdom. Otherwise, just by the fact that he couldn't cultivate, he might have already been abandoned. And fortunately, his exceptionally talented younger brother was completely subdued by him and greatly admired him. Even more fortunately, although he had no system, no old grandpas, no deceased parents and no strange things, he had a magical palace in his mind. And a precious sword he picked up casually when he was young. This was what filled him with hope for this world again. The palace in his mind was very large, and the contents were very simple, with only 12 sculptures. 12 humanoid sculptures. It was precisely this palace that gave him, who had no cultivation talent, enough confidence. Do you see, the blood demon sect is about to arrive. Jiang Xie's gaze was fixed on a certain direction, where sounds were beginning to emerge. The man beside him immediately turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw a large group of people hurrying along. They wore black and red robes, and behind them were prison carts, with many people imprisoned inside. Young lord, what important matter do we have here today? Nothing major. Jiang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. This time we're here to get someone. Someone, the man was puzzled, but Jiang Xie didn't say much more. After waiting for a while, the man seemed unable to hold back and asked, Young lord, I have something I don't understand. Speak. I don't understand. Why do you want me to spread the word that you did those things, when clearly you didn't? The man was indeed very confused. In his opinion, Jiang Xie not only did not do those things, but often did good deeds to help others. But now, probably the entire Shengyuan Continent knew that Jiang Xie was a great devil head, and that he was involved in every bad deed. Of course, Jiang Xie had indeed killed people, although most of them were ordered by his subordinates. But those people were truly heinous villains. Jiang Xie seemed to have anticipated these questions long ago. He smiled slightly and said, Sometimes rumors can also be a protective charm. As someone from the demon sect, I don't care how the righteous path sees me. What matters is how the demonic path sees me. Moreover, when I'm outside, I never show my true face. They only know that young Master Jiang is utterly evil, but they don't know what young Master Jiang actually looks like. Jiang Xie is Jiang Xie, and I am I. Do you understand? The man seemed to understand something. Looking at the 13-year-old Jiang Xie in front of him, a feeling of endless admiration immediately arose in his heart. That's right, as someone from the demonic path, it would be inappropriate for Jiang Xie to act too righteously. It was better to create the image of a great devil head. This was both a form of protection and a means to instill fear. All right, old Wu, it's time to get to work. To the Blood Hall Master. On a mountain path. Zhu Tu was very happy. As a hall master of the blood demon sect, he had achieved a great victory in the attack on the Shengyuan sect with the elders this time. The sect had also captured many cultivators from the Shengyuan sect, and as one of the main forces in this battle, he would surely receive many cultivators for his cultivation upon returning to the sect. What made him even happier was that the task of escorting the captives had fallen to him. The journey back to the sect was long. It would be perfectly justifiable for him to capture a few captives along the way for his cultivation, wouldn't it? The sect wouldn't notice if a few people were missing. For a moment, his gaze towards the captives behind him was like looking at delicious delicacies. "Hey you, why are you hiding at the very back of the prison cart? Get over here and let me eat you." As his voice fell on the last prison cart, the man squeezed to the very back instantly turned pale. The blood demon sect, which mainly cultivated by devouring cultivator blood, was extremely brutal. At this moment, the man just wanted to curse. "What do you mean I'm hiding at the very back of the prison cart? I was clearly squeezed to the back, okay? Are you blind?" Of course, he didn't dare to say these words, but he felt he could still salvage the situation, so he cried out, "Have mercy, sir. Have mercy, sir. I've been wronged. I'm not hiding at the back. I was squeezed to the back, squeezed." The man was snotting and crying. This scene made the people in the same prison cart with him cast disdainful glances at him. They thought this person was too spineless. As a righteous path person, how could he beg for mercy from a demonic path person? After listening for a while, someone couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up to advise. "Junior brother, as a disciple of a righteous path sect, how can you beg for mercy from a demonic path person? You should rather die than submit. This is the glory of our generation of righteous path people." The man looked at them as if they were idiots, almost breaking into curses. "It's easy for you to say, that's because it's not you who's dying." "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Tu chuckled strangely and loudly asked the others in his carriage, "Is what he said true?" Hope appeared in the man's eyes. The other disciples of the blood demon sect showed playful expressions in their eyes. As Zhu Tu's voice fell, someone immediately replied, "What he said is true." "Let me make something clear. If what he said is true, then I'll grab and eat the others and I'll let him go." Zhu Tu grinned. His smile was incredibly eerie, sending a chill down one's neck. The person who was about to speak changed his expression and quickly corrected himself. "I testify, what he said is false." "I also testify what he said is false. He clearly hid at the back himself. He wasn't squeezed there at all." The man could no longer hold back and immediately burst into curses. "Where's your spirit from just now? Where's your rather die than submit? Why don't you speak up?" Then he cursed at Zhu Tu. "You beast of the blood demon sect. You're blind, you're eyeless, you won't die a good death. May your son be born without an anus. I curse you with impotence." Zhu Tu's face darkened, and without another word, he dragged him into the small dark room. A series of crunching and squelching sound came from inside the small dark room. The man's screams were mixed in, making one's scalp tingle. Not far away in another prison cart, only women were confined. Seeing the terrifying scene just now, they felt a chill run through their bodies and were terrified of their future fate. But at this moment, they couldn't even commit suicide. In a corner of the prison cart, a plain-looking woman calmly watched this scene, her eyes occasionally darting around, as if she had a guilty conscience. She was contemplating how to escape. Thinking of today's encounter, her heart was filled with gloom. She was originally the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect, the top righteous path sect in the Eastern Continent, and also the future saintess of the sect. She had just secretly snuck out to play, unbeknownst to the elders of the sect and her father. She never expected to encounter the blood demon sect and be captured by them. Thinking of this, she also secretly rejoiced that she had changed her appearance before coming out. Otherwise, with her looks, how could she have remained unharmed for so long? Along the way, she had seen several good-looking women being dragged out. What they would encounter was imaginable. It's just how to escape now. Outside the small dark room, Zhu Tu wiped his mouth, pulled up his pants and muttered curses. "Still cursing me with impotence. Was it satisfying just now? Little beast, you have a foul mouth." In the prison cart not far away, many people felt a sudden clenching sensation. Zhu Tu then noticed two figures in front of him and was immediately surprised. "Oh, it's young Master Jiang. What brings you here?" "Oh, young Master Jiang. Could it be the young lord of the Jiang family? What is he doing here? It seems things are a bit troublesome. I didn't expect the young lord of the Jiang family to be here too." Jai Yu, who had been paying attention to the commotion from a distance, frowned. She had a very bad impression of this great devil head who was widely rumored in the outside world. Zhu Tu looked at the young man in front of him with surprise. He was a bit confused as to why Jiang Xie was here. As one of the top demonic path forces, and the other being the young lord of the Jiang family, he dared not offend him. What's more, Zhu Tu silently glanced at Wu Fan beside Jiang Xie, and his expression became solemn. Jiang Xie stood opposite Zhu Tu, his expression normal but his heart was delighted. He hadn't expected Zhu Tu to be in charge of escorting these captives, which was an unexpected pleasant surprise. He smiled. I was a bit bored staying in the clan and was about to go capture 2 righteous path women to vent, but I didn't expect to meet Hall Master Zhu. His tilde, Jiang Xie suddenly took a breath, as if he had just noticed the row of prison carts. He exclaimed in shock, Hall Master Zhu, what a skill! You've captured so many righteous path cultivators without a sound. It's truly you. Zhu Tu, who had been somewhat wary, was suddenly flattered by Jiang Xie and immediately lost his bearings. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, young Master Jiang, you flatter me. I just used a small trick. Coincidentally, since Hall Master Zhu has so many people here, I won't go out of my way to search. Would Hall Master Zhu give me one person? This, Zhu Tu hesitated. Jiang Xie seized the opportunity to continue. Someone as formidable as Hall Master Zhu wouldn't even dare to give a small captive, would he? Or should I lower my request? Just a plain-looking one will do. Anyway, what I'm playing with is just the identity of a righteous path cultivator. His peripheral vision had already locked onto Jai Wayu. When Zhu Tu heard that it was just a captive, and the other party didn't even want a pretty one, he stopped thinking and generously said, a small matter, a small matter. Then I won't be polite. After speaking, Jiang Xie walked towards the prison cart. He seemed casual, but in reality, he had already planned it. Jai Wayu then saw the devil head, who was widely rumored in the outside world. Just as the rumor said, he wore an ugly mask and wasn't old. He was just a little brat. When Jiang Xie walked to the prison cart where Jai Wayu was, Jai Wayu suddenly had a bad premonition. Then her premonition came true. Jiang Xie's finger pointed steadily at her. She quickly moved to another position. But Jiang Xie's finger moved with her, constantly pointing at her. At this moment, Jai Wayu had an urge to curse. What kind of day is this? Why are bad things happening one after another? Zhu Tu looked at the place. Jiang Xie pointed. Hey! It was a plain-looking woman. She held no interest for him whatsoever. So he casually waved his hand and said, Her, young Master Jiang, take her as you please. Jai Wayu had an urge to kill Zhu Tu. Your disgusted look was transmitted from far away, okay. Although she was quite displeased that Zhu Tu gave her to Jiang Xie. She felt that this was also a good opportunity. With so many people on Zhu Tu's side, it would be truly difficult to escape. On the other side, there were only 2 people. It looked much simpler. Jiang Xie saw through her thoughts, just smiling without speaking. Old Wu, take her away. Yes, young lord. Old Wu immediately grabbed Jai Wayu from the prison cart, sealed her cultivation, and then put a chain around her neck. He then respectfully handed the other end to Jiang Xie's hand. The entire set of movements was fluid, as if it had been done countless times. Jai Wayu's face instantly flushed. She didn't know if it was from shame and anger or just anger. Zhu Tu couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xie a few more times. He thought to himself, as expected of the young Master Jiang rumored in the outside world, he can even play like this. It seems it's not the first time and it feels quite stimulating. Should I try it again in the small dark room? Never mind, that person is completely dead. I'll just grab another one. There are plenty of people anyway. After rolling his eyes for a bit, he looked at the prison cart again, but after just one glance at the women, he lost interest. It seems men aren't bad either. 3 Tsundere Lolita Saint. You're shameless. Jai Wayu couldn't help but scold him angrily. What is he doing? Even if he's escorting a prisoner, this isn't how it's done, right? Is he treating her like a pet or a slave? She is the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect. She had never suffered such humiliation. Within the sect, who didn't dote on her? Who didn't treat her like a precious jewel? But now, a mere brat roughly her age was treating her like this. How could she tolerate this? And he had sealed her cultivation, so how could she escape? As soon as her voice came out, both Old Wu and Zhu Tu's eyes lit up. They seemed not to have expected that this ordinary-looking girl's voice would be so pleasant. The young girl's voice was like a bird's song, melodious and captivating. The slightly indignant tone had an even more unique beauty. Zhu Tu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. But when he saw her ordinary face, a look of disdain reappeared on his face. What a pity such a pleasant voice wasted. Old Wu, however, looked at Jiang Xie with a face full of admiration. He had already guessed that this girl was certainly not a simple person. As expected of the young lord's discerning eye. Everything the young lord did must have his reasons. If Jiang Xie knew of his deductions, he would only say, "What the hell do I know? I really don't know who this girl is." He only knew that the palace in his mind was the reason he sought this girl. Now, he was even more certain that this girl was the person he was looking for. Because he could feel his brow faintly heating up. This was precisely a sign that the palace was reacting. The closer he got to this girl, the hotter it became. The palace in his mind was the foundation for him to roam freely in this world. He naturally wouldn't let go of anything related to the palace. He still remembered that when he first discovered the palace in his mind at the age of 12, he had accidentally entered it. He saw the 12 majestic statues inside. At that time, he first sensed the palace's summons. The one calling him was the third statue, counting from left to right. The source of the call was a jade pendant on his person. He had picked up the jade pendant when he went out with his father once. It looked rather ancient, so he kept it. He hadn't expected it to resonate with the statue. At that time, he unhesitatingly placed the jade pendant on that particular statue. It was then that he learned the name of that statue, immortality. He also thus gained his first ability, immortality. It should be more accurately described as immortal to injury, or recovery, is also not wrong. No matter what, as long as any part of his body still existed, he could recover indefinitely. At first, he didn't believe this, until he encountered several life-and-death crises, and those supposedly fatal injuries couldn't kill him. Only then did he realize that it was true. So, to prevent himself from accidentally being annihilated without even a trace, he would daily extract some blood, store it in a special container, and then hide it. This way, even if he were utterly destroyed, he could still revive. However, although he was immortal, the pain from injuries still existed, and it was truly painful. So even with this ability, Jiang Xie was still afraid of getting hurt. This was also why, despite having no cultivation talent, he could live safely in a dangerous place like the demonic path until now. This was also why, even after knowing he had no cultivation talent, he still remained hopeful about this world. Since then, he had been searching for objects that could activate the statue's power. As for why he continued to strive even after gaining this ability, instead of simply enjoying life. The reason was also simple. Although the name of this ability was eternal life, it couldn't truly grant him eternal life. If he could truly live forever, why would he cultivate? This was fundamentally impossible. At best, it made him harder to kill after injury. To live a bit longer, he could only continue to strive. Although he had no cultivation talent, he could take it slowly, and besides, there were still 11 statues there. What kind of power was contained within them was what interested him most. However, for over a year, he hadn't found another item that could activate a statue's power. Until the day before yesterday, when he suddenly felt a reaction from his forehead. Young lord, young lord." The voice beside his ear interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Xie came back to his senses and found the young girl staring at him with a furious expression. Jiang Xie smiled slightly and said, "Let's go, old Wu, we're going home." Subsequently, Jai Waiyu was taken away by the two. Watching their receding figures, Zhu Tu frowned, seemingly feeling that something was amiss but unable to pinpoint what it was. Strange, strange. What is Jiang Xie up to? Is it really just for lust? With his status, what beautiful women doesn't he have? Eating too many delicacies, so he's trying a new flavor. Pet. Villain, release Miss at once. Are you treating Miss as a pet? How dare you treat me like this? If you release me now, Miss can still forgive you. Do you know who Miss is? It would scare you to death if I told you. That, on a desolate path somewhere, Jiang kept a stern face, continuously threatening Jiang Xie along the way. Jiang Xie acted as if he hadn't heard, merely holding one end of the chain with one hand. It was old Wu who grew impatient, a fierce look appearing on his face. Young lord, this little girl has been chattering endlessly. Should we just kill her? Jiang face instantly turned pale with fright. Oh, old Wu, didn't I tell you? We must be righteous emissaries and conquer others with virtue. How can we just kill people casually? Yes, yes, yes. The tsundere lowly Jiang eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded her head like a woodpecker. But young lord, we are from the demonic path. Old Wu scratched his head, his voice faint. What about the demonic path? Can't the demonic path be righteous emissaries? Is there a rule against it? Jiang Xie shook his head slightly, then stopped his steps. He abruptly leaned his face close to Jiang, smiling. What do you say, little one? Jiang looked at the fierce mask and was instantly startled. She quickly reached out and patted her flat chest. She secretly fumed internally. What kind of taste does this kid have, wearing such an ugly mask? It almost scared Miss to death. Then she heard him call her little one and immediately got annoyed. He's a little one himself. How dare he call me a little one? Jiang Xie then said meaningfully, flat-chested, aren't you just a little one? Jiang small face flushed and she angrily retorted, you're the little one, your whole family are little ones. I'm still a little girl, what's wrong with being small? As for you, at such a young age you're already staring at my. There. He's truly a devil head, my father was right, there are no good people in the demon sect. Even the children are the same. Jiang Xie wasn't annoyed. Instead, he said with a serious expression. You just said you have a strong background. Then may I ask who you are? Nonsense, Miss is from the righteous path. Jiang voice stopped halfway. Jiang Xie looked at her playfully, smiling. Go on, why did you stop? You, Jiang eyes darted around and she said triumphantly. Do you think I'm stupid? Oh, so you're not stupid. That's strange. If you're not stupid, why haven't you clearly recognized your current situation? Jiang Xie had a thoughtful expression. Jiang face turned red with anger again. She glared at Jiang Xie but couldn't say anything. This guy, he's cursing her in a roundabout way. Old Wu silently gave Jiang Xie a thumbs up. At the same time, he made a mental note. So, to insult someone, you have to do it in a roundabout way. Alright, let's continue on our way. We'll be entering the charging phase soon. Charging phase? Old Wu and Jiang were both stunned simultaneously. They didn't understand the meaning of that sentence. Ahem. Jiang Xie coughed once, not explaining much, only saying, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. Although Jiang didn't understand what he was talking about, her intuition told her that what Jiang Xie said was definitely not good. This further intensified her desire to escape. Immediately, she began to struggle continuously. But she apparently forgot the fact that her cultivation was sealed. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the chain around her neck, let alone escape. She instantly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, her entire person becoming listless, with a sense of hopelessness for this life. She then allowed Jiang Xie to lead her. After walking for a while, Jiang Xie actually felt a bit unaccustomed. The chattering sounds were gone. Little Dot and Little Bean Sprout. Hey, you hurry up and bark twice. Jiang Xie shouted behind him. For a long time, there was no response. He stopped in his tracks, about to turn around. Slam! Someone suddenly bumped into his back. Huh, this little girl is throwing herself into my arms. Jiang Xie chuckled inwardly. She was so arrogant just now, but she softened up so quickly. But sorry, it's useless. How could Miss Jiang Shao be so easily conquered? Thinking this, Jiang Xie curled his lips, turned around and without even looking, lifted the chin of the person behind him. He grinned evilly, little one trying to seduce me, no way. Young lord, it's me. Old Wu looked at Jiang Xie with a face full of admiration, his chin still held up by Jiang Xie's hand. The two of them just stared at each other. Damn it! Jiang Xie's face darkened and his whole body stiffened. After coming to his senses, He immediately withdrew his hand with lightning speed, and even pulled out a tissue to wipe it. A look of disdain was on his face. "Sorry," old Wu just stuck his head out himself. "I just reached out to grab some hair." Jiang Xie would not admit it was his own problem. He had to maintain his image. If it got out, people who didn't know might think he was gay. "Young lord, it was clearly you." "What about me? I didn't do anything just now." Jiang Xie glared at him fiercely. "Oh," old Wu's face was full of resentment, as if he had endless grievances. "You really, how could you bump into me?" Jiang Xie looked puzzled. He could still be distracted. Old Wu's cultivation, while not top-notch, was definitely that of a strong practitioner, yet he still bumped into him. This was too unreasonable. Old Wu chuckled foolishly. "Well, I was just thinking about when this month's spirit stone would be issued." Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Only a few days have passed this month. Tell me, what's the excuse this time? Was it an internal injury sustained during a battle with a strong practitioner, or rescuing a fallen young woman during a mission? Or perhaps your child needs medicinal pills for cultivation?" Being exposed by Jiang Xie in public, old Wu's face turned red with embarrassment. None of them, none of them." He quickly waved his hands, indicating that he was not that kind of person. Then he added, "I just want to drink alcohol." "Drink alcohol? Why don't you just go rob some? You're a demonic path practitioner." This alcohol is from Brewing Villa, can't rob it." Brewing Villa. Jiang Xie searched for relevant memories in his mind. After a while, he suddenly realized. This Brewing Villa is also a major force, with many strong practitioners within it. The disciples within the villa all enter the Tao through alcohol. Therefore, they are quite accomplished in brewing, and the alcohol they brew is different from ordinary alcohol. It is said to increase cultivation, and drinking their alcohol even offers a chance to enter an epiphany state. It was described as incredibly miraculous. Precisely because there are many strong practitioners within it, no force dares to rob them, including their demon sect as well. Of course, it's not that they are afraid of Brewing Villa, but simply because Brewing Villa treats both the righteous path and the demonic path equally. So the demon sect doesn't really target them. Is the alcohol there really as powerful as rumored? Jiang Xie couldn't help but ask. Of course, as soon as alcohol was mentioned, old Wu's eyes lit up. He chattered endlessly. "Young lord, you don't know, the alcohol from Brewing Villa, it's truly potent. Even a strong practitioner like me in the Yukong realm would sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after one sip. Moreover, its effects are not limited to that, it also has." Jiang Xie's ears were almost calloused from listening. He didn't like to drink alcohol, so he wasn't very interested in it. One was bored, the other chattered endlessly. Jai Yu, on the other hand, had been forgotten to the side. However, Jai Yu at this moment didn't know what they were talking about. She was still immersed in self-doubt. Looking ahead, her future was bleak. Under such circumstances, how could she be in the mood to listen to others? Old Wu also noticed Jiang Xie's lack of interest, and then remembered that his young lord didn't drink alcohol. He only liked to drink tea, and his gaze involuntarily fell on a small gourd at Jiang Xie's waist. Don't let the gourd hanging from Jiang Xie's waist fool you. It wasn't just decorative. Of course, there was no alcohol inside, only tea. Old Wu had always been curious why Jiang Xie didn't like alcohol. Wasn't this much better than tea? Thinking of this, he asked, "Young lord, there's one more thing I don't understand." "Speak. Why doesn't the young lord like to drink alcohol?" Jiang Xie looked at him a bit strangely. He simply didn't like to drink alcohol, there was no particular reason. But since the other party had asked, Jiang Xie curled his lips and smiled. "Have you ever heard this saying? What comes together must eventually part." What comes together must eventually part, old Wu frowned. He didn't understand. What comes together must eventually part. What comes together must eventually part. Drinking alcohol must lead to madness. Old Wu's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. He sighed inwardly. The young lord is indeed the young lord, always speaking in riddles. "Here, take it, your spirit stone. This is already within the Jiang family's territory, you don't need to accompany me anymore." Old Wu reached out and took the heavy bag of spirit stone, putting it into his embrace. His face filled with excitement. He couldn't help but mutter, "So much, more than enough for a pot of alcohol, and I can even rescue a few fallen young women. How wonderful, how wonderful." Of course, the words "fallen young women" were taught by Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, I knew it. Drinking alcohol was just a pretense. But even if he knew, it was too late. Old Wu had already vanished. I almost forgot. Jiang Xie slapped his head, only then remembering that he still had someone in his hand. However, why was the young miss, who had been so arrogant just now, silent? This wasn't right. He turned his head and realized that the little girl already had a look of utter despair. This won't do. He hadn't even obtained the ability of the second statue yet. If this little girl committed suicide while he wasn't paying attention, then he'd have nowhere to cry. Hey little one, you're already so scared by me. Jiang Xie leaned in, a wicked smile on his face. Jai Waiyu, who had already despaired, saw his face wearing the ugly mask and instantly shivered. She didn't know if Jiang Xie's words had stimulated her, or if she simply wanted to vent. The despondency on her face vanished, and she yelled disdainfully, "Zio Duya, you're the one who's scared stiff. If my cultivation wasn't sealed, I could beat 10 Zio Duyas like you." Zio Duya. Jiang Zai's face twitched. It was the first time he had been so despised by someone. He immediately began to unbuckle his belt, then prepared to take off his pants, to let her see clearly if he was a Zio Duya. He only realized halfway through undressing that he was only 13 years old, and indeed, he was a Zio Duya. For a moment, he didn't know whether to take them off or not. Fortunately, Jai Waiyu's reaction was even greater than his. Seeing Jiang Zai's stance, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly covered her eyes. She cried out in shame and anger, "You pervert, hooligan, shameless, not learning good things at such a young age, you're hopeless. Zio Duya, Zio Duya, Zio Duya, you are Zio Duya." Jiang Xie took the opportunity to pull up his pants, and with a wicked smile said, "Didn't you say Zio Duya? Isn't it good for me to let you verify it?" "Who wants to verify it? Miss says you are Zio Duya, then you are Zio Duya." "You said I'm not learning good things at such a young age. Little one, you should pay attention. I am originally a demonic path practitioner, and I always act as I please. So you'd best be obedient, otherwise, I don't know what I might do to you." 5. Do you want me to torture you? Yes, we're almost home. Jiang Xie paid her no mind, directly pulling the chain in his hand and walking forward. Jai Waiyu felt a huge force from her neck, pulling her sharply forward. She stumbled midway, almost falling face first. "You?" Jai Waiyu was furious, but then she remembered that she was now in the hands of this devil head, and she didn't know what her future held. A strong sense of unease filled her heart. Having never experienced such treatment, she still couldn't help but want to know why Jiang Xie had captured her. Could it really be for his lust, as he claimed? At this thought she shivered. As they walked, Jai Waiyu's eyes darted around, then she changed her demeanor, beginning to act coy. "Jiang Xie, can you please let me go?" "No. Jiang Xie, you're the best, just let me go, okay? Or why don't you go catch another one?" "I cannot." Seeing Jiang Xie was unyielding, Jai Waiyu was incredibly angry in her heart, but she still held it in and didn't show it. She simply changed the topic and continued to ask, "Jiang Xie, why did you capture me?" "Because you're useful." "Specifically for what?" "What do you think? Of course, to satisfy my desires." Jiang Xie suddenly felt that teasing this little lowly was also a form of enjoyment. Moreover, her voice wasn't bad, it sounded very comfortable. You're shameless, you pervert, you don't even spare children. You're so young and you're always thinking about such things, why don't you just die? When Miss gets out of this predicament, I'll definitely hang you above the city gate for everyone to see, you pervert." Jai Waiyu finally couldn't hold back and started cursing loudly. Her expression was filled with disdain, and her disgusted gaze was completely undisguised. However, smack! A crisp sound. Jai Waiyu froze. She stared blankly at the figure in front of her. You actually hit me." Jai Waiyu was indeed stunned. This was the first time she had been hit by someone since she was born. When she was in Haoran Sect. Which elder in the sect didn't hold her in their palm, fearing she might melt? Her father doted on her to the extreme. Those senior brothers and junior brothers also treated her with utmost respect. Even when she caused a major disaster within the sect, she would only receive a few simple scoldings. It could be said that in Jiang memory, she had never been hit by anyone. It was always her turn to hit others. But now, she was actually hit by a little brat. No one has ever dared to hit me. Jiang glared fiercely at Jiang Xie, her expression as if she wanted to devour him. She had no doubt that if her cultivation had not been sealed, she would have rushed up to teach Jiang Xie a lesson long ago. Not convinced, Jiang Xie slowly walked towards her. His face no longer held a smile, and his gaze was incredibly sharp. In his ink-black eyes, there seemed to be a power that could devour hearts. It made Jiang shiver involuntarily. If old Wu were here, he would know that Jiang Xie without a smile was the most terrifying. Don't let Jiang Xie's seemingly calm demeanor, his smiles, and sometimes his words that make people feel like they're bathed in a spring breeze fool you, giving people the feeling of a righteous path prodigy. But in reality, when Jiang Xie gets serious, his methods are swift and decisive, and his actions are unpredictable, making him inscrutable. He was truly like a great devil head. He was just like that, both righteous and evil. Perhaps it was from seeing too much deception within the demon sect. Having seen too much darkness, too many schemes, too many cruel scenes. Or perhaps he had endured too many life and death crises and assassinations. Or perhaps it was the pain of each death that made him develop such a personality. This was also a means for him to protect himself, to survive within the demon sect. His methods had to be ruthless. It was precisely because of this that, even without cultivation talent, he was able to secure a place in the Jiang family. I'm not convinced, no one can hit me. Jiang young Miss personality was fully displayed. Even in this situation, she showed no fear. Jiang Xie's gaze at her deepened. Smack. Another slap. The palm prints on Jiang face, one on the left and one on the right, were clearly visible. Wah woo wee woo. Jiang cried. This was the first time she had cried in front of anyone other than her own father. The daughter of the sect master of the Eastern Continent's top righteous path sect, a genius who was already in the controlling Yuan realm at a young age. A beautiful young girl with unparalleled looks, with numerous suitors from various major forces. She actually felt incredibly wronged for the first time. Woo 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 villain, you'll get your comeuppance. When my father comes, he'll definitely make sure you don't have a good end. Jiang young Miss temperament showed no restraint at all. Even at a time like this, she was still threatening Jiang Xie. Unfortunately, Jiang Xie wasn't afraid at all. It didn't matter what major force a disciple or saintess belonged to. Once they were in his territory, even a dragon had to lie down. Oh, we'll talk about it when he gets here, Jiang Xie said calmly. She was still very innocent now, not realizing anything. If he hadn't brought her out and instead left her in Zhu Tu's hands, it wouldn't have been as simple as a slap. That would be enough to make her regret it for a lifetime. She hadn't realized this yet, but she would know in the future. HMPH, when my father comes, I'll definitely have him capture you and make you my pet. Jiang held her head high, a triumphant look on her face. As if that beautiful scene had already appeared before her eyes. Jiang Xie glanced at her as if she were an idiot. He mercilessly struck her down. If I'm not mistaken, you snuck out, didn't you? Jiang had nothing to say. If I'm still not mistaken, you hid your appearance and didn't reveal your identity along the way, did you? Jiang's heart throbbed faintly. If I'm still not mistaken, to prevent being caught and brought back, you also hid the treasure your father placed on you to track your location, didn't you? Jiang's face turned pale. Her body involuntarily recoiled a few steps, as if she might collapse at any moment. It was then that she realized. The sect had no idea where she was right now and couldn't find her. Even if they could, the process wouldn't be too fast. Otherwise, she would have been caught and brought back days ago, after running away for so many days. Seeing her expression, Jiang Xie was very satisfied. Sometimes, it was necessary for certain people to face reality to understand their situation. All right, you don't need to hope anymore. I just happen to need a little maid, so you'll do. Jiang Xie tugged at the chain in his hand, and continued walking forward. Jai Yu's eyes were blank, still immersed in what Jiang Xie had just said. Father can't find me. Then I can't escape. Will I be tormented by this guy every day, and be ordered around? Just thinking about that life, worse than death, made her tremble all over. No, I don't want to. As expected of a pampered young miss, quite a temper. Jiang Xie sneered, pulling the iron chain in his hand, and Jai Yu's body was sharply pulled over. The distance between the two became very close at this moment. Looking at the face wearing the ugly mask, Jai Yu unhesitatingly lunged at him. Jiang Xie's eyes flashed, and he firmly grabbed her hand that was coming towards his face. Then he flung it away sharply, simultaneously pinching Jai Yu's chin, and said coldly, "You'd best not force me to get angry. You might as well kill me." Her words were slurred, but her gaze was firm as she looked at Jiang Xie. Jai Yu wasn't stupid. She was testing Jiang Xie, testing his bottom line. Jiang Xie stared at her for a while, then suddenly laughed. "You win, I really can't kill you." He, Jai Yu's face showed a triumphant smile. But the next moment, she was lifted by Jiang Xie, who was choking her neck. No. At this moment, Jai Yu was scared. She only felt difficulty breathing, and her face began to turn red. "I truly cannot kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't torment you. I have countless ways to make your life worse than death. If you want to try, feel free to continue as you were just now." Jiang Xie's eerie voice came. It was like 10,000 years of cold ice, chilling to the bone. No, I won't." Jai Yu was scared, truly scared. This feeling was too painful. As a little princess who had been pampered and protected since childhood, she had no resistance to this kind of fear. 6. The Jiang family, the sword, and the palace. Jiang Xie finally revealed a satisfied expression. With a loose right hand, Jai Yu's body fell to the ground. Cough. She coughed continuously, her face still filled with fear. However, her heart was filled with even more anger. From Jiang Xie's earlier move, it was clear that his cultivation was only at the lowest four-body realm. If her cultivation hadn't been sealed, he wouldn't have been able to act so arrogantly. It was just a pity. There were no such ifs. Jai Yu's eyes were dull, not knowing what she should do. To be honest, while Jiang Xie was not a bad person, he couldn't be called an absolutely good person either. Although he wouldn't kill people without reason, he wouldn't hesitate to use torturous methods to achieve certain goals. Of course, if the target wasn't a good person to begin with, then it was even better. Killing them was fine. He knew that although this little lowly seemed obedient, she was definitely not convinced deep down. It seemed the path of discipline was still long and arduous. What he didn't understand, however, was that ever since he captured her, there had been no reaction from within the palace. This even made him wonder if he had caught the wrong person. Yet when he touched the little lowly, he could clearly feel a faint trace of a special aura flowing into his body. He just wanted to hurry back and check if the statue in the palace in his mind had changed at all. The rest of the journey was very boring. Neither of them spoke again. Jai Yu, like a puppet on strings, allowed Jiang Xie to pull her along. However, for Jiang Xie, this boredom didn't last long. In less than an incense stick's time, Jiang Xie saw the familiar small courtyard. This was his residence. He didn't live within the family but moved to an area just outside, not far from the family. The Jiang family sphere of influence was vast. At least within this Shengyuan Empire, they occupied one city. This city was also known as Jiang City. The Shengyuan Continent is divided into 5 regions: Eastern Continent, Southern Border, Northern Desert, Western Forest, and Saint Province. Saint Province is located in the center of the Shengyuan Continent, with a vast territory and numerous sects. It is the most powerful region apart from Western Forest. Western Forest is the most mysterious place. Its territory is also the largest, but the human race is the fewest. Because it is an endless forest, it is a gathering place for Yao beasts. No one dares to venture deep into it, and no one knows what lies within. There is only a warning passed down through generations. Deep within the Western Forest lies a place of endless terror. Never set foot there, or the human race will be in peril. This sentence constantly warned everyone. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of death and wanted to peek into its secrets. However, without exception, they all ended up being devoured by Yao beasts. From then on, Western Forest became even more mysterious in the eyes of the public. Human race activities were limited to the outer reaches of Western Forest. As for the other regions, the Eastern Continent had the strongest overall strength. Within the Eastern Continent, the three great empires of Kaiyuan, Great Yan, and Red Cloud stood tall. Among the three demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent, the Jiang family occupied one city in the Kaiyuan Empire. The Blood Demon Sect occupied 2 cities in the Red Cloud Empire. The Heavenly Fiend Sect occupied 3 cities in the Great Yan Empire. On the surface, the Jiang family seemed to be the weakest. However, this was not the case. The strength between the 3 demonic path forces was evenly matched. Speaking of which, the Jiang family being considered a demonic path force was quite unjust. It is said that several millennia ago, the Jiang family old ancestor saw a man who was utterly depraved, wantonly slaughtering innocent commoners. How could the Jiang family old ancestor tolerate such a sight? He immediately went up and unleashed a series of combination punches, plus a few whip kicks, easily slaying him. This slaying, however, brought about problems. That man was actually the descendant of an elder from a large sect at that time. The other party immediately issued a pursuit order. Although the Jiang family old ancestor was already a divine power realm expert at that time, a single arm couldn't twist a thigh. He could only flee, proclaiming that he was eliminating evil for the people. However, he didn't expect to be framed by the other party, slandered as a demonic path person. The uninformed bystanders, upon hearing this, naturally chose to believe the words of the powerful force. They all began to criticize the Jiang family old ancestor. This infuriated the Jiang family old ancestor so much that he didn't dare to show his face for several decades. It wasn't until his cultivation had a breakthrough that he single-handedly annihilated that sect. In the eyes of outsiders, this solidified his identity as a demonic path person. They all verbally condemned him. How could the Jiang family old ancestor, with his fiery temper, tolerate this? He eliminated evil for the people, yet he became a demonic path fiend. And those who claimed to be righteous path forces, but did things that demonic path forces would do, could still openly receive praise. He immediately flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind a statement. Distorting right and wrong, confusing black and white, disappointment, truly disappointment. This righteous path person I shall not be. Thus the demonic path force, the Jiang family, was born. This was what Jiang Xie knew from his father, Jiang Fingliu. When he first heard this story, he felt it was incredibly absurd. It was only after experiencing some things later that he understood. The world doesn't care what you've done, they only believe what they see on the surface. Just like the current Jiang family, because they have always carried the name of a demonic path force, even if the Jiang family acts righteously now, people will not consider them a righteous path force. The prejudice in people's hearts cannot be eliminated overnight. Returning to the courtyard, Jiang Xie loosened the iron chain in his hand and said to Jai Yu, "You can move freely for now." After speaking, Jiang Xie walked into the room. Jai Yu stood blankly in place, seemingly not yet having recovered from that last sentence. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Xie said, "Keep an eye on her, don't let her run away." There was no one else in the room besides him. No one knew who he was talking to. But a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the void realm. A subtle sword hum sounded, seemingly resisting. Jiang Xie said again, "Don't worry about my safety, go." Another faint sword hum came from the void realm. This sound was almost inaudible to anyone else. Only Jiang Xie could accurately perceive it. Feeling that something had left the void realm beside him, Jiang Xie's lips curved into a smile. He slowly walked to the bed and sat down cross-legged. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could see a magnificent palace in front of him. It seemed very close, but in reality it felt as if there was an endless distance. The palace was very large, its appearance not much different from those imperial palaces in his previous life. The only difference was the aura emanating from it. One look, and people couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. The palace was also emitting a pure white light all around. It seemed to be enveloped in a layer of divine light. Jiang Xie focused all his attention on the palace before him. The next moment, the palace gates slowly opened. Jiang Xie's divine thought also entered the palace. Looking around, 12 enormous statues were arranged around. Most of them were gray. Only one statue was radiating light. This was the statue he had activated first. On the statue's chest, the large characters Undying were carved. Jiang Xie walked directly towards another statue. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the statue was not without any changes. Half of its feet were already glowing. Looking at this scene, Jiang Xie was thoughtful. It seems I didn't find the wrong person. It's just that the method of activating this statue seems to be different from the first one. Looks like I'll have to keep this girl for a while. 7. I can still rescue it. Jiang Xie was very much looking forward to what kind of ability the second statue would give him once it was fully activated. After exiting the palace, Jiang Xie assessed his realm. He sighed softly. I've been cultivating since I was 6 years old, a full 7 years, and I'm still at body tempering realm 3rd level. This body really has no cultivation talent. He was very helpless. When he was 6, Jiang Fingliu first taught him about the path of cultivation. Jiang Xie still remembered the scene at that time. Father, do you need Xie for something? Jiang Fingliu smiled kindly and said, Xie, you are already 6 years old. It's time to tell you about cultivation. Okay. The 6-year-old Jiang Xie clapped his hands in delight. With the soul of an adult, he had long been looking forward to cultivation. Xie, remember, the path of cultivation is divided into these several realms. Forebody, condensing qi, controlling qi, casting soul, yukong, divine ability, domain, law, and so on. Jiang Fingliu began to tell him the division of cultivation realms. Jiang Xie listened. How are there only so few realms? He wouldn't be saying something about how the later realms are too far away, and he'd naturally know when he reached that point, would he? That's such an old-fashioned trope. It's really annoying. Wouldn't it be better to just say it now? Why insist on saying he'll know later? Making it so mysterious, is there some taboo? Can it be said, or is he afraid he won't remember? Sure enough, Jiang Fingliu's next sentence was, as for the few realms after that, they are still too far away for you now. You will naturally know later. Jiang Xie immediately refused and directly said, Father, just tell me everything now. Xie is too lazy to learn about it later. Jiang Fingliu had obviously expected him to say this. Jiang Xie had been exceptionally intelligent since he was a child, so it would be strange if he didn't ask. Ha, I knew you would say that. The next few realms are Sovereign King, Sovereign Emperor, Saint, Supreme Saint, and Great Emperor. Oh, Jiang Xie showed a satisfied smile. This is the family's cultivation technique. Just cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Usually, it won't take more than a day to break through to body tempering realm. Okay, Jiang Xie excitedly took the cultivation technique and began to work hard on cultivating. 1 day later. Xie, why haven't you break through to body tempering realm yet? Is there something wrong with your cultivation? Father, it might be because I was negligent. Cultivation must not be neglected. Keep working hard. 2 days later. Why haven't you break through to body tempering realm yet? Maybe this child didn't understand the key points. Then I, your father, will explain to you again the aspects to pay attention to in this cultivation technique. 1 month later. You haven't break through to body tempering realm yet, have you? Jiang Fingliu's face began to twitch. Jiang Xie scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Father, this cultivation technique might not be suitable for this child. Then changed to another one. 1 year later. Father, this cultivation technique doesn't seem very suitable either. All the cultivation techniques in the family's library pavilion have been looked through by you. But, say no more. I, your father, will go to other forces and get some. 3 years later. Father, I'm sure all these cultivation techniques are problematic, Jiang Xie said righteously with a serious expression. Jiang Fingliu glanced at him, said nothing, and directly summoned 2 servants who had not cultivated before. He personally threw a cultivation technique that Jiang Xie had cultivated to them. 3 days later, looking at the two servants who had already breakthrough to body tempering realm, Jiang Xie was speechless. Zhang Fingliu also seemed to realize something, and it was in this year that he started a new small account. Yet, 4 years later. Father, I've finally breakthrough to body tempering realm first level. Azir, you might not be suitable for cultivation. No, I've already breakthrough body tempering realm. I'm a genius. Jiang Xie was starting to get a little crazy. I think I can still be saved. No, you might really have no cultivation talent. Ali. From the 5th year onwards, Jiang Fingliu distanced himself from him. He would only see him a few times a year. However, his younger brother was exceptionally gifted. The 6th year. Jiang Xie also accepted the fact that he had no cultivation talent. For a time, he was utterly dejected. He felt that life had lost its hope, and he was in a daze. It was on a certain day of this year that he found a jade pendant. When he closed his eyes, he saw the palace in the darkness. Later he found a sword. It immediately filled him with hope for this world again. Of course, it was also this year that he encountered several assassination attempts. If he hadn't already gained strength from the statue, he would have probably died long ago. In the 7th year, which is this year, his 4-year-old younger brother is already at Forging Body Realm 9th level, while he himself, at 13, is still at Body Tempering Realm 3rd level. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Xie sighed softly. Fortunately, he still had the golden finger, otherwise, he would really have committed suicide. He also understood the reason why Jiang Fingliu distanced himself from him. This was to protect him. The better his relationship with Jiang Fingliu, the more people would target him. This distancing could shift the attention of those with ill intentions away from him. Therefore, Jiang Xie volunteered to move out of the family's residence. Jiang Fingliu agreed without hesitation. He even sent Old Wu, a strong Yukong realm cultivator, to protect him. Withdrawing his thoughts, Jiang Xie began to cultivate with his eyes closed. These past few days, he felt that his realm seemed to have improved a little. Breaking through to body tempering realm 4th level seemed promising. Inside Jiang City, the Jiang family. Fingliu, you really are something, just leaving Zier to fend for himself like this. This was a woman's voice, gentle and pleasant, but at this moment it carried a hint of resentment. Although Jiang Fingliu's name contained Fingliu, meaning romantic or charming, he was not at all romantic. He had delicate features, was handsome and dashing, and had captivated countless young women in his youth. Even now, in his middle age, his handsomeness had not diminished at all. He captivated many respectable women. But at this moment, his face was filled with deep fatigue. Jiang Fingliu sighed softly, reached out and embraced the woman in front of him, and said helplessly, Jiru, you also know that I am protecting him. Jiang Yi has no cultivation talent. So he cannot be too close to me, otherwise he will become the target of those enemies. I know, but are we just going to keep ignoring him like this? The woman's voice was filled with worry. It will be fine once Jiang Yi grows up. Don't worry too much. I sent Old Wu to protect him. Besides, Jiang Xie is so smart, he will be fine. Sigh, I hope so. Inside the courtyard, Jai Yu had just come back to her senses. She felt that the iron chain binding her neck had disappeared, and there was no one else around. Only her. Her eyes immediately lit up. This Xiaoduya actually thought I surrendered to him. He even left me alone here. I can't beat you now, but can I run? The little lowly was overjoyed in her heart. She secretly glanced at the door in front, and finding no movement, her gaze then turned to the main gate of the courtyard. As long as she crossed that big gate, she would be free. Young master, you can't. After looking around for a moment, and intentionally making some noise to confirm that no one was truly around, Jai Yu cautiously began to walk towards the large gate within the courtyard. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps like a thief's pace. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 inch, 2 inches like the dawn of victory. Just like that, the distance between her and the courtyard gate continuously shrank. From an initial distance of hundreds of steps, it was now only a little over 10 steps away. Jai Yu's heart was filled with joy. Suddenly she sprinted, pushing the door, stepping over the threshold, all in one smooth motion. Upon seeing the light outside, Jiang was so excited she was almost in tears. I'm finally out, I'm free. She couldn't help but softly exclaim, her small face flushed with excitement. In her excitement, she glanced back at the small courtyard behind her, finding that there was still no movement. This made her even more excited. She took a step ready to flee. But as soon as her leg lifted, her whole body trembled. An extremely dangerous aura spread throughout her body. It was as if she was being stared at by some incredibly terrifying existence. Under this aura, Jiang lips trembled, and she couldn't help but begin to beg for mercy. Zio Duya, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to run away, please forgive me. Having said that, she waited anxiously for judgment, lowering her raised right foot. After a while, there was no response from her surroundings. Jiang secretly turned her head to look. No one. Behind her, there was no one. She looked around again, still no one. That dangerous feeling also suddenly disappeared. Jiang tried to lift her foot again. Instantly, that dangerous feeling reappeared. It was as if she dared to take that step, something terrifying would happen. Cold sweat continuously beaded on her forehead. Jiang put her foot down once more. The dangerous feeling vanished again. Lift lower, lift lower. After repeating this dozens of times, she finally understood one fact. That was, there was something unclean. Ah, the ghost. After only being out for a short while, she returned to the small courtyard at several times the speed she had left. Inside the room, Jiang Xie stopped cultivating. His expression was listless. He had failed again. This was the 180th time he felt he had made a mistake. Every time he felt as if he could break through to body tempering realm 4th level, reality would often deliver a fatal blow. Cultivating is so hard. Jiang Xie had thought this more than once. He even wanted to give up, but he couldn't. He had to strive hard. He hadn't lost yet. He still had his golden finger. Most importantly, he couldn't disgrace transmigrators. Thinking this, he was once again filled with fighting spirit. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Anyway, he wasn't worried about dying now. No, that's not right. He wasn't worried about being killed by others. The bottles containing his blood had been hidden by him in every corner of Jiangcheng. To be on the safe side, he even placed them within the scope of the neighboring city. Of course, he didn't go there himself. A ghost. At this moment, Jiang voice faintly came from outside the room. Jiang Xie smiled faintly. A ghost? No, that was something more terrifying than a ghost. He stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the little lowly squatting on the ground with her head in her hands. A ghost? Where is there a ghost? Jiang Xie asked, knowing full well. As soon as Jiang saw him, she rushed to his side as if she had seen a savior, tightly clutching the sleeve of Jiang Xie's right hand. Outside, seeming to feel that her current appearance was too weak, Jiang immediately corrected herself. The ghost is outside, Miss commands you to quickly go and drive him away. Jiang Xie's eyes flashed and he readily agreed, all right. With that, the two walked out of the courtyard together. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Xie deliberately walked around once, then said in surprise, there isn't one. Jiang eyes were full of suspicion. She also tried to turn around, but as soon as she lifted her foot, that dangerous feeling reappeared. It's here, she suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Xie walked around a few more times and said, there isn't one. Then he revealed a thoughtful expression. Jiang immediately became nervous when she saw this and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Xie said with a serious face, I think he might have set his sights on you. Jiang face instantly turned pale. Her small hands once again tugged at Jiang Xie's sleeve. Then what should we do? I have a solution. What solution? No rush, let's go inside and talk slowly. A moment later, inside the courtyard room, Jiang and Jiang Xie sat facing each other. Jiang cheeks were flushed, and she couldn't help but ask, do we really have to do this? Of course. Outside the courtyard, old Wu returned with a radiant face. As soon as he stepped into the small courtyard, he heard the conversation between Jiang Xie and the other person. Do we really have to do this? Do what? Young lord, you're only 13 years old. Wait, what if I got it wrong? Old Wu's thoughts raced at this moment. He slowly came to a corner of the small courtyard and sat down, deciding to observe for a while longer. Soon, voices came again. Can't you really change the request? No, I want this one. But I'm shy. No need to be shy, it's just one touch. Yeah. One touch. Young lord, what are you touching? Old Wu was a little unsettled, but he still suppressed it and continued to lurk. Okay, then it can only be one touch. It feels really good, soft and delicate. Then, young lord, what exactly are you touching? All sorts of conjectures began to pop up in Old Wu's mind. Then I'm going to put it in, okay? It's a bit tight, it might hurt a little, you have to bear with it. I will, hurry up, I don't want to be discovered. What a sin. Young lord, you and she are both just children. How can this be? This is not allowed. Old Wu, having heard these two sentences, was now completely certain of his conjecture, and a clump of his beard was pulled out in shock. He couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't let the young lord indulge in beauty at such a young age. Old Wu dashed towards the room. With a big push, he didn't care what the people inside were doing, and immediately shouted. Young lord, no, absolutely not. You're still young, how can you do such a thing? The air seemed to freeze instantly. Old Wu, what are you doing? Jiang Xie looked at him with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. Young lord, you're still young, you can't. Halfway through his sentence, Old Wu's throat seemed to get stuck. In his line of sight, Jiang Xie was currently holding a bracelet in his right hand, and with his other hand, he was holding the little girl's right hand. Clearly, Jiang Xie was putting the bracelet on the little girl's hand. And the bracelet was indeed not large, only slightly bigger than the little girl's palm. If forced on, it would indeed hurt a little. Old Wu only felt his head buzzing. His already red face from drinking became even redder. He wished he could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it right then and there. It's fine, I'm muddled from drinking. So sleepy I'm going to rest, young lord, you two continue. Old Wu fully utilized his unique skill of feigning ignorance. This was a trick he learned after following Jiang Xie. Then limping and staggering, he walked out of the room. He's drunk, let's continue, I'm going to put it in. It will hurt, bear with it. All right. 9. The soft-hearted but tough-mouthed young lady. The two continued with the unfinished steps. Jiang Xie solemnly put the bracelet on Jai Yu's right hand. Jai Yu's expression changed several times, but in the end, she didn't struggle. As soon as the bracelet was placed on her hand, it contracted, fitting tightly against her wrist. All right, from now on you are mine, Jiang Xie said with a slight smile. This soul-controlling lock has been put on. Unless I die, it won't be undone. This means your life is in my hands, and that ghost shouldn't bother you anymore. Its target has shifted to me. Jai Yu softly hummed. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Old Wu, who was in the small courtyard, nearly fell over when he heard this. Soul-controlling lock. What in the world? Although he hadn't observed carefully just now, he could sense it. Although that bracelet was a treasure, its rank wasn't high, and it wasn't a soul-controlling lock. He had seen that thing countless times before. The young lord really is. He even deceives children. And what about that ghost? Where is there a ghost here? While he was pondering, Jiang Xie and Jai Yu had already emerged from the room. Old Wu shrewdly pretended to be asleep, but in reality, he was observing their movements. He watched as the two walked directly out of the small courtyard's gate and wandered freely around the courtyard. See, no more ghost, right? Jiang Xie asked the little lowly beside him with a smile. Jai Yu nodded faintly. However, at this moment, she couldn't bring herself to be happy. She even felt some regret. How did she, by some strange impulse, just give in? Now look, miss, the saintess of the dignified Haoran Sect, her life is actually in the hands of a little brat. Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. At this moment, Jiang Xie just remembered that he didn't know her name yet. Although Jai Yu was unwilling, she still spoke her name. Mrs. Name is Jai Yu. Jai Yu, good name. Jiang Xie praised, but his heart tightened. He hadn't expected her to be the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect. This was a hot potato. However, as long as her identity wasn't exposed, there would be no problem. Got it, Xiao Yuer. Who's Xiao Yuer? Jai Yu immediately puffed out her cheeks, clearly dissatisfied with this address. Jiang Xie, regardless of whether she was satisfied or not, reached out and tapped her on the head. Your life is in my hands now. What? Are you going to resist me? I wouldn't dare. Jai Yu hesitated for a moment, then compromised. That's more like it. Jiang Xie showed a satisfied smile. Afterward, the two returned to the courtyard. Jiang Xie sat down on a bench in the courtyard and ordered, Xiao Yuer, pour me a cup of tea. You? Jai Yu clenched her fists, as if she was about to hit someone the next moment. After clenching for a while, she still compromised. Oh, by the way, the tea leaves are in the room, Jiang Xie reminded her again. Jai Yu paused her steps, suppressing the anger in her heart, and walked into the room. Soon, a cup of hot tea was brought over. Here, tea personally brewed by Miss for you. Be grateful. Jai Yu handed over the tea with one hand, but her eyes dared not look at him. Jiang Xie seemed to sense something. He didn't take the tea immediately, but stared at her face and asked, You didn't put anything else in this tea, did you? Upon hearing this, Jai Yu's expression became slightly unnatural. Jiang Xie knew at a glance that she had put something else in it. Tell me, what did you put in? Saliva. Wow, Xiao Yuer, how could you be so disgusting? Jiang Xie looked at her with considerable disdain. Jai Yu's expression immediately changed, and she angrily retorted, You're disgusting, your whole family is disgusting. Hee, disrespectful. It seems I'll have to punish you a bit. Come here, lie down. Jiang Xie patted his thigh. Jai Yu's face turned red again. She knew her life was in Jiang Xie's hands, so she reluctantly moved closer. But she still wouldn't give up verbally. HMPH, Miss won't come over. You want to take advantage of Miss? No way. Jiang Xie looked at Jai Yu, who was already lying on his lap, and couldn't help but find it amusing. As expected of a tsundere young miss. Her body softened, but her mouth was still stubborn. But speaking of which, although this little one was only 12 or 13 years old, her figure had already developed quite well. He hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't until he felt the softness on his thigh that he understood. You bad boy, what do you want to do to Miss? I'm warning you, don't think of anything bad. Jai Yu's small face was flushed. This was her first time having such intimate contact with a man other than her father. Of course it's to punish you, Jiang Xie chuckled mischievously. His palm fell sharply. Slap. An exceptionally crisp sound echoed in the courtyard. Even old Wu, who was pretending to sleep, almost couldn't resist exposing Jiang Xie's scheme then and there. He just wanted to tell Jai Yu, little girl, you've been tricked. That's not a soul-controlling lock at all. You've been completely fooled by the young lord. Jai Yu was stunned. Her already red face turned even redder, and even her neck wasn't spared. Miss, has never been hit like this before, you're too much. Too much, the punishment isn't over yet. Saying that, Jiang Xie's palm fell again. Slap, another crisp sound. A while later, Jai Yu rubbed the slapped area with a resentful expression. She felt a burning pain there. 10 slaps. That beast, Jiang Xie, had slapped her 10 times, without any regard for her. Xiao Yuer, come here and give me a shoulder rub. See, it hadn't been long, and Jiang Xie was already ordering her around again. Jai Yu almost had the urge to hit him, but she didn't dare. She could only obediently comply. However, while her body compromised, her mouth utterly refused to. Shoulder rub, when has Miss ever done such a thing? You can give up on that idea, I won't agree. Feeling a pair of soft and delicate small hands, gently kneading his shoulders. Jiang Xie felt incredibly satisfied inside. There was a unique pleasure in training a tsundere young miss. Not far away, old Wu, who had long since stopped pretending to sleep, almost had his eyeballs pop out. What's going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't do it? So stubborn verbally, yet so honest physically. As expected of the young lord, he's simply admirable. I've learned. Maybe I'll try to trick the madam of the brothel someday. It should be quite fun. After enjoying Jai Yu's massage service for a while, Jiang Xie beckoned to her. Jiang Xie was stunned for a moment, then leaned her ear closer. Jiang Xie then whispered, "Do you know, I just love that stubborn look of yours." After speaking, he even flicked his tongue across her earlobe. Jiang Xie trembled all over, feeling like she was going to become strange. 10. Twin tails increase attack speed. Inside an inn, in a certain city of Shengyuan Empire, numerous figures lay sprawled on the ground. Each of them was anxious, not daring to breathe loudly. Outside the inn, many figures had already gathered. They began to discuss. "Have you heard? It said that the adults from Haoran Sect have arrived. I saw them. It seems they are looking for something. What could be so important that so many powerful experts from Haoran Sect are searching for it? I don't know, but whatever they are looking for must be extraordinary. Isn't that obvious? One of them seems to be the sect leader of Haoran Sect." "Really? Even the sect leader came in person?" "You all are wrong. As far as I know, it seems the sect leader of Haoran Sect's daughter went missing." "Hiss. If that's true, then it's not hard to explain why the sect leader of Haoran Sect is also here." At this moment, inside a guest room on the second floor of the inn, 5 or 6 figures were gathered here. Leading them was a refined-looking middle-aged man. The man wore a green long gown, and a dignified aura emanated from him without him even needing to be angry. Among the others, besides 1 or 2 who were also middle-aged men, the rest were all elders. The few of them were looking at the jade pendant in Jai Wushwang's hand with serious expressions. This jade pendant was a treasure, with a function similar to a locator, allowing them to accurately determine Jai Yu's location. But now, the jade pendant had appeared here. Did something happen to Xiao Yuer? An elder, deep in thought, was the first to break the silence. As soon as he finished speaking, Jai Wushwang shook his head. This was probably left behind by that girl herself. With her spirit monster-like temperament, this is just like her style of doing things. But if that's the case, won't we be unable to find Xiao Yuer? What if Xiao Yuer encountered some misfortune? What should we do? The fact that there's no news from the sect yet indicates that Xiao Yuer's soul lamp is fine. But even if there's no danger to her life, what if there's someone coveting Xiao Yuer's body? Although Xiao Yuer is a genius, her cultivation is still very weak now. If she really encountered a rogue cultivator. Not to mention rogue cultivators, if those demon sect forces discovered Xiao Yuer's identity, that would be truly bad. The few of them spoke one after another, making Jai Wushwang's brows furrow even deeper. He felt his heart was in a mess. He said softly, "If Xiao Yuer truly fell into the hands of demonic path evildoers, they wouldn't be without a sound." "That's true. Perhaps Xiao Yuer is traveling somewhere, who knows." In any case, have the sect disciple increase their search efforts and constantly pay attention to relevant news. After Jai Wushwang finished speaking, his gaze swept towards the outside of the room. He continued, "Innkeeper outside, come in, I have something to ask you." The innkeeper, who had been waiting outside, immediately ran in. He was round-bodied, wobbling as he walked, and sweat had already soaked his clothes. Approaching a short distance from Jai Wushwang and the others, the innkeeper quickly knelt down, saying in a panic, "My lords, please ask anything you wish. This humble one will answer everything he knows." Jai Wushwang nodded and said expressionlessly, "I ask you, who stayed in this guest room a few days ago?" The innkeeper thought carefully for a moment before replying. "Replying to my lord, a woman did indeed stay here a few days ago." "Oh, what did that woman look like? Quickly tell us truthfully." Before Jai Wushwang could speak, an elder was the first to ask. The innkeeper immediately said, "That woman had an ordinary appearance, but her voice was extremely pleasant, quite inconsistent with her looks. She also appeared to be only about 11 or 12 years old." "It's Xiao Yuer, no doubt about it. This little girl even disguised herself, she's quite clever." Although Jai Wushwang said this, he was very anxious in his heart, so he spoke again. "Do you still remember her appearance? Quickly draw it." The innkeeper immediately drew it. Unfortunately, this was destined to be in vain, because Jai Yu would change her appearance every so often. She only stopped this behavior after being captured by the blood demon sect members. Shengyuan Continent. It was from this time that it gradually began to experience turmoil. 3 days later, in a small courtyard on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Jiang Xie was leisurely holding a cup of tea, slowly savoring it. Behind him, the little lowly was rhythmically massaging his shoulders. One of them wore a mask, the other was disguised, so neither knew the other's true appearance. Yet it did not affect the incredibly harmonious scene they presented at this moment. However, Jiang was different now compared to 2 days ago. This difference did not refer to her appearance, but her current hairstyle. Her original single ponytail had, at some unknown point, become twin ponytails. The high twin ponytails hung down on both sides. If it weren't for her not-so-cute face, it would truly be a beautiful sight. Jiang did not like twin ponytails. She had always worn a single ponytail. If it weren't for Jiang Xie's insistence, she wouldn't have changed it. On the other side, old Wu was lost in thought, his gaze occasionally falling on Jiang. To be precise, he was looking at her twin ponytails. He had been pondering a question that had troubled him for 3 days. That was the conversation between Jiang Xie and Jiang a few days ago. Zio Yuer, your hairstyle isn't good. Nonsense, where is Mrs. Hairstyle not good? I think you should change to twin ponytails, what do you think? I think Miss will not change it. Jiang turned her head away, skillfully untied her hair, and then tied it into twin ponytails again. Seeing this, Jiang Xie revealed a satisfied smile. Miss doesn't understand what's so good about twin ponytails, Jiang said disdainfully. Jiang Xie smiled mysteriously. This thing is like a horse's reins, it has a speed bonus. Ali. Speed bonus. Old Wu had never understood the meaning of this sentence. On the surface, it seemed easy to understand. It was about increasing speed. But Jiang Xie's words clearly did not refer to ordinary speed. So what was it then? As he thought. He then thought of the previous sentence, like a horse's reins. A horse's reins. Thinking of this, he, by some strange impulse, thought of a horse, imagining Jiang Xie as the person on the horse's back. Jiang Xie holding the horse's reins with both hands. Just like holding twin ponytails. Boom! Old Wu seemed to understand something. His whole body trembled, and his heart immediately became excited, so much so that he couldn't help but run to Jiang Xie and shout loudly, "Young lord, I know, I know." Jiang Xie and Jiang looked at him simultaneously. What do you know? Jiang Xie was very surprised. Why had old Wu been out of sorts these past few days? I know what young lord meant by that sentence 3 days ago. Old Wu became even more excited. What sentence? Jiang Xie was momentarily confused by him too. It's that one about increasing attack speed. I understand what it means. As he said this, Jiang became even more curious. She also wanted to know. Oh, that one. Jiang Xie didn't care, but suddenly he seemed to realize something and quickly said, "Can't say." Unfortunately, old Wu's words had already come out. It turns out that meant during that time, you can use leverage, and then have a different feeling. You idiot! Jiang Xie rubbed his forehead. He was truly defeated by this old six. Behind him, Jiang face visibly reddened. Although Jiang was still young, she wasn't completely ignorant. Jiang Xie could clearly feel the strength of the small hands on his shoulders increase several times over. Now was not like a few days ago. Jiang sealed cultivation had already been unsealed. This strength was simply not something he, a body-tempering realm triple-layer cultivator, could withstand. Jiang Xie felt a piercing pain. But he couldn't show weakness. He could only endure, otherwise he would lose his authority. This was absolutely not allowed. At this moment, he was simply unable to express his suffering. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. After a while, Jiang ran directly into the room. Jiang Xie's heart sank. It's over. No more twin ponytails to see. It's all old Wu, that old six. Is this something that can be spoken aloud? Old Wu at this moment clearly realized he had caused trouble, and immediately ran away, chuckling foolishly. After a while, Jiang pushed the door open again. Jiang Xie looked and was stunned again. It was still twin ponytails. This little girl actually didn't change it back. This was beyond his expectations. 11 Want to dance. During this time, Jiang Xie was very content. He didn't know whether to say that Jiang was young and inexperienced, or if she was completely clueless about certain things because she was doted on in the sect. She didn't even suspect whether the bracelet on her hand was a genuine soul control lock. She was so obedient that Jiang Xie was a little surprised, although she still maintained the strong-willed young misdemeanor. As a result, the responsibility of cooking fell upon Jiang. On the Shengyuan Continent, cultivators only reached the soul-forging realm could abstain from food. Therefore, Jiang Xie and Jiang both still needed to eat. It's just that. This made Jiang quite troubled. In the Haoran Sect, she had always been waited on hand and foot. How could she cook? After fiddling around for a day, getting her face covered in soot, she finally brought the basin of food before Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie had long been starving. Looking at the plate Jiang brought, he was full of anticipation. Then he saw the black smudge on Jiang's face. He felt a bit touched, wondering if he had been too strict with her usually. A young miss personally cooking for him. Woo, it was too touching. You've worked hard, Jiang Xie said sincerely. Jiang immediately lifted her small face and said proudly, "Of course, it's your honor to have Miss personally cook for you." Jiang Xie knew her stubborn personality, so he just smiled slightly and urged, "Hurry and open it." At this moment, Jiang's expression became a bit troubled. Seeing this, Jiang Xie asked, "What's wrong?" "Miss thinks it's better if you open it yourself." Jiang's eyes darted around, not daring to look at Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie was stunned. "Goodness, is this a surprise for me? All right, considering how hard you've worked, I'll reluctantly open it." Thinking this, he reached out and took the plate. Then, with an expectant look, he opened it. Swishing. A golden light flashed. Jiang Xie took a look and couldn't help but blurt out a curse. "Holy crap, Ali give." Before him was an indescribable poop yellow blob. Let alone eating it, Jiang Xie nearly threw up his overnight meal just by looking at its appearance. Jiang, standing beside him, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She clearly knew that what she had made was unpalatable. Old Wu quick teach her to cook, Jiang Xie couldn't take it anymore. He now only felt that his earlier sentimentality was worthless. Wasn't this life-threatening? 3 days later. Seeing that the things Jiang brought out were finally normal, Jiang Xie showed a satisfied smile. And for the first time, he picked up his chopsticks. He first sniffed it, confirmed there was no strange smell, and then swallowed a mouthful. Jiang looked at him with anticipation. The next moment, an anxious voice rang out in the small courtyard. "Bad guy, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Jiang anxiously shook Jiang Xie's body. At the same time, she kept looking at the bracelet on her right hand, and only felt a little relieved when she found no abnormality. But in fact, Jiang Xie was really dead. The protagonist dies. Ali. When Jiang Xie woke up again, he was already in bed. He didn't know what Jiang had put in that food. He only knew that after eating it, a piercing pain came from his abdomen. If it weren't for his special ability, his body would probably be cold by now. Jiang got another scolding. Spring comes and winter goes, and the sun rising and moon setting are also the norm in this world. While the two bickered and spent time together day and night. 2.5 years passed in a hurry. Don't say I didn't write about their time together during these 2 years. The process is later. There must be a reason why the female lead likes the male lead. It's all later, written as flashbacks. Don't complain, woo. This year, Jiang Xie was already 15 years old. Jiang was also the same. Compared to 2 years ago, Jiang Xie had grown quite a bit taller. He was already about 1.7 meters tall, but he still looked like a frail scholar. As if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Jiang Xie couldn't help it. 2 years had passed, and his realm had only progressed from body tempering realm stage 3 to body tempering realm stage 8. His cultivation speed was much faster than before, but it was still dragging. Jiang Xie was completely despairing about his body. He truly had no cultivation talent. Fortunately, within the statue in his mind, the second statue had almost entirely emitted light. Only a small area at the top of its head was still gray. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before it was fully lit up. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie's mood couldn't help but improve a bit. He picked up a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. At the same time, he cast his gaze on Jai Yu not far away. In 2 years, Jai Yu had also undergone significant changes. Her realm had already reached the soul-forging realm, much stronger than Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie had lamented more than once, how could the difference between people be so great? Secondly, her figure had also grown much taller. Certain areas had already begun to take shape, and her voice became increasingly captivating, adding a lot to her charm. Her hairstyle was still twin ponytails. Apart from the length of her hair, it hadn't changed in over 2 years. Jiang Xie also couldn't understand what she was thinking. She clearly didn't like it, yet she persisted for several years. Several times, he had clearly suggested that Jai Yu could change to a style she liked. But each time she would say, "Change what? Miss isn't changing, it's too much trouble." And her tsundere personality also hadn't changed. As if sensing Jiang Xie's gaze, Jai Yu glared at him and laughed. "What, does Miss look good? Have you fallen for Miss?" Saying that, she even winked. "Who likes you? Your temper is so bad, not gentle at all, and so ugly." Jiang Xie scorned without hesitation. Jai Yu was furious. This guy doesn't know how good he has it. Miss is known as the Eastern Continent's most beautiful woman, and he actually says I'm ugly. If Miss were to reveal her true appearance, she'd surely charm you to death. Thinking this, Jai Yu smiled slightly, walked closer to Jiang Xie, and softly cooed, "Bad guy, why don't you take off your mask and let me see?" It had been over 2 years, and she had never seen Jiang Xie take off his mask. Her heart had long been filled with immense curiosity. Along the way, she hadn't thought of finding an opportunity to secretly take off his mask, but Jiang Xie was very vigilant. Plus, Jai Yu always believed that her life was in Jiang Xie's hands, so she dared not use violent means. Otherwise, Jiang Xie's mask would have been taken off by her long ago. Jiang Xie slowly shook his head and said, "No." "Why?" Jai Yu pouted, very unhappy. "Because I'm ugly, I'm afraid I'll scare you." "I knew it, you're an ugly monster." Yes, I'm an ugly monster, but aren't you also one?" Jiang Xie said with a half-smile. "You're the ugly monster, Miss is not." "Then prove it to me." "Prove it, you wish. You won't show me, so why should I show you?" Ali. As the two were talking, the small courtyard gate was pushed open with a bang. A small figure appeared in their line of sight. It was a small boy. As soon as the boy saw Jiang Xie, his eyes lit up and he darted towards Jiang Xie. "Brother!" the little one called out in a milky voice, his face full of joy. Jiang Xie also smiled. He stepped forward, stroked his head and asked, "Why are you here?" "I want to eat the food brother cooks." The little one slurped, a true foodie. Jai Yu, who was standing nearby, immediately scoffed upon hearing this. "Xiao Yi, let Xiao Yue's sister cook for you instead. Your brother can't possibly cook, I've never seen him cook." The little one shook his head, refusing, and said earnestly, "Xiao Yue's sister, you don't know brother can cook, and it's incredibly delicious. Every time brother comes home, he cooks for me." Jai Yu was stunned, and a murderous glare shot towards Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie's face was calm, but his heart was incredibly nervous. "So you can cook? Then I'd like to see how good your cooking can be," Jai Yu said with a darkened face, enunciating each word. What else could Jiang Xie do? He could only obediently go cook. This was all for survival. You see, a few years ago, when he learned he had no cultivation talent, he set his sights on his 4-year-old, yet extraordinarily gifted, younger brother. As the saying goes, to capture a person's heart, you must capture their stomach, so he began the path of tempting his younger brother with delicious food. Soon, a table of fragrant dishes was ready, such as sweet and sour carp, boiled sliced pork, spicy beef, and so on. Jiang Xie was already a good cook, and the materials used here were all meat from spirit beasts, making the taste even more exceptional. The little one had already started eating ravenously, like a whirlwind. Jai Yu was stunned for a moment, then tried a little. After that, she couldn't stop. "Oh my goodness, how can it be so delicious? So delicious it makes me want to dance." Jai Yu exclaimed as she ate. It was truly too delicious. After a while, after eating, Jai Yu only felt that her own cooking was like trash. She couldn't help but start to doubt life. She also couldn't help but look at Jiang Xie a few more times, seemingly very puzzled as to why his cooking was so delicious. Looking at the scene before him, for a moment, Jiang Xie felt that this was not a world full of dangers. But he knew that some things were ultimately wishful thinking. In this world where the strong reign supreme, everyone is at the mercy of circumstances. 12. The show is about to begin. Red Cloud Empire, Blood City. Inside the Blood Demon Sect. Sect leader Zhu Tian of the Blood Demon Sect convened a sect meeting. All hall masters and higher-ranking personnel of the Blood Demon Sect had to go to the Hall of Deliberation. Zhu Tu was no exception. He got up early and walked towards the Hall of Deliberation. Many others were with him. They were all very curious about the reason for this sect meeting. The last meeting of such a scale was to discuss the attack on the Shengyuan sect. Everyone couldn't help but start whispering. What do you think this is about this time? It's not another attack on some sect, is it? If only that were true, we gained so many benefits from the last battle with the Shengyuan sect. I hope the task of escorting captives falls to me. You wish. Zhu Tu, standing nearby, quietly listened to their discussion, and his heart stirred. Last time, he was the one who escorted the captives from the Shengyuan sect. It was truly comfortable. The taste of those captives was indeed good, and young Master Jiang's method also had its unique flavor. It even helped him improve his cultivation a lot. If they were going to attack another sect, he couldn't let anyone else snatch the job of escorting the prisoners. Soon, the Hall of Deliberation of the Blood Demon Sect was filled with people. The scene was a bit noisy. Zhu Tian saw that most people had arrived and let out a cold snort. The surroundings instantly became quiet. Everyone focused their gaze on Zhu Tian, waiting for him to speak. I'm sure you all know the news of the disappearance of sect leader of Haoran Sect, Jiang Xie's daughter these past few days. Haoran Sect has always been the #1 enemy of our demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent. Jiang Xie only has one child and he dotes on her immensely. His daughter's disappearance is a good opportunity for us. If we can find her first, we might be able to cause Jiang Xie some pain. Zhu Tian's voice was a bit harsh, and as soon as he finished speaking, voices came from below. Sect Master, it is said that Jiang Xie's daughter has been missing for 2.5 years, and people from the Haoran Sect have been searching for her all this time without success. That's right, the Haoran Sect has been searching for 2.5 years and hasn't found her. Can we find her? While this is indeed an opportunity, the difficulty is not small. What the heck? Zhu Tu was completely confused listening from below. The daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect went missing. And for 2.5 years. Why did it feel strange? Zhu Tu suddenly frowned. 2.5 years ago. He seemed to have forgotten an important matter. This sect meeting ended very quickly. The conclusion reached was that Blood Demon Sect disciples would fully search for Jiang Xie's daughter. Zhu Tu, however, didn't hear a word of it. His head was buzzing. 2.5 years ago. He remembered participating in the attack on the Shengyuan sect. That's right. Then, he was responsible for escorting the captives. And then, Jiang Xiao requested one person. Right. Zhu Tu remembered. His face became excited. 2.5 years ago, Jiang Xie asked him for a woman. And then, combining that with the fact that the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect also went missing 2.5 years ago and hasn't been found to this day. Even if there was no direct relationship between the two, the suspicion was very high. Otherwise, why would Jiang Xie have specifically gone to that place to ask him for someone at that time? Everything seemed to connect. Zhu Tu reined in his excited expression, subtly turned a corner and walked towards another place. Before long, he arrived outside a grand hall. I, Zhu Tu, have an urgent matter to report to Devil Head. Zhu Tu respectfully bowed to the hall. A faint voice came from inside, come in. Zhu Tu pushed the door open, and upon entering, saw a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The man was about 16 or 17 years old, with a somewhat square face, short red hair and ordinary looks, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. He wore black and red robes, which suited his temperament well. He was Zhu Li, the the son of the blood demon sect master. One of the 3 young lords of the demonic path, he was the strongest among the younger generation of demonic path forces, second only to the devil head of the heavenly fiend sect. What is it? Zhu Li asked indifferently. Zhu Tu dared not delay and quickly stepped forward, saying, Devil head, regarding the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect that the sect master spoke of today, I think I might have a lead. What? Speak quickly. Zhu Li's figure flashed, appearing before Zhu Tu, his expression agitated. Zhu Tu's heart swelled with joy, and he slowly said, 2.5 years ago, when escorting those captives from the Shengyuan sect, Jiang Xie asked me for a person. Jiang Xie, he asked you for someone. Zhu Li's expression hardened. That's right. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now that I think about it, he was probably waiting there early, and he asked for a girl of 12 or 13. 12 or 13, a girl, that's it. Jai Wushwang's daughter is also around that age. Zhu Li's expression was excited. Zhu Tu also chuckled foolishly beside him, wondering if he had just performed a great service. It seemed his promotion was within reach. After his excitement, Zhu Li's gaze towards Zhu Tu suddenly turned cold and sharp. He directly kicked him and sternly said, You good-for-nothing Zhu Tu, not only did you not report such a major matter earlier, but you even gave our person to Jiang Xie. You truly have a lot of guts. Ah, Zhu Tu was kicked back several steps, his mind completely blank. Soon his face turned pale. With a thud he knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. Devil head, your subordinate absolutely did not do it on purpose. At that time, Wu Fan was also with young Master Jiang, and your subordinate was not his match. Your subordinate was forced to agree to give him one person. I never expected that girl might be the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect. Please, Devil Head, investigate thoroughly. HMPH, considering your meritorious service this time, I will spare you. If there's a next time, you will be severely punished without leniency. Zhu Li was no longer in the mood to punish him. He wished he could go find Jiang Xie right now to confirm whether that was truly Jai Wushwang's daughter. If it was, he silently licked his lips. He had never played with the daughter of the #1 sect master of the righteous path in the Eastern Continent before. That taste must be very stimulating. As he thought about it, a lewd glint appeared in his eyes. Thank you, young lord, thank you, young lord. Zhu Tu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had originally wanted to gain some benefits from this, but he hadn't expected to gain no benefits and almost lose his life. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't gone to the sect master just now, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be alive. Even after exiting the hall, Zhu Tu still felt a lingering fear. Zhu Li wasn't idle either. With the news, he naturally had to confirm its authenticity. Directly asking was definitely not an option. Jiang Xie wasn't foolish enough to admit it. At this point, he could only find someone who had seen Jai Wushwang's daughter. Jiang Xie, oh Jiang Xie, the person you took from us will have to be returned sooner or later. What will you do then? I'm really looking forward to your capabilities, young Master Jiang. Zhu Li sat on the chair, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xie, just a person who seeks fame and reputation. What kind of devil head? He might deceive those who don't know, but he can't deceive us. Outside Jiang City, in the small courtyard, Jiang Xie once again checked the statue in the palace, finding that in an estimated less than 5 days, the second statue would be fully activated. 5 days? I'm afraid it can't be delayed that long. The other party might already be preparing to act. It took them 2 years to discover. The blood demon sect is a bit slow. It seems I'll have to trouble Yue Yadu for a while. But don't worry, bear with it for a bit and you can go home. Under the mask, he slowly revealed a smile. The real show is just about to begin. 13, call me master. Jiang Xie sighed with emotion as he looked at Jai Yu again. Initially, he had only taken her back from the blood demon sect to activate the statue. He had planned to release her after activating the statue. However, he never expected it would take more than 2 years to activate the statue. Even more unexpectedly, she believed him when he simply tricked her with an ordinary bracelet, claiming it was a soul control lock. For over 2 years, although Jai Yu occasionally threw tantrums and was sharp-tongued, she would do whatever he asked. She was practically a perfect maid. Though she was stubborn, it added a lot of fun. But such days would eventually end. Staying by his side was ultimately not a good thing. Only by returning was the best choice for her. The dangers and predicaments he would face on this path, without cultivation talent, were not something an ordinary person could endure. He had the ability of immortality, so it didn't matter even if he failed. But Jiang was different. Once she encountered any danger, death would be final. Wait a little longer, just a few more days and you'll be free. Although these next few days might be a bit painful. Jiang Xie's thoughts raced at this moment, and the tea in his hand seemed to lose its flavor in that instant. You bad fellow, what are you looking at? If you like looking at me so much, call me good big sister, and I'll show you my true appearance. Jiang had appeared beside Jiang Xie at some unknown point, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Jiang Xie came back to his senses, shook his head gently, and chuckled. A little maid dares to ride on her master's head. Call me master to hear it, or young master is fine too. You wish, Miss will never call anyone that. Jiang tilted her head, looking incredibly arrogant. It's been over 2 years, and your young Miss's temper hasn't changed at all. Jiang Xie seemed a little emotional. Some of the interactions between the two over the past 2.5 years will be described later in flashbacks. It's not without details. Suddenly both serious and seemingly pleading, he said, call me master, or young master. After all, you are my maid now, how about it? Jiang was about to retort, but when her eyes met Jiang Xie's for some reason, her heart trembled. It was as if something important was about to slip away from her. This caused her heart to inexplicably clench. She actually forgot to retort and softly called out, Master. Jiang Xie's eyes lit up. He stood up and ran while laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, you got tricked, Xiao Yuer. I didn't expect you'd actually call out. Damn it, how dare you trick Miss, you're asking for a beating. Watching Jiang Xie suddenly flee, Jiang immediately chased after him. But the worry in her heart did not dissipate in the slightest. She knew that the feeling just now was by no means a simple illusion. Inside Zhu Li's main hall in the Blood Demon Sect. Zhu Li sat on the main seat, and below him, an old man was firmly controlled by 2 figures. He knelt on both knees, his face filled with uncontrollable terror. I heard you've seen Jai Wushwang's daughter before. Zhu Li looked at him disdainfully, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The old man's body trembled, and he did not speak. You won't speak, will you? Zhu Li smiled faintly, then clapped his hands. Grandpa. Immediately after, the old man heard a tender voice. Terror appeared in his eyes. Turning his head, his pupils constricted even further. Do you want your grandson, or will you continue to keep silent? Zhu Li looked at him with interest. The old man did not hesitate much. The moment he saw his grandson, his psychological defenses collapsed. He immediately cried out, I've seen her, I've seen her. Please release my grandson, I beg you. Very good. Zhu Li laughed. As long as you seriously help me identify whether a person is Jiang, I will release him, so you should know what to do and what not to do, right? I understand, sir, I understand. I will never intentionally hide anything from you, I just hope you don't harm him. The old man continued to kowtow repeatedly. It was clear that the child not far away was his weakness. Zhu Li had precisely seized upon this point to capture him. Then let's go meet Jiang Xiao. Zhu Li sneered and strode out of the main hall. In the small courtyard, after a period of playful bickering between Jiang Xie and Jiang, a faint sword hum suddenly echoed from the void realm. Jiang was completely unaware, and even old Wu, who was sound asleep nearby, was the same. Only Jiang Xie's eyes flickered. Jiang's delicate small hand reached out to hit Jiang Xie, who gently caught it, his expression becoming calm. Under Jiang's puzzled gaze, he spoke faintly, We have guests. The visitors were not friendly. Upon hearing this, Jiang withdrew her hand and was about to open the courtyard gate. Who knew that with a bang, the courtyard gate flew directly outwards. Immediately after, a burst of laughter followed. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiao, I hope my uninvited visit hasn't caused you any trouble. There were not many visitors, only 2, Zhu Li and the old man. As for whether there were others hidden in the dark, that remained unknown. Old Wu immediately woke from his resting state and stood beside Jiang Xie, just about to speak, when Jiang Xie stopped him with a hand. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes, but his face still held a smile. I was wondering why there were dogs barking outside today. Turns out their companion was coming, so they were happily barking. Zhu Li's expression turned cold. How could he not know that Jiang Xie was subtly implying he was a dog? He wasn't angry. As a demon child of the blood demon sect, if he couldn't endure such humiliation, how could he hold this position? Zhu Li automatically ignored his remark, and instead turned his gaze to Jai Huayu beside Jiang Xie. He said teasingly, "A few days ago, I learned that Jiang De Xiao asked Zhu Tu for someone more than 2 years ago. I presume it's this young lady." As he spoke, his eyes gestured towards the old man behind him. The old man's body trembled, not daring to disobey, and he began to carefully observe Jai Huayu. Jiang Xie was well aware of their intentions. Jai Huayu, who was standing nearby, also frowned. For some reason, a wave of disgust arose in her heart towards the man who had appeared before them. What? Is young Master Zhu here to take someone back? As the saying goes, what's given out is like spilled water. There's no reason to take it back. I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Zhu Li's eyes flickered, and with a fake smile he said, "Of course not to take her back. I'm just curious, why did Jiang De Xiao travel so far specifically to ask for one person?" Jiang Xie slowly walked to a side and sat down, picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip and then chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said it was on a whim?" Heh heh, how could Zhu Li believe such an excuse from him? He subtly glanced at the old man behind him, who slightly shook his head. Zhu Li's expression instantly turned stern. The old man's face changed drastically, and he began to observe more carefully again. As he observed, his brows remained furrowed, completely unable to discern anything. Suddenly, the old man's entire body trembled. It was as if he had discovered something. He had indeed seen it. He saw a small mark on Jai Huayu's left arm. 3 years ago, the sect leader of Haoran Sect passed through a city during one of his outings, and he happened to be in that city at the time. Among the righteous path forces in the Eastern Continent, the Haoran Sect was the most renowned. The appearance of the sect leader of Haoran Sect and the saintess naturally attracted many people's attention, and he was no exception. To say he only looked twice would be an understatement. At that time, he was thinking that if his grandson could become Dao companion with such a woman in the future, he would have no regrets in this life. It was precisely because he was so engrossed in observing that he inadvertently discovered the mark on her arm when Jai Huayu raised her hand once. The mark on the Haoran Sect saintess's hand was naturally very distinct. Therefore, although the appearance of the woman before him was vastly different from that little girl, he could be certain that the mark was absolutely unmistakable. 14. Jiang Xie, do you admit your guilt? Zhu Li immediately noticed the old man's abnormality behind him and looked at him again. Seeing him nod silently, a smile finally appeared on his face. The entire process only took a few seconds. Jiang Xie knew he must have learned something from the change in his expression. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seemed the other party had made thorough preparations. Fortunately, he had already anticipated this situation, so it wasn't the worst outcome. Where did that come from? The more Jai Huayu looked, the more she found the other party utterly repulsive. Just as she was about to curse Zhu Li, she realized her right hand had fallen into a large hand at some point. She turned her head and saw Jiang Xie smiling and shaking his head at her. Jai Huayu then stopped speaking. Zhu Li's expression, however, brightened. When he first saw Jai Huayu, her incredibly ordinary face had made him lose most of his interest. But now, he only felt that her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a nightingale in the mountains, clear and melodious. This made him immediately realize that Jai Huayu's current appearance was likely not her true appearance. Indeed, the sect leader of Haoran Sect's wife was known as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Continent. How could her daughter be any less beautiful? Zhu Li's face couldn't help but show an expression of certainty. Jiang Xie, no matter how you hide, you still can't avoid some flaws. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Jiang Xie didn't speak, quietly sipping his tea. Old Wu, without Jiang Xie's command, also remained silent, merely watching the other party warily. Jai Yu likewise did not speak, but the disgust in her eyes was unconcealed. Jiang Xie, do you plead guilty? Suddenly Zhu Li roared, like a clap of thunder. Jiang Xie had no idea he would suddenly do this, and was so startled that the tea in his hand spilled out. He was just a small figure in the body-tempering realm. He couldn't handle such a fright. Jiang Xie's actions made Zhu Li think he was scared, and his face became even more smug. Jiang Xie, do you plead guilty? He asked again. Jiang Xie put down his teacup and asked, puzzled, guilty of what? Keep acting. Zhu Li, with an expression that said, I've seen through you long ago, sneered. All right, then I ask you, what is the relationship between us and the righteous path forces? Like fire and water, Jiang Xie blurted out. Zhu Li was even happier internally. It's good that you admit it. Jiang Xie, do you know that this woman behind you is the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect? What? Jiang Xie feigned surprise and stood up, shaking his head. Zhu Li, are you mistaken? How could my maidservant be the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect? Old Wu, beside him, was also startled by this news, and couldn't help but look at Jai Yu's face a few more times. Only after finding nothing unusual did he shift his gaze back to Zhu Li. Jai Yu was very flustered internally at this moment. She knew that Jiang Xie had long known her identity. But why would the blood demon sect people also know? Though flustered, her expression remained calm on the surface, showing no signs of abnormality. Jiang Xie couldn't help but praise her good acting skills when he saw it. You don't know. I really don't know, and my maidservant cannot be the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect. Then do you know who he is? Zhu Li suddenly pointed to the old man behind him and laughed. He has seen the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect. You tell him, is she or is she not Jai Wushwang's daughter? The old man obediently walked out and nodded. Indeed, that's correct. Did you hear that? Jiang Xie, the righteous path forces in us are like fire and water. You should hand over your little maidservant. How can he prove that my maidservant is her? The mark on her left hand. I've seen it on the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect, the old man said. Jiang Xie's eyes flickered. Jai Yu indeed had a mark on her left hand, so this old man wasn't wrong. He had already anticipated the current situation. It was all part of the plan. Turning his head, he saw a hint of panic in Jai Yu's eyes. What can you do if I don't hand her over? Then let's wait and see, Zhu Li smiled disdainfully. He had already expected that Jiang Xie would not hand her over. His purpose in coming here was not to make the other party hand over the person, but to confirm Jai Yu's identity. Now that her identity had been confirmed and the mission completed, Jiang Xie would have to hand her over sooner or later. Otherwise, he would face pressure from all the demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent. Zhu Li did not linger but strode out of the courtyard. Before leaving, a sentence came back. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xie, cherish your maidservant well. I'm afraid you won't see her in a couple of days. After Zhu Li left, the courtyard fell silent again. Seeing this, old Wu couldn't help but speak. Zio Yue, are you really that guy Jai Wushwang's daughter? This was the question he most wanted to know at the moment. Jai Yu was silent for a while, then slowly nodded. This, old Wu frowned and couldn't help but look at Jiang Xie. Yes, I've known for a long time, Jiang Xie didn't hide it. Then why? Old Wu truly didn't understand. Or rather, he had never understood Jiang Xie's thoughts. Ever since he came to protect him, Jiang Xie's actions always left him puzzled. So what should we do next? Old Wu asked again. Wait and see. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. Zhu Li had already been listed in his must-kill category. Then he turned to Jai Yu and said, you might have to bear with it for the next few days. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Ma'am, hearing his words, Jai Yu inexplicably felt much more at ease. Inside the blood demon sect. As soon as Zhu Li returned, he rushed to Zhu Tian's residence and explained the situation immediately. Zhu Tian immediately ordered people to be sent to the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Jiang family, inviting them to discuss important matters together. That afternoon, Jiang Xie received a message from Jiang Fingliu, asking him to come to the family residence. Jiang Xie did not delay, and immediately rushed to the Jiang family. He arrived unimpeded outside the main hall, where Jiang Fingliu resided. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard a joyful voice. "Xie is here. Mommy has missed you so much. Hurry over and let mommy see if you've lost weight." Jiang Xie only felt a gust of fragrant wind, and a beautiful woman appeared before his eyes. Time had left no traces on her face. She wore a purple long dress, giving her a gentle feeling. The woman's name was Su Jiru, Jiang Xie's mother in this world. At this moment her face was full of joyful smiles. "Mother," Jiang Xie called out with a smile. At the same time, he reached out his right hand and took off the mask on his face. Only here would he take it off. Beneath the mask was an incomparably handsome face, with sharp features, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge and skin like congealed cream, truly the image of a refined young master. The hint of a wicked smile on his lips made him appear even more charming in a unique way. Standing with Su Jiru, they didn't look like mother and son at all, but rather like siblings. Looking at Jiang Xie's appearance, Su Jiru's face showed a satisfied expression. Xie is growing more and more handsome, with mother's demeanor from back then. You've also grown a lot taller, and thankfully you haven't lost weight, otherwise mother would be heartbroken. Jiang Xie let Su Jiru's hands caress his face and body. After the mother and son chatted for a while, Jiang Xie entered the room. At a glance, he saw the man who looked kind but exuded authority. "Father, I heard that the maidservant by your side is that Gai Jai Wushwang's daughter. Memo, you'll come with me tomorrow. Have you thought of a countermeasure?" "Naturally. Not bad." That day, Jiang Xie stayed with Jiang Fingliu in the room until midnight before returning to his small courtyard. 15. What do you want to explain? Because he returned late, Jiang Xie was lectured by Jai Wayu. Jiang Xie wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and let Jai Wayu massage his back. Jai Wayu looked disgusted, and her words were merciless, but her body was honest. During her massage, Jiang Xie asked, "Zio Yuer, have you ever thought about going home?" After he said this, he felt the hand on his shoulder pause for a moment. Jai Wayu pursed her lips, lost in thought. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Jai Wayu finally spoke, "Yes and no." Oh, Jiang Xie was a little surprised. "Why not?" "I think my current life is pretty good. But you know this is only temporary. You'll go back sooner or later." "They?" Jai Wayu fell silent. Having been away from home for over 2 years, to say she didn't want to go back would be a lie. Her father was probably worried sick by now, right? "Do you hate me?" Suddenly, Jiang Xie asked again. "Hate?" Jai Wayu was silent again. To be fair, she should hate him. He not only captured her, but also hit her and bullied her. But he was actually very good to her. He not only supervised her cultivation, but also frequently brought martial skills from the family for her to cultivate. Although he superficially said they were trash he didn't want. She also liked her current life very much. Of course, more importantly, Jiang Xie still held many secrets that attracted her. She wanted to know more. Finally, Jai Wayu still uttered those 2 words, "Don't hate." "Is that so?" Jiang Xie smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and chuckled, "Maybe in a couple of days you'll hate me." "No, I won't." "All right, go rest, cough cough." "Why are you coughing blood again?" "It's nothing, I'm used to it, don't worry about it." Early the next morning, Jiang Xie was woken up by old Wu. He said that people from the Heavenly Fiend Sect and the Blood Demon Sect had already arrived. Jiang Xie didn't delay, and immediately rushed to Jiang City with old Wu. From a distance, they could see 2 mighty groups of figures heading towards Jiang City outside Jiang City. "What a grand display," Jiang Xie said faintly. "It seems they are determined this time," old Wu sighed softly. Although Jai Wayu was Jai Wushwang's daughter, she had lived with them for so long. Old Wu also didn't want Jai Wayu to fall into the hands of the 2 sects. Inside Jiang City, as the people from the 2 sects arrived, whispers began to spread on the streets. "What's going on? Why are people from the Heavenly Fiend Sect and the Blood Demon Sect coming to our Jiang City together? The ones who came are all high-ranking officials. What exactly happened? Our Jiang family, and they have always kept to themselves. Could it be that they want to harm our Jiang family?" Perhaps there's something important to discuss. The arrival of these two sects can't be good. Most of the people in Jiang City were from the Jiang family, so when they saw the sudden arrival of people from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Blood Demon sect, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Just then the crowd stirred again. The young lord is here. It's really the young lord. The young lord moved to live in the suburbs alone. I wonder if he's used to living there. Young lord, why don't you come back to live in the city? It's safer in the city. After not seeing him for a few years, the young lord has grown so much. Jiang Xie's arrival brought smiles to many faces. Everyone greeted him warmly. In their hearts, they still greatly admired Jiang Xie. One must know that a few years ago, Jiang City was not like it is now. Although the Jiang family was not a pure demonic path force, being consistently called a demonic path force inevitably led them to do things that aligned with a demonic path force. Things like burning, killing, and looting were common occurrences. A few years ago, Jiang City was not so harmonious. The lives of most people in Jiang City were not that good either. It was Jiang Xie who changed this situation. He proposed numerous measures to stimulate Jiang City's economic development and enhance its economic strength. He also greatly changed Jiang City's reputation within the Shengyuan Empire. At least now, people from other cities around Jiang City mostly dare to come to Jiang City, unlike before when mentioning a demonic path force area would scare many people away. It was precisely because of this that many industries developed. Now, Jiang City is much more harmonious, and most people no longer have to engage in burning, killing, and looting. Compared to living on the edge of a knife, the current life is what most people with low cultivation need. Demonic path forces, once labeled with this name, mean that many resources are difficult to obtain through normal means, and people of the righteous path will not trade with you. Therefore, most can only resort to looting. This is also why demonic path forces have always done things that harm heaven and earth. It is also why some people are forced to do evil. But among the righteous path, there are also many who are sly and hypocritical, but they are good at disguising themselves and have the title of righteous path cultivators. However, there are also many who use the title of righteous path cultivators to commit demonic path deeds. Therefore, when Jiang Xie learned that he was a member of a demonic path force, he was not alarmed. Righteousness and evil are not determined by what others say, but by what one does. This is also why, despite his low cultivation, his status in the Jiang family is not low. After Jiang Xie amicably greeted the people around him, he quickened his pace. At this moment, inside Jiang City's largest building, around a massive table, Jiang Fingliu and several elders of the Jiang family were already seated. They sat at the head of the table, and on either side were people from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Blood Demon sect. Only 5 people came from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Heavenly Fiend sect Master Hongzhu, demonic son Lengya, and 3 elders. The Blood Demon sect also had 5 people. Blood Demon sect Master Zhu Tian, demonic son Zhu Li, Hall Master Zhu Tu, 1 elder and the old man. Seeing that Jiang Xie had not yet arrived, Zhu Li couldn't help but speak. Jiang family head, your son hasn't run away, has he? At these words, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet for a moment. Hongzhu couldn't help but glance at Zhu Li again, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Heavenly Fiend sect demonic son, Lengya showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. This fellow, what right did he have to question the person in charge of one of the 3 strongest demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent? Sure enough, Jiang Fingliu still had his eyes closed, not even looking at him, let alone replying. After waiting quietly for a while, everyone finally heard Jiang Fingliu's words. Sect Master Zhu, are the people of your sect always so ill-mannered? Or is it that your son is an ill-bred thing? Zhu Tian was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, what my worthless son asked is naturally what I also want to ask. What is your son's intention in hiding Jai Wushwang's daughter? I'm afraid no one in the Eastern Continent doesn't know the relationship between our 3 major demonic path forces and the righteous path, right? Seeing the topic turn to the main point, Hongzhu also spoke. Fellow Taoist Zhu is right. If the person is indeed Jai Wushwang's daughter, then I ask young Lord Jiang to hand her over. We can then use this to make the Haoran Sect pay a price. If young Lord Jiang runs away with the person, then fellow Taoist Jiang, you will have to give us an explanation. Both of them spoke with an air of scrutiny. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became somewhat murderous. Just then, a voice came from outside the main hall. What explanation do you want? 16. I have a condition. Everyone was drawn to the voice. Outside the main hall, two figures slowly approached, one after the other. The man in the lead was young, dressed in a black robe, and wore a terrifying mask on his face. Behind him was a middle-aged man. That was old Wu, responsible for protecting Jiang Xie's safety. At this moment, everyone's expressions varied. Jiang Fingliu and the Jiang family elders smiled upon seeing Jiang Xie. Zhu Tian was expressionless, while Zhu Li showed disdain. Hong Xiu continuously scrutinized Jiang Xie, and Leng Ye's eyes showed surprise. He couldn't help but wonder, how could the Jiang de Shao, widely rumored outside, only be at the body-tempering realm cultivation? It wasn't just him who was puzzled. Most people outside the Jiang family were very confused. Only a few had met Jiang Xie. Apart from Zhu Tu and Zhu Li, everyone else only knew that he was highly praised by the people within the Jiang family. Therefore, they had always been very curious about him. Yet, they didn't expect him to only have body-tempering realm cultivation. Of course, no one truly regarded him as being in the body-tempering realm. In their opinion, if Jiang Xie was truly in the body-tempering realm, the Jiang family elders would never show such expressions. So this was very likely just an illusion. Such a realistic trick was very rare to see. The Jiang family indeed had some skill, almost fooling everyone. Everyone's eyes showed an expression of having already seen through it. If Jiang Xie and the Jiang family elders knew their thoughts, they would probably laugh until their mouths couldn't close. Jiang Xie was indeed in the body-tempering realm. Young Lord Jiang still well, I see, Zhu Li grinned. Jiang Xie didn't look at him, but instead looked at Hong Xiu and asked, I wonder what kind of explanation Sect Master Hong wants. Young Lord Jiang should understand the stakes involved. Hong Xiu didn't speak, it was Leng Ye who spoke. Then how do you prove that she is Jai Wushuang's daughter? Jiang Xie's gaze was profound. Simple, severe interrogation will suffice. Zhu Li curved his lips. What was originally a discussion among the power holders of major forces had now turned into a confrontation between three young juniors. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You want to torture my person just based on your words. That's unreasonable. Jiang Xie laughed a very loud laugh. Young Lord Jiang, I advise you to think twice. If you insist on protecting her, don't blame us for not helping when the Haoran Sect targets your Jiang family. Leng Ye's tone was stern. The three demonic path forces, as the backbone of the Eastern Continent's demonic path forces, though constantly in conflict on a daily basis, would unite to resist if any righteous path force attacked. Jiang Xie understood this point. Even if he wasn't too bad to Jai Yu, would Jai Wushuang let it go? He had, after all, abducted his daughter for over 2 years. It was hard to imagine what Jai Wushuang would do if he found out. If there were no other demonic path forces to help, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Jiang family. Then what do you want? Jiang Xie already understood in his heart. Rather, it was all within his calculations. Very simple, hand her over, imprison her in the dungeon and torture her severely, Zhu Li said with a wicked smile. As for what he was thinking, how could Jiang Xie not see it? There were rumors outside that Zhu Li was extremely lustful, especially fond of righteous path cultivators. Strangely, until now, the powerhouses of the three major forces had not spoken. They seemed to have tacitly approved the conversation between the few individuals. Only then did Jiang Xie understand why his father had called him over. It turned out the main stage was still himself. After Zhu Li finished speaking, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xie, seemingly prepared for his rebuttal. The others were the same. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Xie did not refute. Instead, he nodded faintly. All right, but I have one condition. No matter how you torture her afterward, the first 3 days must be by me. As for the place of detention, you can decide. Jiang Xie said calmly. Upon hearing this, many people looked at him strangely. Their expressions were a bit peculiar. If it weren't for that last sentence, Everyone would have thought he would take the opportunity to release Jiang. But if the place of detention was to be decided by them, then what was the purpose of him taking the first 3 days? Could it be he wanted to savor the taste of the Haoran Sect saintess one last time? Zhu Li's expression also flickered with a strange light, and he couldn't help but laugh. So young Lord Jiang is also a man of similar tastes. I have no objection. He didn't care whether the first 3 days were by Jiang Xie or not. In his opinion, Jiang had probably been defiled by Jiang Xie countless times over the past 2 years. Even a few more times wouldn't matter, he just needed to have a taste. He also knew he couldn't push Jiang Xie too hard. This was probably the biggest concession. Lenya also spoke. If that's the case, then let's imprison her in our Heavenly Fiend sect's dungeon. Our sect has a dungeon outside Black Cloud City. It's not far from any of the 3 major forces, and everyone can send personnel to guard it. How about that? To this, everyone also had no objection. Throughout the entire process, the powerhouses of the 3 major forces were almost entirely decorative. Jiang Xie had originally thought he would have to argue with the crowd. He didn't expect them all to be just background decorations. When Jiang woke up early, she found Jiang Xie's figure gone. Connecting it with yesterday's situation, her heart couldn't help but begin to worry. A creak. It was the sound of the courtyard gate opening. Jiang's heart swelled with joy, and she quickly ran over. You scoundrel! Her words barely began before they seemed to catch in her throat. Her entire body froze in place. The one who came in was indeed Jiang Xie, but he wasn't alone. There were also 2 unfamiliar men. Of course, none of this was the reason Jiang was stunned. What truly made her so was Jiang Xie. To be precise, it was Jiang Xie's gaze. His eyes were incredibly cold, devoid of any emotion, as if he didn't recognize her at all. At this moment, for some reason, Jiang's heart was filled with immense disappointment. Take her away, Jiang Xie said indifferently. The 2 men behind him immediately stepped forward to grab Jiang. They had prepared for her to resist. But strangely, she seemed to have resigned herself to fate. There was no resistance whatsoever. Jiang no longer wanted to resist. Jiang Xie's gaze was like a thorn, piercing into her heart. She stared intently at Jiang Xie, as if trying to discern something from his eyes. But unfortunately, in his eyes, there was only the same coldness as always. Jiang Xie watched Jiang's behavior throughout, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Yet he still tried to maintain a cold demeanor. Soon. Just a little more. If I don't make you completely give up hope, how will you ever be willing to leave? How could Jiang Xie not see that Jiang already had an inexplicable affection for him? He also had a good impression of Jiang. All of this was for her to return to the Haoran Sect smoothly. Jiang was taken away just like that, as if she had lost her soul. Actually, Jiang Xie could have directly saved her with the Fanchen sword, but he couldn't use it. His current identity was the young lord of a demonic path force, once his identity as the Fanchen sword master was exposed. The righteous path forces in the Eastern Continent, and not just the Eastern Continent but everywhere, would probably move against him. They would never allow such a person to appear within the demonic path. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. His fearlessness did not mean the Jiang family was fearless, so he could only make Jiang suffer for a while. 17. I'm a bad person. Jiang Xie, what exactly do you want to do? A slightly angry voice came from the dim dungeon. Although the voice was emitted in anger, it still couldn't hide its pleasantness. And while the tone was somewhat cold, the timbre was extremely clear and beautiful. In the dungeon, a plain-looking woman knelt on the ground, her hands and feet bound by iron chains. Her clothes were tattered, and her face was somewhat pale. Her disheveled appearance made her look extremely disheveled. The woman was Jiang, who was imprisoned here. Under normal circumstances, these 2 not-so-powerful chains would not be able to restrain her, but now, her cultivation had been sealed once again. Jiang looked at the man sitting leisurely not far away, her eyes filled with rage. He sat quietly to the side, holding a cup of tea and savoring it, completely oblivious to the woman's anger. Good tea, Jiang Xie took a small sip of the tea in his hand and exclaimed. Then he turned his gaze to the woman not far away. He smiled slightly and said, Zio Yuer, stop scolding. You've known all along that I'm not a good person. Yes, I knew it 2 years ago. For the past 2 years I thought your character wasn't that bad, but I never expected. You clearly told me not to worry, so why are you treating me like this now? Jai Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on him. She felt a mix of love and hate for the man in front of her. At this moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. 3 days ago, she was imprisoned here, initially thinking it was Jiang Xie's special arrangement, and that his cold gaze was just an act. She still held hope in her heart for Jiang Xie. She hadn't forgotten what Jiang Xie said to her that day. Don't worry, with me here, you'll be fine. She believed that in over 2 years, she had come to understand Jiang Xie somewhat. But the truth proved, Jiang Xie had truly become like a different person. He became utterly unfamiliar to her, as if everything before was just a disguise. Jiang Xie repeatedly eroded the hope in her heart, and then repeatedly plunged her into despair. For these 3 days, Jai Yu was tormented by Jiang Xie daily. The physical torment was bearable, as Jiang Xie didn't use heavy hands. The main torment was psychological. The dim dungeon, the constant roars from other dungeons nearby, and the gloomy, dirty environment all made her, a young miss, feel disgusted. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed, thinking of the rumors outside. For 2 years she, who thought she understood Jiang Xie, had always dismissed them. Things like the demonic path's #1 profligate, a great devil head, and so on. However, after truly experiencing it for these 3 days, she realized that although Jiang Xie usually appeared harmless, his methods were extremely cruel. He neither told her what he wanted to do, nor did he release her, nor did he offer any explanation. He just slowly wore down her patience and eroded the hope in her heart. Actually, if I said I'm saving you, would you believe me? Jiang Xie suddenly said seriously. When he said this, he also felt a knot in his heart. But there was no choice. Things had come to this. To make the act convincing, he had to do this. He just needed to hold on for another day or two. This was also why he insisted on being the first to interrogate her. If he let others do it, he couldn't be sure what Jai Yu would be tortured into. As for Zhu Li, he didn't have many days left to live either. Jiang Xie slowly moved closer to Jai Yu, lifted a strand of her hair with his hand, and sniffed it near his nose. Still the familiar scent. Jai Yu was filled with shame and anger. Although she utterly detested his behavior at this moment, for some reason, a blush still crept onto her cheeks. She couldn't help but secretly curse herself for being so weak, for still feeling shy because of his actions, even though he had treated her like this and clearly didn't trust her at all. Jai Yu, wake up, he's just deceiving you. What's saving yourself? It's all lies. She understood that if it were someone else she might not be so angry. But because it was Jiang Xie, she simply couldn't calm down, feeling like she was about to explode with rage. Perhaps, is this love turning into hate? While she was in a daze, Jiang Xie's voice came again. Unfortunately, you don't look good in your current state. Enough nonsense. Do what you want, kill me or torture me, I won't believe your lies. Jai Yu said with shame and anger. If only her body wasn't restricted and she couldn't fully exert her strength. She would definitely fight Jiang Xie and force the reason for his actions out of him. See, I told you, but you don't believe me. Jiang Xie spread his hands helplessly and then smiled. Since that's the case, I'll just have to make you suffer a little. What do you want to do? Jai Yu immediately became wary, with some fear in her eyes. She couldn't help but shrink back, causing the chains to rattle. Jiang Xie then lifted her chin again and said with an evil smile, "Of course it's this." Saying that, he suddenly kissed Jai Yu's lips. Jai Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, she bit down hard on Jiang Xie's lip. His tilde. Jiang Xie cried out in pain, quickly let go of her, and wiped his lips with his hand. A trace of blood had already appeared there. Zio Yuer, having too much temper isn't good. Jiang Xie chuckled, then suddenly grabbed her small foot and began to tickle it. Jai Yu's face instantly changed. Her cheeks gradually turned crimson. Finally, she couldn't hold back. Then Jiang Xie pinched a piece of flesh on her waist and began to gently twist it. At this moment Jiang was on the verge of tears. It hurt so much, yet she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This torment was truly hell. I will definitely kill you. The screams continued incessantly, making all the other people imprisoned in the dungeon tremble. They secretly prayed that Jiang Xie, this devil head, would never come for them. At the same time, it also made the two men guarding outside the dungeon show expressions of fear. Young Master Jiang is too brutal, isn't he? This Haoran Sect saintess is probably driven mad by him, laughing one moment and crying the next. SHH, although it's true, don't speak carelessly. If he hears it, our heads won't be safe. Perhaps remembering something, both of them shivered simultaneously. I never would have thought that young Master Jiang, who seemed so weak, could be so brutal. Who knows? We just need to report young Master Jiang's actions to Lord Demonic Sun, and not worry about anything else. After a while, the screams in the dungeon abruptly stopped. The two guards also quickly shut their mouths. Thump 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 sounds came. It was the sound of footsteps, and the bodies of the two men immediately tensed up. Jiang Xie stepped out, merely glancing at them, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. This made him feel a bit helpless. Did he really look that terrifying? Leaving the dungeon, Jiang Xie arrived at a house outside the dungeon, where he had spent the last 3 days. Old Wu was also there. Are the things ready? Jiang Xie asked indifferently. Old Wu nodded, pointing inside the room. At this moment, a man lay in the house. The man was similar in height and build to Jiang Xie, and even his cultivation was only at body tempering realm 8th level. Jiang Xie took a look, then took out a mask identical to the one on his own face and compared it to the man's face. After finding it a good fit, he showed a satisfied expression. Very good, Jiang Xie smiled faintly. Without delay, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground again, checking the second statue in the palace. As soon as he stepped into the palace, Jiang Xie noticed a fierce light emanating from it. The second statue was now fully activated. 2 large characters slowly appeared on the statue's chest. They were the 4 characters, Devour Counterattack. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from the statue, directly entering Jiang Xie's body. After a while, he opened his eyes. A smile played on his lips. The show is about to begin. 18. One of the 6 famous swords. Inside the dungeon, Jiang trembled all over. The pain in her body was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She didn't understand. She had thought for 3 days and 3 nights, but she still couldn't understand. Why was Jiang Xie like a completely different person? Was his current appearance his true self? Was using her to deal with her father his true intention? Was everything a deception? She didn't understand. She truly didn't understand. In the past 3 days, she had tried countless times to discern something from Jiang Xie's gaze and expression. But she was disappointed. It was as if the Jiang Xie of the past was fake, merely an act. She couldn't help but let out a painful wail. Why are you doing this to me, Jiang Xie? In the room outside the dungeon, Jiang Xie had been waiting for this moment. Based on the speed at which the statue emitted light, he estimated it would be completed within 3 days. Sure enough. Just now, he also understood this ability called devouring counterattack. Simply put, some changes had occurred in his body. He could devour others' attacks and use them to counterattack. Of course, the amount of power he could devour still depended on his own strength. This made Jiang Xie feel a bit helpless, like having a treasure mountain but no tools to excavate it. Isn't this a scam? He was a bit helpless. Fortunately, even with only the 4-body realm cultivation, he could still devour enough power to kill a soul-forging realm expert. Although killing a soul-forging realm expert was nothing extraordinary, he was in the 4-body realm. This was a leap of 3 major realms. Luckily, his strength didn't rely on this, not to mention he also had the ability to be immortal, so it didn't matter if he was killed. Tomorrow was the day the Blood Demon Sect would begin interrogating Jiang, so it seemed he had to act today. My cultivation has improved. At this moment, Jiang Xie realized that his realm had reached the forging body realm 9th level. It was probably due to the activation of the statue. But this increase was too small. His cultivation talent was truly unmatched. From body tempering realm 1st level to forging body realm 9th level, it took him a full 9 years. 9 years. Even a pig would have reached the 2nd realm by now. Sigh, it's really frustrating. Jiang Xie even wondered if the first statue he activated back then wasn't the one for longevity, but other statues. Would he still be here safely now? No one knew the answer. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Xie called out Old Wu. At your service. Old Wu immediately entered the room, quietly awaiting orders. Jiang Xie took out a mask and handed it to him. Old Wu's eyes showed confusion. Put on this mask and try to lure away the two from the Blood Demon Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect. For this imprisonment of Jai Yu, the 3 major sects each sent a Yukong realm expert to guard her. The Jiang family naturally was Old Wu, which was also Jiang Xie's request. As for why they didn't send more powerful or more experts, but only a few people. The reason was simple. For 2 years, Jai Wushwang had no news of Jai Yu, so he entrusted other righteous path sects to search together. And the demon sect were precisely their most suspected targets. Once there was any large-scale personnel movement, it would inevitably be noticed by the righteous path forces. Before Jai Yu herself personally admitted to being the Haoran Sect saintess, it was not advisable to make a big fuss. The purpose of having Jai Yu admit her identity was not for them to believe it, but for Jai Wushwang to believe it. All right. Old Wu took the mask from Jiang Xie's hand. He didn't ask further. As long as it was something Jiang Xie asked him to do, he would do it without complaint. If Jiang Fingliu hadn't saved his life back then, he probably wouldn't be alive now. Putting on the mask, Old Wu left. Jiang Xie, however, slowly sat down, untied the gourd from his waist, twisted the lid once, then opened it and took a big gulp. After one gulp, his complexion became much rosier. Refreshing. Old Wu only knew there was tea in the gourd, but he didn't know there was also wine. Putting the gourd away, he then took off his own mask. Then he took off his outer robe, changed into a white long gown, and even changed his hair ornament. To make himself look more like a righteous path person. Though. He tried to change his voice again, and after confirming there were no problems, he put the mask he had used onto the face of the black-clad man on the ground. After doing all this, he began to wait quietly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang from outside. Closely followed by shouts. Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching here? What kind of petty thief dares to trespass into the dungeon? Jiang Xie's eyes flashed. He understood that Old Wu had acted. He didn't rush but continued to wait. Only after all sounds from outside completely ceased did he carry the man on the ground and walk out. He had already understood the layout here. He skillfully avoided many guards and arrived outside the dungeon, where Jai Yu was imprisoned. He glanced at the 2 guards outside from a distance. Although they were only controlling Yuan realm, he still had to use some means. Jiang Xie's lips curved into a smile, and he softly uttered, "Come out." As his words fell, faint ripples appeared in the void realm. An ancient longsword slowly emerged before him. The sword was 3 feet 6 inches long, and its style was very ordinary. So ordinary that no one would even glance at it if it were thrown on the ground. It looked unremarkable. No one could imagine the terrifying power contained within this sword, including Jiang Xie himself before this. Looking at the sword before him, Jiang Xie's thoughts couldn't help but return to that year he was 12. That year, snow was falling heavily. Upon learning that he had no cultivation talent, he suddenly lost all hope. In this world, having no talent was like being born with a disability on Blue Star. The pain and despair were self-evident. Then, in despair, he discovered the palace in the darkness when he closed his eyes. This gave him hope. And then on an outing, he found a jade pendant. A few days later, with nothing to do, he wandered around the city. He accidentally heard a string of curses. "Look at this sword, is it a peerless treasure? But the person who sold me the sword said it was a peerless treasure. You were clearly tricked." After an argument, the man selling the sword threw the sword onto the ground. Jiang Xie observed it carefully for a while. He found that no one even bothered to pick it up, and out of curiosity, he picked up the sword. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the sword, he fainted. When he woke up again, He was already back in the small courtyard. He then learned that old Wu had carried him back. The sword, however, had disappeared, but he could clearly sense that the sword was by his side. 19. How can you die? Later, he searched all the famous swords on Shengyuan Continent and compared them one by one. Finally, he learned that the sword in his hand was the Fanchen sword, one of the 6 great famous swords in the world. The Fanchen sword, a sword used by mortals, ranked 6th among the 6 great famous swords. There were not many records about this sword, only this sentence. The Fanchen sword, only those who are not ordinary can use it. The sword chooses its master. However, though the sword is strong, the user cannot bear the burden, and it will ultimately be a fleeting spectacle. The rank of the 6 great famous swords cannot be viewed with common sense. Jiang Xie also checked the meaning of that sentence. Only then did he know that the sentence meant, the Fanchen sword, only mortals can unleash its power, and the sword will choose its own master. However, though the Fanchen sword is strong, the person who uses it is not strong, and it can only be a fleeting spectacle in the end. It's easy to understand. Although the Fanchen sword is powerful, only mortals can unleash its power, and once used, the user will definitely be overwhelmed. Those who can unleash the Fanchen sword's power twice are exceedingly rare. Most of the time, the sword's master would die after one use. It was precisely for this reason that the Fanchen sword ranked 6th among the 6 great famous swords. However, even so, the Fanchen sword is still a divine artifact in the hearts of many ordinary people. Since I am destined to be immortal, then I want my life to bloom with glory once. This was the thought of most mortals on Shengyuan Continent. It was either a coincidence or fate, but Jiang Xie didn't worry about this problem at all. Because even if he didn't die, it was certainly very difficult for him to die. The side effects of the Fanchen sword were not an issue for him at all. However, it would definitely be painful, and how long his body would take to recover after one use was also a problem. Jiang Xie slowly gripped the hilt of the sword. The moment his hand rested on it, his entire aura instantly changed. It was as if a sword immortal had emerged, displaying his sharp edge, and dense sword qi continuously emanated from him, creating an astonishing momentum. Then, Jiang Xie pointed a finger at the throat of the black-clad man on the ground, directly destroying his vocal cords in his hands. This prevented him from removing his mask. The man had long been awakened by the pain, his eyes filled with fear, and he kept rolling on the ground. Jiang Xie showed no mercy. Although this man's cultivation was not high, he had committed countless evil deeds. Against such a person, he felt no guilt in his heart, and the sword in Jiang Xie's hand slowly descended. With a puchy sound, blood immediately gushed out. The man's eyes widened, wanting to scream loudly, but no sound came out. He could only use all his strength to crawl up from the ground and flee into the distance. Run! From today onwards, Jiang Xie will become history. Jiang Xie, a righteous path cultivator, will step onto the stage of history. Looking at the distant figure, Jiang Xie's eyes flickered slightly. After today, there will be no more Jiang Xie within the demonic path. A Jiang Xie will appear within the righteous path. At the same time, within the Jiang family, Jiang Fingliu sent out a letter, its destination, Haoran Sect. The man's figure was quickly discovered by several men guarding the area. Seeing his familiar attire and his miserable state, the men were immediately shocked. Young Lord Jiang, what happened to you? How long had it been? The young Lord Jiang, who was just lively moments ago, had become like this. All of them trembled inwardly. The man wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word, only continuously looking behind him. The guards' gazes couldn't help but follow suit. In their line of sight, a white-robed figure holding a sword appeared before them. The man was incredibly handsome, and waves of sword qi surged from his body. Who are you? The crowd immediately shouted loudly, simultaneously raising their weapons, their gazes vigilantly fixed on Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie smiled slightly, disdainfully saying, "So the renowned young Lord Jiang is actually so pathetic. It makes my prison break rather uninteresting." Upon hearing this, several people's faces showed expressions of horror. I didn't expect there to be more than one person trying to break out of prison. The 2 adults haven't returned yet. What should we do? Quick, you go first and report to the sect's adult. The men immediately divided their tasks, and one of them immediately ran off into the distance. "Leave, did you ask me first?" Jiang Xie smiled faintly, and the sword in his hand slowly descended. With one sword strike, sword chi surged forth. The black-clad man's body was the first to be pierced through, and he fell straight to the ground. Young Lord Jiang has been killed. The expressions of the remaining few were greatly alarmed, yet before they could react, another flash of sword light appeared, and a line of blood slowly emerged on their necks. All of them fell down. Jiang Xie didn't delay and directly entered the dungeon, arriving at the place where Jai Yu was imprisoned. With one sword strike, the prison door instantly shattered. Immediately after, two more sword strikes broke all the chains binding Jai Yu's body. However, at this moment, Jai Yu kept her head down. She didn't even look up. It seemed as if her heart was dead. Jiang Xie felt a little pain, but he had no choice but to do this. "Girl, the guards outside have been slain by us righteous path cultivators. You are safe now, come out with me." Jai Yu finally glanced at the man in front of her, but only for a moment before she withdrew her gaze. Her expression remained blank. Jiang Xie was about to say something, but his expression changed, as if he sensed something. He walked towards the outside of the dungeon, saying as he walked, "It seems your sect people have come to pick you up. I won't accompany you any further." Jai Yu still didn't react. Jiang Xie shook his head slightly, and the moment he left the dungeon, the bracelet on Jai Yu's wrist suddenly shattered. That incredibly clear sound, however, sounded so sorrowful in Jai Yu's ears. Her eyes slowly regained their luster, and she couldn't help but raise her right hand. The bracelet had already broken into two pieces. At this moment, Jiang Xie's words from that day resurfaced in her mind. "All right, from now on, you are my person. This soul control lock has been put on. Unless I die, it will not be undone. Unless I die, it will not be undone. Unless I die." These four words kept echoing in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already streamed down her face. "Why shouldn't I hate him? Why am I so sad? Why did you die? Why? After several whys in a row, she finally burst into tears. After crying for a while, she suddenly thought of something and rushed out frantically. Upon arriving outside the dungeon, the first thing she saw was the familiar figure lying on the ground. "No!" She stumbled and ran over but fell to the ground, unable to touch the figure. "Why, Jiang Xie, come back to life. I won't allow you to die. Woo, come back to life. I won't blame you anymore. I won't hate you anymore." Although that figure was indeed very similar to Jiang Xie, if Jai Yu had been in a normal state, she would have noticed the discrepancy. Unfortunately, at this moment, she was immersed in grief, and her judgment had significantly declined. "It's him, it must be him." The white-robed figure who had just appeared before her suddenly flashed in Jai Yu's mind. She suspected that it was the other party who killed Jiang Xie. "You wait, I will avenge you." Her eyes gleamed with hatred. Jiang Xie, in a corner not far away, almost fell to the ground when he heard this sentence. What kind of situation is this? What a sin! In the distance, Jai Yu crawled up from the ground again. She wanted to remove the other person's mask to see what Jiang Xie truly looked like. Just as she was about to succeed, a gust of wind swept in. It lifted her body into the air. At the same time, an incredibly joyful voice came. "You it's really you." When Jai Yu reacted, she was already in front of Jai Wuxuang. As if her overwhelming grief had found an outlet, she immediately threw herself into Jai Wuxuang's embrace, crying out, "Father, woo." Jai Wuxuang hugged her, feeling heartbroken, only thinking that she had suffered grievances outside. Let's talk when we get back. Whatever grievances you've suffered, Father will seek justice for you." With that, he left directly, disregarding Jai Yu's struggles. Jai Yu cried even louder. "This plot is not very long, don't be impatient." 20. Master Jiang, please accept my condolences. After personally witnessing Jai Wuxuang take Jai Yu away, Jiang Xie also quietly left the area. Before long, he returned to the room outside the dungeon and waited quietly. He knew Old Wu's strength. He was at the peak of the Yukong realm, an extremely rare and powerful expert in the Jiang family, with formidable strength. The two from the Heavenly Fiend Sect and the Blood Demon Sect were only at the 6th or 7th level of the Yukong realm. It shouldn't be difficult to hold them back. After waiting for about half an incense stick of time, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Xie's lips curved into a smile, and he replied, "Come in." With a creak, old Wu pushed the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he stopped, looking at the figure before him with uncertainty. Although he wasn't injured, he looked quite disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, ripped in places. It seemed that he had only intended to lure the opponents away, and couldn't reveal his true strength, nor could he directly kill them, which was quite inconvenient. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a state. Looking at the white-robed figure before him, he hesitated for a moment, then asked uncertainly, "Young lord." Despite having followed Jiang Xie for many years, he had never seen Jiang Xie's true appearance. His hesitation was normal at this moment. Jiang Xie looked at him and smiled faintly. "That's right, I knew you'd return safely." "It's really the young lord." Old Wu's expression brightened with joy, and his eyes lit up. He then marveled, "So this is what the young lord looks like. This is the first time I've seen the young lord's appearance in so many years. You truly are a handsome and charming man. You'll surely captivate many young maidens." As he spoke, he walked up to Jiang Xie and began to scrutinize Jiang Xie's face. Jiang Xie rolled his eyes at him and said seriously, "Stop fooling around, old Wu. Starting today, you'll have to live under a different identity." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud. Old Wu immediately knelt down, asking anxiously, "Is the young lord going to abandon me?" Combining Jiang Xie's tone, his first reaction was that Jiang Xie was going to abandon him. Jiang Xie reached out and helped him up, shaking his head slightly and smiling. "Don't overthink it, I'm not that kind of person. It's just that I'm officially dead now, so you must also change your appearance." Old Wu was full of questions. Officially dead? How did he die? What on earth happened while he was out? Despite his confusion, he didn't ask, but instead said, "Then what identity should I live under?" "Change your appearance. From now on you will address me as young master." "Good," old Wu agreed without a second thought. For him, being able to stay by Jiang Xie's side was enough. "If I had known, I would have learned Yuer's disguise technique." Jiang Xie slapped his head, feeling quite regretful. Helpless, he could only take out a brand new mask and hand it to old Wu. This mask was not an ordinary one. Although it couldn't block the prying eyes of some powerful experts, for now, it presented no problems whatsoever. Old Wu took the mask and immediately put it on. Seeing this, Jiang Xie stood up and walked outside. "Let's go, we can't stay here anymore." The two left the room, one after the other. At the same time, the three major forces, having received the news, each brought a considerable number of people to the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the experts of the three major forces gathered. Hangzhou, Zutian, and Zhang Fingliu were all present. As the Heavenly Fiend Sect's territory, their people were the first to arrive. Alas! Looking at the corpse on the ground, Hangzhou sighed lightly and said to Zhang Fingliu with an apologetic expression, "Jiang family head, I am truly sorry your son has unfortunately passed away. Although it's highly probable for the sake of certainty, please confirm it yourself, Jiang family head." Although his tone carried a hint of apology, many people around him could discern a good deal of schadenfreude in his expression. Jiang Fingliu understood this, his face expressionless but a sneer of disdain in his heart. As soon as Hangzhou finished speaking, two disciples of the Heavenly Fiend Sect carried the Jiang Xie corpse over. To outsiders, that figure was identical to Jiang Xie. Not only was the physique similar, but the clothing was also what Jiang Xie wore. Although dead, the faint qi emanating from the corpse indicated his cultivation was at body tempering realm 8th level. Additionally, the mask on his face and other details all matched the Jiang Xie they had seen a few days prior. Jiang Xie was very likely dead. The expressions of the Jiang family members were not good. They still held a glimmer of hope. Among those present, probably only Jiang Fingliu had seen Jiang Xie's true appearance, which was why even the elders of the Jiang family could not be 100% certain. It was precisely for this reason that Hangzhou asked Jiang Fingliu to check. Behind Zhu Tian, Zhu Li sneered with disdain. As expected, he was just a silver spear with a wax head, dying so easily. It turns out the young Master Jiang was so useless. Compared to him, Leng Ye of the Heavenly Fiend sect was much more cautious. He wouldn't jump to conclusions easily, until Jiang Fingliu made a definitive statement. Jiang Xie always gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange about it. Jiang Fingliu didn't say much. After nodding slightly to Hong Xiu, he slowly walked towards the corpse. At this moment, no one knew what others were thinking. But they were all closely observing Jiang Fingliu's expression. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the corpse. Jiang Fingliu extended his hand and slowly removed the mask. With just a glance, he already had the answer in his heart. His face instantly fell. Seeing the change in his expression, the Jiang family elders nearby couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Family head, is it really the young lord?" He said in a deep voice, "Indeed, it's Xie." Upon receiving his confirmation, the elders of the Jiang family changed greatly, becoming incredibly sorrowful, while the others had various thoughts. Some were gloating, some were dismissive, and some were watching the show. However, on the surface, they didn't show it. The happiest, undoubtedly, were the people from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Blood Demon sect. Wherever there is power, there will be conflict. Moreover, the Jiang family had been deliberately distancing themselves from them in recent years. Although they were demonic path forces, in recent years, their demonic path actions had almost disappeared. Instead, they seemed to be leaning towards the righteous path. Incidents of Jiang family disciples committing murder, robbery, or causing trouble were also almost non-existent. This had already made them secretly wary. Now in this unexpected incident, their two sects suffered no losses, while Jiang Fingliu's son died. How could this not make them secretly pleased? But even so, on the surface, they still began to comfort Jiang Fingliu. "Jiang family head, please accept our condolences. Since this incident happened on my Heavenly Fiend sect's territory, my Heavenly Fiend sect will definitely find the culprit. Jiang family head, the person is dead. It's highly probable that the Haoran Sect did it. You must not act rashly. We demonic path forces cannot swallow this chi, but we also need to plan for the long term. Ali, family head, the murderer of the young lord must not be let off. Right, we must make them pay with blood. My Jiang family is not so easily bullied. Do they really think my Jiang family is a vegetarian?" The elders of the Jiang family looked furious, all speaking out, wanting to take action immediately. 21. Paying the young master's blood debt with blood. Jiang Fingliu's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "All of you, shut up. Of course, I'm furious about Xie's death, but we can't disregard the rest of the Jiang family. This matter cannot be rushed. The debt for Xie's murder will be settled sooner or later, but absolutely not now. The most urgent task is to prepare Xie's funeral." Although the Jiang family elders were furious, they were not yet beyond reason. They understood that what Jiang Fingliu said was correct. They immediately nodded and said, "The family head is right. The most urgent task is to prepare Xie's funeral. It must be a grand burial. In that case, I'll head back first. I'll trouble the two fellow Taoists to investigate this matter," Jiang Fingliu said gravely, turning to Hong Xiu and Zhu Tian. "No problem at all." Hong Xiu and Zhu Tian immediately agreed. But everyone knew the reality of the situation. Jiang Fingliu was accustomed to this, secretly cursing the two old foxes. However, at this moment he was happy. If he didn't have to maintain his composure, he would have burst into laughter. This boy truly has some skill. He remembered that, on the eve of the meeting of the three major powers, the father and son had talked late into the night. At that time, Jiang Xie's first words had startled him. That day, inside the Jiang family. "Father, I want to die for a bit," Jiang Xie suddenly said with extreme seriousness. Jiang Fingliu thought he had misheard, looked at him strangely, and did not reply. "Father, I want to die for a bit." It wasn't until Jiang Xie repeated the sentence that he realized he hadn't misheard. He immediately gave Jiang Xie a smack. "Ouch!" Jiang Xie cried out in pain, asking in confusion, "Father, why did you hit me?" "You brat, do you know what you're saying?" Jiang Fingliu said, disappointed. "Just because your cultivation talent is a bit low, you want to seek death. You should know that among the famous great figures throughout history, there are many with poor cultivation talent, yet they still became supreme powerhouses. There are also those with heaven-defying cultivation talent who ultimately faded into obscurity. Whether one can become a supreme powerhouse, cultivation talent is only one factor. Effort and opportunity are sometimes more important than cultivation talent. You are still young, and there are many possibilities ahead. How can you easily seek death? Jiang Xie was stunned. He hadn't expected that merely wanting to state his plan would lead to a lecture from Jiang Fingliu. This made him feel a bit helpless. Although he lacked cultivation talent, with his golden finger, how could he easily go to his death? Moreover, even if he wanted to die now, it would be difficult. However, Jiang Fingliu's lecture also brought a hint of warmth to his heart. Father, is there a possibility that the death I spoke of isn't actual death? Oh, Jiang Fingliu looked at him in surprise, becoming a little curious. Tell me. Actually, father, you also know, my cultivation talent isn't very good. Jiang Xie was a bit embarrassed, as this was indeed somewhat difficult to say. Jiang Fingliu was a powerhouse in the domain realm, while he, as his son, only possessed the meager cultivation of body tempering realm 8th level. Jiang Fingliu didn't feel ashamed, but he felt ashamed for him. Continue. Although the chances are slim, but I think, is it because of the cultivation technique? Therefore, I want to venture out into the world. The demonic path's influence is too restrictive. This time, Jiang Fingliu understood. You want to pull a golden cicada sheds its shell, change your identity and venture into the righteous path forces. Precisely. Then how do you plan to do it? Father will understand when the time comes. At that time, Jiang Fingliu had been constantly guessing how Jiang Xie would act. It wasn't until he saw the appearance of that corpse just now that he finally understood. Jiang Xie had already completed the golden cicada sheds its shell. To be honest, when he first saw the corpse, he was nervous for a moment, but he quickly noticed some clues. Before opening the mask, he had already understood. Jiang Fingliu wasn't particularly worried about Jiang Xie's safety. Although Jiang Xie's cultivation wasn't impressive, he was full of clever ideas, intelligent, and had Wu Fan by his side. Before long, he would surely inform him of his current situation under a different identity. Then the rest was up to him to perform. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Fingliu personally stepped forward and embraced the corpse. Since it was an act, it naturally had to be done thoroughly. After the Jiang family members left, the people from the two sects began discussing again. This Jiang family has been acting increasingly strangely in recent years. I heard that the reason for this is that boy Jiang Xie. Hongxiu said indifferently. Zhu Tian also nodded. I had someone investigate and it's true. Now, Jiang City no longer shows any trace of the demonic path's influence. This Jiang Xie truly has some skill. If the Jiang family were to associate with the righteous path, our two sects would have to eliminate them as quickly as possible. The two began chatting, one after another. It's good that that boy Jiang Xie is dead. The more conflicts there are between the Jiang family and the righteous path, the less likely they are to follow the righteous path. Now the demonic path is in decline, and there are many righteous path disciples, while very few disciples join our demonic path. Who would want to join the demonic path unless they were forced to a certain extent? If this continues, I fear that you and I will eventually be annihilated by those fellows from the righteous path. Fortunately, the blame for capturing the Haoran Sect saintess isn't ours to bear. The Jiang family, outside Jiang City. With Jiang Fingliu's appearance, holding Jiang Xie's corpse, a storm began to brew within Jiang City. Everyone who saw him immediately closed their shops and followed him. In a short time, a long procession formed. Looking at the corpse in Jiang Fingliu's arms, everyone felt a bad premonition. Arriving outside the Jiang family's main hall, Jiang Fingliu stopped. Facing the multitude of people, he spoke with immense sorrow. Fellow compatriots, young Lord Jiang Xie was unfortunately attacked by villains outside today and has returned to the heavens. Tomorrow, his funeral will be held in Jiang City. As his words fell, the entire Jiang City erupted in an uproar. The young lord is dead. I didn't mishear, did I? Who can tell me if I misheard? I misheard, right? Family head, are you joking? This joke isn't very good. You'd better stop joking. This isn't funny at all. I don't believe it. This must be fake. How could the young lord die? The young lord said just a few days ago that he wanted to drink the tea I brewed. How could he be dead? The young lord also promised to name my boy. He won't die. Who is it who did this? Let's go kill him. Yes, we must avenge the young lord. Although the young lord said he didn't want us to engage in those acts of burning, killing, and looting anymore, at this moment, I just want to slaughter a city to accompany the young lord in death. Throughout Jiang City, countless voices rose. They were filled with immense anger and sorrow. Back then, it was Jiang Xie who allowed them to obtain cultivation resources, without resorting to burning, killing, and looting. It was Jiang Xie who ended their life of living on the edge of a knife. But now, Jiang Xie had been tragically murdered by villains. In their hearts, Jiang Xie's status was already no weaker than Jiang Fingliu's. Jiang Fingliu provided them with a place to survive, while Jiang Xie gave them a way of survival. Therefore they were angry, they were sorrowful, they wanted to kill. Jiang City completely boiled over. 22 frame up. Looking at the surging crowd below, even Jiang Fingliu was momentarily shocked. He knew a bit about what Jiang Xie had done, but he hadn't expected their adoration for Jiang Xie to reach such a level. The development of events had already exceeded his expectations. Yet he couldn't explain that Jiang Xie wasn't actually dead. Nor could he try to persuade them. To achieve the most realistic effect, he had to do this. At this moment, Jiang Fingliu thought of many things. Since Jiang Xie was going to venture into the righteous path, his identity could not be exposed. In that case, Jiang Fingliu hardened his heart. Although this move might render Jiang Xie's previous efforts in the city useless, potentially cause a huge sensation in the Eastern Continent, and possibly invite attacks from righteous path forces. However, he would bear this infamy himself. He was already one of the acknowledged demonic path powerhouses in the Eastern Continent. Thinking of this, he spoke, "Everyone, I understand your feelings. Although Zier might not support you doing this, we must avenge him. Tomorrow, after the funeral, everyone can act as you see fit. Unleash the anger in your hearts. Don't forget, we are the demonic path. When have people of the demonic path ever been afraid? Avenge the young lord. Avenge the young lord. Avenge the young lord." Waves of angry voices rose, shaking the sky. Within Jiang City, there were also people from other cities, and upon hearing such words, their expressions changed drastically. Was the long-dormant war between the righteous and demonic paths about to begin again? They dared not imagine, and for a time, countless people left Jiang City. Before long, news spread throughout the entire Kaiyuan Empire that young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family had been killed. Have you heard? Young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family was killed. Is that true or false? It's being spread everywhere now. Of course it's true, there's no smoke without fire. If you ask me, it's a good thing he died. Exactly, it'd be best if all the demonic path people died. It's good, but now I hear those villains in Jiang City are vowing to avenge Jiang Xie, and then there will be a massacre again. No way it's that serious. It's over. Those of us with low cultivation will be the ones who get hurt again. The righteous and demonic paths of the Eastern Continent haven't had a conflict for several years. Who on earth killed the young master of the Jiang family? Isn't this deliberately provoking a dispute? In an inn in a certain city, many people were discussing the newly arrived news. At first they were excited, thinking it was good that Jiang Xie had died. But upon hearing that the people of Jiang City wanted to avenge Jiang Xie, they all became afraid. In a corner of the inn, a man of extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance held a cup of tea, quietly savoring it. Opposite him was a strange man wearing a mask. Hearing the discussions around them, old Wu couldn't help but ask with a hint of worry, Young master, what should we do about this?" Jiang Xie held the teacup with one hand, rhythmically tapping the tabletop with the other. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to develop this way. He also understood that Jiang Fingliu was doing this to make his death seem more realistic. But this would inevitably lead to conflict with righteous path forces. Casualties were also unavoidable. If a battle was inevitable, A suitable target had to be found. A moment later, his fingers stopped tapping, and he already had the answer in his heart. Shengyuan Sect. This righteous path sect had the most severe enmity with the Jiang family. If they were the ones who attacked the young master of the Jiang family, it would be understandable. Of course, a more important point was that the Shengyuan sect and the Blood Demon sect also did not have a good relationship. A conflict had even broken out 2 years prior. Just right, Zhu Li had already been placed on Jiang Xie's kill list. This time, his death would serve as the fuse to push the Blood Demon sect and the Jiang family to jointly deal with the Shengyuan sect. With the Blood Demon sect joining, the Jiang family's losses could also be reduced. It could be said to be a plan of 3 birds with 1 stone. After thinking clearly, a smile appeared on Jiang Xie's lips. "Old Wu, let's go." Old Wu understood from his expression that Jiang Xie must have thought of a countermeasure. A smile also appeared on his lips. "As you command, young master." The Jiang family. When Jiang Fingliu carried Jiang Xie's body into the room, Sujiro, who had just received the news, rushed over with tear-filled red eyes. Behind her, Jiang Ye's eyes were also red. "Zier, my Zier." Sujiro directly snatched the body from Jiang Fingliu's hands. At the same time, she looked at Jiang Fingliu with resentment, angrily saying, "How can you be such a father? You actually let Zier suffer such misfortune. And where is old Wu? Is he dead? If not, make him come over immediately. Not a single person who killed Zier can be let go." Don't let Sujiro's usual gentle demeanor fool you. When she got angry, even Jiang Fingliu had to be wary. Sujiro's identity was also not simple. She was the princess of one of the 3 great empires of the Eastern Continent, which was the Kaiyuan Empire, where the Jiang family currently resided. Although her connection with the Kaiyuan Empire imperial family was almost severed now, this fact could not be ignored. Speaking of which, Jiang Xie's family was also complicated. Aside from Jiang Xie always appearing in public with a mask, Sujiro also appeared in public with a disguised face. During this time, Jiang Xie had never understood why, and even now he still didn't understand. Everyone in the Eastern Continent knew that the Jiang family was relatively conservative, compared to the other 2 major demonic path forces. In reality, this was not the case. The Jiang family was not like this before. The Jiang family currently only occupied the area of 1 city in the Kaiyuan Empire, which was essentially due to the Kaiyuan Empire's request when Jiang Fingliu married Sujiro. They demanded that the Jiang family, apart from Jiang City, should not occupy any other cities in the Kaiyuan Empire. Even when Sujiro insisted on marrying Jiang Fingliu, the Kaiyuan Empire imperial family also disagreed. It was only when Sujiro threatened to die that the Kaiyuan Empire finally had to compromise. But compromise did not mean they could act recklessly. As a person of the demonic path, if the Kaiyuan Empire openly announced marrying their princess to him, it would inevitably be scorned by the righteous path, and the impact would be too great. Therefore, the process of their marriage was very simple, without any grand display, and even the Kaiyuan Empire remained silent. Both sides tried their best to conceal this news. Until now, the widely spread rumor in the outside world was that the eldest princess of the Kaiyuan Empire was unfortunately attacked by a Yao beast during an outing and had already perished. The Kaiyuan Empire imperial family did not refute it, which was equivalent to tacit approval. Outside, Sujiro always appeared in a disguised state. In the entire Jiang family, currently only Jiang Fingliu, Jiang Xie, and Jiang Ye knew Sujiro's true appearance. It should be known that the Jiang family elders at the time completely disagreed with the matter of the Jiang family not infringing upon other cities of the Kaiyuan Empire. It was only because Jiang Fingliu was exceptionally talented and powerful that he was able to go against the consensus. Seeing Sujiro angry, Jiang Fingliu also showed a helpless expression. Jiang Ye also started crying. "Woo woo woo, father, is big brother really dead? Woo woo woo." 23. The girl's heart is full of sadness. Jiang Fingliu originally wanted to tell Jiang Ye the truth, but he thought of his young age. If he accidentally blurted it out, it would be over. So he held back from telling him. However, it wouldn't do to not tell Sujiro the truth. Heaven knows what she would do once she fell into madness. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xie fainted, and Jiang Fingliu held him in his arms. Only then did he turn his gaze towards Sujiru, who was still crying to the side. Woo 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 my Zier. Sujiru was still sprawled over the corpse, weeping incessantly. That Jiru actually. Actually, what actually? Sujiru was already fuming, and seeing him open his mouth, she immediately cursed. Are you trying to tell me Zier isn't dead to make me happy? I'm telling you, don't try that. Even if I have to use all my strength, I will avenge Zier. Jiang Fingliu thought, you guessed it. But this isn't to make you happy, it's true. Jiru actually, Zier is indeed not dead. Don't you dare, the corpse is right here. As the saying goes, when people are in extreme sorrow, their judgment decreases significantly. This was precisely the case for Sujiru at this moment. She hadn't even confirmed if the face under the mask was Jiang Xie, before concluding that Jiang Xie was dead. Jiang Fingliu also found it difficult to speak to her. A tigress was not to be trifled with. He could only say tactfully, Jiru, Zier's mask seems to be crooked, take a look. Sujiru was startled, and only then remembered that Jiang Xie was still wearing a mask. She looked, and indeed it was crooked. She then muttered, this child always wearing a mask, now that he's dead there's no need to wear it anymore. As she spoke she took off the mask. At this sight she was instantly dumbfounded. The person before her was not her son. She didn't even recognize him. Her sorrowful emotions instantly ceased. She stared blankly, turning to look at Jiang Fingliu and asked, what's going on? This isn't my Zier. Jiang Fingliu smiled, sighing helplessly. Didn't I tell you Zier isn't dead? What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. The situation is like this. Jiang Fingliu quickly explained the entire sequence of events. Sujiru listened, her heart filled with joy. I knew Zier wouldn't die. He's so smart, truly my son. Sujiru beamed with joy. But very quickly, she silently put the mask back on and continued to cry. It was a performance that could be called instant immersion. Jiang Fingliu couldn't help but admire her. Just then, the elders of the Jiang family arrived together. Jiang Fingliu, with a sorrowful expression, welcomed them in, and the elders were all deeply saddened. Jiang Xie was someone they had watched grow up, and they were quite fond of this mischievous child. Afterward, the group discussed the details of tomorrow's funeral before leaving. Meanwhile, far away in the Haoran Sect of the Great Yan Empire, Jai Wushwang looked at Jai Yu, whose eyes were vacant with a pained expression, his heart filled with anxiety. Yuer, what's wrong with you? Tell father, did someone bully you? Tell father, father will uphold justice for you. Yuer, speak, don't scare father. Jai Wushwang's feelings were very complex. He had finally found his daughter. Not long ago, Jai Yu had even thrown herself into his arms, crying, as if she had suffered endless grievances. But when he brought Jai Yu back, a problem arose. Jai Yu ignored him. And from time to time, she would wear a cold expression, not reacting when he spoke to her. Jai Wushwang racked his brain, but couldn't understand why Jai Yu's attitude towards him had changed so dramatically in such a short time. Where did the problem occur? Yuer, who made you suffer? Tell father, father will help you beat him. You. Good, father will go and help you beat. Wait, who did you just say? You. Jai Wushwang was stunned. His mind hadn't even processed it. Yuer, don't joke with father. It's you. Jai Yu's eyes almost spat fire. Jiang Xie was dead, and she was already heartbroken. She had thought she could see Jiang Xie's face one last time. But it had been brutally ruined by Jai Wushwang. It would be strange if she didn't feel resentment in her heart at this moment. Although Jai Wushwang didn't know how he had offended her, he also had enough self-awareness to know that in this situation, it was best to let her calm down alone. So he said, then Yuer, you rest for a bit, father will come see you later. After speaking, without waiting for Jai Yu to get angry again, he hurriedly left. In the large room, only Jai Yu remained. For some reason, she felt that although the room was large, it wasn't as warm as that small courtyard. For over 2 years she had cried, laughed, felt wronged, felt life-chi. When was it? When exactly did she fall in love with him? Was it during the times he bullied her? Or during the days she took care of him? Or perhaps during their playful squabbles? Jiang didn't understand. She only knew that she had indeed fallen in love with Jiang Xie. In the dungeon, she truly hated him. Hated him to the extreme. Hated him for being so heartless. Hated him for not trusting her, for not telling her anything. Hated that there was no ripple in his eyes, as if he didn't care about her at all. But the moment she learned he was dead, Jiang realized that love had long since surpassed hate. She didn't want Jiang Xie to die. Even if he had to die, it should have been by her own hand. After all, he tormented her so much, didn't he? Why did you have to die? Tears at some point streamed down her cheeks. The long tear stains made her look so fragile. It was him, it must have been him. After her sorrow, Jiang's eyes were filled with hatred. She was certain that the person who saved her was the one who killed Jiang Xie. Logically speaking, she should be grateful to that person. But at this moment, her heart was filled only with towering rage. She wished she could tear him to pieces. No matter who you are, no matter what your background, Jiang will definitely kill you, to avenge him. Hatred at this moment quietly took root and began to sprout. Jiang extended her right hand and clawed at her face. A human skin mask was removed, revealing her own original appearance. At this moment she had a small melon seed-shaped face like a porcelain doll, skin like congealed fat, eyebrows like painted ink, beautiful eyes with arched brows, a small, delicate nose, and rosy lips with infinite allure. It was a world of difference from her previous unremarkable face. Immediately after, she untied her twin ponytails and changed them into a high single ponytail, with a few strands of hair scattered on both sides of her forehead. Her entire demeanor instantly changed. From an arrogant young miss, she transformed into a valiant female general. Looking at her current appearance, Jiang began to daze again. What a pity, until the very end you never saw my true appearance. 24. Goddess and Licking Dog, 3600. After restoring her appearance, the first thing Jiang wanted to do was investigate the man from that day. Only by knowing his identity could she better seek her revenge. Secondly, she also wanted to investigate Blood Fury of the Blood Demon Sect. Jiang Xie's death made her suspicious of the words he had said that day. I am actually saving you. Was Jiang Xie really saving her? She wanted to understand, to use this to prove that Jiang Xie wasn't so heartless. Blood Fury was easy enough to handle. She could just ask around. The character of a successor to such a major power of the demonic path was already well known to everyone. The focus was still on that person from that day. Just who was he? This question had been lingering in Jiang's mind. A few years ago, she had followed Jai Wushwang to many other sects and had seen many young disciples. Yet not a single one could be matched with him. As soon as she stepped out of her room and into the sect, Jiang attracted the gazes of many disciples. People stopped in their tracks one after another. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful Jiang with her graceful figure, the disciples of the Haoran Sect were all staring wide-eyed. The woman before them was actually even more beautiful than the Haoran Sect's current #1 beauty, Lin Miao. So beautiful. Who is she? Do we have such a beautiful woman in our sect? Compared to her, Lin Miao is practically crushed into dust. Is she a new junior sister? I feel like I've already fallen for her. Such a beautiful woman is not someone you or I can touch. I'm afraid only those few inner sect disciples can win her heart. Sigh, no need to look. She's definitely prey for the inner sect disciples. A woman like this should only be a match for senior brother Liu Feng. True, senior brother Liu Feng is the #1 genius of our Haoran Sect. He's only 18 and already at the controlling Yuan realm 9th level. The disciples were all talking at once. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Even so, they only watched. Not a single person dared to approach and strike up a conversation. In their eyes, a woman with such looks was not someone they were worthy of. In this world where the strong are respected, without a bit of talent and strength, one wouldn't dare to fight for something they liked even if they saw it. This was an inferiority complex that existed in most people. And the Haoran Sect's #1 genius, Liu Feng, was in their eyes the chosen one who could win the beauty's hand. Handsome, highly talented and strong, he had it all. Men envied him, and women were jealous of her. That was exactly the situation. The men envied Liu Feng's strength. With such talent and power, he naturally wouldn't lack beauties. The women were jealous of Jai Yu's looks, envying that once she caught Liu Feng's eye, she could soar like a phoenix. Jai Yu frowned. She detested it. She detested the gazes of these people. She also detested their arrogance. At this moment, she realized that, although Jiang Xie was a member of the demonic path, his way of doing things was much better than some of these sanctimonious righteous figures. What Haoran Sect's #1 genius, Liu Feng. Just trash, nothing more than a tag-along who used to follow her when she was a child. Not only did she look down on him now, she hadn't even looked up to him before. Now, there was only one person's figure in her heart. Senior brother Liu is here. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. A man arrived at the sect square from out of nowhere. The man wore a green robe, with a well-defined face, thick eyebrows and large eyes paired with sword-like brows. He wasn't bad-looking. But compared to Jiang Xie, he was still far behind. At this moment, his face was full of joy. To the other disciples, this was just the excitement of hearing about new prey. Who in the Haoran sect didn't know that Liu Feng loved beauties? It really is Senior Brother Liu. Senior Brother Liu is too fast, isn't he? He got the news so quickly. Who doesn't know that Senior Brother Liu loves beauties? Who knows how many beautiful women in the sect have been won over by him? SHH, it's fine if you say that in private, but with Senior Brother Liu right here, you still dare to say it. Do you want to die? I'm just telling the truth. Don't you know that Senior Brother Liu hates it most when people say such things while he's conquering a beauty? They, having seemingly said something they shouldn't have, the surrounding voices suddenly became much quieter. Jai Yu heard it all clearly. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes again. She already disliked Liu Feng, and now her disgust for him had reached its peak. Liu Feng, oh Liu Feng, so this is your true face. If she didn't have something for him to do, she wouldn't even see this guy. Jai Yu naturally knew that asking her father for help might be faster. But she didn't want to. For the person who killed Jiang Xie, she wanted to slay them with her own hands to vent her anger. There was a commotion in the crowd, and voices kept rising. One disciple after another made way so that Liu Feng, who was behind them, could reach the front. Passing through the layers of the crowd, Liu Feng finally saw the graceful figure he had been dreaming of day and night. Seeing that Jai Yu was far more beautiful than she had been 2 or 3 years ago, his heart couldn't help but flutter. Having grown up in the Haoran sect, he had liked Jai Yu since childhood, to the point of always following behind her like a tag-along. Until 2 years ago when Jai Yu disappeared. At that time, he had no energy for days and was depressed for a long time. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he could only shift his target to other women. At this moment, Liu Feng felt that the women he had played with before couldn't even compare to a single strand of Jai Yu's hair. Liu Feng's eyes lit up as he ran toward Jai Yu. Seeing him like this, many female disciples' tones turned sour. I don't get it, what's so good about that vixen? Why doesn't Senior Brother Liu notice me? A female disciple weighing over 300 pounds said with a face full of confusion. She seemed to be thinking that since she was so naturally beautiful, why didn't Senior Brother Liu like her, but instead liked that one who was nothing but skin and bones? Exactly, I'm so beautiful, yet Senior Brother Liu doesn't even spare me a glance. Senior Brother Liu truly is a man of integrity. A woman with a mouth full of buck teeth, protruding cheekbones, and thinning hair was heartbroken, her gaze toward Liu Feng filled with love. Some male disciples nearby heard their words and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Their expressions changed instantly. Especially the slightly handsome male disciples, who quickly turned their heads back, for fear of being noticed by them. These 2 female disciples were quite famous within the Haoran sect. One was named Lu Hua, and the other was named Fu Rong. They were rare specimens within the Haoran sect. Moreover, they were of the senior generation, and often took advantage of new disciples, causing the new disciples to suffer unspeakably. The male disciples couldn't help but complain in their hearts. With the way you 2 look, let alone Senior Brother Liu, any male disciple in the sect would take a detour upon seeing you. To actually have the nerve to say such things, how do you even dare? Watching Liu Feng approach Jai Huayu, many disciples sighed inwardly. Another woman was about to fall into senior brother Liu's hands. How enviable, however the facts were often unexpected. Before they could even react. With a thud, everyone saw Liu Feng drop to one knee, and with a face full of excitement and respect, call out to the woman, "Lord Saintess." Buzz. The eyes of all the disciples were shocked. Their gaze toward Jai Huayu changed noticeably. The previous disrespect had already vanished. This is the Lord Saintess. Hasn't the Lord Saintess been missing for several years? It really does look like the Lord Saintess. So it's the Lord Saintess. I was wondering how a great beauty could suddenly appear in the sect for no reason. If it's the Lord Saintess, then it makes sense. Only the Lord Saintess could have such a beautiful appearance. No wonder senior brother Liu was so excited. It's the Lord Saintess. No wonder senior brother Liu looks down on us. If the other party is the Lord Saintess, our loss isn't in vain. In a short time, the tones and attitudes of all the disciples completely changed. From the previous greed and amazement, they turned into admiration and excitement. This is the variety of life. Jai Huayu couldn't help but recall something Jiang Xie had said to her during those 2 years. In this world, there is never a lack of people who praise you. But most of this praise isn't genuine. It's because your strength, talent, or even your background forces them to praise you. Even if they truly praise you, except for family, most of them have an ulterior motive. At the time, she felt Jiang Xie's words were too much. But looking at it now, what he said was correct. She could no longer find the feeling she had in the sect when she was a child. She only felt that the small courtyard was the most comfortable state. Jai Huayu responded faintly. Liu Feng was overjoyed and made a move to step forward and take her hand. The disgust in Jai Huayu's eyes flashed and disappeared. With a shift of her figure, she dodged him and said expressionlessly, "Liu Feng, watch your behavior." "Ha ha," Liu Feng laughed awkwardly, knowing he was a bit too abrupt because of his excitement. "Why you about that? Call me Lord Saintess." "Lord Saintess. I have something for you to do." "Ugh." Before Liu Feng could finish, he was interrupted by Jai Huayu. Without waiting for his answer, Jai Huayu continued, "I want you to help me investigate who killed young Master Jiang." Her tone was domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Liu Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He was counting on this to improve his standing in Jai Huayu's heart. However, he couldn't help but ask a few questions. "Lord Saintess, why are you investigating this?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just do it." Jai Huayu's tone was icy, her expression cold. It was completely different from when she faced Jiang Xie in the Jiang family's courtyard. Liu Feng also saw it. Although Jai Huayu had returned, her temperament had somehow undergone a huge change. She had become incredibly cold. Still in a state of excitement, he didn't look into it further and went to do the task straightforwardly. He didn't realize at all that he had simply become Jai Huayu's pawn, a pawn with no feelings who could be discarded at any time. Nor did he realize that the goddess he liked had already become someone else's simp. After giving her orders, Jai Huayu left everyone with a cold view of her back. She was going into seclusion for the sake of revenge. Meanwhile, within the Red Cloud Empire, 2 figures, one tall and one short, quietly entered Blood City, where the Blood Demon Sect was located. A smile always hung on the corner of the young man's mouth. The older one wore a mask. Jiang Xie was very relaxed and at ease. Although his current cultivation was only at the Forging Body Realm 9th level, it could be said that his talent was among the worst. But the means he possessed were all extraordinary. Even though Old Wu was a powerhouse at the Yukong Realm 9th level, and the gap between him and Jiang Xie was immense, if they really fought, the one to die would definitely be Old Wu. His perverted undying ability alone was enough to make him fearless. "Young master, what are we doing in Blood City? Could it be that we're going to charge into the Blood Demon Sect?" Old Wu was excited and eager to try. Jiang Xie stopped and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Who's charging in, you or me, to go in and be slaughtered like pigs?" Although charging into the Blood Demon Sect wasn't that difficult, at worst, he could just run if he couldn't win. But if he could run, could Old Wu run? When the time came, Wouldn't he be slaughtered like a chicken by the powerhouses of the blood demon sect? Old Wu scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't there still you, young master?" Jiang Xie didn't know what caused Old Wu to have such a view of him. Could it be that his abilities had leaked? That shouldn't be. Where exactly did the problem lie? What he didn't know was that, although Old Wu didn't know the various trump cards Jiang Xie possessed, he had personally seen that every time someone came to assassinate Jiang Xie and he himself couldn't get away, he would feel that Jiang Xie was certain to die. Yet every time, Jiang Xie was able to walk out unscathed and even kill the assassins in return. At that time, he felt that Jiang Xie's body tempering realm cultivation must be fake. Perhaps he was even stronger than himself. Although this was a bit fantastical. For some reason, Old Wu always had this feeling in his heart, and he couldn't shake it off. 25. Young Master Unfathomable. In Old Wu's opinion, the most inscrutable people in the entire Jiang family were neither Jiang Fingliu, nor the Jiang family's slumbering old ancestor. Instead, it was the young Jiang Xie. Because sometimes, even he could feel a faint sense of danger around Jiang Xie. As if, should he make a move against him, something terrifying would happen. The only one we need to kill is Zhu Li. Otherwise, how can the blood demon sect become an aid to the Jiang family? Jiang Xie smiled faintly. Old Wu's heart, however, jolted. Although Jiang Xie had only spoken a simple sentence, the meaning it contained was far more profound. Upon carefully considering the words, one could realize that Jiang Xie had subtly revealed the fact that he was capable of killing his way into the blood demon sect, but due to certain considerations, he would only kill Zhu Li. Old Wu also grinned and said, "Then I'll listen to young master." No sooner had he spoken than he frowned, asking in confusion, "Then, young master, how are we supposed to sneak into the blood demon sect?" "Sneak in?" Jiang Xie shook his head slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes, and said indifferently, "No need to go in, we'll just wait outside." Zhu Li's lecherous nature is well known, and he mostly scouts for candidates in Blood City's slave market, so we just need to wait there. So that's how it is. Old Wu suddenly understood. He was indeed not as knowledgeable as Jiang Xie in these matters. As he spoke, he noticed that the surroundings had become dim at some point, and the number of people had increased significantly. Only then did he realize that the two of them had already arrived at the slave market. It seemed the young lord had made preparations long ago. Blood City's slave market was very secluded, located in a small alley in the west of the city, known to few. Generally, those who knew about it, besides those who stumbled in by mistake, were people of some status and background. The arrival of Jiang Xie and the other person undoubtedly attracted the attention of many. One of them was impossibly handsome, exuding a strong righteous path aura, appearing somewhat out of place in this gathering spot of demonic path forces. The other wore a strange mask, and the aura emanating from him indicated he was a strong individual. Why does this person look so much like someone from the righteous path? He does look like it, but the one beside him is a strong individual. Even so, isn't this place somewhere a four-body realm person shouldn't be? If he's from the righteous path, would he dare to be so ostentatious? I'd say he might be a genius from some demonic path force, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Most people who come here are strange. There's nothing to be surprised about. It's better to avoid trouble, just be careful. But many people were discussing Jiang Xie. Although most people who came here wore strange clothes, none of them had the temperament of someone from the righteous path. But Jiang Xie was different. He looked exactly like someone from the righteous path. Jiang Xie ignored their peculiar gazes and discussions, and self-assuredly led Old Wu to a corner to sit down, waiting quietly. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Xie also began to survey his surroundings. This was a small alley. On both sides of the alley were rows of houses. Jiang Xie roughly estimated there were several hundred of them. Outside each house, there were several cages large enough to hold a few people, and inside the cages were several enslaved individuals. Most of them were shackled, their eyes lifeless, as if they had lost all hope in life. These were the samples on display. Among them were individuals in splendid attire, those in rags, Yao race members with golden hair and beast ears, and even strange-looking foreign races. It was hard to imagine how they had become enslaved. There were hundreds of samples alone, a truly shocking sight. This was just one blood city. No one knew how many other cities across the entire Shengyuan Continent had such places. Such was the world where the strong reigned supreme. If one was lucky, they might stumble upon an opportunity, their strength would soar, and they would become a person of high standing. If one was unlucky, they might fall into enemy hands or be targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. At best, they would become enslaved. At worst, they would lose their lives on the spot. But for some, becoming enslaved might be even more painful than dying. Although the surrounding light was dim, there were no unpleasant smells or anything of the sort. The environment was decent. Indeed, if it were dirty and chaotic, no one would step into such a place. While observing, Jiang Xie also noticed that many of the enslaved individuals were looking at him. In those gazes, there was anticipation, pleading, curiosity, and also anger. It was easy to understand, since they had fallen to the fate of being sold. Naturally, they hoped that the buyer who took them away would have a better personality, a gentler appearance, and so on. And he naturally fit the description. Not to mention his unmatched looks, even the feeling he gave off at this moment was greatly commendable. Naturally, this would attract different gazes from these enslaved individuals. As for those angry expressions, they were not directed at him. Perhaps it was simply a dislike for those who bought enslaved people. These people indeed looked pitiful. But Jiang Xie wouldn't be kind enough to save them. Firstly, he had no such obligation. Secondly, he had no money. Even if he were to save them, they would need a reason for him to do so. For example, being able to serve as a very useful tool. Since he had broken free from the Jiang family, he had conceived the idea of establishing his own force. A force that would be absolutely loyal to him. Although the Jiang family was large, it only had a certain influence in the Eastern Continent. If placed in the Saint Continent, it would be somewhat lacking. His goal was not limited to just the Eastern Continent. A large force could deter many people, save you a lot of trouble, and even rescue you from dire situations in times of crisis. The importance of having a force backing you was self-evident. However, as for how to begin, Jiang Xie still had no clue, only some simple ideas. He felt that he was just missing an opportunity. A perfectly timed opportunity. For the force he was about to create, Jiang Xie had even begun to scrutinize every person he met. He was searching for talents who could join his force in the future. The two of them waited like this for an entire afternoon. The people around them went from being curious about them at first to being indifferent now. Perhaps feeling a bit impatient from waiting, old Wu began to complain. "Young master, how much longer do we have to wait? What if he doesn't come for a very long time?" As he spoke, Jiang Xie's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "No need to wait much longer, he's already here." "Here where?" Old Wu followed Jiang Xie's gaze. Indeed, he saw a figure dressed in black and red, and having seen Zhu Li before, he recognized the person at a glance. He really came. Old Wu was about to step forward at the sight. Jiang Xie quickly pulled him back, glared at him and said, "What's the rush? Take another look." Old Wu had no choice but to sit back down. But his eyes were filled with confusion. Immediately after, the two of them saw Zhu Li walk into a house, and after speaking a few words with the owner of the house, he disappeared from their sight. Seeing this, Jiang Xie also stood up and walked towards that house, with old Wu about to follow. "You wait for me here. You don't need to act this time. Pay attention to whether there are any strong individuals from the blood demon sect nearby. If there are, stop them." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. From the moment Zhu Li trespassed into his courtyard, he had been marked for death in Jiang Xie's mind. Not to mention, he also had designs on Jai Yu. If he hadn't been afraid of ruining his plans at the time, he would have struck him down long ago. Now was the perfect time, the moment was ripe. All right, old Wu did not object, nor was he worried about Jiang Xie's safety. On the contrary, his heart was filled with excitement at this moment. The young lord finally acknowledged him. As the demonic path child of the blood demon sect, Zhu Li's cultivation had already reached soul-forging realm first level at the young age of 18, making him one of the top geniuses in the Eastern Continent. And Jiang Xie, 15 years old, seemingly at forging body realm 9th level. But from the words just now, it was not difficult to understand that being able to kill Zhu Li meant Jiang Xie's cultivation was at least soul forging realm 1st level or higher. Indeed, the young lord was unfathomable. I knew it. How could the young lord only be at forging body realm 9th level? As if years of confusion had been resolved, old Wu suddenly felt enlightened. Young lord, you can go in peace. I will hold them off here. 26. Stop pretending 4400. Old Wu was excited, and Jiang Xie was equally excited. Since obtaining the ability from the second statue, he hadn't yet tested its effects. Now that he had the perfect opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. He was very much looking forward to the upcoming scene. Stepping out of the room, the slaves in the large cages placed outside all turned their gazes towards him. Their eyes revealed a look of longing. Jiang Xie naturally understood their thoughts, but he couldn't possibly buy them. He could only pretend not to see them and entered the room. Upon entering the room, Jiang Xie carefully observed his surroundings and found it to be very spacious with a simple style, and several cages holding slaves were placed around. However, there weren't many, and without exception, all their gazes were fixed on Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie continued to pretend not to see them. Zhu Li's figure was nowhere to be seen, so he looked around and indeed spotted a small hidden door. This place should belong to the Blood Demon Sect. Jiang Xie pondered. Just then a middle-aged man walked towards him. The man smiled as he approached Jiang Xie and politely asked, "Young master, have you found any slaves you like?" A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. Putting everything else aside, just this level of service made one feel favorably impressed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this man also possessed a soul-forging realm cultivation. He smiled, feigning interest as he looked around, then said, "I wonder if you have anything more rare here." Upon hearing this, the man's expression became somewhat hesitant. Jiang Xie understood at a glance and continued, "Don't worry, this young master can afford it." The man scrutinized Jiang Xie again. He noticed that Jiang Xie had an extraordinary demeanor, and his attire was not that of an ordinary person, and he immediately made a calculation in his mind. If he could facilitate a big deal, he would get a larger cut. Thinking this, a smile reappeared on his face. "Of course, young master, please follow me." He then led Jiang Xie towards the hidden door. Upon entering the hidden door, a cacophony of sounds immediately reached them. This made Jiang Xie frown. Only then did he realize that there was a whole different world inside this hidden door. The surroundings resembled a massive warehouse, with countless cages placed all around. He noticed that the clamor was not coming from people buying slaves. On the contrary, there were hardly any customers inside. Most of the sound were coming from the slaves confined within the cages. This was a stark contrast to the relatively quiet scene outside. The atmosphere here gave off a sense of defiance, and the variety of beings was quite extensive. There were Yao race, various other races, human race, and so on. Jiang Xie even saw a powerful individual exuding Yu Kong realm aura among them, though their strength was likely sealed at the moment. The quality here is much higher. The young master speaks truly. These are the highest quality slaves in our shop. You can take your time looking and just call me when you've chosen one. I'll be waiting here for you. The man's face wore its usual smile. Jiang Xie nodded slightly, non-committally. He then began to observe his surroundings carefully. But while he looked, his mind was not on the slaves. Instead, he was searching for Zhu Li's figure. As he walked, he heard a voice say, "You said there's a top-tier one." "Yes, sir. It's said to be from a righteous path sect." "Is she a virgin?" "Naturally, she's only a teenager." "Good, quickly bring me to see her." "Good." Jiang Xie's expression stirred. This voice was clearly Zhu Li's. He quietly walked towards the direction of the voice. Soon, at a certain corner, he saw Zhu Li's figure. Beside him, a middle-aged man was respectfully accompanying him. Soon the two walked to a cage. Jiang Xie looked over and saw a woman confined inside, but at this moment the woman was bowing her head, her face unclear. The voice spoke again. "Is this her?" "Yes, sir." "Bring her out." "All right." As he spoke, Jiang Xie saw the middle-aged man open the cage and pull the woman out. The woman did not resist, allowing him to hold her. Her eyes were devoid of color, like a puppet on strings. Jiang Xie finally saw her face. His first impression was how thin she was. Her appearance was considered above average, and she didn't give Jiang Xie too much of a stunning impression. The woman wore a green long dress, had a small round face, a delicate nose, fair skin and tearful eyes. At this moment her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and her red lips bloodless. She was just an ordinary weak woman. Jiang Xie wondered which woman, this one or Xiao Yuer, was stronger. He couldn't guess, after all, he had never even seen Jai Yu's true appearance. But there was no need to guess. Jai Yu's reputation was that of the Eastern Continent's foremost beauty. Even if he hadn't seen her, it didn't diminish Jai Yu's beauty in the slightest. Good, she truly is a top-tier one. Zhu Li's voice came again, indicating his excitement at this moment. His eyes constantly scrutinized the woman before him. Every now and then, he would reveal a satisfied expression. His excitement stemmed from the woman's identity. Then, sir, shall we begin the recognition of master now? The middle-aged man asked tentatively. Recognition of master. Jiang Xie pondered. He knew that those who became slaves had a contract soul seal placed upon them. Once someone successfully recognized them as master through a drop of blood, their life would be in the hands of another. They couldn't even die unless their master allowed them to. Throughout the entire process, the slave was completely passive. There was no room for resistance. Jiang Xie clearly saw a flicker of fear in the woman's eyes the moment recognition of master was mentioned. Though it was only for an instant, it still couldn't escape his notice. Of course, Zhu Li also saw it. A smile appeared on his lips and he smirked. Recognition of master, not yet. I'll savor her first. I just love watching people resist. Then, sir, please follow me. With that, the two led the woman towards another direction. Jiang Xie quickly followed, but maintained some distance. About 2 minutes later, he saw another room, and the group had already entered. It seems this place was specially prepared for Zhu Li. Jiang Xie didn't delay and quickly walked up. Just as he reached the outside of the room, the man happened to exit the room. Seeing Jiang Xie acting suspiciously, his face immediately turned cold. You! The man was about to ask a question, but then a flash of light passed, and his pupils instantly dilated. On his neck, a line of blood slowly appeared. Immediately after, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Thank you, Jiang Xie said to the void realm. As if to answer him, a faint sword hum came from the void realm. Inside the room, Zhu Li looked at the captivating woman before him, his appetite greatly aroused. The lust in his heart burned relentlessly. His eyes also revealed a lecherous gaze. He licked his lips, his eyes slightly red as he looked at the woman before him, and teased, "My beauty, this young master will cherish you well next." The woman no longer had her previous expression. At this moment, her heart was filled with terror. Even though she had already given up all hope, she didn't want her body to fall into Zhu Li's hands. No! Her voice conveyed a plea, and her eyes trembled slightly. She had completely curled into a ball. Her eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Zhu Li didn't care about any of that. The more terrified the other party was, the more excited he became. You want me to let you go? Do you think that's possible? Your terrified expression is the most beautiful. He grinned wickedly, slowly approaching the woman. The woman kept retreating, and perhaps due to extreme fear, she directly fell to the ground. Her face became even more bloodless. Please no. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Zhu Li became even more excited, already barely able to contain the desire in his heart. With a swift stride he stepped forward, grabbed the woman's hair and lifted her up. Ugh! The woman cried out in pain, and before she could react, she saw a face sniffing wildly at her neck. So fragrant! Zhu Li licked his lips, his eyes filled with intense lust. She despaired. Her eyes gradually became lifeless. She returned to her previous state, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. Truly, her heart was as dead as ashes. She seemed to have accepted her fate. Seeing that the woman was no longer resisting, Zhu Li's desire to toy with her instantly vanished, and he only wanted to release his pent-up urges quickly. He threw the woman onto the ground, and began to take off his clothes. But just then, a sudden voice made him stop his movements. "Zhu Li, in high spirits, aren't you?" Zhu Li froze, then his gaze shifted, and he saw a figure by the door. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had never seen this person before. And he really disliked the other person's attire. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Who are you?" Jiang Xie smiled faintly. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you probably won't be leaving this room today." "Oh," Zhu Li laughed a chilling laugh. He put his clothes back on and then said, "Someone sent by the righteous path, daring to come alone, you have quite some guts. Are you so sure there's only one of me? Even if 2 or 3 came, what then? This is Blood City, the very place where my blood demon sect resides. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Won't we know if we try?" Jiang Xie's calm and collected demeanor greatly displeased Zhu Li. Seeing his composed appearance, Zhu Li couldn't help but begin to scrutinize him seriously. Upon closer inspection, he almost burst out laughing. "Forging body realm 9th level. Ha 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 ha, is the righteous path out of people. With your cultivation, are you sure you're not here to die?" "To die?" Jiang Xie gently shook his head and said, "I never do anything I'm not confident about. From the moment you set your sights on my person, you were already sentenced to death by me." Zhu Li clearly heard something amiss. After confirming the other party's cultivation again, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Xie, you're not dead, an illusion." "You guessed right, but no prize." Jiang Xie wasn't afraid of the other party guessing his identity. From the moment he entered this room, Zhu Li no longer had any chance of survival. With Fanchen's sword's domain, no one could detect the movements inside this room. Otherwise, Jai Yu wouldn't have remained undiscovered by the Haoran Sect for 2 years. Zhu Li was first shocked, but quickly calmed down. Even if it was Jiang Xie, what then? He didn't believe for a second that Jiang Xie could kill him. Furthermore, this place was a property of the Blood Demon Sect, and naturally, there would be powerful experts from the Blood Demon Sect stationed here. Once battle fluctuations occurred here, they would inevitably be discovered by the Blood Demon Sect experts. At that time, Jiang Xie would have nowhere to escape. Thinking this, he began to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, Jiang Xie, it would have been better if you hadn't appeared. No one would have known you weren't dead. But now, you're probably truly going to die." "No more nonsense, Zhu Li. You should make your move, or I fear you won't get the chance." If he hadn't wanted to test the effect of his new ability, Jiang Xie would have already cleaved him with a single sword strike. "Then let me see what you're capable of." A fierce glint flashed in Zhu Li's eyes. He grabbed at the air with both hands, and a giant blood claw appeared before Jiang Xie. "The blood demon claw of the Blood Demon Sect. This is my first time seeing it." "Putting on an act." Zhu Li snorted coldly. He really disliked Jiang Xie's pretentious demeanor. He wanted to see how Jiang Xie would block this move of his. The blood claw quickly materialized, emitting a strong bloody qi and evil qi. Most people would feel uncomfortable upon sensing this evil qi. Jiang Xie, however, remained unfazed, not even using a trace of spiritual power. This scene made Zhu Li couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. He was a soul-forging realm cultivator. Even if Jiang Xie had hidden his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to exceed the soul-forging realm. Under such circumstances, not even using a trace of spiritual power, was he planning to endure this move with his body. How arrogant, this move of his, not to mention heavily injuring a Yukong realm expert. Even a Yukong realm expert, if they were to take this move head-on without using spiritual power, would likely suffer considerable injuries. "Jiang Xie, oh Jiang Xie, how will you fight me?" Watching his attack about to strike Jiang Xie, Zhu Li couldn't help but begin to smile. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Instead, a shocked voice blurted out, "How is this possible?" He suspected he was seeing a ghost. His attack was about to hit Jiang Xie, but it suddenly vanished into thin air. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately observed his surroundings, wanting to see if there were any powerful experts lurking. To his surprise, besides himself and Jiang Xie, there was only the woman lying on the ground with lifeless eyes. "What exactly did you do?" Zhu Li was no longer calm. This was an unknown fear. In contrast to him, Jiang Xie's state at this moment was excellent. His face was flushed, looking as if he had just climaxed. Although comfortable, Jiang Xie couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? What is this nonsense? Why does every new ability have side effects? You give me abnormal recovery power, but make me cough blood from time to time. Coughing blood is fine. But what's with the side effect of this devour and counter ability? I'm just devouring and countering other people's attack power. Not doing that. What's with this climaxing face you're giving me? How am I supposed to face people when I use this ability in the future? But I have to say, it really feels good. Cough cough. In his excitement, Jiang Xie couldn't help but cough up a few more mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Zhu Li's eyes immediately lit up. He thought his attack wasn't without effect after all. He immediately started laughing. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xie, I thought you were really fine. Turns out you were just putting on an act. You must be seriously injured now, right? Tusk, 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 to still be able to stand strong at this point, I have to admire your endurance. Jiang Xie looked at him with a strange expression. Could he possibly think that his coughing blood was due to his attack just now? You're overthinking it. This is just my daily coughing of blood. Jiang Xie stopped pretending. As if to confirm his words, Jiang Xie coughed a few more times. Cough cough. In a blink of an eye, there was already a large puddle of blood on the ground. Zhu Li's expression became even more relaxed and he sneered, still saying you're fine. You've almost coughed up half a caddy of blood. Jiang Xie, why don't you beg me? No, how about you acknowledge me as your master? I'll grant you a few medicinal pills to alleviate your pain. Cough cough. Jiang Xie really wanted to curse right now. What the hell? Why is he spitting so frequently today? Is it never ending? 27. New Tool Man. Seeing Jiang Xie vomit blood, Zhu Li only felt immense satisfaction. Jiang Xie wiped the corner of his mouth and sneered, Zhu Li, you're celebrating too early. I told you it's just a regular nosebleed. Your attacks can't cause me the slightest harm. Zhu Li's expression changed. He felt that Jiang Xie's skin was simply too thick. He was clearly vomiting blood like that, yet he still wanted to protect his pitiful dignity. So be it. If that's the case, then let him taste more of the pain. Seeing Zhu Li preparing to make another move, Jiang Xie's lips curled into a slight arc. His goal was to provoke Zhu Li. Although he had absorbed that last attack and felt the surging power within his body, it was still not enough to kill Zhu Li in one blow. For that, he still needed to continue devouring power. As he was thinking, Zhu Li's figure continuously enlarged in his vision. The next moment, his fist solidly landed on Jiang Xie's stomach. Jiang Xie's face instantly changed. This isn't how you play. Spell attacks are one thing, but now you're using physical attacks. But very quickly, his expression became strange. No pain, absolutely no pain. He just felt like coughing. Cough cough. Haha, Jiang Xie, that punch didn't feel good, did it? Zhu Li looked at him cruelly, his tone full of pleasure. Jiang Xie's face was flushed, feeling incredibly good. Yet he said, it's a piece of cake, did you not eat? How dare you? Zhu Li was completely enraged. Layers of spiritual power wrapped around his fists, slamming into Jiang Xie's body as if they were free. Although Jiang Xie let him strike, he didn't just let him hit anywhere. At least his head and vital parts were protected. Inside the room, dull thudding sounds echoed, accompanied by the sounds of vomiting blood. Bang! Cough cough! Bang bang bang! Cough cough cough! Yep. Time passed bit by bit. The more Zhu Li fought, the more he felt fear. After an incense stick's time, the blood on the ground was almost flowing into a river. Looking at Jiang Xie, who was still standing before him, Zhu Li's eyes were about to pop out. Despite only having a body-tempering realm cultivation, he had endured countless attacks from him. Other than vomiting blood, there was no other reaction. What kind of monster are you? Zhu Li began to tremble with fear. If he still couldn't sense that something was wrong at this point, then his many years as a blood demon sect demonic path disciple would have been in vain. This is impossible. Even a soul-forging realm expert couldn't withstand so many of my attacks. He began to retreat. At this moment he was truly afraid. Jiang Xie raised his head. He revealed an extremely comfortable expression and couldn't help but exclaim, "So satisfying." Then he felt the power within his body again, sensing that it was almost enough. Just then Jiang Xie withdrew the smile from his face and became stern. "Zhu Li, had enough fun. You didn't really think you could hurt me, did you? This is impossible. You are not in the body-tempering realm." Zhu Li seemed to have realized something and exclaimed in shock, "So you've been hiding your cultivation all along?" "No, no, no." Jiang Xie shook his head slightly and said coldly, "You guessed wrong. My cultivation is indeed forging body realm 9th level, but my strength is not limited to that. Now I'll send you on your way." "What are you going to do?" Zhu Li continuously retreated, his eyes constantly observing Jiang Xie's movements, while his right hand was placed behind his back, secretly releasing information. "Don't struggle, your message won't get out," Jiang Xie reminded him expressionlessly. Then, with a raise of his hand, the space in front of him instantly became distorted. Seeing this, Zhu Li's face turned pale. The space was distorted. This was something even a Yukong realm expert couldn't do. But now, it was appearing on Jiang Xie. What on earth was happening to this world? Fear had already crawled from his feet to the top of his head. Zhu Li swallowed hard, feigning composure, and said, "Jiang Xie, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Don't be impulsive. You don't want the blood demon sect to attack the Jiang family, do you?" Jiang Xie did not speak. The distortion of space in front of him became even more apparent. Immediately after, a black hole, neither too big nor too small, appeared in front of Jiang Xie's raised right hand. A powerful white light suddenly burst out from the black hole. Carrying immense power, it abruptly rushed towards Zhu Li. Zhu Li was terrified. His expression drastically changed, and he didn't even have time to defend before being pierced through by the white light. His entire chest was directly torn open with a large hole. Zhu Li's eyes were wide open, and he fell straight down, as dead as could be. The entire process took less than a minute. Jiang Xie was dumbfounded. Goodness, this thing is really useful. This was even with him suppressing some of his power. Otherwise, Zhu Li would have been completely obliterated. That would be extremely detrimental to his subsequent plans. After the shock came excitement. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. That was, how high of a cultivation level could he currently withstand attacks from? He had just tested the soul forging realm, and it was perfectly fine. However, he estimated that it was probably only up to the first level of the soul forging realm. Any higher and he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. His own cultivation was still too low. Unfortunately, his cultivate talent was just stuck there. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie looked at the young girl sitting on the ground not far away. As soon as he lifted his leg, he felt a dizzy spell. He felt as if his entire body was exhausted. After effects. Jiang Xie could understand. It would be strange if there were no after effects after allowing his body to unleash such powerful force. He shook his head to clear it, then slowly walked towards the young girl. In the alley. Old Wu sat bored in his previous spot. Ever since Jiang Xie went in, he had been observing the surrounding movements. But where were the blood demon sect experts around? However, Jiang Xie had been inside for so long without any movement, which made him a little worried. Young Lord wouldn't be unable to defeat Zhu Li, would he? No, 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 impossible. What kind of trash is Zhu Li? Does he even deserve to compare with young Lord? Could he have taken a liking to some beautiful female slave, and forgotten about the important business? No, no, no. Although young Lord is a person of the demonic path, he still acts with principles. He's not someone who can be tempted by beauty. Old Wu kept wavering between questioning and dispelling his doubts. He had already secretly made up his mind that if Jiang Xie didn't come out after another incense stick's time, he would rush in directly. Inside the room of the slave shop, Jiang Xie walked up to the girl and carefully examined her again, finding that her eyes were still devoid of color. This made him somewhat admire her. Despite the huge commotion just now, she didn't react at all. But no reaction didn't mean she hadn't seen what happened. Jiang Xie smiled slightly, a smile that was hard to fathom. He slowly extended his right hand towards the girl and softly asked, "Are you willing to come with me?" The girl did not react. Jiang Xie was not in a hurry and just looked at her. After a while, clarity returned to the girl's eyes. She looked at Jiang Xie and said in a calm tone, "Why should I go with you? I saved you, shouldn't you be grateful to me?" "You saved me, and I will naturally be grateful, but I will not put my life in your hands." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Xie's tone turned cold. "You need to understand that your life is currently in my hands. I can completely disregard your opinion." The girl trembled all over, seemingly a little afraid. But she stubbornly remained silent. The saintess of Shengyuan Sect, to think she'd end up like this, tusk. "How did you know?" The girl's expression was shocked, seemingly not expecting Jiang Xie to instantly reveal her identity. Jiang Xie naturally knew. From the moment he first saw the girl's appearance, he vaguely felt as if he had seen a similar face somewhere before. It wasn't until just now, when he observed her more carefully, that he realized the girl's appearance was extremely similar to that of the Shengyuan Sect master. Now, after hearing the girl indirectly admit it, he had a rough outline of some matters. 28 be my chess piece. If I'm not mistaken, a major change has occurred within the Shengyuan Sect, right? The girl remained silent, but the look of resentment could not be hidden. "If I'm not mistaken, the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, your father Lin Yuanqui, should be dead, right?" Woo. The girl suddenly started crying. At this moment, Jiang Xie was like a devil head, slowly luring people into the abyss. He leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered, "You really want revenge, don't you? You really want to kill everyone who murdered your father, don't you? Don't hesitate. As long as you follow me, you'll have a chance for revenge. Anyway, you no longer have any family. Following me is better than being sold to someone else, right?" A series of words directly struck her heart. The girl's heart wavered. She seemed somewhat tempted, yet also seemed to have some reservations. She asked in a hoarse voice, "How can I believe you can help me get revenge?" "That's true. With my forging body realm 9th level cultivation, it's normal for you to be suspicious." Jiang Xie smiled, then suddenly sobered his smile. "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" "Let's bet on the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If I stand still for that long and you can kill me, then this matter will be dropped." "Are you sure?" Lin Maioyan looked disbelieving. If that were the case, wouldn't Jiang Xie be bound to lose this bet? "Oh right, you don't have a weapon." Jiang Xie took out a sword from his storage ring and threw it in front of Lin Maioyan. Lin Maioyan hesitated. Jiang Xie snorted coldly, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up." "All right. Then as you wish." Lin Maioyan hardened her heart, quickly picked up the longsword on the ground, and thrust it into Jiang Xie's heart. With a puchy sound, the longsword instantly pierced through, bringing forth a spray of blood. Lin Maioyan was stunned. She hadn't expected the other party to truly make no defensive measures at all. She had thought he was just saying it, but she hadn't expected it to be real. She quickly let go of the sword and hastily retreated several steps. Her gaze couldn't help but turn towards Jiang Xie. To her surprise, Jiang Xie was still smiling at this moment. Little did she know, Jiang Xie was shouting internally, it hurts so much." Although he couldn't die, the pain was real. "Are you all right?" Lin Maioyan felt guilty and dared not look him in the eyes. The other party had saved her, yet she. Jiang Xie immediately gave her a roll of his eyes. "Are you all right?" A sword through the heart, chilling to the bone. If it were anyone else, they would have died already. "It's fine, no big deal." Jiang Xie grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. Another spray of blood erupted, much of it splattering onto Lin Maioyan's body, even though it wasn't on herself. Lin Maioyan still felt a pang of pain. It was the kind of pain that hurt just to watch. But Jiang Xie acted as if nothing had happened, and even more incredibly, his wound healed rapidly. Such a sight completely shocked Lin Maioyan. His heart was pierced, yet he could still recover. What kind of abnormal power was this? Combined with the scene of him killing Zhu Li just now, Lin Maioyan realized that the man in front of her was very mysterious, and the methods he used were something she had never seen before. "You lost. I'll go with you, but I want to know, why do you want to help me?" This was Lin Maioyan's last question. She believed there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jiang Xie's answer did not disappoint her. It's simple, I want you to be my chess piece. All right, as long as you can help me get revenge. What does it matter if I become your chess piece? Lin Maoyan did not refute, looking at Jiang Xie seriously and saying, begin the recognition of master. No, Jiang Xie refused her instead. He then reached out and swept his hand across her neck, and a mark disappeared. What is this? Lin Maoyan was very confused as to why he would erase the soul contract mark. What I want is not a puppet lacking potential, but a genius who is loyal to me. This was Jiang Xie's true purpose. The soul contract mark was indeed good. It allowed control over another person's life, firmly grasping it in one's hands. However, it also had a fatal weakness. That was, it would reduce the cultivation potential of the enslaved person. What he wanted was definitely not that. Therefore, he did not need the soul contract mark. There was something better, and that was the Tao Heart Oath. Once a Tao Heart Oath was made and then violated, when breaking through to the next major realm, a heart demon would inevitably appear. The heart demon would be very strong, and even if one luckily passed through it, the subsequent heart demons would only increase. One would sooner or later die under the heart demon. I want you to make a Tao Heart Oath. Tao Heart Oath, Lin Maoyan frowned, truly unable to understand Jiang Xie's thoughts. While a Tao Heart Oath would not reduce a cultivator's potential, the problem was that one's life would still be in one's own hands, unlike the soul contract mark where one's life was controlled by others. As long as you didn't violate your oath, even if you wanted to run, the other party would have no way to stop you. I believe you will make the right decision. Jiang Xie looked at her with a half-smile. Lin Maoyan's face showed a hint of gratitude, and she swore without hesitation. I, Lin Maoyan, swear by my Tao heart, that from now on I will forever be loyal to. Speaking of which, she just remembered that she didn't know the name of the man in front of her, and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Jiang Xie prompted, Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie. Young Master Jiang. Devil head. Lin Maoyan's heart trembled. Was this escaping the jackal, only to not escape the tiger? Forget it, since she had already made her decision. What was there to be conflicted about? Anyway, she was already alone, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as he could truly help her get revenge, what did it matter if she became his chess piece? Lin Maoyan firmed her belief. Her voice came out again. I, Lin Maoyan, swear by my Tao heart, that from now on I will forever be loyal to Jiang Xie, never betray him and willingly become his chess piece. Very good. Jiang Xie smiled. All that effort was for this moment, and it was also an unexpected pleasant surprise on this trip. Jiang Xie's goal was very simple, to support her in becoming the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, so that Shengyuan Sect would essentially become his own property. As for Lin Maoyan, he had no other thoughts about her at all. He only had different feelings for Jai Yu, with whom he had spent more than 2 years day and night. He took out another mask and handed it to Lin Maoyan. Wear it. Yes, Ma's master. Lin Maoyan felt a little unaccustomed. Jiang Xie didn't force it either. Besides, calling him master made him sound like he was abducting an underage girl. Yet she was already an adult. So he said, just call me young master. Yes, young master. Indeed, Lin Maoyan found it much more natural. After glancing at Zhu Li's corpse, Jiang Xie took out a Shengyuan Sect disciple token and threw it beside the body. Only then did a satisfied expression appear on his face. This token was obtained when the Jiang family killed an opponent's disciple during a battle with the Shengyuan Sect. At the time he thought it looked nice, so he kept it, and now it came in handy. All right, let's go. Jiang Xie pushed open the door first, with Lin Maoyan following closely behind. They arrived in a room that looked like a warehouse. Jiang Xie didn't try to hide anything, openly leading Lin Maoyan towards the exit. The man who had brought him in was still waiting in place. Seeing Jiang Xie approach with a masked woman, his eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to be searching his mind, wondering when a masked woman had appeared. Young master, what is this? Excuse me, please move. Jiang Xie was expressionless. Young master, are you joking? The man's face also turned cold. However, the next moment, a dazzling flash of light swept by, and a bloodline immediately appeared on the man's neck, and he fell straight down. Lin Maoyan's heart trembled again. She hadn't seen how Jiang Xie had attacked at all. Jiang Xie then looked at the surrounding slaves who had seen his appearance. An idea immediately came to his mind. Let's go. The moment the two walked out of the house, a faint sword hum echoed in the minds of all the slaves inside the house. This sword hum seemed to possess immense demonic power, causing their heads to ache intensely. They all clutched their heads and rolled on the ground, their faces filled with extreme pain, as if countless needles were piercing their minds. About 5 minutes later, the sword hum in their minds ceased. Then they discovered that they couldn't remember the past 3 hours, as if they had just woken up from a nap. 29. The young master specializes in capturing the saint. There's only half an incense stick of time left. If the young lord doesn't come out, I'm going in. Still in that corner, old Wu watched the house not far away, carefully timing it. At this moment, he was starting to feel uneasy. It was just killing Zhu Li. Did it really take this long? Young lord, oh young lord, were your eyes captivated by the beautiful slave inside? Just as he was thinking this, he caught sight of 2 figures walking out of the house. Who else could the person leading them be but Jiang Xie? Old Wu's expression lit up with joy. He thought to himself, as expected of the young lord, truly impressive. He hurried over to greet him. The closer he got, the more he felt something was off. That's not right, the young lord went in alone. Now how is there an extra person? And it was a woman, most importantly. Her face, like his own, was covered by a mask. Young lord, were you truly bewitched by the beautiful female slave? You are still young, you cannot bear such pain. Such matters should be left to me. Old Wu, have you noticed anything unusual? Jiang Xie asked him with a smile. Old Wu didn't answer. Instead, he frowned and kept scrutinizing Lin Maoyan, who was behind Jiang Xie. Lin Maoyan also realized that the man in front of her was Jiang Xie's subordinate, so she wasn't alarmed. But being stared at so brazenly by the other party still made her quite uncomfortable, so she could only turn to Jiang Xie for help. Young master. How could Jiang Xie not understand? He immediately cursed with a laugh. Old Wu, what are you looking at? You don't recognize me after such a short while. Only then did old Wu come back to his senses, awkwardly saying, Young master, when did you abduct a woman? You didn't really go in to buy a slave, did you? You brat, am I that kind of person? Jiang Xie rolled his eyes at him. Old Wu immediately showed an expression that said, You are exactly that kind of person. He remembered that once, he went out specifically to snatch the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect, and now he went out again and came back with another woman. How could he not be that kind of person? But speaking of which, could the woman the young lord brought back this time also be a saintess from some sect? All right, let's go first, I'll explain the specifics later. Jiang Xie stopped talking nonsense and told the two to quickly leave with him. Zhu Li was killed, and it wouldn't be long before he was discovered, so it was best to leave here quickly now. Old Wu nodded, while Lin Maoyan remained silent. The 3 quickly left Blood City and headed towards Jiang City. Along the way, old Wu asked again, puzzled, Young master, are we going to Jiang City again? Naturally, how can I miss my own funeral? Jiang Xie smiled faintly. But only he knew the true purpose. At this funeral, all the demonic path forces, big and small, in the Eastern Continent should gather. He was worried about that little girl, Jiawayu. If she were to disregard the danger and sneak into Jiang City, it would simply be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. His purpose in going to Jiang City was also to see if that girl would come disguised. It would be fine if she didn't come, but if she did, he would have to find a way to get her to leave. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie had a headache. For some inexplicable reason, she considered him the murderer of himself. But this was also good. He didn't plan to reveal his identity to Jiawayu so quickly, as he still needed to develop secretly. Letting her carry hatred was best for her. Hatred can make people progress, and can also become a motivation for one to cultivate. Anyway, he wouldn't die, at most he would be hunted by her. It actually sounds quite exciting. Young master, you should at least introduce me to her now, shouldn't you? At this moment, old Wu suddenly remembered Lin Maoyan. Jiang Xie said, Then I'll introduce her. She is Lin Maoyan, the daughter of the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, and now she is my subordinate. Oh, so she's the daughter of the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. Old Wu seemed to not have reacted yet. After a while he exclaimed, "What? The daughter of the sect master of Shengyuan Sect?" His disbelieving gaze constantly darted between Jiang Xie and Lin Maoyan. Jiang Xie asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Young lord, no, young master, you're not tricking me, are you?" Old Wu stared at him very seriously. Jiang Xie rolled his eyes at him, inexplicably saying, "Why would I trick you? Maoyan, you tell him." Lin Maoyan immediately stepped forward and said, "My father, Lin Yuankui, is indeed the sect master of Shengyuan Sect." His tilde, Old Wu's expression was incredibly strange. What was he talking about? Last time, he snatched the daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect, and this time it was the daughter of the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. Is the young lord specializing in capturing the descendants of major righteous path sects leaders? A saintess terminator. At this moment, Old Wu's admiration for Jiang Xie rose another notch. And so, the three chatted as they traveled. After walking for a while, Jiang Xie asked Lin Maoyan again, "I never asked you what happened to Shengyuan Sect. Tell me now, what exactly happened inside Shengyuan Sect? Why wasn't there any news spread?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Maoyan's mood immediately became low, and she said, somewhat choked up, 3 days ago, the Grand Elder suddenly challenged my father, demanding that he give up the position of sect master. Father naturally refused, but who would have thought that the other elders in the sect had already colluded with the Grand Elder, and even the Grand Elder had been persuaded by them at some unknown time. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Father had no choice but to promise to give up the position of sect master, but unexpectedly, the Grand Elder was aggressive, fearing that such a disgraceful matter would spread and damage the reputation of Shengyuan Sect. So he wanted to imprison Father within the sect, saying it was imprisonment, but in reality, he wanted to abolish Father's cultivation. Father naturally refused and clashed with him. Father alone was not their opponent. He desperately saved me, but he tragically died under the Grand Elder's sword. When I was in despair, I coincidentally encountered people from the Blood Demon Sect. They saw my good looks, so they captured me and planted a contract soul seal, saying they wanted to give me to a certain lord. As she spoke, Lin Maoyan's eyes released a strong light of hatred. Her chi also became chaotic. That was due to being too emotional. Jiang Xie patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Lin Maoyan immediately reined in her emotions. So that's what happened. Old Wu's gaze was solemn, and then he immediately cursed. That Grand Elder of Shengyuan Sect is too inhumane. Not only does he want someone else's sect master position, but he also wants to kill them all. He's truly not human. Bah, damn him. Cough cough, Old Wu, don't learn things you shouldn't. If you do that, I won't be able to help but laugh. Hearing that damn him, Jiang Xie almost laughed out loud. He remembered one time he said those 4 words, and Old Wu asked him what they meant. At the time, he just said it was an interjection. As a result, Old Wu learned it, and every time he said those words, Jiang Xie wanted to laugh. It was like someone from another country coming to your country and saying, "I'm an idiot," thinking it was a compliment to others. 30. Don't speak halfway. No wonder there's been no news from the Shengyuan Sect. It seems the information has been sealed off. Jiang Xie mused. This also aligned with his suspicions. Originally, he hadn't planned on having Lin Maoyan as his subordinate, but after realizing that a major upheaval might have occurred in the Shengyuan Sect, he changed his mind. He had been worrying about where to start building his own forces, but wasn't this a huge opportunity right now? The Shengyuan Sect was an excellent breakthrough point. He currently had no money and no people, but if he could subdue the Shengyuan Sect, these problems could be resolved well. As long as he could make Lin Maoyan the sect master of the Shengyuan Sect. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are all the elders in your Shengyuan Sect now part of the Grand Elder's faction?" Lin Maoyan nodded. This makes things a bit difficult. Jiang Xie frowned. If that were the case, there was no breakthrough point. His devouring ability could currently only absorb attacks from individuals no stronger than the 5th level of the soul forging realm. The range of those he could kill was also within this scope. The Fanchen sword could not be used lightly. Although he wouldn't die, if he used it with full power, it would take several months to recover. Moreover, as one of the top righteous path forces in the Eastern Continent, the strongest individual in the Xuanchen sect had likely already reached the domain realm. Even if he used the Fanchen sword with full power, he might not be able to kill the opponent. The reason for this was his poor cultivation talent. But if it weren't poor, he wouldn't have gained the recognition of the Fanchen sword, so it had its pros and cons. Given this, could he only rely on the other divine statues in the palace? But the problem was, it took him several years to find the item that could activate the second statue. Who knew when he would find the third one? Relying on this was also not very realistic. So what exactly should he do? Jiang Xie stopped walking, carefully pondering this question. Suddenly, Lin Maioyan seemed to remember something and said, "I recall now. There's a most mysterious, powerful individual within the Xuanchen sect. Father once told me that he was the strongest person in the Xuanchen sect. That person would definitely not side with the Grand Elder and his group." "Oh who?" Jiang Xie's eyes lit up. "The guardian of the library pavilion of the Xuanchen sect." Jiang Xie was a bit speechless. So every sect's janitor, library pavilion manager and so on, were all reclusive big shots, huh? He hadn't believed it before, but now he did. He then wondered if the Jiang family was the same. But thinking of the pot-bellied old man in the Jiang family's library pavilion, he shook his head abruptly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that guy be a big shot? He used to even snatch the food he made for Zioye. He had no demeanor of a big shot at all. At the same time, within the Jiang family's library pavilion, a slightly plump old man was leisurely lying on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. Achoo! He sneezed for no apparent reason. His constantly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and he chuckled. "It must be that brat Jiang Xie speaking ill of me again. This kid, he even resorted to faking his death. All he wants to do is wander around outside all day, making it so this old man can't even eat delicious meals. I don't know where this kid learned to cook. He always comes up with strange new dishes." After silently complaining, the old man closed his eyes again. Then if he's not part of the Grand Elder's faction, why didn't he help your father? Or is it that he doesn't help anyone? Jiang Xie asked again. "No, that's not it." Lin Maioyan immediately retorted, her voice low. "Father said Grandpa Jiang had been in the sect for a very long time. He only recognizes the sect master's token. It's just that on that day, he went into seclusion. Perhaps the Grand Elder and his group had already prepared an excuse, saying that father went into seclusion. So if you can persuade him, you can regain control of the Xuanchen sect." "Yes. Didn't you say he only recognizes the sect master's token? Could it be the sect master's token is with you?" Lin Maioyan shook her head, then nodded. This left Jiang Xie and old Wu, who was quietly enjoying the show nearby, utterly bewildered. "What does this mean?" old Wu asked, puzzled. "Father secretly gave me the sect master's token a few days ago and told me to keep it safe. He must have already sensed something was wrong at that time. Because of father's instructions, I hid the sect master's token. I guess the Grand Elder and his people are currently looking for me." Speaking of the Grand Elder, Lin Maioyan's emotions fluctuated violently again. It could be seen from her suddenly cold tone. "Then where did you hide it?" Jiang Xie only prayed she hadn't hidden it within the Xuanchen sect, otherwise, it would truly be a bit dramatic. Lin Maioyan blurted out, "I hid it in my room within the sect." Jiang Xie's face darkened. Was he thinking of something and it appeared? "I hid it in my room, but then I felt uneasy." The twist came. Jiang Xie perked up. "Thinking that the most dangerous place is the safest place. I hid it not far from where the Grand Elder lives." "What the heck?" This was even worse than before. Jiang Xie's face darkened again. However, old Wu, who was beside him, kept nodding and even praised her with a serious expression. As expected of Miss Lin, her thoughts are so thorough. "You're right, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Hidden there, the Grand Elder will definitely not find it." Jiang Xie noticed that after old Wu said this, Lin Maioyan's state seemed a bit off. Although she was wearing a mask, Jiang Xie could still feel a sense of embarrassment from her. He couldn't help but ask, "And then?" And then some disciples found it, and they went to report to the Grand Elder." Jiang Xie's breath hitched. I happened to run into them and took it back. Jiang Xie couldn't hold back anymore and said very seriously, My Oyan, can't you just finish what you're saying all at once? It's quite unpleasant to be left hanging like this. Just tell me where you finally hid it. I hid it in a cave outside the sect. That's more like it, Jiang Xie suddenly smiled. However, from now on, if anyone spoke to him halfway, he would get angry with them. Young master, we're almost at Jiang City. Old Wu reminded him at an opportune moment, and only then did Jiang Xie look forward. Sure enough, he saw the familiar city. From afar, he could see the white mourning cloth hanging on the city gate. Jiang City had arrived. However, before that, he wanted to go to his small courtyard first. He turned to Old Wu and said, Old Wu, you take my Oyan to Shengyuan courtyard in the city to wait for me. That's a small courtyard I secretly bought. Yes, but where are you going, young master? I'm going back to my small courtyard to check on it. All right, Old Wu nodded. After guessing that Jiang Xie's strength was very high, he wasn't too worried about Jiang Xie's safety anymore. Jiang Xie always acted meticulously. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xie, Old Wu took Lin Maoyan and headed towards Jiang City. Jiang Xie, on the other hand, went to his small courtyard in the suburbs. At the same time, a young girl's figure had already entered that small courtyard before Jiang Xie. 31. Goodbye, I don't recognize the person in front of me. Inside the small courtyard, a graceful figure stood silently. Jiang Yu looked at the familiar scene before her, and her heart couldn't help but ache. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was very cozy. Although the time she spent here was much less than at Haoran Sect, only 2 years, it was filled with beautiful memories. When she was in Haoran Sect, everyone in the sect treated her with utmost respect. She was like a young master held in the palm of their hand. Jiang Yu had always thought that such a life was fun. But after living here for 2 years, she realized that compared to her life at Haoran Sect, she preferred it here. Here, Jiang Xie hit her, scolded her, and didn't treat her like a little princess at all. Jiang Yu was the same. Although she was said to be Jiang Xie's maid, she didn't act like one at all. When it was time to play, she played. When it was time to refute, she refuted. When it was time to act, she acted, not missing a single opportunity. Although she couldn't avoid being taught a lesson by Jiang Xie. Only here could she enjoy the happiness she couldn't feel within Haoran Sect. So much so that she now felt disgusted when she saw those who tried to curry favor with her. Unfortunately, those 2 years of life were gone forever. Jiang Yu walked slowly in the courtyard, reaching out to touch the things around her that bore her mark. If they were dirty, she would clean them. Looking at each item around her, Jiang Yu's eyes welled up again. Why did you have to die? Didn't you always say you couldn't die? Didn't you always say you had 9 lives? Why did you still die, you liar? She cursed, angry at Jiang Xie for deceiving her. Before coming here, she had already investigated thoroughly. Zhu Li was lustful by nature, extremely fond of harming women from righteous path schools, and if it was a woman of some status in the righteous path, she would be subjected to extreme torture. Upon learning this news, she finally understood that what Jiang Xie said in the dungeon that day, I was actually saving you, was indeed true. He asked to be interrogated first to prevent her from being humiliated. He deliberately punched and kicked her to prevent others from discovering the truth. Everything he did was a pretense to save her. And what about herself? Not only did she not understand, but she also kept saying she wanted to kill him. Now look what happened. He really died. Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu, you are truly a fool. Jiang Yu gave a self-deprecating smile and slowly walked into the room nearby. She first went to her own room to look around, putting some used items back into her storage ring. Then she stepped into Jiang Xie's room. In the past 2 years, she had entered this room countless times, but she had never properly looked at it. Only now did she realize that Jiang Xie's room was incredibly simple, with no superfluous items. What puzzled Jiang Yu was that there seemed to be many signs of struggle, and some sword chi marks in certain areas. She suddenly remembered that several times when she was resting, she faintly heard movement from this side. When she asked Jiang Xie the next day, he would always say it was due to his practice at night. At that time, she didn't suspect anything. Now seeing these marks, she realized that perhaps this wasn't Jiang Xie practicing, but rather fighting with someone. But Jiang Xie's cultivation had always been only at the body-tempering realm. Jai Yu had also confirmed countless times that it was indeed the body-tempering realm. However, these marks around could absolutely not have been caused by someone in the body-tempering realm. Could it be Old Wu? That's also impossible. If it were him, it wouldn't be this simple. So what exactly happened? At this moment, a doubt was planted in Jai Yu's heart. On the other side, Jiang Xie's figure had already appeared outside the small courtyard, and before he even entered, Fanchen's sword had already given him information. Is there someone inside? Jiang Xie pondered. This place usually had no one else coming, except for himself and Old Wu. Normally, only assassins trying to kill him and Xiao Yu would come. Plus Jai Yu. Assassin? Clearly not, because Fanchen's sword didn't give him a warning of danger. Xiao Yu. Also impossible. At this critical juncture, his father would absolutely not let him run out. Old Wu went to Jiang City. Then the answer was obvious. Jai Yu. Jiang Xie's eyes flashed. This girl actually came. Isn't this walking right into a trap? Even he didn't know how many demon sect forces were gathered in Jiang City right now. Jai Yu's action was clearly not a good idea. After a moment of thought, Jiang Xie stepped into the courtyard. Looking at the new environment and items around him, he knew that Jai Yu had already cleaned up. He leisurely strolled around the courtyard, while Jai Yu inside the room felt someone outside. She immediately became alert. Her heart also held some anticipation, hoping that Jiang Xie would suddenly appear before her. With such a feeling, she cautiously walked towards the door. With a hint of apprehension, like a maiden about to meet a new lover. But she was ultimately disappointed. Not only disappointed, but an inexplicable surge of anger and hatred began to constantly well up in her heart. Through the door she saw a man's figure. The man was splendidly dressed, with outstanding temperament and an incomparably handsome appearance. But that face was the one Jai Yu hated the most, and also wanted to see the most. He was the murderer who killed Jiang Xie. It's you! Jai Yu immediately shouted, and her entire being rushed towards the other party, spiritual power already appearing on her palm. Seeing Jai Yu attack, Jiang Xie was not surprised or worried at all. He directly extended his hand and blocked her attack. To be precise, he devoured her attack. Girl, if I'm not mistaken, I don't seem to have offended you, do I? Jiang Xie feigned confusion. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Jai Yu. It was just that she had changed her appearance again. All right then, let me ask you, did you kill the masked man that day? A fierce light flashed in Jai Yu's eyes, and she shifted her legs back, already prepared to strike. Indeed, I killed him. Jiang Xie nodded faintly. At this moment he had to give Jai Yu a goal, otherwise she might lose the meaning of cultivating. It really was you. Jai Yu's expression froze, and then her right leg instantly kicked out, heading straight for Jiang Xie's head. Holy crap! When did this little girl become so ruthless? Jiang Xie exclaimed in his heart, his body not idle, as he once again blocked her attack. Jai Yu didn't want to let him go. After pulling some distance away from him, she began to form hand seals. As her hands constantly changed, Jiang Xie clearly felt the surrounding temperature drop. Thousands of bone-chilling small swords formed in the air, numbering in the thousands. Each one emanated a bone-chilling sword chi. Ice Frost Sword Art, you are from Haoran Sect. Jiang Xie feigned surprise, revealing Jai Yu's identity. I didn't expect you to know that, then you can die. Jai Yu snorted coldly, and thousands of small swords instantly shot out, heading straight for Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie had a slight smile on his lips. Sword techniques. Didn't she know that sword techniques were the most useless thing against him? With Fanchen's sword present, ordinary sword techniques couldn't harm him in the slightest. The next moment, Jai Yu only heard a sword hum from the air, and then all the ice swords shattered with a roar. They didn't even touch Jiang Xie's body. How is this possible? Jai Yu was stunned. 32. The demons gathered in Jiangcheng. Jiang Xie smiled, looked at her and said, You are the saintess of Haoran Sect, aren't you? I saved you last time, but instead of being grateful, you attacked me. What is the meaning of this? Villain who wanted you to save me. Do you know what you did? You killed him, you shouldn't have killed him. Jiang eyes were filled with hatred, but there was also a hint of hesitation in her heart. After a struggle, she said again, since you saved me, I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Oh, then I think Miss Jai. I wonder who could make Jai Saintess care so much. Jiang Xie not only didn't leave but asked knowingly. You are not worthy to know his name. Then let me guess. Was it the young master Jiang who was lying outside the dungeon that day? If you know, why ask again? Are you sure you're not leaving? Jiang glanced at him. Jiang Xie shook his head slightly, instead swaggering over and sitting down beside her. Just like that, for the duration of an incense stick, Jiang watched him coldly. After an incense stick's time, Jiang finally couldn't hold back and charged towards Jiang Xie again. She brought a fierce punch, carrying a biting wind, and smashed it towards Jiang Xie's head. Just as it was about to hit, her fist was blocked by Jiang Xie again. Before Jiang Xie could relax, he felt a gust of wind from his right, and instinctively used his other hand to block his ear. A huge force came, and Jiang Xie couldn't help but retreat several steps. Only after he stood firm did he realize it was Jiang leg kicking him. Jiang Xie patted his clothes and laughed. Jai Saintess, with your current strength, you are not my opponent. If you want to avenge young Master Jiang, you should go back and cultivate for a few hundred years before coming back. Also, I forgot to tell you, this is not a place you should be right now. I have already informed your sex people. I expect it won't be long before your father comes to find you. If you don't want to implicate your father because of this, you should go back as soon as possible. Jiang was furious, her eyes practically spitting fire, her heart filled with unvented rage. After the probing just now, she already understood that she was not the opponent's match. She had thought she was lucky to encounter the murderer of Jiang Xie again, but she didn't expect to be completely unable to defeat the opponent. What was even more infuriating was that the opponent had exposed her whereabouts to the sect. Was he trying to prevent her from even attending Jiang Xie's funeral? Jiang's gaze at this moment was icy, like 10,000 years of cold ice. You very good, Jiang will kill you sooner or later. When that time comes, I will make you personally go to his grave to atone. Jiang stared fiercely at Jiang Xie before leaving, as if to engrave his face firmly in her memory. That gaze was so resolute, that killing intent so heavy. If glances could kill, Jiang Xie would surely have been cut into 1,000 pieces by Jiang's gaze by now. Jiang Xie, however, maintained a smile the entire time. After Jiang left, he sighed slightly. I didn't expect to be so important in this girl's heart. What a headache. Although he said his head hurt, the brilliant smile on his lips could not hide his current mood. He swore, initially he really only captured Jiang to activate the statue, and he didn't expect it to develop into the current situation. But it seemed not bad either. Jiang's departure dispelled much of the worry in Jiang Xie's heart. After taking another look at the small courtyard, Jiang Xie left. The small courtyard was not very far from Jiang City. He only spent less than an incense stick's worth of time to arrive outside Jiang City. Just as he was about to enter, he realized his attire was too righteous path. Although quite a few righteous path individuals had entered and exited Jiang City in the past 2 years, the current situation was special, and it was better to avoid trouble if possible. So Jiang Xie found another deserted place and changed into a set of darker clothes. Only then did he enter Jiang City. Inside the Jiang family, besides his parents, only the elders of the Jiang family had seen his current appearance. He just needed to be careful not to be discovered by the elders. Although it wouldn't be a big deal if he was discovered. As dusk approached, Jiang City was exceptionally lively today. Even at night, the streets were bustling with people. Almost all of them were demonic path cultivators. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone you randomly encountered in Jiang City today could be a demonic path big shot. There were quite a few demonic path forces, large and small, in the Eastern Continent, and the Jiang family, Heavenly Fiend Sect, and Blood Demon Sect were among the best. The news that young Master Jiang was killed, and was suspected to have been killed by a righteous path individual, with a funeral to be held soon, shocked all the demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent once it spread. For a time, demonic path forces rushed to Jiang City to attend Jiang Xie's funeral. The demonic path was different from the righteous path forces. In terms of unity against outsiders, they were more cohesive than the righteous path. Moreover, it was the young lord of one of the Eastern Continent's 3 top demonic path forces who had been killed. I never thought that young Master Jiang would be killed. Exactly, these righteous path individuals are truly too detestable. We don't provoke them, yet they come to provoke us. Is young Master Jiang the great devil head, widely rumored by some righteous path individuals? I heard that young Master Jiang was ambushed by righteous path individuals while interrogating the saintess of Haoran Sect, which led to his demise. These righteous path individuals are sometimes even more sinister and cunning than us. Has any news come out about who exactly killed young Master Jiang? Some news says it was someone from Haoran Sect, and some news says it was someone from another sect. It's not confirmed yet. After this funeral, the Jiang family is probably going to make a move against the righteous path forces, right? It seems there is such news. Anyway, our Blood Fiend sect has decided that if the Jiang family makes a move, we will too. Right, with the Jiang family leading, we'll kill to our heart's content. Walking on the street, listening to the conversations around him, Jiang Xie's lips curled into a smile. He stopped the people who had just been talking and asked with a surprised expression, "Don't any of you know who killed young Master Jiang?" The few people were initially a bit annoyed by this person who suddenly stopped them, but upon hearing what Jiang Xie said, their annoyance instantly disappeared. Could it be that he had more accurate information? The few people thought in unison. One of them smiled and asked Jiang Xie, "Fellow Taoist, do you perhaps have other news?" Jiang Xie smiled faintly and said, "Coincidentally, I just received some news. If a few fellow Taoists don't know, then I'll tell you." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The few people clasped their fists towards Jiang Xie and then looked at him seriously. Cough, cough. Jiang Xie cleared his throat and said, "This afternoon I heard a piece of news in Blood City. It is said that Zhu Li, the demonic son of the Blood Demon Sect, was also killed." "What? How is that possible? Who is so powerful that they could kill Zhu Li in Blood City?" The few people exclaimed in surprise. Their voices attracted many people around them. Blood City, Zhu Li killed. These words lingered in the minds of others around. In an instant, many people gathered around. Seeing this, Jiang Xie continued, "I personally saw Zhu Li's body being carried out. It is said that a disciple token from Shengyuan Sect was also found with him." Shengyuan Sect? Could it be that someone from Shengyuan Sect killed Zhu Li? No, no matter what, it's too outrageous that Zhu Li was killed. Exactly, little brother, you can't just say such things. 2 major demonic path heirs killed in one day. If this is true, it would be enough to shock the entire Eastern Continent. This should be fake, I don't believe it anyway. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Most of them found Jiang Xie's words unbelievable. But the next moment they heard a loud voice from not far away. "Big news! Big news! Zhu Li, the demonic son of the Blood Demon Sect, was brutally murdered. The Blood Demon Sect will hold a funeral for Zhu Li tomorrow, and after the funeral, they will purge Shengyuan Sect." 33. Agree on goals. Whoosh! The entire scene instantly erupted, and shocking shouts burst forth from all over Jiang City. The demon child of the Blood Demon Sect was also killed. Oh heavens! Bloodbath Shengyuan Sect. Was it really Shengyuan Sect who did it? Within a single day, the heirs of 2 major demon sect forces in the Eastern Continent have all died. Shengyuan Sect is going to war. It seems the dynamics of the Eastern Continent are about to change again. Quick, let's hurry to Blood City to see. In a moment, the number of people in Jiang City had decreased by more than half. Watching the departing figures, Jiang Xie smiled again. He had finally dragged the Blood Demon Sect down with them. Moreover, the target was clear, Shengyuan Sect. Now, the other sects on the righteous path would find it difficult to intervene. After all, Shengyuan Sect had acted first in killing Jiang Xie and Zhu Li. Revenge was understandable. At most, it could only be considered a private feud between the three major forces. If other righteous path sects intervened, it would mean an all-out war between the righteous and demonic paths in the Eastern Continent. Similarly, the demonic path would be the same. Therefore, the demonic path forces this time might only involve the Jiang family and the Blood Demon Sect. If it were just the Jiang family dealing with Shengyuan Sect, it might be a bit tricky, but with the Blood Demon Sect joining, it would be different. As soon as this battle ended, the fact of his death would basically be confirmed. Then he could establish his own force with a new identity. As for the Jiang family, it would be left to Jiang Xie. This way, one in the open and one in the shadows, complementing each other, helping the Jiang family reach its peak and become an immortal family. The family and the individual complemented each other, indispensable. Although Jiang Xie knew his cultivation talent was poor, he also believed that he would have the day he reached the peak. He did not wish that on that day, when he looked back, there would only be a few people. Cultivating the Tao is not about the eternal life of one person, but the eternal life of a group of people, the eternal life of a family. At this moment, Jiang Xie's goal in his heart became even more resolute. Shengyuan Sect must be taken down as soon as possible. After pondering, Jiang Xie turned and headed towards Shengyuan Courtyard, which he had secretly bought. Inside the Jiang family, white mourning cloths were everywhere, and a cold atmosphere permeated the entire Jiang family. All the disciples gathered in the family hall, kneeling without rising. The servants knelt outside the door. The elders also stood in the hall, with their heads bowed. The hall was brightly lit, with Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru standing at the very front, both with their heads lowered. In front of them was a coffin tightly sealed. There was also a small figure kneeling on the ground, eyes red, clearly having cried for a long time. Everyone below also looked sad. Woo-woo-woo, young lord, how could you die, woo-woo-woo? Damn righteous path people. We haven't done much of the demonic path's business these past few years, yet they still murdered the young lord. Young lord, woo-woo-woo. Many disciples were crying out. Jiang Xie's position in the Jiang family was indeed quite high, not only because he was Jiang Fingliu's son. Listening to the crying of the disciples below, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru, at the very front, felt like laughing, but it was a bit inappropriate to laugh on such an occasion. They could only try their best to hold it in. Sometimes their shoulders even started to tremble from holding it in. Everyone only thought it was due to excessive grief. What they didn't know was that not only was Jiang Xie not dead, but the coffin was empty at this moment. The man's corpse had long been destroyed by Jiang Fingliu. It was absolutely impossible for so many people from their Jiang family to cry and kneel before some unknown fellow. Family head, this disciple has an important matter to report. Just then, a voice came from outside the hall. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Fingliu raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, "Speak." The voice outside the hall then sounded again. News just came that Zhu Li, the demon child of the Blood Demon Sect, was killed by a disciple of Shengyuan Sect in Blood City, and his funeral will be held tomorrow. What? Jiang Fingliu was startled. This matter was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation. The surrounding elders and disciples also showed surprise. Zhu Li of the Blood Demon Sect is also dead. And he was killed in Blood City. Are Shengyuan Sect's disciples that powerful now? Could the young lord also have been killed by someone from Shengyuan Sect? Several elders discussed amongst themselves. When they mentioned whether Jiang Xie was also killed by someone from Shengyuan Sect, the scene instantly fell silent. Jiang Fingliu frowned. He could naturally see that there were many strange circumstances in this matter. Firstly, for Jiang Xie's death, the Jiang family had to find a scapegoat to make it seem real. And the one with the greatest motive to kill Jiang Xie was naturally Shengyuan Sect, who had a feud with the Jiang family. Now, it was also revealed that someone from the Blood Demon Sect was also killed by a disciple of Shengyuan Sect. How could there be such a coincidence? His expression shifted, as if he had thought of something. He then asked towards outside the hall, was there any direct evidence? The voice from outside the hall came again. It is said that only a disciple token from Shengyuan Sect was found at the scene. That's it. Jiang Xie unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The current situation was that, regardless of whether Shengyuan Sect did it or not, they were definitely going to be the scapegoat. Jiang Xie had also dragged the Blood Demon Sect down, which made things more interesting. Jiang Xie immediately released the news that our young Lord Jiang family was also killed by a Shengyuan Sect disciple. Effective immediately, our Jiang family will join the Blood Demon Sect to flatten Shengyuan Sect. The elders' expressions trembled, and they all guessed the intention behind it. The person outside immediately responded, "Understood." Soon this news spread out. For a time, the entire demonic path forces in the Eastern Continent were in an uproar. This could be said to be the biggest event between the righteous and demonic paths in nearly 10 years, and many people were excited. Inside the Blood Demon Sect, Sect Master Zhu Tian sat gloomily on the main seat in the hall. Zhu Li was his only son, and he had died so quietly. His heart was bleeding. Sect Master, the evidence is not sufficient. It is very likely that someone else framed us. Yes, it's very likely that the real murderer is someone else. Sect Master, Shengyuan Sect's strength is not weak. We cannot be so reckless. Below, the elders of the Blood Demon Sect expressed their concerns. How could Zhu Tian not know all this? He couldn't find out who killed Zhu Li, and now he just wanted to find a force to vent his anger on. Shengyuan Sect was clearly it. It was just too coincidental that Shengyuan Sect's disciple token appeared there. But he also knew that Shengyuan Sect's strength was not weak, and going to war would result in heavy losses for the Blood Demon Sect. This was precisely where he was conflicted. However, this worry quickly disappeared. A man ran into the hall, panting, and before everyone could ask, he quickly blurted out what he had to say. Sect Master and all the elders, latest news. The Jiang family says that the person who killed the young Lord Jiang family was also from Shengyuan Sect, and they are willing to join us in flattening Shengyuan Sect. Upon hearing this, all the elders were stunned. Zhu Tian, upon hearing it, was overjoyed and immediately let out a loud laugh. Good. After Lear's funeral tomorrow, we will join the Jiang family and flatten Shengyuan Sect. After the meeting, Zhu Tian, with a sorrowful heart, took several more concubines, under the pretext of having lost his beloved son, feeling disheartened and desperately needing beautiful women for treatment. 34. The Spirit of the Righteous Sect. The news spread quickly. Besides the Demon Sect, the Righteous Path forces also received the news. At this moment, inside Shengyuan Sect, the entire sect was in a state of panic. If it was just the Blood Demon Sect or the Jiang family alone, they wouldn't be afraid, but the problem was that the Jiang family and the Blood Demon Sect attacked together. This was definitely something they couldn't withstand. They had also thought about asking other Righteous Path sects for help. But first, something unknown had happened within Xuantian Sect, and it had recently sealed its mountain gate, prohibiting people from other sects from entering. Secondly, Jai Yu, the saintess of Haoran Sect, had gone crazy and wouldn't let Jai Wushwang act at this time. Jai Wushwang originally didn't want a full-scale war between the demonic path and righteous path in the Eastern Continent to break out, and now that Jai Yu was found again, how could he refuse? Now Xuantian Sect and Haoran Sect would not act. Other righteous path sects also had no reason to act. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is everyone's instinct. They also didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. This made the high-ranking officials of Shengyuan Sect anxious. Now, all the elders, protectors, and others in Shengyuan Sect were gathered together. They were discussing how to deal with the current crisis. Does anyone have a good plan? Taizu, the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, frowned and looked at the crowd below with a worried expression. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Taizu's frown deepened. Everyone, please speak freely. Upon hearing this, someone finally stood up. It was a shifty-eyed man. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Sect Master, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Speak. How about we just surrender? As soon as these words came out, before the sect master could speak, the reactions of the others grew louder. Immediately, another middle-aged man retorted, how can we, a righteous path sect, flee without a fight? Wouldn't that make us a laughing stock to the world? This absolutely cannot be done. At the very least, we should put on a show before surrendering. A short-haired elder nearby was furious. Look at what you two are saying. All you talk about is surrendering. If we surrender to the demon sect, doesn't that mean we're afraid of them? How can we establish ourselves in the righteous path? How can we face our families? We should first spread our plight throughout Shengyuan Sect to gain everyone's sympathy. This way, the impact of our surrender won't be too great. The third elder of Shengyuan Sect also couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to say, I thought you could say something useful, but in the end, it's still surrender. Surrender? How can you even say that? What we should do is not surrender, but directly join them. This way, our safety can be guaranteed. Seeing the few people arguing fiercely, the second elder roared, all of you, shut up. You disappoint me too much. You can even say words like surrender and submission. And you call yourselves elders of Shengyuan Sect. What are you all thinking? They now believe that we killed their people. A young master Jiang, a demonic path disciple of the blood demon sect, are they ordinary people? Is submission or surrender useful? The correct approach should be for us to strike first, destroy a few righteous path sects, to express Shengyuan Sect's stance. That's right, the second elder is correct, but I think there's still something not quite right. Not only should we destroy a few righteous path sects, but we should also capture a few righteous path geniuses and send them to them. Tell them that these are the people who killed the young master Jiang and the demonic path disciple of the blood demon sect, and then surrender and submit. This way, Shengyuan Sect can be safe. The white-haired grand elder also expressed his opinion. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their faces showed joy. They immediately praised. As expected of the grand elder, he thinks things through so thoroughly admirable. The grand elder looked pleased, accepting their praise with a clear conscience. Taizu's face, seated in the main seat, had turned as black as charcoal. His hands were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair, looking as if he was extremely angry. Presumptuous! He roared, his eyes bloodshot, looking extremely furious. Everyone was startled, and the surrounding sounds gradually disappeared, only feeling that the sect master in front of them was so unfamiliar. You are saying such things now. Facing the sect master's accusation, they all lowered their heads. There was a hint of shame in their hearts. You are only saying it now. Why didn't you say such a good method earlier? Why wait until now to say it? Taizu's face was flushed with anger. If they had said it earlier, wouldn't it have been over? They had to wait until now. It was too late, too late. The hint of shame that had just risen in everyone's hearts immediately vanished without a trace. This was the sect master they were familiar with. Sect master, you didn't ask either. That's right, you didn't ask us. If you don't ask us, how can we say it? Do I have to ask you? Taizu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm himself down. Before he could speak, he heard the grand elder below ask, Sect master, can we end this meeting? Yes, sect master, we've discussed everything, can we end it now? Anyway, there's nothing more to discuss. The methods have all been stated, now we just need to execute them. Everyone echoed. A hint of suspicion flashed in Taizu's eyes. When did they become so proactive? This didn't fit their style. Feeling that something was fishy, he asked, Grand Elder, do you have something important to attend to? The Grand Elder immediately said, Sect Master, to be honest with you, I recently found a new Tao companion and am eager to explore the mysteries of life. With your physique, you're looking for a Tao companion. Can anyone even fancy you? I'm afraid you just snatched her. Taizu felt immense disdain in his heart. Then what about you, Second Elder? Sect Master, my Tao companion, far away in the southern border, is about to give birth. So, I'm preparing to go back, pack my things and rush to be with her. When did you get a Tao companion? And in the southern border? Why don't you say your Tao companion is in Saint Province? I'm afraid you just want to run away. Taizu scorned again. Then what about you, Third Elder? Sect Master, my old injury has recurred recently, and coincidentally, I heard that a spirit medicine that can cure my old injury has appeared in the northern desert, so I plan to try my luck. Old injury recurrence. As far as I know, your old injury is only in a certain place, and you want to go to the northern desert. Why haven't I heard any news of spirit medicine appearing? Your sources of information are even more than mine, another one trying to run away. Taizu was too lazy to even complain. Then fourth elder. I'm not feeling well and urgently need to go back and recuperate. Fifth elder. Someone invited me to be a guest at his place, so. He asked around, and there were all sorts of reasons. This sect is ultimately going to fall apart. Let it fall apart, let me bear this pain alone. Taizu sighed and said, I understand all of you may go, remember to come back early. Everyone's expressions brightened, and they were about to take their leave. Suddenly, the Grand Elder seemed to remember something and turned to ask, Sect Master, I received news today that a disciple saw you enter the sect treasury. You stayed there for most of the day before coming out. I wonder what the sect master was doing inside. The eyes of all the elders were deep and full of light. 35. A dramatic scene 3400. Taizu was startled. He believed his actions couldn't possibly be known by these elders. But now it had been exposed. That could only mean one thing. Among the disciples responsible for guarding the sect's treasury, there was someone loyal to the Grand Elder. Taizu calmly said, Nothing, I was just checking if anything was missing from the treasury. The Grand Elder continued to ask, Then, Sect Master, have you found anything missing? Taizu shook his head and said, Nothing is missing. That's good then. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded. At this moment, the second elder seemed to suddenly discover something and exclaimed, Sect Master, why do you have several more Kainkun rings on your hand? As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze turned towards Taizu's hand. Upon seeing it, they indeed found several more Kainkun rings on his right hand. Taizu quickly put his right hand behind his back, but it was already too late. He said with a somewhat evasive gaze, Everyone, please don't be alarmed, these are just decorations. Before the elders could speak, another voice came from outside the main hall. Report, Sect Master Elders, the items in the sect's treasury have all disappeared for some unknown reason. It's highly likely they were stolen. Please, sirs, immediately order an investigation. Silence. The main hall instantly became incredibly quiet. Everyone's gaze once again fell upon Taizu's right hand. Time around them seemed to be frozen. If it weren't for the subtle sounds of breathing around them, one might even suspect that no one was left in the vicinity. The silent scene did not last long. Soon the elders' breathing became rapid. Their eyes also revealed an inexplicable light. That was the sect's treasury. As one of the great righteous path sects in the Eastern Continent, the resources within were substantial, but now they were all gone. Taizu was going to leave them, without even a chance to drink soup. Taizu was already starting to panic internally, but he remained outwardly calm, smiling. Elders, don't you have important matters to attend to? Let's not waste any more time, shall we? Go quickly and handle your affairs, don't miss the deadline. As for me, I suddenly remembered I also have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared from the main hall. The Grand Elder's expression turned fierce, and he immediately shouted loudly, The sect master stole the entire sect's resources and fled to avoid punishment. Everyone, follow me and apprehend him. As resources common to everyone in the entire sect, the sect master actually monopolized them. We absolutely cannot let him go. At least we must get our share back. All the elders moved out, heading in pursuit. Half an incense stick later, a fierce battle erupted above Shengyuan Sect. The dazzling light could be seen for hundreds of miles around. Those who didn't know might have thought the demonic path had attacked, and they all praised Shengyuan Sect for its responsibility, for daring to fight against the people of the demonic path. Meanwhile, the disciples of Shengyuan Sect were all dumbfounded. How could they not recognize the figures above them? One was the sect master, and the others were the elders. What made them even more bewildered was not just this. Most of these disciples did not know the news that the two major demonic path forces were going to attack Shengyuan Sect. Those who knew had already secretly fled. Now, listening to the voices from above, they only wanted to curse. Taizu, you are a sect master. Facing the impending attacks from the Jiang family and the blood demon sect, you chose to flee. What about the many disciples of the sect? Bah, you old geezers probably want to run more than I do. What are you pretending to be so righteous for here? Sect Master, you can run if you want, but what do you intend to do by taking all of the sect's resources with you? Am I not afraid that the sect's resources will fall into the hands of the demonic path? Stop quibbling, you clearly just want to monopolize them. Today we're laying it out. Don't even think about leaving without sharing. Yep. Following this was a fierce sound of battle. The resources in the sect's treasury were enough for Tai Zhu to live a carefree life forever. How could he hand them over? The disciples were numb. Absurd, simply absurd. I went through untold hardships to cultivate at Shengyuan Sect, but I never expected the sect's higher-ups to be like this. This sect is not worth staying in. The sect has abandoned us, let's run. The Jiang family and the Blood Demon Sect are coming to attack Shengyuan Sect. The elders didn't even notify us of such a major event. Are they sending us to our deaths? I've been in the sect for 3 years, swept the ground for 1 year, carried water for 1 year, washed clothes for 1 year, and the points I earned aren't even enough to exchange for a single cultivation technique. Now you tell me the sect master and elders are running. Brothers, if not now, when will we run? It'll be over once the demonic path people attack. Run, even if we run we have to take some interest. Shengyuan Sect was in utter chaos. Disciples were either running or packing their belongings. They tried every possible way to scavenge items from within the sect. The pillars in the sect moved. The stone lions at the entrance moved. Palace dismantled and taken away. The vast sect became dilapidated in a short moment, as if a tragic battle had taken place. When the sect master and elders above Shengyuan Sect finally managed to agree not to run, and to seek help from other sects as much as possible, they found that the sect was already deserted and dilapidated. Only a few of them were left. Tai Zhu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, angrily saying, "It's all your fault. The sect is gone, I won't accompany you. The sect is gone and you still want to run. Hand over the resources." The battle continued. Half a day later, as dusk settled, a piece of news began to spread throughout the great Yan Empire. Extra, extra. Due to the Jiang family and the Blood Demon Sect's declaration to attack Shengyuan Sect, an internal conflict broke out within Shengyuan Sect. The sect master and the elders fought fiercely over uneven resource distribution. The disciples within Shengyuan Sect fled en masse. Shengyuan Sect is now a ruin. The bodies of Shengyuan Sect's 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 2nd elder have been successively found within Shengyuan Sect. The Grand Elder, 5th Elder, 6th Elder and Sect Master Tai Zhu are missing. Shengyuan Sect is declared annihilated. As soon as the news broke, the entire Great Yan Empire was shocked. Shengyuan Sect, one of the great righteous path forces in the Great Yan Empire, was just gone like that. It wasn't destroyed by demonic path forces, but by internal strife. Who could have imagined this? It was simply too dramatic. People in various cities of the Great Yan Empire began discussing this matter, and everyone's tone was filled with shock. They couldn't understand. The Jiang family and the Blood Demon Sect had only made a declaration. They hadn't even attacked yet, and Shengyuan Sect couldn't hold on. This was a great righteous path force. This was the sect countless people dreamed of entering. If all righteous path forces were like this, what was the point of entering such a sect? Realizing that a dramatic event had occurred that could affect the recruitment of new disciples by sects, other righteous path sects immediately made statements. Haoran Sect. My Haoran Sect from top to bottom cultivates Haoran righteous chi. Such behavior as Shengyuan sects will never occur. Shengyuan sect's matter fills us with immense sorrow and even more contempt. Xuanchen Sect. Shengyuan Sect had long been in decline. Before the enemy even arrived, it had already fallen into disarray, a disgrace to the righteous path. 10,000 Sword Sect. When people of the demonic path attack, my 10,000 Sword Sect will naturally break them with our swords. Beast Taming Sect. Our Beast Taming Sect disciples are all full of spirit and will never retreat when facing people of the demonic path. Brewing Villa. This matter has nothing to do with us. Brewing Villa has specialized in brewing for thousands of years, and all who come are guests. A sip of immortal wine will make you linger and cause your cultivation to soar. Fortunately, the various sects clarified in time. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have doubted them. Within Haoran Sect, Jiang sat alone in her room, her brows frosty, her aura extremely cold. The hatred in her heart for a certain person had reached its peak. She had truly thought that the other party had notified the people within the sect, only to find out upon her return that no one in the sect knew she had secretly left. Realizing this, she immediately understood that she had been deceived. Just as she was about to return, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang, who had come here. Jiang immediately saw through her intentions and then placed her under house arrest. Now Jiang Xie was dead, and she couldn't even attend his funeral. This would become a lifelong regret for her. Jiang felt very sad, so sad that she wanted to cry. Scenes from the past constantly appeared in her mind. With each scene that appeared, her hatred for that man intensified. In the end, the entire room was already filled with murderous intent. No matter who you are, I will definitely cut you down with my sword. Number Saintess, that person has been identified. Suddenly, Liu Feng's voice came from outside. Jiang's expression brightened and she quickly asked, "Who is it?" Liu Feng did not answer immediately, perhaps because he wanted to hear Jiang's voice more, or perhaps he wanted to stay outside the door a little longer. He slowly said, "Just today, Zhu Li, the demonic son of the blood demon sect, also died mysteriously, leaving only a token of a Shengyuan sect disciple at the scene." "Zhu Li is also dead," Jiang frowned. She always felt there was something wrong with this, but still thought that the person had no good feelings for the demonic path, which was why he acted this way. "Continue." Liu Feng continued. "The blood demon sect determined that a disciple of Shengyuan sect killed Zhu Li. Coincidentally, the Jiang family also released news at this time stating that young Master Jiang was also killed by a Shengyuan sect disciple. Therefore, I speculate that the Shengyuan sect disciple who killed both of them is actually the same person. So it was someone from Shengyuan sect." Jiang's expression turned cold, and her tone also became chilly. Liu Feng felt it immediately. He was overjoyed. When Jiang had asked him to investigate this person, he had wondered if Jiang had feelings for that person. Now it seemed this possibility could be ruled out. Jiang's tone was definitely not one of having feelings for the other party. At once he was in a good mood and continued, "Saintess, do you have a grudge against that Shengyuan sect disciple?" "Yes, I want to kill him." Jiang's tone was neither happy nor sad. "Then Saintess, you might be disappointed." "What do you mean?" Jiang frowned. "Latest news, Shengyuan sect is gone." "Shengyuan sect is gone?" Jiang was stunned, then asked, "Did the Jiang family and the blood demon sect act so quickly?" "Not so. The two major forces did say they would act against Shengyuan sect, but they haven't started yet." Liu Feng continued to tease. He really liked the feeling of Jiang asking him questions, even though her tone was very cold. "Then what is the reason?" "Shengyuan sect, it was destroyed by Shengyuan sect." Jiang didn't immediately understand what this meant. Shengyuan sect destroyed Shengyuan sect. Precisely. Shengyuan sect, upon hearing that the Jiang family and the blood demon sect were going to attack, experienced internal strife. The sect master and the elders fought fiercely. 3 elders fell on the spot, and the remaining few are missing. All the disciples within Shengyuan sect have already left, and even Shengyuan sect itself has become dilapidated. If you ask me, after the great battle between Shengyuan sect's sect master and elders, it's even a question whether those Shengyuan sect disciples are still alive. So, the person you want to kill, Saintess, has a high probability of already died. Dead? Jiang did not speak. Impossible. That person wasn't even in Shengyuan sect at the time. How could he be dead? It's good that Shengyuan sect was annihilated. This way, it will be even simpler for her to kill him. At this moment she was happy. 36, just trust me. All right, I know. You can go back now, Jiang said, dismissing him. If it wasn't to gather information, she wouldn't have wanted to speak with Liu Feng at all. Saintess, since I'm already here, won't you invite me in for a seat? Liu Feng, however, did not want to leave. A hint of disgust flashed in Jiang's eyes as she said impatiently, "Do I need to use my sword to ask you to leave?" Feeling the coldness in her words, Liu Feng hesitated for a moment but still left. Although he liked Jiang, he was not foolish. He knew that the rumors about him within the sect must have given Jiang a bad impression. From the day he met Jiang, he had cut off all ties with those women. Anyone who continued to pester him was killed. He knew this was far from enough. To win Jiang's favor, he had to think of other methods. A strange light flickered in Liu Feng's eyes. Since Jiang wanted to kill that man so badly, why didn't he kill him before she did? Perhaps this would change Jiang's opinion of him. Once he understood this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His figure quickly disappeared within the sect. Inside the room, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Jiang's face. Shengyuan sect was gone. She was happy about any bad thing related to that man. Now, let's see what else you have to rely on. Her desire to kill the other party grew stronger and stronger. But what she wanted to do most now was to go to Jiang City and see Jiang Xie for the last time. However, the outside of her room had been placed under a restriction by Jai Wuxuan, so she couldn't get out at all. The news of Shengyuan sect's demise continued to spread, and soon, it had reached all three of the three great empires in the Eastern Continent. Voices of ridicule rang out everywhere. The destruction of Shengyuan sect this time could be called the most bizarre sect incident in 10,000 years. Its image in everyone's hearts was completely shattered. One might ask, a sect that claimed to be one of the major righteous path forces in the Eastern Continent was actually scared out of its wits when two demonic path forces announced they were coming to attack. The sect master and elders even fought among themselves to snatch sect resources and escape. This was embarrassing to even mention. It was normal for them to be despised by everyone. Those disciples who fled from Shengyuan sect dared not say they were from Shengyuan sect at all. Firstly, they couldn't afford to lose face. Secondly, Shengyuan sect's actions had already disgraced those on the righteous path. If those people knew they were Shengyuan sect disciples, they would probably be beaten to death with sticks. In fact, many people within the Eastern Continent had already publicly declared, "Meet a Shengyuan sect disciple, kill one," because they were the disgrace of the righteous path. This led to those disciples who escaped from Shengyuan sect having nowhere to go home. Thus, a group of ruthless bandits, led by Shengyuan sect disciples, began to settle on an unknown small mountain in the Eastern Continent. But on the other side, by the time Jiang Xie arrived at the small courtyard he bought, it was already late. He found only Lin Maoyan inside the courtyard. And he felt that Lin Maoyan looked a bit troubled. So he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, not used to living here?" Lin Maoyan shook her head. Not used to living here, there was no such thing at all. The environment here was even better than where she lived in Shengyuan sect. The courtyard had green plants, a pond and flowers. The environment here was beautiful, and the courtyard was not located in a busy area. There was no noise, no conflict. Even in Jiang City, where demonic path people gathered, it felt like entering a paradise. It shattered Lin Maoyan's long-held perception of demonic path forces. Jiang Xie also shattered her perception of demonic path people. In her opinion, a successor of a major demonic path force like Jiang Xie should be evil and lustful. But since she had known him, although it had only been a few days, she had never seen any lewdness or interest in her body on Jiang Xie's face. His actions also did not seem like those of a demonic path person. He was completely contrary to the widely rumored image of Jiang Xie as a great devil head. On the contrary, Shengyuan sect, which prided itself as a righteous path sect. Its elders, in order to seize the position of sect master, did not hesitate to kill her father. She couldn't help but ponder, was the righteous path truly righteous? Was the demonic path truly as the world said it was? What was the basis for the distinction between righteous and demonic? If doing bad deeds was called being demonic, then were there few such people in the righteous path? Conversely, were there no people in the demonic path who hadn't done bad deeds? If possible, she would rather her father give up the position of Shengyuan sect master. That way, he wouldn't have died. If she had a slight grudge about submitting to Jiang Xie before, she now had completely no such grudge. Since the people of the righteous path were like this, what was wrong with her being a demonic path person? She wanted to kill everyone in Shengyuan sect who laid a hand on her father, even if it meant bearing a bad name, she would not hesitate. What she was worried about now was whether Jiang Xie could help her. Although she didn't know what Jiang Xie did to make outsiders think he was dead. But she understood that in the current situation, Jiang Xie could not use the Jiang family's power. So how would he help her? Could it be that he would cultivate for decades before seeking revenge? This was the reason for her troubled expression at the moment. Seeing her not speak for a long time, Jiang Xie already guessed a few things in his heart. He smiled, walked forward and patted her shoulder. Lin Maoyan then snapped back to reality, her eyes fixed on him. Jiang Xie spoke, "Are you worried that I can't help you get revenge?" Lin Maoyan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Jiang Xie immediately understood. He withdrew his smile, his expression serious, and slowly leaned close to Lin Maoyan's ear, saying word by word. "You just have to trust me. I, Jiang Xie, always act according to my whims, but I never break my word. Your revenge will definitely be avenged, and that day will definitely not be too far away." His words seemed to be full of magic. One by one, they entered Lin Maoyan's mind, making one feel at ease involuntarily. Lin Maoyan didn't know what was happening, but she felt that her restless heart immediately calmed down. That trace of worry in her heart also completely dissipated. The man in front of her would not deceive her. She suddenly felt this in her heart. This was a strong intuition. She had only felt this kind of feeling from her father. Her father's words always made her feel inexplicably at ease. "I believe you, master." This time she didn't feel awkward calling him master, but rather felt very natural. Jiang Xie smiled again. Lin Maoyan was getting smoother and smoother on the Tao of becoming a good subordinate. "Oh right, old Wu." He was just about to ask where old Wu went. The small courtyard gate had already been opened. Old Wu's face had an abnormal flush. He was carrying a pot of wine in each hand and walked into the courtyard with a happy expression, pushing open the gate. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened completely. The wine in his hands also involuntarily dropped to the ground, making a crisp sound. The wine jars instantly shattered, and the wine spilled out, emitting a rich aroma. But at this moment, old Wu clearly didn't care about any of this. He rubbed his eyes, as if verifying whether the scene in front of him was real. At this time, Jiang Xie had his hands on Lin Maoyan's shoulders, and his head was very close to Lin Maoyan's face. From old Wu's perspective, the two of them were kissing passionately at this moment. When he realized that it was indeed not a dream, old Wu gasped. "Young lord, he's at it again." "I knew it. How could the young lord's intentions be so simple? Poor girl. So young and already encountered the young lord's demonic hand. No, poor young lord. So young and already fallen into the trap of beauty. This cannot be. Beauty leads to depravity. Young lord absolutely cannot." Old Wu's mind spun, not knowing what to do. 37. "Young master, please exercise restraint." Jiang Xie turned around, and seeing old Wu's reaction, he knew he must have misunderstood. Too lazy to explain, he looked at old Wu and said, "I knew you went to buy wine." Lin Maoyan also guessed that she had been misunderstood. Her face flushed for a moment. Old Wu scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, "I just got a craving." After speaking, he looked as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Jiang Xie spoke directly, "Old Wu, if you have any questions, just say them." Young master, were you just?" "Oh, just now. We were just talking about some things." Jiang Xie waved his hand, saying casually. Lin Maoyan also nodded. "The young master was indeed talking to me just now." Old Wu gave them a look that clearly said, "I'd be a fool to believe you." Talking, discussing matters. Was it necessary to be that close? Did they think he was blind? Young master, you're still young. You should learn moderation. Don't let such things destroy your will." Old Wu earnestly advised. Jiang Xie immediately rolled his eyes at him. This guy, he just wouldn't believe the truth. Too lazy to explain further, he casually brushed him off with a few words. Lin Maoyan suddenly knelt on one knee towards Jiang Xie, cupping her hands and saying, "Now Maoyan has no family. It's hopeless for me to seek revenge alone. I can only trust the young master. Since I've decided to become the young master's subordinate, the former Lin Maoyan no longer exists. Please bestow a name upon me, young master." Lin Maoyan was very serious. After Jiang Xie's guidance just now, she had completely let go of her worries. Next, she wanted to live with a new identity. The old Lin Maoyan was a thing of the past. Now, she only wanted to become a devil head who killed without batting an eye. She wanted to slaughter all those elders of the Xuanchen sect. Jiang Xie clearly hadn't expected her to do something like this, and old Wu was also stunned in place. He felt a bit like his position had been replaced. But more than that, it was admiration. Admiration that Jiang Xie could actually make Lin Maoyan so obedient. It turned out the best way to deal with a woman was to first capture her. Then Chinese letter ly conquer her, rather than pursuing her painstakingly. He learned. The young lord was indeed a genius. Old Wu silently wrote down this method he had analyzed, planning to try it out on a widowed young woman sometime. Jiang Xie fell silent. The courtyard was plunged into silence. Jiang Xie was thinking, trying to come up with a name for her. He was never good at naming. Suddenly, he remembered the code names from those divine dramas he watched in his previous life, and an idea struck him. He then said, "In that case, your code name from now on will be White Rose." White Rose, White Rose. Lin Maoyan kept repeating these words. Jiang Xie asked, "What, don't you like it?" "No," Lin Maoyan shook her head, smiling brightly. "I like it very much." Old Wu's eyes also lit up. This name was indeed quite good. At this moment, old Wu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. He frowned in thought, then remembered the news he had heard about the Shengyuan sect's demise during his outing. He had wanted to tell Jiang Xie when he returned, but he was so shocked by what he saw that he forgot. He walked up to Jiang Xie, cupping his hands. "Young lord, I heard a rumor during my outing this time." "A rumor? What rumor?" Jiang Xie became interested. "You're not going to tell me the Shengyuan sect is gone, are you?" "How did you know?" Old Wu suddenly looked up, staring at Jiang Xie in disbelief. Could it be that Jiang Xie knew even earlier than him? But hadn't this matter just reached Jiang City? The Shengyuan sect is really gone. Jiang Xie was also startled. He had just said it casually. It would be strange if the Shengyuan sect was really gone. But from old Wu's reaction, it was clear that the Shengyuan sect seemed to be truly gone. Quick, tell me." Jiang Xie was quite fond of hearing such gossip. Lin Maoyan beside him also pricked up her ears. Old Wu was about to take a sip of wine before speaking, only to realize the wine was already lying on the ground. If conditions didn't prevent it now, he probably would have cried out loud. With a heavy heart, he began to speak. "The rumor outside is that the Shengyuan sect, upon hearing that the Jiang family and the Blood Demon sect were going to attack simultaneously, were scared out of their wits. The sect master and several elders had an internal conflict. Afterward, the Shengyuan sect master emptied all the sect's resources, intending to escape. The elders of the Shengyuan sect naturally refused, and a great battle ensued. It is said that the battle lasted for nearly a day and was incredibly tragic. 3 elders of the Shengyuan sect died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the others are unknown. The entire sect was also emptied by the fleeing disciples. The Shengyuan sect is now a complete mess." "Good heavens, there's such a thing," Jiang Xie gasped. He was truly enlightened. Wasn't the Shengyuan sect a leader among the righteous path forces in the Eastern Continent? Although their overall strength was not as good as the Haoran Sect, they were still very strong. Otherwise, the Jiang family wouldn't have been helpless against them. But now, they had actually brought about their own demise. The Jiang family and the Blood Demon sect hadn't even started their attack yet. It was simply laughable. Was this a major righteous path sect? Hilarious. Jiang Xie had new insights into these righteous path sects. But on second thought, this was normal. Facing danger, fleeing was a human instinct. This was human nature, nothing strange. If it were him, if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he would also. It seemed he didn't need to run, he couldn't die. Interesting, Jiang Xie thought of another matter. The sect master of the Shengyuan sect and several elders were missing. He estimated that the few of them had fought too far away. Now, it was very likely that a victor had been decided. But whether the elders won or the sect master won, he must have vast resources in his hands. If he could obtain them. Presumably, The victorious one must also be seriously injured now, right? Jiang Xie really had some ideas about their resources. But he could only sigh in despair. Considering his current power, it was simply impossible to obtain them. Firstly, he didn't know the other party's whereabouts. Secondly, he lacked manpower. The Eastern Continent was so vast, how easy was it to find one person? With just the three of them, who knew how long it would take to find them? Unless the other party came knocking on their door. Only then would there be a chance to acquire the other party's resources. Jiang Xie's lips curved into a smile. He feared he wasn't the only one eyeing the resources on the other party. Then the other party would obviously also realize that there were people looking for him everywhere now. In that case, where could he hide? Jiang City or Blood City? Since he couldn't take the initiative, he could only passively wait. Waiting for the rabbit by the stump was also a kind of fun, wasn't it? All right, you two go rest. Tomorrow, follow me to stroll around the city. Jiang Xie yawned and walked into a room to rest. Lin Maioyan and Old Wu also found rooms to rest. Inside the Jiang family, Jiang Fingliu, who had just heard the news of the Shengyuan Sect's demise, couldn't stop smiling. As a force that had always opposed the Jiang family, being able to defeat them now, without losing a single soldier, made it hard not to be happy. The elders of the Jiang family were also all smiling broadly. I didn't expect the Shengyuan Sect to be destroyed so easily. If we had known this, our Jiang family wouldn't have had to expend so much effort before. Exactly. Now that the Shengyuan Sect is destroyed, our Jiang family has one less major enemy, which is a great joyous occasion. It's just a pity that this is all because Zier died, alas. At the mention of Jiang Xie, everyone's mood became low again. Jiang Fingliu secretly smiled in his heart, but on his face, he showed a sad expression. Although the Shengyuan Sect is destroyed, its sect master Tai Zhu and several elders are not yet confirmed to have fallen. Zier's revenge cannot go unavenged. After the funeral tomorrow, we will fully search for news of Tai Zhu and make sure to kill him. 38. Music spreads to Dongzhou. At the same time, upon receiving the news, the Blood Demon immediately ordered a full-scale search for the whereabouts of the Shengyuan sect master and elder. The destruction of the Shengyuan Sect was indeed a cause for celebration for them. But it wasn't enough to satisfy their hatred. The next day, the funerals of the two major powers' successors were held as scheduled. On this day, all those on the righteous path remained silent, not daring to be too ostentatious. Even the major righteous path powers were unusually calm. No one wanted to provoke the demonic path at this time. Inside Jiang City, white banners were hung everywhere. The entire population of Jiang City was immersed in endless sorrow. The streets were incredibly deserted, devoid of their usual bustle. Today, all righteous path individuals were forbidden from entering Jiang City. As for whether anyone had sneaked in, it was unknown. Outside the Jiang family, rows of people knelt neatly on the ground. Their expressions were mournful, tears welling in their eyes. At the very front of the procession were the Jiang family's disciples and elders. Further forward were Jiang Fingliu, Sujiro, and Jiang Xie. They stood before a coffin made of special materials, their eyes red, Jiang Xie's small face covered in tear stains. A little further away, there were many standing crowds. Most of these were people from other demon sects. Although they did not kneel, they stood respectfully to the side, their expressions devoid of joy or sorrow. Jiang Xie and the other two were also among them. Looking at his own funeral, Jiang Xie felt a bit strange. It was also a novel experience. Old Wu, however, was unfazed, his expression calm. Lin Maioyan was different. Her eyes held confusion, still not understanding the Tao within this. Time passed little by little. The musicians have arrived. Approaching noon, a voice came from the crowd. Subsequently, the crowd not far away automatically parted, and a group of figures dressed in white robes, holding musical instruments, slowly walked in from outside. They were male and female, old and young. Jiang Xie turned his head to look, his eyes filled with curiosity. He knew the origin of these people. They were from Tiandao sect, a second-rate power in the Eastern Continent. Although it was a second-rate power, its reputation in the Eastern Continent was not small. The people of Tiandao sect were skilled in music, and their attack methods were also musical notes. It was said that they could disturb people's minds and kill invisibly. Their weapons were mostly musical instruments. The musical instruments were not ordinary. They were forged from special materials, and their grades were not low. The weapon grades on the Shengyuan Continent are generally divided into mortal weapon, spiritual artifact, treasure artifact, king-tier weapon, emperor weapon, sacred artifact, emperor weapon, and the most special, famous weapons. The Fanchen sword that Jiang Xie possessed was one of the 6 famous weapons. Famous weapons are different from other graded weapons. Their grades cannot be defined. In the hands of some people, they can only exert the power of a spiritual artifact, or even a treasure artifact. But in the hands of some, they can unleash power like an emperor weapon, or even surpassing an emperor weapon. Therefore, their grades cannot be defined. But one thing is known throughout the world. That is, the more compatible you are with a famous weapon, the greater the power you can unleash. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must first gain the famous weapon's recognition. If you obtain a famous weapon but fail to gain its recognition, it will be inferior to even an ordinary weapon. Aside from being more durable than other weapons, it has no other effects. Jiang Xie is undoubtedly the most compatible person with the Fanchen sword. In certain situations, he can unleash the full power of the Fanchen sword. But that is only in certain situations. From ancient times to the present, according to Jiang Xie's understanding, there have been Fanchen sword masters throughout history who could unleash the full power of the Fanchen sword. Each of them, despite their low cultivation, left their legends in their respective eras. However, that was all. Because after their glory, they all exhausted their life force. No one could unleash the full power of the Fanchen sword twice. The contradiction of the Fanchen sword is that powerful people cannot gain its recognition. Weaker people who gain recognition cannot bear it physically. This is why the Fanchen sword has always been at the bottom of the 6 famous weapons. Now it's different. Jiang Xie's existence will change this dynamic. Jiang Xie looked carefully and found that the person leading them had a musical instrument on his back that resembled a pipa from his previous life. From the aura it emitted, it was not difficult to tell that it was a king-tier weapon. The entire Jiang family only had 3 king-tier weapons. One was in his father's hand, one was with the old ancestor in slumber, and one was on the grand elder. As for his mother Sujiru, she also had one. However, it wasn't from the Jiang family, but given by the Qianyuan imperial dynasty. Jiang Xie had only ever heard of this sect, but had never truly seen it. Speaking of which, the reason why Tiandao sect, a second-rate sect, has such a large reputation is precisely because of this. As a neutral faction, Tiandao sect offends neither the righteous path sects nor the demon sects. Whenever an important figure from any power unexpectedly dies or passes away naturally, people from Tiandao sect are invited to play music at the funeral. Of course, only major powers would do this. Those small powers and insignificant individuals who die either perish in desolate mountains, are casually buried by others, or even have their bodies destroyed. Where would they have such a grand display? With the arrival of Tiandao sect, the atmosphere on site became even more somber. They bypassed the crowd, went directly to the coffin, found their respective seats, and then took out the musical instruments from their waists or backs. The leading man from Tiandao sect nodded faintly towards Zhang Fingliu, then began to play. The music gradually rose, soft and mournful. It made people involuntarily immerse themselves in it. The entire Jiang city was enveloped in waves of music. Half an incense stick later, before they could recover from the mournful emotions, the music suddenly changed again. It became tragic and full of passion, making people tear up involuntarily. Everyone's emotions were unknowingly drawn into it. This was the terrifying aspect of Tiandao sect's music. The music gradually spread to the distance. It spread out of Jiang City, and also to other cities. Soon, the entire eastern continent could hear this sorrowful music. Many people were affected by this music, their expressions sad. Those on the righteous path, however, frowned one after another. Inside Haoran Sect, hearing this music, Jai Wushuang felt incredibly annoyed and muttered that Jiang Fingliu is really willing to spend a fortune on his son. He even invited the sect master of Tianyan sect. No wonder this music can reach all the way here. The feeling of irritation in his heart lingered. Jai Wushuang put down what he was doing and went to Jai Yu's room. Before he even arrived, he discovered an anomaly. The restriction he had placed had a breach, and the room was empty. This girl, she infuriates me. Jai Wushuang's face turned red with anger. After a long while he sighed and said, "This girl, she actually broke the only restriction I left in my restriction. Such good talent not used on the righteous path, alas." He understood his daughter very well. It was useless to look for her now. Fortunately, he had quietly left a life-saving method on her 2 days ago. Otherwise, he would really die of anxiety. He could only hope that she had just gone out for a stroll. 39. Jiang of Rivers, evil of evil. The reactions of other Righteous Path sect higher-ups were mostly surprise, followed by disgust. The surprise was that Jiang Fingliu had actually invited the sect master of Tianyan sect. This was not cheap. The disgust was that they were people of the demonic path. Not to mention, just yesterday, because of the Jiang family and the blood demon sect, their entire Righteous Path sect had lost face. But there was one place that was exceptionally different. At this moment, inside a grand hall in the Kaiyuan Empire Imperial Palace, a man with a majestic demeanor was diligently handling various affairs within the empire. The man was dressed in yellow imperial robes, adorned with sun and moon patterns, and the jade crown on his head shimmered with golden light. Although he appeared middle-aged, it still couldn't conceal his handsomeness. His thick eyebrows and large eyes, a pair of sword-like brows, and a high nose bridge made him look heroic and extraordinary. If one looked closely, they would find that his appearance bore many similarities to Jiang Xie's mother, Su Jiru. The music from outside drifted in, making him involuntarily stop what he was doing. He waved his hand, and a person quickly walked in from outside the hall, respectfully standing before him. Which important figure from a sect has passed away recently? This procession looks quite grand. Su Wu's expression carried a hint of curiosity. He had been busy handling various affairs within the empire recently, and had paid little attention to outside news. If it weren't for the music, he probably wouldn't have inquired about such matters. The man who entered immediately replied, "Your Majesty, indeed many things have happened recently. 2 days ago, the young master Jiang Xie of the demonic path Jiang family was killed, and the demonic son Zhu Li of the blood demon sect followed shortly after. The successors of 2 major demon sects fell one after another. Rumor has it that they were killed by a disciple of the Shengyuan sect. The 2 forces declared they would invade the Shengyuan sect. The people of Shengyuan sect were scared out of their wits. The sect master and the elders had an internal conflict, and a great battle ensued. The Shengyuan sect was ultimately destroyed. Today's music should be from the Jiang family." At this moment, Su Wu's expression was already dazed. As for what the man said afterward, he didn't hear a single word. His attention was entirely focused on the earlier statement about the young master Jiang Xie of the demonic path, Jiang family being killed. Su Wu asked again uncertainly, "Who did you just say was killed?" "Reporting to your Majesty, it was young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family and demonic son Zhu Li of the blood demon sect." "All right, you may withdraw." After receiving the accurate answer, Su Wu felt somewhat disheartened. His tone also became much lower. The man dared not delay, and quickly retreated. In the empty hall, Su Wu stood alone, staring blankly out the main door. Although his insistence on marrying Jiang Fingliu had caused him to almost sever ties with Su Jiru. But how could he, as her most beloved daughter, not care? As for Jiang Xie, he had also met him. That was on a snowy morning. 7 years after he lost contact with Su Jiru, he suddenly wanted to see how Su Jiru was living. So he concealed his identity and secretly went to Jiang City. When he saw that Su Jiru was very happy, and Jiang Fingliu was also very good to her, Su Wu's dissatisfaction with Jiang Fingliu also decreased significantly. He even began to wonder if his strong opposition to their union back then was truly right. At that time, he did not get an answer. As he was about to leave, a small boy with a peculiar mask on his face walked up to him. He showed a wide, white-toothed smile and asked him, "Uncle, what are you looking at?" He replied at the time, "I'm looking at what kind of outcome the things I once opposed will ultimately have." Then is the outcome good or bad? It's neither good nor bad. Did it exceed your initial expectations? That it did. Then it's good. Why do you say that? Since you opposed it, that means you weren't optimistic about the outcome of this matter. If this matter turns out better than you expected, then for you, isn't that good? Ha ha ha, the little fellow is quite clever. Su Wu couldn't help but feel a liking for the small boy in front of him. He then asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Jiang Xie. Jiang as in river, Xie as in evil." Jiang Xie. At that moment Su Wu was stunned because Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru's son was named Jiang Xie. From that time on, he remembered this clever grandson of his. Even in the following years, he sent people to secretly pay attention to Jiang Xie's various deeds. He was well aware of Jiang Xie's actions in the Jiang family and even Jiang city, and his heart grew fonder of this grandson. He even thought about inviting him to the imperial city to play sometime. But now Jiang Xie is dead. Shengyuan Sect. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Wu's eyes. What is Shengyuan Sect? Issue an order within the Kaiyuan Empire. If any trace of Tai Zu is found, kill him without mercy. This person is a disgrace to the righteous path. Yes. Someone immediately responded. Although they didn't know Su Wu's intention, they only needed to follow orders. Someone prepare my carriage. I, the Emperor, will personally go to Jiang City. Although the Jiang family is a demon sect, they have always guarded Jiang City and have never invaded other territories of my Kaiyuan Empire. Both by custom and by sentiment, I should go and express my condolences. Su Wu's tone was cold, and his actions were well-reasoned, leaving no room for others to find fault. This was also his cleverness. As for whether the reason for going to the Jiang family was truly as he stated, it no longer mattered. Inside Blood City. The scene was similar to Jiang City. The difference was that they had not officially started yet. They were waiting for the musicians in Jiang City to finish. This was also to deliberately avoid the same time, so as not to cause interference. After the Tiandao sect people finished in Jiang City, they would go to Blood City. With such a grand display from the Jiang family, the Blood Demon sect naturally couldn't fall behind. It's worth mentioning that the Heavenly Fiend sect people were all in Blood City, and did not go to the Jiang family. This was a very clear signal in the hearts of some demonic path individuals. This indicated that, compared to the Jiang family, the relationship between the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Blood Demon sect was clearly better. This made some forces affiliated with the Jiang family begin to worry. It also caused some wavering forces to lean towards the other side. However, Jiang Fingliu was completely unconcerned about these matters. Even so, the Blood Demon sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect would not attack the Jiang family. The demon sects were already slightly weaker than the righteous path sects. They dared not make such a decision. Once the Jiang family was gone, they would surely suffer a severe blow from the righteous path forces. Approximately an hour later, the ceremony concluded. The musicians put away their instruments one after another. The leading man nodded to Jiang Fingliu again, then led his group away. Jiang Xie also recovered his senses at this moment. His eyes held shock. It had to be said, the people of Tiandao sect indeed had some skill. He had unknowingly been drawn into it, feeling only sorrow from within. If he hadn't known he wasn't dead, he probably would have burst into tears. Old Wu and Lin Maioyan, however, didn't have such strong self-control. One was crying profusely, while the other's eyes were red, with tears glistening. "Wu Wu Wu, young lord, you died so tragically. Wu Wu Wu." Old Wu's eyes were brimming with tears as he constantly wiped them away. Lin Maioyan covered her face and wept, without a word. Jiang Xie's forehead was covered in black lines. "Young lord, how could you just leave like this, Wu Wu Wu?" "Young lord, died too tragically, Wu Wu Wu." Jiang Xie couldn't take it anymore and directly kicked old Wu in the calf, angrily saying, "Dead furball. This young lord isn't dead yet." Seeing old Wu like this made him angry. If their location hadn't been relatively secluded with no one around, Jiang Xie's identity might have been exposed. Old Wu only then reacted, his face a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but scratch his head and weakly said, "Oh, so young lord isn't dead after all. My apologies, I got too engrossed just now. I thought young lord had already died. Young lord, please don't be offended." Lin Maoyan also stopped crying, her face also showing embarrassment. 40. Jiang Xie understood. After the people from Tiandao sect left, the people kneeling on the ground began to cry and wail. The more Jiang Xie listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Subtle whispers also began to spread from the surroundings. The Jiang family's display is truly grand. Isn't that right? They even managed to invite the sect master of Tiandao sect. It's said that the Blood Demon sect also did the same. And have you heard? It seems Heavenly Fiend sect didn't send anyone to Jiang City this time. How could we not know that? It seems that among the three great empires' three strongest demon sect forces in the Eastern Continent, only the Jiang family is growing increasingly distant from the other two. I wonder why. You don't know this. Of course, it's because of the Jiang family's deceased young lord. It's said that this young lord of the Jiang family was intelligent and clever, and from the age of 4, he helped the Jiang family come up with a series of ideas. This allowed the people of Jiang City to trade normally with people from other cities, which meant they hardly needed to undertake dangerous endeavors to obtain resources. The other two forces naturally had opinions about the Jiang family. To be honest, if it weren't for the pressures of life, who wouldn't wish to return to the righteous path? We truly have no choice. Otherwise, who would bear this name of the demonic path? That's true. However, the Jiang family is probably stuck between a rock and a hard place now. The righteous path doesn't acknowledge them, and the other two major forces of the demonic path have already begun to ostracize them. I wonder what they'll do. Listening to the words of the surrounding people, Jiang Xie was deep in thought. Indeed, the current situation was that even if the Jiang family and the residents of Jiang City had reformed, they still wouldn't be recognized. Unless a major force of the righteous path publicly supported the Jiang family. Otherwise, the current situation would likely be very difficult to break. Just then, a sudden roar came from the sky. Following closely, a giant carriage, enveloped in golden light, flew from the sky. Behind this carriage was a line of soldiers riding Pegasus. It looked quite spectacular and full of aura. The Yao beast in front of the carriage, shaped like a horse, had pure white feathers, wings on its back, and a golden horn on its head. It looked noble and sacred. The carriage behind it was also quite extraordinary, with silver and gold interwoven, allowing one to immediately discern its noble aura. The horses behind were much smaller in size compared to the one in front, and their horns were not golden but silver, appearing equally majestic. The sudden scene caught everyone off guard. After they reacted, besides shock, everyone thought it was people from the righteous path coming to attack. The scene immediately became a bit chaotic, and many people looked up with wary expressions. What's going on? Is it an attack from the righteous path? I don't know, but I can be sure he's definitely not from the demonic path. Everyone stay alert. Some people, not knowing the situation, started shouting loudly. Others, being well informed, recognized whose carriage it was at a glance and exclaimed directly, "Isn't that the Shengyuan Empire's most precious golden unicorn beast? Doesn't this mean the person who came is from the Shengyuan Empire's royal family?" No way. Why would someone from the Shengyuan Empire's royal family come here? Fellow Taoist, are you mistaken? Is that really someone from the Shengyuan Empire? This is indeed a mount exclusive to the Shengyuan Empire's royal family. I once stayed in the Shengyuan Empire for a period of time. I definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Could it be that the Jiang family actually has connections with the Shengyuan Empire's royal family? They shouldn't be here to stir up trouble, right? How strange. The royal families of the three great empires have always refrained from interfering in matters between sect forces. Why have they come to the Jiang family today? As voices spread, the emotions of the surrounding crowd quickly changed from panic to shock. Even Jiang Xie showed a curious expression. He also didn't understand why people from the Shengyuan Empire would come here. Who exactly from the Shengyuan Empire's royal family was inside? Young master, why would someone from the Shengyuan Empire's royal family come? Old Wu was also very puzzled. Logically speaking, a demonic path force like this shouldn't have any connection with the royal families of the three great empires. They are also very wary of associating with demonic path forces. Jiang Xie shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Then he turned his gaze towards his parents. Upon seeing them, he was even more surprised. Because although Jiang Fingliu's face showed surprise, it wasn't overly surprised. It was more like an unexpected expression, not shock. As for his mother, she was even more intriguing. If one observed carefully, it wasn't difficult to notice a faint hint of excitement on her face. Looking at the Jiang family elders, each of them also had wide-open mouths, but they weren't overly shocked. It was completely unlike the reaction of people from a normal demonic path force, seeing the Kaiyuan Empire's royal family. Strained, Jiang Xie frowned. He suddenly realized something. He seemed to know his father quite well. As for his mother, to be honest, he didn't know much at all. He only knew that she also used a disguise when outside. Why would she use a disguise? Unless she was afraid of people seeing her appearance. She wasn't bad looking, yet she was afraid of being seen. And the arrival of the Kaiyuan Empire's royal family. Everything seemed to connect. Could it be? Jiang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a possibility. His mother was from the Kaiyuan Empire's royal family. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he was already certain. I never expected this. My background isn't just a demonic path force but also a righteous path force. Looking at it this way, perhaps I don't need to hide my identity. Being a carefree prince in the Kaiyuan Empire isn't bad either. As for the name, how about Su Zai? Jiang Xie suddenly felt a little anticipation for his future life. Coincidentally, he didn't have a place to settle down yet. Staying in Jiang City all the time wasn't a solution. Perhaps with a little effort, he could even become a prince. This world was not like his previous life, with too many rules. As long as Su Huang said the word, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a prince. Old Wu vaguely heard Jiang Xie's words from the side, but due to the noisy chatter around him, he didn't hear clearly. Seeing Jiang Xie's mischievous smile, he thought he was thinking about some saintess again, so he earnestly advised, "Young master, you are still young. Indulging too much is not a good thing. Don't think about other girls anymore." Jiang Xie looked at him with a mind full of confusion. When did he ever think about other girls? He realized that old Wu's misunderstandings about him seemed to be a bit excessive lately. How could he, a dignified gentleman, only think about such things? Before he could say anything, another exclamation came from the surroundings. "They're out, they're out." Hearing this, Jiang Xie immediately looked over. He saw the carriage door slowly open, and a figure slowly walked out from within. It was a middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a superior. Above his head, a faint golden dragon seemed to be circling, making people instinctively want to kneel and submit. Imperial Dragon Qi. Someone recognized it. That was something exclusive to the lord of an empire. Only by being a human emperor could one condense Imperial Dragon Qi. With the blessing of Imperial Dragon Qi, one was almost invincible at the same realm, and even fighting across ranks was very simple. If one were to fight him within his own country, one would face great risks. This was also why both the righteous path and the demonic path did not want to provoke the royal families of the three great empires. Imperial Dragon Qi was too overbearing. Since Imperial Dragon Qi had appeared, the identity of the man before them was obvious. Besides Su Wu, the current ruler of the Kaiyuan Empire, there was no one else. 41. Old Wu is extremely smart. It's actually the lord of the Kaiyuan Empire. Oh my heavens, how could he be here? If he were to make a move within the Kaiyuan Empire's borders, anyone not a realm higher than him would likely not leave alive. How could the young Master Jiang's funeral welcome the lord of the Kaiyuan Empire? It's truly inconceivable. Is it still not too late for me to leave Jiangcheng now? The pressure Su Huang exudes is simply too strong. It shouldn't be to cause a conflict, right? Oh, the people in Jiangcheng were all in an uproar. They truly hadn't expected Su Wu to appear here. Even more, they couldn't fathom the reason for Su Wu's presence. Jiang Xie's eyes lit up, confirming the guess in his heart. Su Huang's appearance was at least 70 to 80% similar to his mother's. The fact that his mother was a Kaiyuan Empire princess was undeniable. Not just him, Old Wu and Lin Maioyan also noticed something, their wide, puzzled eyes constantly shifting between Jiang Xie's face and Su Huang's face. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. Finally, Old Wu couldn't hold back. He hastily asked Jiang Xie, "Young lord, this. What's going on? Why does Su Huang resemble you so much?" "Guess," Jiang Xie smiled mysteriously, not revealing the truth. Old Wu's eyes darted, and he immediately thought of a possibility. A look of realization appeared on his face. Jiang Xie thought he had guessed it, and didn't pay too much attention. Lin Maioyan, however, asked Old Wu curiously, "Old Wu, what do you know?" "I guess the young lord isn't from the Jiang family, but from the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial family. Su Huang might have reached an agreement with the Jiang family head to foster the young lord in the Jiang family. That's why the young lord resembles Su Huang so much, and why Su Huang personally came after hearing the news of the young lord's death." Old Wu raised his head, admiring his own extraordinary cleverness. Jiang Xie almost stumbled and fell upon hearing that. He had to admit, Old Wu's imagination was getting richer and richer. Jiang Xie remembered he wasn't like this before. Who on earth had led him astray? Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xie turned his gaze forward again. Zhang Fingliu also reacted, cupping his hands to Su Wu with a smile in his eyes. "I never expected Su Huang to come to my son's funeral. It truly brings honor to the Jiang family." Although it sounded fine. But somehow, to Jiang Xie's ears, it always felt like a tit-for-tat exchange. His feeling wasn't wrong. Zhang Fingliu was indeed very displeased with Su Huang, his father-in-law. Back then, to marry Su Jiro, he had endured countless hardships from Su Wu. Even to the point where Su Wu uttered harsh words about severing ties with Su Jiro. For over a decade, even when Jiang Xie and Jiang Yu were born, Su Wu had never come to see their mother and sons. Now hearing that Jiang Xie had died, he finally knew to come. Where was he before? Where did he go? Therefore, Zhang Fingliu indeed held resentment towards him. Su Wu naturally heard the displeasure in his tone. Over these many years, the displeasure in his heart had almost completely dissipated. But he couldn't lose his aura. So he snorted coldly. "This emperor only came because your Jiang family has never invaded other cities of my Kaiyuan Empire for so long, and hearing that your son unfortunately perished, I came to take a look." "Then I thank Su Huang for your kindness," Jiang Fingliu smiled faintly. This old fellow, he clearly heard that his grandson had died and couldn't help but want to come and see. He just had to make it sound so pure and refined. Well, he is Su Huang after all. Every action he takes can cause immense impact. If people found out his daughter married someone from the demonic path, the popular sentiment within the Kaiyuan Empire would likely be shaken. Jiang Fingliu understood this very well. He glanced at Su Jiro out of the corner of his eye and saw tears welling up in her eyes. This was not good. Jiang Fingliu sighed inwardly and gently touched her. Su Jiro immediately understood. She quickly turned her head towards the coffin. Fortunately, the funeral served as a cover, otherwise, they would have been discovered just now. The other elders of the Jiang family also cupped their hands towards Su Wu, saying, "Su Huang has traveled a long way, we have been poor hosts." "No matter." Su Wu's gaze lingered on Su Jiro for a moment, then looked at the coffin, feeling a strange sadness in his heart. Jiang Fingliu, whether intentionally or not, knelt down and said to Jiang Yi, who was sadly immersed in sorrow on the ground, "Jiang Yi, guests have arrived, shouldn't you greet them?" Jiang Yi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his small hands, reluctantly bowed, and said in a childish voice, "Jiang Yi greets Grandpa Su." After speaking, he knelt down before the coffin again. He didn't even look at Su Wu's face. Su Wu's expression shifted. All this time he had only sent people to observe Jiang Xie, but he didn't know he had another younger brother. Furthermore, Jiang Yi and Jiang Xie were two extremes. Jiang Xie had no cultivation talent, while Jiang Yi's talent was extraordinary. Jiang Xie resembled Su Jiro, while Jiang Yi resembled Zhang Fingliu. Therefore, just by looking at their faces, no one would think he was related to Su Wu. Su Wu's face immediately broke into a smile. He slowly said, "This little fellow is quite interesting. He doesn't even look at this emperor. He has character." After speaking, he took out a treasure artifact-level armor from his Kaienkan ring, and in the eyes of countless people, used spiritual chi to float it to Jiang Xie's front. It's rare for this little fellow to make this emperor smile. This item shall be a meeting gift. The Jiang family has indeed raised a good son. After speaking, Su Wu returned to his carriage. With a series of roars, the large procession instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were stirred. What in the world? Just because he didn't look at Su Huang, he received a treasure artifact. Since when were treasure artifacts so easy to obtain? For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Xie with envy. If they had known this was possible, they wouldn't have looked at Su Huang just now. What is all this? Was I dreaming just now? Su Huang actually gave out a treasure artifact so easily. The Jiang family's luck is too good. Not looking at Su Huang can get you a treasure artifact. Shocking, it's truly shocking. Today's scene has completely overturned my imagination. Just Su Huang coming to Jiangcheng was already surprising enough, and he even gave out a treasure artifact. Giving out a treasure artifact aside, it was given to a demon sect. At this point, the funeral no longer seemed so important. Instead, the events that transpired today were more shocking. Jiang Yi was still staring blankly at the armor in front of him. He had been completely immersed in the grief of Jiang Zai's death. He hadn't paid much attention to the surrounding sounds. Now, suddenly seeing a glowing armor in front of him, he thought Jiang Zai had manifested. So he turned to Sujiru and asked, "Mother, did Big Brother manifest and send this to me?" Those large eyes looked at her with utmost seriousness. Sujiru was stunned. Asked by his words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, she patiently explained, "This was given to you by Su Huang just now." Oh, Jiang Yi was visibly much more disappointed. Looking at the treasure artifact in front of him, Jiang Fingliu's resentment towards Su Huang lessened a bit. At least this showed that the other party wasn't completely heartless. The funeral continued. But apart from the Jiang family members and the residents of Jiangcheng, everyone else had already lost interest. Even before the funeral ended, many people left impatiently. With their departure, the news of Su Huang personally visiting the Jiang family, and even giving Jiang Yi a treasure artifact quickly spread everywhere. The first reaction of the righteous path sects upon hearing it was, "What? Fake news, this must be fake news." The rulers of the other two empires upon hearing it reacted with, "Su Wu, that old stubborn man, doesn't even go to righteous path sects, but goes to the demonic path." 42. What if he wasn't dead? However, when the higher-ups of the righteous path sect confirmed that this matter was true, they exploded. You must know, the righteous path sects of the Eastern Continent had invited Su Wu countless times, but Su Wu simply ignored them. Among the three great empires, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire was relatively easy to talk to. He also visited the righteous path sects many times as a guest. Next was the emperor of the Red Cloud Empire. The most difficult one was Su Wu, the emperor of the Shengyuan Empire. But they didn't expect that Su Wu wouldn't appreciate their warm invitation. The demon path Jiang family didn't invite him, yet he went there instead. And he even gave Jiang Fingliu's son a treasure artifact. If Su Wu hadn't gone anywhere, that would have been fine. But he specifically went to the Jiang family. Now, the righteous path sects within the Shengyuan Empire were no longer calm. They were already preparing to go to the Shengyuan Empire's imperial palace together to talk with Su Wu. The matter of gifting the treasure artifact also caused quite a stir. Many people spread the word Su Wu had spoken that day. This immediately aroused the curiosity of some people. They began to disregard discipline and casually challenge the authority of the Shengyuan Empire's imperial family. Even more so, some even openly cursed Su Wu on the spot. The purpose was to attract Su Wu's attention. They hoped to be rewarded with some treasures. However, everyone found that those shouting figures disappeared within a day. As for where they went, everyone knew it clearly. No one dared to continue challenging the imperial family's authority again. When the people from the Blood Demon sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect received the news, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Su Wu would go to the Jiang family. This was impossible in their eyes. If it really happened, then it meant the Jiang family was drifting further and further away from them. They were already leaning towards the righteous path schools. This was not good news for them. They felt it was necessary to personally go to the Jiang family to have a talk. Ali. The stir caused by Su Wu's visit to the Jiang family was not limited to this. Someone combined this incident with the Jiang family's actions in recent years and found that they were completely like a normal force. There was no hint of the demonic path style. It was completely different from decades ago. Many people had already begun to guess if the Jiang family had already broken away from the scope of the demon sect. Otherwise, why would Su Wu go? You must know, compared to the righteous path, Su Wu abhorred the demonic path even more. Since he didn't even go to the righteous path, there was even less reason for him to go to the demonic path. Therefore, the Jiang family's attitude became the target of everyone's speculation. Ali. People were constantly leaving, and Jiang Xie originally didn't pay attention. But as the number of people around him decreased, he discovered a familiar figure among them. Despite the different appearance, he recognized her at a glance. Jiang Xie frowned and couldn't help but rub his forehead with his hand. He didn't expect that Jai Yu, that girl, had come again. He had thought that scaring her back to the sect, the Haoran Sect, would restrain her a little. How can Jai Wushwang not even keep an eye on his daughter? Jiang Xie was speechless. Seeing that someone was already walking towards Jai Yu, he understood that he couldn't wait any longer. He turned his head and said to Old Wu, who was still watching the excitement, "Old Wu, you and my Oyen go back to the courtyard first. I have something to do." Old Wu frowned and asked, "Do you need our help?" "No need," Jiang Xie refused outright. Old Wu nodded, Lin Maioyan also nodded, and the two turned and left. Seeing the two turn and leave, Jiang Xie also began to walk towards Jai Yu's location. Yet, Jai Yu was very anxious. She had finally managed to escape, and although she attended Jiang Xie's funeral, she still couldn't see his face. This made her very annoyed. Even more annoying was that she had clearly changed her appearance, which was vastly different from her true appearance. Yet people kept putting their gaze on her. Those gazes were full of lewdness. This made her almost constantly frown. What she didn't realize was that, although her current appearance wasn't beautiful, she was tall and graceful. She also exuded a youthful aura, full of infinite temptation. In the eyes of demonic path people, she was a true hot commodity. Jai Yu had already seen someone coming towards her. She began to think of countermeasures in her mind. If a conflict occurred at this time, her identity might be exposed. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous. But if no conflict occurred, these people would take an inch and take a mile. She was clearly in a dilemma at this moment. Never mind, if it really comes to that, I'll act when I need to. Jai Yu's eyes flashed, and she had already made up her mind. But just then, a hand reached out from nowhere, directly grabbed her arm and pulled her away. "Follow me." Jai Yu didn't even have time to think. Her body was already uncontrollably running into the distance. The two men who were coming this way saw this and immediately cursed. How unlucky! The duck that was in hand flew away. It wasn't until an uninhabited alley that Jai Yu reacted. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, and at the same time she flicked her arm, shaking off Jiang Xie's hand. "It's you." At this moment she finally saw Jiang Xie's face. Killing intent immediately permeated the air. Her eyes were also filled with anger. Without a word, she drew her sword and stabbed towards Jiang Xie. Faced with the sudden physical attack, Jiang Xie had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation from the void realm, and Jiang Xie's expression changed. This was the Fanchen sword sensing that he was in danger and preparing to counterattack. With Jai Yu's current cultivation and unprepared state, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. Jiang Xie immediately conveyed his intention to the Fanchen sword, which then stopped its rampage. But Jai Yu's sword accurately pierced his left chest. Wah! Jiang Xie spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body staggered back several steps. Even Jai Yu didn't realize that he hadn't dodged her attack. Her face was filled with schadenfreude. "This is the sword I struck to avenge him." Jiang Xie gave a bitter smile and asked in confusion, "He's just a member of the demon sect. Is he worth this much to you?" "Of course he's worth it. Even if he's from the demonic path, he's 1,000 times better than you. I at least saved you. Is this how you treat your savior?" If you not saving me could bring him back to life, I'd rather you didn't save me, and I didn't ask you to save me. Besides, I already gave you a chance before. At this point, Jiang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. She hated herself for not discovering Jiang Xie's intentions earlier. If so, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Jiang Xie smiled, a smile that was hard to fathom, and then he said something that made Jiang Yu freeze in place. What if he didn't die? There was an incomprehensible light in Jiang Xie's eyes at this moment. What if he didn't die? Jiang Yu was stunned. Yes, what would she do if he didn't die? But was that possible? He clearly died in front of her. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Jiang Xie's true appearance. What if the body that day was fake? She looked at Jiang Xie again, staring carefully at his face, then shook her head. Jiang Xie's face was different from Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru's faces that she had just seen. It couldn't be him. She hadn't seen Su Wu's face either, and she only arrived in Jiangcheng after Su Wu had left. While she was thinking, Jiang Xie continued. Have you ever thought that Jiang Fingliu might have known about your existence all along, and since he didn't do anything to you, why don't you go ask him if Jiang Xie is really dead? Wouldn't that clear everything up? Jiang Xie's words seemed to open her mind. Yes, why didn't she go and ask? Don't think that just because you told me this, I'll let you go. Jiang Yu gave Jiang Xie a cold glance, then turned and left without looking back. My sword just now didn't completely pierce your heart. If he really didn't die, then you'll naturally be fine. But if he died, I'll kill you while you're weak. Jiang Xie felt this, but the problem was that his cultivation wasn't high, and this hit could take his life. Fortunately, he could revive. 43. I like him 3000. Jiang Yu didn't look at Jiang Xie again. In her opinion, after suffering such heavy injuries, it was impossible for him to be unharmed. He was just holding on now. What she didn't know was that Jiang Xie was an anomaly. After Jiang Yu left, Jiang Xie slowly released his hand covering his chest. There was no wound where he had been pierced, only his clothes were torn. This girl, she's really stubborn. I'll give you some hope so you don't always come chasing after me. His tilde that really hurts. Jiang Xie grimaced. Although he wouldn't die, the pain was real. If he hadn't been afraid of hurting Jiang Yu just now, he wouldn't have taken that sword strike. He rubbed his chest, and after the pain subsided considerably, Jiang Xie left the alley. Jiang Xie's words constantly echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, wishing she could immediately go and ask Jiang Fingliu. But she knew she couldn't rush. Now, with many people still watching, she avoided crowded places and found a quiet corner. She quietly watched the busy figures in front of her. Before long, all the rituals were nearing their end, and the funeral was drawing to a close. Finally came the burial. At this point, the accompanying personnel were almost exclusively the Jiang family and residents from Blood City. The various sects were already preparing to head to Blood City. The Blood Demon sect's matters were not yet concluded. The place where Jiang Xie was buried was the Jiang family ancestral land, which was not within Blood City. Instead, it was in a small village dozens of miles outside Blood City. The small village was named Liu Mu Village. It got its name because of the many willow trees surrounding it. The Jiang family old ancestor started his rise from here. Rise. As a deep voice sounded, several strong men stepped forward, lifted the coffin, and walked towards the outside of Blood City. Jiang Fingliu, Su Jiru, Jiang Xie, several elders and many Blood City residents followed. The remaining elders continued to guard the Jiang family. Although the distance was not too far, necessary precautions were still indispensable. Seeing the procession leave, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and immediately followed. She blended into the crowd and went with everyone towards Liu Mu Village. A journey of dozens of miles took them no time at all. In just a few minutes, they could already see the outline of Liu Mu Village. Liu Mu Village was not large, with fewer than 100 households, and most of its residents were ordinary people. The sudden arrival of a group of people instantly startled the villagers. Oh my, what's happening today? Why are so many people coming? They look like cultivators. They seem to be carrying a coffin. That person seems to be Lord Jiang's son. It does seem to be the Jiang family. What happened? The villagers gathered at the village entrance, watching the vast crowd. Someone recognized Jiang Xie, and their hearts settled slightly. What they feared most were things like mountain bandits. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Jiang Xie smiled at the villagers, and then led the way into the village. The people behind him quickly followed. After most of the people had passed, a villager bravely pulled on someone's sleeve and asked, "Sir, what exactly happened?" The man was a bit impatient. In the past, he would have chopped someone down, but this time he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he explained, "Young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family was harmed by villains." His words were brief. After speaking, he quickly stepped forward and caught up with the procession. Only then did the villagers understand that Jiang Xie's son had met with misfortune. They naturally knew Jiang Xie. The Jiang family also returned to the ancestral land to offer sacrifices from time to time. They didn't care about the demonic path or not. They only knew that the Jiang family originated from Liu Mu village. Understanding this was enough. Upon hearing the reason, many villagers sighed. Everyone says cultivation is good, but there are many things on the cultivation path. If one does not have the will to sacrifice life and death, do not walk the cultivation path. Cultivation may be good, but there are many dangers. Let's just stay in the village and live a stable life. Cultivation is too dangerous. Don't let their words deceive you. That was merely because they didn't have the opportunity to cultivate. If they could embark on the cultivation path, even if dangerous, they would never retreat. Tell me, who can resist the temptation of eternal life? Who can resist the life of wealth and honor, fine clothes and rich food and debauchery? And who can resist the temptation of fame throughout the world and eternal renown? Perhaps there are some, but they are very few. They only said that because they didn't have the chance to cultivate. The Jiang family ancestral land was located in the northern part of Liu Mu village, where there was a small valley. The valley was surrounded by lush greenery, and at the entrance of the valley was a courtyard. Passing through the courtyard led to the burial grounds of the Jiang family old ancestors. Jiang did not follow them inside, nor could she. Apart from those from the Jiang family, everyone else waited outside. At this moment, her thoughts had already flown to who knows where. He's definitely not dead. Jiang continuously chanted in her heart, filled with excitement and a hint of fear. She was afraid that her hope would be shattered again. Her beautiful big eyes frequently looked towards the valley. After waiting for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she finally saw Jiang Xie emerge. Jiang was incredibly anxious. She didn't know how to speak. Directly saying she was Jiang Xie's maid was indeed a method. But she wasn't sure how many people knew that Jiang Xie's maid was the Haoran Sect saintess. So she didn't dare to make a decision. If someone knew and she exposed her identity, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. She could only use various gestures with her hands and expressions to attract Jiang Xie's attention. Fortunately, Jiang Xie did see her. Unfortunately, Jiang Xie ignored her. This made Jiang extremely anxious. She wanted to call out but didn't know what excuse to use. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xie and the others left. Disappointment filled her face. She was a bit distraught. Just then a voice entered her mind. "Young lady, come to Zier's small courtyard." Jiang's whole body trembled, her face re-illuminated with brilliance, and she immediately rushed towards the small courtyard without stopping. After an incense stick's time, she pushed open the courtyard gate. At a glance, she saw Jiang Xie sitting in the courtyard. "Uncle Jiang," she timidly called out. It was completely different from how she faced Jiang Xie. At this moment, she looked like a well-behaved girl. "You're the girl by Zier's side, aren't you?" Jiang Xie looked at her with deep eyes and then said, "I didn't know how this kid managed to trick the Haoran Sect saintess into becoming his maid. He's too bold." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Indeed, when he first learned that the young girl by Jiang Xie's side was the Haoran Sect saintess, he was also startled. It was one thing to capture the Haoran Sect saintess to be a maid, but he also managed to make her completely obedient. More than once, Jiang Xie had worried for Jiang Xie. If Jai Wushwang had come looking for him at that time, Jiang Xie might have perished before he could even rescue him. The danger involved was too high. Jai Yu was not surprised when Jiang Fingliu accurately stated her identity, but she still felt a slight unease in her heart. After all, the Jiang family, as a demon sect, was not on good terms with the Haoran Sect. After quietly observing and finding that Jiang Fingliu had no special reactions, Jai Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Jiang, I want to ask. Jai Yu was a bit nervous. She was a little afraid that the answer after asking would not be what she wanted. Jiang Fingliu immediately saw what she wanted to ask and smiled. You want to ask if Zier's death is real, right? Yes, Jai Yu nodded without hesitation. Jiang Fingliu did not answer the question but said, I know you want to know the truth, but you are of the righteous path. Zier is of the demonic path. I will not easily answer your question. Or rather, in what capacity are you asking me this question? Is it as the Haoran Sect saintess, or as Zier's friend, or something else? There was a hint of playfulness in his expression. Jai Yu was stunned for a moment. She understood. Jiang Fingliu was asking her to state her relationship with Jiang Xie. Jai Yu fell silent for a while. She couldn't help but ponder the question in her heart. Are they friends? No, their relationship was more than just simple friendship. Then a maid. Can it only be a maid? She didn't want that outcome. What could it be then? Jai Yu kept questioning herself in her heart. Jiang Fingliu was not in a hurry and just waited for her answer. After a long while, Jai Yu seemed to have made up her mind and spoke a sentence that surprised Jiang Fingliu. I like him. I can't deny that he often bullies me, but I just like him. In this life I've decided on him. Jai Yu looked at him with very firm eyes. A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Fingliu's eyes. To make a saintess of a righteous path sect say such words. His own son indeed had his demeanor from back then. At this moment, his gaze towards Jai Yu had changed, becoming softer. It was like the gaze one would have for a daughter-in-law. So Uncle Jiang, can you tell me now? Jai Yu's voice came again. This time, Jiang Fingliu did not remain silent. Instead, he generously said, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? He's not dead. Jai Yu's expression brightened with joy. Jiang Fingliu slowly nodded. Then Uncle Jiang, can you tell me where he is now? Jai Yu's face showed anticipation. But this time, she was disappointed. Jiang Fingliu slowly shook his head. I don't know where he is either. Since you like him so much, I'm sure this won't stump you. What his current identity is and where he is, you'll have to find out on your own. Those with fate will meet naturally, and it's possible they've already met without realizing it. Those with fate will meet naturally, Jai Yu murmured. When she looked ahead again, Jiang Fingliu's figure was gone. Although she didn't find out where Jiang Xie was, she was joyful at this moment. At least she knew Jiang Xie wasn't dead. As long as he wasn't dead, she would definitely find him. Jiang Xie, you won't escape Mrs. Grasp. In this life, you've fallen into my hands. I'll definitely cling to you. You can hide, but when Miss finds you, I'll make you pay. 44. Jai Wushmeng's doubts. Jai Yu no longer knew how she had returned to the sect. She only knew that she was in an extremely excited state, a bright smile blossoming on her face. Her presence caused the male disciples of Haoran Sect to frequently turn their heads. Many of them swallowed, their eyes wide with admiration. If it weren't for Jai Yu's identity as a saintess, they would have probably rushed forward to show off their skills long ago. So beautiful. As expected of saintess, it's no exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty in the Eastern Continent. Unfortunately, such a woman is not someone we can touch. Indeed, in front of her, I only feel ashamed of myself. I wonder if senior brother Liu can win her over. I don't wish for senior brother Liu to win her over at all. That would be a waste of saintess. SHH, I warned you last time and you still dare to speak. Look over there, senior brother Liu is standing right there. At this moment, Liu Feng was completely immersed in Jai Yu's smile. He felt as if heaven and earth had lost their color before her. Her beauty was irresistibly captivating. As for what the people around him were saying, he paid absolutely no attention. He now had only one thought in his heart, to obtain her. As long as he killed that man, and won Jai Yu's heart. Liu Feng licked his tongue, his eyes revealing an incredibly greedy gaze. Even after returning to her room, the smile on Jiang Xi's face had not faded. At this moment, she didn't resemble a young miss of a sect, but rather an ordinary young girl deeply in love. Upon learning of Jiang Xi's return, Jiang Wuxuang immediately appeared in the room. Seeing his daughter completely unharmed, Jiang Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he noticed that Jiang Xi's expression was a bit off. He asked in surprise, "Yue, what's wrong with you? Why are you so happy today?" "Father, when did you arrive? Come sit. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and she quickly went over and pulled Jiang Wuxuang to sit down. Jiang Wuxuang was even more surprised. This girl had been silent for the past few days, her face as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, so why had she changed like this today? "Yue, what exactly is wrong with you? Don't scare your father." "Oh, it's nothing, really. I just thought of something happy," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "What thing?" "It's just—" Jiang Yu was about to speak, but suddenly realized she couldn't. If she told him, with her father's personality, he would probably immediately go to the Jiang family to settle accounts. She quickly changed her words. "I just remembered the times I spent with father before." Hearing this, Jiang Wuxuang gently tapped Jiang Yu's head and said angrily, "You, how dare you say that? You've been gone for years. Do you know how worried father was about you?" "Oh, but I'm back now." Jiang Yu also felt a bit guilty. Besides the first year when she still thought of him, she didn't know where she had thrown her father afterward. Seeing that Jiang Yu was not as cold as she had been a few days ago, Jiang Wuxuang began to ask the question he had always wanted to ask. "Yue, where have you been these past 2 years?" Jiang Yu had long known he would ask this question, so she recited the explanation she had already prepared. "I just went out to play and then I got trapped in a certain place. There was a person there, and he told me that unless I cultivated with him for a period of time, I would never be able to get out." Jiang Yu lied without batting an eye. Even if Jiang Wuxuang had some doubts, he didn't detect anything amiss. Instead, he became curious about what Jiang Yu had said. "Oh, what did that person look like?" Jiang Yu carefully recalled Jiang Xie's usual appearance. The ugly mask was exceptionally conspicuous, so she said, He's ugly, fierce, with bared teeth, just like a ghoul. He's very scary. Yue was scared to tears by him several times." Jiang Yu pouted, looking very wronged. If Jiang Xie saw her like this at this moment, he would definitely shout that he had seen a ghost. How could the Jiang Yu in front of him be the Jiang Yu he knew? That was clearly an arrogant young miss. How could she have such an appearance? Jiang Xie wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. "What?" Jiang Wuxuang raised an eyebrow and said angrily. "He dared to make my Yue cry. Tell father where he is and father will go chop him down." "Ah," Jiang Yu was stunned and quickly explained. "Father, it's not his fault. He taught Yue many things these past 2 years. HMPH. Jiang Wuxuang immediately snorted coldly, his tone sharp. "My daughter, Jiang Wuxuang's daughter, needs others to teach her. It's already benevolent of me not to pursue the matter of him abducting my daughter. I want to see what he could have taught her. In over 2 years, if you had been in Haoran Sect, with your talent, you would have probably already broken through to the controlling Yuan realm. A 15-year-old controlling Yuan realm." Jiang Wuxuang sighed. On the path of cultivation, the body-tempering realm is the foundation. Next is the Ning Yuan realm, a realm for condensing spiritual power. After the four-body realm, one needs to condense spiritual power within oneself to strengthen the body's abilities. This is the Ning Yuan realm. As for the controlling Yuan realm, it is a realm where one can flexibly control and utilize spiritual power. In short, the four-body realm has no spiritual power. It's just that one's physical quality is much stronger than ordinary people. In the Ning Yuan realm, one has spiritual power within the body, but cannot yet skillfully use it, and the body's strength is much higher than those in the four-body realm. In the controlling Yuan realm, one begins to use spiritual power for attacks and can start learning some martial skills. Clearly, Jiang Wuxuang did not believe that someone Jiang Yu randomly encountered could compare to the cultivation resources in Haoran Sect. So much so that he hadn't even checked Jiang Yu's cultivation. He was afraid that knowing would make him so angry he'd bleed. Jiang Yu's expression was strange. Controlling Yuan realm. She had already reached it, okay. Seeing Jai Wushwang's expression, she understood that her father must have high hopes for her to cultivate to the controlling Yuan realm outside. But her current cultivation had already reached the first level of the soul-forging realm. Jai Yu smiled, walked in front of Jai Wushwang, turned in a circle and said with a giggle, "Oh my, it seems Yuer's first level of the soul-forging realm is fake then." First level of the soul-forging realm. Jai Wushwang immediately looked up, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the aura emanating from Jai Yu was indeed that of the first level of the soul-forging realm, no doubt. His heart trembled, but his face remained calm as he unhurriedly said, "First level of the soul-forging realm. That's just my Yuer's extraordinary talent. It's not necessarily that person's credit." Clearly, Jai Wushwang was also someone who cared about saving face. He would never admit that he had been utterly humiliated. "Then father, look at this," Jai Yu suddenly said, and then the sword at her waist instantly unsheathed. After falling into her hand, it thrust towards Jai Wushwang. Although Jai Wushwang was a bit surprised, he didn't say anything, merely treating it as an ordinary attack, as he didn't sense any killing intent within it. Looking at the sword thrusting towards him, Jai Wushwang smiled inwardly, completely unconcerned. What was this girl thinking? He was a peak domain realm expert. How could she, a first-level soul-forging realm, possibly harm him? 45. The sword's power shakes people's hearts. Jai Yu naturally sensed her father's disdain. The corner of her mouth curved, and her entire aura instantly changed, becoming incredibly sharp. The sword intent in her hand also changed in an instant. A sharp sword intent gushed out. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The entire room was filled with a sharp aura. Various sword chi flew in the air, constantly raging. This sword intent seemed capable of tearing even space, emitting an aura that was gentle yet sharp. Jai Wushwang didn't react at all. Rather, he was so shocked at this moment that he hadn't recovered. The sword whistled past his ear, cutting off a strand of his hair. Jai Yu held a strand of his hair and let out a lively laugh. "He, father is stunned, isn't he?" Jai Wushwang didn't refute. Undeniably, he was indeed stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, that was sword intent just now. That was sword intent. Even now, though he specialized in using fists, he hadn't comprehended fist intent, only fist aura. To be able to comprehend various intents like sword intent, one was absolutely a genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. Let alone comprehending sword intent at the age of 15, with a cultivation in the soul-forging realm. If it hadn't happened right before his eyes, Jai Wushwang would never have believed that his daughter could comprehend sword intent. One must know, it wasn't that easy to comprehend. Take the sword, for example. At a certain level, one could comprehend sword aura. Sword aura refers to an extremely strong aura that involuntarily flows out when using a sword, and even when using sword techniques, its power is doubled. And sword intent is a level above sword aura. The sword moves with the will. If the wielder of the sword has an indomitable will, then his sword techniques and even sword moves will possess an indomitable aura. Strength increases significantly. Then there is sword soul, which allows a sword to seemingly gain a soul at will, with indescribable power. Those who reach this realm are few and far between. Finally, there is human sword unity. I am the sword is me. Human and sword are one heart. If the sword is present, the person is present. If the sword perishes, the person perishes. People who reach this realm, let alone in the Eastern Continent, there might not be any in the entire Shengyuan Continent. Sword intent is the lifelong pursuit of many. This was also why Jai Wushwang was so shocked. He now felt a bit of admiration for the man Jai Yu spoke of. But there was a problem. In his impression, Jai Yu seemed to have never used a sword. How on earth could that person have enabled her to cultivate sword intent in over 2 years? Or was it that the man himself had extremely high attainments in the Tao of the sword? Sword soul realm, or human sword unity realm? Jai Wushwang simply dared not think further. Just thinking about it made one feel shocked. Coming back to his senses, seeing Jai Yu playing with his hair, Jai Wushwang's face broke into a brilliant smile and he said kindly, "Yuer, come, sit here." Jai Yu didn't know what her father was up to, so she obediently sat down beside him. As soon as she sat down, his voice came from beside her. Yuer, where is that place you mentioned? Can you take father to meet that old senior? Jai Wayu almost laughed out loud. Old senior. That was clearly just a little brat, albeit a special one. She widened her eyes and asked curiously, Father, why do you want to see that senior? Of course it's to personally thank him. Without him, how could Yuer have comprehended sword intent? Jai Wushwang sighed. Alas, if I hadn't seen you comprehend sword intent with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have known that such a person existed in the Eastern Continent. Hearing her father praise Jiang Xie, Jai Wayu's heart felt as sweet as honey. Yet she couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Thank him, you don't know how he bullied me. However, it had to be said that Jiang Xie was indeed someone Jai Wayu couldn't see through. She still remembered the scene of Jiang Xie teaching her to practice swordplay a year ago. On that day of heavy snow, the secluded small courtyard was all dyed white. In the early morning, in the 3 rooms within the courtyard, the leftmost room was already empty. Old Wu had long since gone out to buy wine to drink. In the rightmost room, the little girl Jai Wayu was comfortably lying on the bed, sound asleep. Although she was a young miss, her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful. A year of maidservant life, coupled with the incredibly peaceful environment, had long made Jai Wayu abandon her ways from the Haoran Sect. She lay diagonally on the bed, not caring about the skin exposed. Jiang Xie also got up early, skillfully entered Jai Wayu's room, and seeing her sound asleep, directly slapped her. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the room. Jai Wayu covered a certain spot, glaring at Jiang Xie with a flushed face, and snapped. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? How dare you ambush me without warning? Of course I know, but you are my maidservant, you are my person. What's wrong with a master hitting you? Jiang Xie, however, didn't care, a faint smile hanging on his lips. You, HMPH, miss, won't bother with you. Jai Wayu tilted her head, acting as if she wouldn't talk to Jiang Xie. Did you forget that today is the day to practice swordplay? Jiang Xie took out a sword and directly threw it in front of Jai Wayu. Ignoring her protests, he turned and walked out the door. Come out, I'll teach you to practice sword. Who wants to practice sword? Miss won't practice sword. Jai Wayu directly ignored him. An incense stick later. Outside the small courtyard, a boy and a girl, 2 youthful figures, stood with swords, but on one leg. The boy looked straight ahead, holding his sword as steady as an old dog. The girl's face was bitter, her body constantly swaying. What, is this all you're capable of? Without using spiritual power, relying purely on your body, you can only last this long. Jiang Xie's mocking voice entered Jai Wayu's mind, not missing a single word. Jai Wayu bit her lip, not saying a word. On this day, Jai Wayu was beaten black and blue. The next day, it was the same 2 figures. There's progress, but that's all there is. You. On this day, Jai Wayu was once again utterly defeated. The 3rd day. These are the most basic sword moves. Swing each move 10,000 times a day. Demon. On this day, Jai Wayu felt as if both her hands were about to be crippled. The 4th day. Watch carefully, this is how a sword is used. How are you so amazing? On this day, Jai Wayu felt a slight admiration for Jiang Xie. The 5th day. Did you slack off yesterday? Hold out your hands 1,000 hits. Wu Miss hates you. On this day, Jai Wayu's hands were swollen and red. Just like that, day after day, under Jiang Xie's guidance, she gradually learned to use the sword. She also comprehended sword aura, and finally comprehended sword intent. Jiang Xie's importance in her heart also grew higher and higher. Gradually, a special feeling began to sprout in her heart. Regarding their sword practice, old Wu initially watched for a while, then found that it was all basic stuff, so he didn't pay attention anymore. When the 2 practiced sword, he would quietly cultivate nearby just in case. Over 2 years passed quickly, and the distance between the 2 also grew closer during their 2 years of constant companionship. Recalling these scenes again, Jai Wayu only felt as if it were last night. Jiang Xie, no matter where you are, I will find you. Seeing Jai Wayu not speaking for a long time, Jai Wushwang assumed she was carefully recalling that place. An expectant look also appeared on his face. The next moment, Jiang slightly stuck out her tongue and laughed. I don't remember. Jiang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 46. Searching everywhere for the perfect answer. Waiting for so long, only to get a reply of I forgot. Jiang felt extremely Chinese letter. But that was all. He knew that the whereabouts of such a person would not be easily discovered. It was normal for Jiang to forget. He was now more excited that Jiang's performance far exceeded his expectations. He, who had been quite resentful about Jiang's disappearance, now wished that Jiang would disappear again. He even thought that if possible, it wouldn't be bad if he himself disappeared. Although delighted, he still kept a straight face and said seriously, not bad. Although there's progress, you mustn't be arrogant. You still need to cultivate diligently. Jiang smiled and said, got it. Then I'll leave first, father. Jiang stood up, ready to depart. Jiang needed help finding Jiang Xie's whereabouts, so how could she let him leave so easily? Before Jiang could leave, she quickly ran in front of him and blocked his path. Jiang's expression lit up, thinking she had remembered that place. But soon he was disappointed. Father, I want to borrow some people from you. Jiang opened her big eyes, staring at him without blinking, a sweet smile on her lips. Why do you need people? Jiang didn't agree immediately. Of course it's to find someone. That person is that senior's disciple, Jiang told another lie. To find Jiang Xie, she had no choice but to do this. Jiang's eyes lit up. If he couldn't find that senior, finding his disciple would also be good. Without much hesitation, he immediately agreed. All right, I'll talk to Elder Yan later. Thank you, father. Jiang's smile became even brighter. After Jiang left, she started to feel conflicted again. Although she knew Jiang Xie wasn't dead and had solved the problem of manpower. But she didn't know how to search for him. Jiang Xie definitely wouldn't continue with his previous disguise. This was beyond doubt. As the saying goes, the bystander sees more than the player. She didn't realize that she had overlooked a crucial thing. That was why the Shengyuan Sect disciple appeared there when Jiang Xie died. Why did he go back to Jiang Xie's small courtyard? Why did he appear at Jiang Xie's funeral? Perhaps the hatred at the time had temporarily deprived her of the ability to think. Or perhaps she had initially identified him as Jiang Xie's killer. Therefore, she didn't even think about these abnormalities that were very easy to spot. Perhaps, when one day she realizes this problem, she will understand that Jiang Xie was not far from her after all. Or perhaps, when the two meet again and she sees the man who should have died under her sword appearing before her again, she will suddenly realize. No one knows how long this will take. Inside Shengyuan courtyard, Uncle Wu, who had not seen Jiang Xie return for a long time, was already growing anxious. He paced back and forth in the courtyard. Lin Maioyan beside him also frowned, not knowing what she was thinking. The atmosphere was silent for a while. As night deepened, the courtyard outside was quiet, and the two inside gradually grew restless. Uncle Wu, could young master be in some danger? Finally, a clear and beautiful voice broke the silence. Uncle Wu's brows were tightly furrowed, and his tone was also a bit anxious. I don't know, but given young lord's strength and methods, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Clearly, he was not sure either. Although Jiang Xie was able to turn danger into safety every time, and his strength, in Uncle Wu's opinion, was not weak, when it came to the current situation, he couldn't help but worry. Let's wait a bit longer. If young lord hasn't returned after half an hour, we'll go out and look for him. Jiang Xie had indeed run into something. To be precise, he encountered a person. A sneaky person. After Jiang left, he hurried towards Shengyuan courtyard. When he was not far from the Jiang family, he discovered a figure. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in a black robe, looking no different from an ordinary person. Many people in Jiang City dressed like this. But when Jiang Xie took a look, hey, guess what? Isn't this the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, who appeared when the Jiang family and Shengyuan Sect fought before? If it weren't for Fanchen Sword's warning, Jiang Xie wouldn't have noticed him, nor would he have known that this seemingly ordinary man was the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. Interesting. Jiang Xie smiled. As the saying goes, when you're sleepy, someone sends a pillow. Well, he had only just said he wanted genuine sex resources, and now they had arrived. Seeing the other party's sneaky appearance, and his gaze constantly directed towards the Jiang family, how could Jiang Xie not guess the other party's intention? He probably came for his younger brother. Jiang Xie's expression turned cold. Since he had encountered him, there was no reason to let him go. So he temporarily put aside the idea of returning to Shengyuan courtyard and quietly followed behind the other party, using Fanchen's sword to conceal his chi. It must be said, Fanchen's sword was indeed useful. It's just a pity that there are very few people who can use such a sword. He could be considered to have profound good fortune. The Shengyuan sect master Taizu was not in a good state at this time. Although he seemed fine in reality, he had already suffered extremely severe internal injuries. He single-handedly faced several elders. If his cultivation hadn't been a bit higher than the elders, he probably would have died at their hands. After killing several elders, seeing his miserable state, he couldn't help but feel a monstrous rage rising in his heart. Afterward, the more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Who was Zhu Li? The son of the Blood Demon sect master. Could he be killed so easily? And within Blood City? Which disciple within his sect could have this ability? This was simply nonsense. Moreover, several disciples with decent strength in the sect were either cultivating within the sect or performing missions outside. No one dared to go into the demonic path force's territory at all. And that young master Jiang family, although his Shengyuan sect and the Jiang family indeed had a great feud, what did the death of young master Jiang family have to do with Shengyuan sect? When did his sect's disciples gain such capability? To kill the successors of two major demonic path forces alone. If he really had such a disciple, he would have been overjoyed. Realizing this, he quickly thought that someone was framing them. And who else would do such a thing besides the Jiang family, who had the greatest feud with Shengyuan sect? How could he swallow this insult? Since you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. You say my Shengyuan sect's disciple killed your family's successor, right? Good. Then I'll kill for you to see. One died, but there's still another, right? I must get some interest back. With this thought, he avoided everyone's eyes and ears, changed his attire, and quietly sneaked into Jiang City. His purpose was to find an opportunity to kill Jiang Xie, so that Jiang Fingliu could also taste the bitterness of pain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to appease the hatred in his heart. Sect Master Tai, long time no see. Jiang Xie smiled and greeted him. However, there was a hint of disdain in that smile. 47. One man and one sword like a painting. The moment Taizu heard the voice, his entire body trembled and his heart leaped into his throat. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that his identity would be exposed so quickly. After turning his head with a heavy heart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a young man in the body-tempering realm. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the other party's appearance was somewhat similar to Su Wu. His contemptuous thoughts were then put away. He was no longer surprised that his identity had been exposed. He estimated that the man in front of him was probably a certain prince of the Shengyuan Empire. It's just, he seemed to have never seen this prince before. Could he be a hidden prince? Taizu furrowed his brows, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. After regaining his composure, he smiled and greeted, "So it's a prince of the Shengyuan Empire. May I ask why the prince is here?" Prince? Jiang Xie's expression was strange. He hadn't become a prince yet. But he was happy with that. He walked towards Taizu, and as he walked he whispered, "I came with my imperial father. He went back, but I didn't, since it's rare to come out once." Oh, so that's how it is. Taizu understood in his heart. He also knew the news of Su Wu's appearance in Jiangcheng, and didn't have too many doubts. So that's how it is. By the way, Sect Master Tai, what are you doing here? Jiang Xie asked again. Taizu's expression was a bit hesitant, seemingly not wanting to speak. It was too embarrassing to say it. Such a big sect had encountered such a thing. To be honest, the fact that the other party didn't laugh at him from the start was something Taizu hadn't expected. Seeing his hesitant expression, Jiang Xie deliberately said, I understand. This is not the place to talk. Outside Jiangcheng I have people I brought with me. It should be much safer than here. As fellow members of the righteous path, if Sect Master Tai has any difficulties, why not tell me? Perhaps this prince can still help a little. Upon hearing this, Tai Zu realized that it was indeed as he said. Given his current situation alone, whether he could kill Jiang Yi within the Jiang family's sphere of influence was still an unknown. He was afraid of getting himself involved without achieving the desired outcome. If he had the help of Jiang Xie, a prince of the Shengyuan Empire, the success rate would undoubtedly be much higher. Moreover, their current location was close to the Jiang family, not a very secluded place. Over time, there was indeed a risk of exposure. After thinking it through, he met Jiang Zai's gaze and nodded lightly. The prince is absolutely right. If that's the case, then I'll trouble the prince. Jiang Zai's eyes flashed. The fish had taken the bait. Next was to reel it in. To be honest, if he hadn't been afraid of being discovered by acting here, he wouldn't have bothered to lead the other party away. Then Sect Master Tai, please follow me. Jiang Zai's face still held a smile. Tai Zu also had no doubts and closely followed Jiang Zai's footsteps. Half an incense stick later, the two walked out of Jiangcheng. An incense stick later, there were no longer any people visible where the two were, only a small courtyard visible in the distance. Prince, how much longer until we arrive? Tai Zu furrowed his brows again, vaguely feeling that something was amiss. Along the way, the man in front of him had been too calm. Moreover, their location was becoming increasingly remote. In the current location, besides some grasslands and scattered trees, there was only a small courtyard. Jiang Xie didn't speak, and Tai Zu's bad premonition grew stronger. Not good. Suddenly his expression changed, and he stopped his steps. Jiang Xie turned around and asked, feigning surprise, Sect Master Tai, what's wrong? Who exactly are you? Tai Zu's gaze was gloomy. He had just investigated the courtyard and found it completely empty. Combining this with what Jiang Xie had said before, it was easy to realize that he had been tricked. By now, Jiang Xie no longer bothered to disguise himself. Sect Master Tai, you really are forgetful, aren't you? 4 years ago, during the war between the Jiang family and the Shengyuan Sect, we even met. 4 years ago. Tai Zu carefully searched his memories but still couldn't identify the man in front of him. 4 years ago, Jiang Xie was wearing a mask. What, you don't recognize me after taking off the mask? Jiang Xie had a disdainful smile on his lips, glancing at him sideways. Tai Zu's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but point his right hand at Jiang Xie, exclaiming in shock, You are Jiang Xie. Wasn't it rumored that you died? So it really is like this. Good, excellent. This move by the Jiang family is truly brilliant. Tai Zu understood. His guess was correct. This was simply the Jiang family scheme to use others to achieve their goals. Its purpose was to destroy his Shengyuan sect. It was simply hateful. A cold light appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear before me, and not only that, but you also found such a secluded place. He had already confirmed that there were no other people around. Jiang Zai's life was already in his hands. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Jiang Xie crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him with a relaxed expression and motioned with his eyes. First, look behind you. Although Tai Zu was puzzled, he didn't believe that Jiang Xie could kill him while he turned his head. So he looked behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he found an ordinary-looking sword suspended behind him. Is that all? He scoffed, thinking Jiang Xie had some trick up his sleeve. He didn't expect it to be just this. Take a closer look, Jiang Xie said again. Is there something special about it? Tai Zu was puzzled and began to observe again. Soon he seemed to discover something, and his expression gradually became solemn. His concentration also became more focused. Then, as if he had discovered something incredible, his entire body began to tremble. He seemed to have seen something terrifying. He was unsure and dared not be sure, so he looked carefully again for a while. After a moment, Tai Zu's face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help but retreat several steps. Even his voice was trembling nonstop. Is this the Fanchen sword? He asked, his voice uncertain, looking at Jiang Xie. His gaze was as if he had seen a ghost. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Xie nodded lightly. Thumping. Taizu fell directly to the ground. His mind was blank. The reputation of the 6 famous weapons was probably known to everyone on the entire Shengyuan Continent. The successive holders of the famous weapons all possessed incomparably powerful strength. Since the disappearance of the Shenku sword master, one of the 6 famous weapons from the previous generation, there had been no news of the 6 famous weapons appearing in the eastern continent. And the Fanchen sword had last appeared 5,000 years ago. Taizu had never thought that Jiang Xie could gain the recognition of the Fanchen sword. This meant that Jiang Xie's current displayed cultivation in the body-tempering realm was real. Like many others, he had never believed that Jiang Xie's body-tempering realm cultivation was real, and now he finally knew the truth. But he wished he hadn't known. All right, Sect Master Tai, you can now go and accompany the elders of the Shengyuan Sect. No, don't. Taizu's expression was terrified as he crawled towards Jiang Xie. The sect master of a dignified righteous path sect, in such a state, it seemed that in the face of life and death, all face became less important. Jiang Xie looked at him with disgust. The smile on his lips had disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. The Fanchen sword also instantly descended at this moment. It carried a sharp aura, a fear that penetrated deep into one's heart. The sword chi it emitted seemed capable of splitting the void realm. A majestic force condensed at a visible speed and fiercely descended towards Taizu. If Taizu had been at his peak, he might have been able to resist a bit, but now, he was already severely injured and his strength was less than half of his peak. He had no room for resistance at all. After a piercing scream, Taizu became a corpse. With the sword in hand, Jiang Xie instantly felt a bone-chilling pain spread throughout his body. This was the price of using the Fanchen sword. Fortunately, he had a special ability, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to endure it. Under the setting sun, one person and one sword fully displayed their sharpness. It was like a beautiful painting. However, it left Old Wu and Lin Maioyan, who had just arrived, stunned. 48 clues in the ring. At this moment, Jiang Xie in their eyes was like a sword immortal. He was handsome and elegant, a celestial being descended to the mortal world, a man and a sword like a painting. However, what shocked them even more was not here. It was Taizu, lying on the ground lifeless. One of the righteous path giants of the eastern continent. The sect master of Shengyuan Sect, who possessed a domain realm cultivation. An existence that the demon sect had tried to kill numerous times but failed. Now he lay quietly on the ground, dead here. A generation's hero, just like that, died at the hands of a 15-year-old boy. It was truly lamentable. Old Wu and Lin Maioyan were slow to recover their senses. Although Old Wu knew that Jiang Xie had hidden his strength, he had never imagined that he could kill the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. This had already exceeded the scope of his understanding. Lin Maioyan, on the other hand, was ecstatic. This was the first time she felt hope since Jiang Xie told her he could help her get revenge. Jiang Xie wiped the sword in his hand, then put it away, before turning to look at the two and smiling. Old Wu Maioyan, why did you come here? His tone was completely different from the icy and biting demeanor he had just shown. Only then did the two come back to their senses. The shock in Old Wu's eyes still hadn't faded. He swallowed, and his voice was a little hesitant as he said, "Young Lord was that, the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. Sometimes people are like this. Facing the facts, they become somewhat uncertain. They need to receive an accurate answer before they can feel at ease." This was the case with Old Wu at this moment. Although he knew that it was the sect master of Shengyuan Sect, if he didn't get personal confirmation from Jiang Xie, he always felt that something was missing. There was a sense of unreality. Lin Maioyan was the same. Both of them looked at him eagerly, their expressions a little nervous. Jiang Xie did not hide it. He nodded directly, then walked step by step to Taizu's corpse, skillfully taking a few Kainkun rings from his hand. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Taizu to have so many Kainkun rings. However, this also indirectly proved how vast the resources of Shengyuan Sect were. It was estimated that the private collections of those elders were also here. After Jiang Xie admitted it, for some reason, both of them felt relieved. So it really was the Shengyuan Sect master. I knew it. I didn't see wrong. Old Wu had a look of sudden realization, but it was actually to cover up his embarrassment. Lin Maioyan also looked around, afraid that Jiang Xie would think she was a fool. Jiang Xie's attention, however, was not on them, but on the Qiankun rings in his hand. With Tai Zu's death, these Qiankun rings became ownerless. As long as one channeled divine soul power into them, they could be opened. Fortunately, the divine soul power required to open a Qiankun ring was not much. Otherwise, with his current forging body realm 9th level cultivation, he really wouldn't be able to open them. After opening them, Jiang Xie found many spirit stones inside. He roughly estimated that there were probably hundreds of millions of spirit stones. This was almost the amount the Jiang family could obtain in several years. And this was only within the Shengyuan Sect. One should know that the Shengyuan Sect controlled a mineral vein, which was probably already divided up by other sects now. He continued to look further down, and saw many cultivation technique secret manuals within. But most of them were relatively low-level. The martial skill grade division in this world was also very simple, 1 to 9 grades, and an even simpler division. 1 to 3 grades were advanced martial skills or cultivation techniques, 4 to 6 grades were intermediate martial skills or cultivation techniques, and 7 to 9 grades were low-level martial skills or cultivation techniques. These were cultivation techniques and martial skills that could be learned after the body tempering realm. Further up were realm-exclusive martial skills. A large part of the difference in strength between higher realms and lower realms lay here. When a cultivator reached the divine power realm, they would have some martial skills that only divine power realm cultivators could cultivate, called divine power skills. They could also be called divine abilities. Divine abilities could be self-comprehended, or comprehended through insights left by predecessors. They differed greatly from ordinary martial skills, and were much more powerful. As for the domain realm, there were domain skills, which were generally used in conjunction with the domain to greatly enhance the domain's power. Further up were law skills, martial skills that used the power of law as an attack method. And then there were holy skills and great emperor laws. Most people would already be overjoyed to have martial skills or cultivation techniques of 1 to 3 grades, let alone stronger martial skills. As for those whose strength had reached a certain level, if they wanted to obtain special martial skills, they could only rely on their own comprehension or the insights left by predecessors. However, self-comprehension was not easy, and the power of the martial skills comprehended varied greatly, far from being as quick and good as directly relying on the insights left by predecessors. But these resources were limited. Thus competition arose. In cultivation, to be stronger than others and to reach higher realms, one must compete. There were also many people who lost their humanity for a bit of resources. Simply put, large sects like Shengyuan Sect definitely possessed divine power skills, domain skills, and law skills. It was impossible for Tai Zu not to know them. If he hadn't been severely injured during his fierce battle with the Shengyuan Sect elder, which greatly reduced his strength, just one divine power skill would have caused Jiang Xie a lot of trouble. He looked carefully, and indeed saw some unusual jade slips. The jade slips emitted light, some bright, some dim. This was the difference caused by the number of times they had been comprehended. Those that looked almost dim and lifeless, Jiang Xie estimated, would completely dissipate after being comprehended 1 or 2 more times at most. As for the bright ones, although they could be comprehended many times, they were definitely not powerful martial skills. Otherwise they wouldn't be so bright. It was a pity, however, that these martial skills were of no use to him. This was the pain of having terrible cultivation aptitude. Zhang Fingliu had not failed to give him rare heavenly treasures to improve his aptitude, but unfortunately, they were not very effective. The only thing he could hope for now were the other 10 statues in the palace. Maybe he could directly soar. So these were in the first ring. Thus, Jiang Xie looked at the second Qiankun ring. Upon seeing it, he immediately gasped. Inside, there were actually all artifact refining materials and some weapons. There were rare materials as well as common ones, and the quantity was very large. Of course, the reason he gasped was not because of this. It was because there were even 2 king-tier weapons inside, which were probably the Shengyuan Sect's treasure. It was simply a free gain, although he didn't need them himself. And when his gaze fell upon a painting nearby, Jiang Xie's heart trembled again. His entire body couldn't help but start to tremble. That was due to excitement. That painting was not a treasure, but the moment Jiang Xie saw it, his forehead actually felt slightly warm. Although faint, he indeed felt it. Combining it with his previous experiences, he understood that this meant the statue in the palace had reacted. This indicated that there was a clue to activating the 3rd statue. What had he been striving for all this time? Of course, it was to activate the statues. Even when he decided to establish a force, he initially thought of it as a means to find clues for activating the statues. He hadn't expected to find a clue in Tai Zu's Kaiyankun ring. Old Wu and Lin Maoyan had been quietly waiting by the side ever since Jiang Xie closed his eyes. They knew that Jiang Xie was examining the spoils of war. To be honest, they were also very curious about how many good things were inside. But they still held back, waiting for Jiang Xie to tell them. Seeing Jiang Xie's body suddenly tremble, both of them were a little puzzled. Did young lord see something incredible inside? Old Wu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but rub his hands. Lin Maoyan didn't speak, but her eyes also held an uncontrollable excitement. 49. The young master's quotations. Jiang Xie, with an excited heart, took out the painting and carefully examined it in his hands. Uncle Wu and Lin Maoyan's gazes also focused on his hands. But very quickly, Uncle Wu frowned and asked Lin Maoyan doubtfully, "Girl, have you noticed anything? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this just an ordinary painting?" "No," Lin Maoyan shook her head and said, "in my opinion, it's also an ordinary painting." Based on his understanding of Jiang Xie, Uncle Wu felt that this painting was definitely not as simple as he imagined. He took out a notebook from somewhere and examined it carefully. Lin Maoyan was curious and also leaned over to look. She couldn't help but read out the words on it. Young Lord's Law 35th. Whenever the young lord gets excited about something, even if it looks like trash, it is definitely not ordinary and hides a great secret. Young Lord's Law 10th. The young lord never curses directly, but rather curses in a roundabout way. Cursing in a roundabout way is very fun. Young Lord's Law 36. Do not speak halfway. Speaking halfway shrinks the niyuzi by half. Looking again, the large characters collection of young lord's sayings came into her view. Lin Maoyan's mind was full of question marks. What was all this? She could understand the first 2, but what was this niyuzi in the last one? "Uncle Wu, what is this niyuzi?" she asked Uncle Wu with a puzzled look. Uncle Wu's expression froze, his face a bit strange, and he asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to know?" Seeing his appearance, Lin Maoyan became even more curious and quickly nodded. "Yes. Once I also asked the young lord this question," Uncle Wu said with a look of reminiscing about the past. And then, what did the young master say?" Lin Maoyan asked eagerly, as if she were about to learn some earth-shattering secret. Uncle Wu sighed. He said at the time, "Do you know why one thing has many names? Because people from different places may call a certain thing by different names." Lin Maoyan answered, her anticipation growing. Uncle Wu glanced at her, his expression growing even stranger. "Yes, that's right, that's how I answered at the time. Do you know what the young lord said?" "No," Lin Maoyan shook her head. Uncle Wu continued. He said, "This niyuzi is also a name for something, and this something only men have, women do not." "Men have, women don't. A beard. No, women also have beards, just not as obvious." Lin Maoyan frowned, deep in thought. Uncle Wu's expression grew stranger and stranger. He recalled that when Jiang Xie said that sentence, he immediately knew what it was. "I can't guess it." Although Lin Maoyan was the daughter of the Xuanqian sect master, she was not deeply involved in worldly affairs, so she didn't quite understand such questions. So she asked Uncle Wu, "Uncle Wu, did you guess it at the time?" "Of course." Uncle Wu's face showed a hint of pride, and he felt a secret thrill seeing Lin Maoyan's slightly admiring gaze. Before Lin Maoyan could ask, he blurted out, "That thing is the Adam's apple." Lin Maoyan looked, and sure enough, both Uncle Wu and Jiang Xie had a prominent Adam's apple on their necks, and when she touched herself, she indeed had none. She suddenly realized, so it's the Adam's apple. Although Jiang Xie was observing the painting in his hand, the conversation between the two of them didn't escape him. Every word fell into his ears without missing a beat. When he heard Lin Maoyan read out the line about speaking halfway and the niyuzi shrinking by half, he had a bad feeling. When he heard Lin Maoyan ask about it, he secretly wiped a bead of sweat. However, the result did not disappoint him. That guy Uncle Wu really didn't guess it either. In that case, he could rest assured. However, he needed to find an opportunity to secretly throw away that book in his hand. Otherwise, who knows how dangerous it might be. He didn't even know what he had recorded. If he recorded something he shouldn't have, then he would be socially dead. Jiang Xie made up his mind. He had to find an opportunity to throw away the book in Uncle Wu's hand. Seeing that nothing had gone wrong over there, he continued to examine the painting in his hand. He tried to find some information on it. After looking it over, it was still just an ordinary painting. This puzzled him. After searching for a long time, he finally found two extremely tiny characters in the bottom right corner of the painting, Yuan. So this painting belongs to the Yuan Empire's royal family. It seems I have no choice but to go to the imperial capital. Jiang Xie had already thought about going to the imperial capital after discovering that Su Wu might be his grandfather. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to go. However, before going, he definitely had to resolve the matters of the Shengyuan sect first. Putting the painting away, he looked at the third Kainkun ring. With a sweep of his mind, it was filled entirely with spirit medicine and medicinal pills, a large number of them. Unfortunately, they were still useless to him. In the future, they could be used to develop his own forces. After checking, Jiang Xie was not stingy and wanted to take out the two king-tier weapons for Uncle Wu and Lin Maoyan. The two of them were considered his own people now. But on second thought, giving them king-tier weapons was still too conspicuous. Uncle Wu's strength was at the Yukong realm, and he had also learned about Lin Maoyan, who was at the soul forging realm. At 18 years old, soul forging realm, a definite genius. However, compared to that girl Jai Yu, she was still a bit lacking. If nothing unexpected happened, Jai Yu should be able to break through to the soul forging realm before she was 16. He wondered if he could break through to the Ning Yuan realm before he was 16. Perhaps for others, breakthrough to the Ning Yuan realm was nothing, but for him, it was simply heaven. That represented a comprehensive increase in strength. Giving them king-tier weapons with their current cultivation was still too conspicuous. Then he would give them treasure artifacts. Jiang Xie directly threw a large number of treasure artifacts on the ground and said to the two of them, "Pick one randomly." Upon seeing this, Uncle Wu's eyes immediately lit up. He had been waiting for Jiang Xie's words. Lin Maoyan was also quite moved. She had a treasure artifact, but she had left in a hurry when she departed the sect and hadn't brought it with her. Now, with so many treasure artifacts before her, she disregarded her composure and stepped forward to begin choosing. After a while, both of them had chosen their preferred weapons. Uncle Wu chose a black saber. Jiang Xie couldn't understand his aesthetic. Lin Maoyan, on the other hand, chose a light sword. Jiang Xie was not surprised by this, because he found that using sword was still the mainstream in this world. Most people's weapons were swords. After putting away these treasure artifacts, Jiang Xie suddenly had the idea of returning home. He wanted to give some of these resources to his father. The Jiang family's strength still needed to be improved. This was preparation for a rainy day. He couldn't wait until a crisis came to think about improving strength. After understanding this, Jiang Xie said to the two, "You two go back and wait for me first." It was this sentence again. Uncle Wu was too lazy to complain. Who exactly was the guard here? Why did it feel a bit off? However, neither of them refuted and silently left. It wasn't that Jiang Xie didn't give them things to do, but rather that this matter really couldn't involve too many people. One person was just right. 50. The art of passing the buck. After old Wu and Lin Maoyan left, Jiang Xie didn't linger either and immediately headed towards Jiang City. He who could have swaggered about now dared not. The main reason was Su Huang. If Su Huang hadn't appeared, it would have been fine for him to walk around Jiang City openly. After all, many people hadn't seen Su Huang's face. But now it was different. Ever since Su Huang appeared, not only did many people from the demonic path forces know Su Huang's appearance, but most of the residents in Jiang City did too. His current appearance, while not exactly like Su Huang's, showed many similarities at a glance. Su Huang could swagger into Jiang City without issue. His status was clear. But he couldn't. Nor could he wear a mask. In Jiang City, wearing a mask was Jiang Xie's standard. If he wore that mask, some meticulous people would definitely figure out his identity. Therefore, on his way to the Jiang family, he was exceptionally cautious. He would definitely take small paths and never main roads, never look up, and always run instead of walking slowly. He adhered to 2 words, low-key. In this manner, it took him about 2 incense sticks of time from entering the city to arriving near the Jiang family. Once near the Jiang family, things became easier. He was much more familiar with this area. He knew which places had strong defenses, which had weak ones, and where he wouldn't attract attention. Coupled with the Fanchen sword hiding his chi, it was effortless for him to sneak into the Jiang family. He quietly came to a corner, looked around, and seeing no one, skillfully moved aside a seemingly intact blue brick. This was something he had arranged before to sneak out of the family, and it had gone unnoticed until now. What he didn't know was that at this moment, behind this wall, a gentle, beautiful woman was sitting there. Ever since Sujiru learned that Jiang Xie was not dead, her mood inexplicably relaxed. But this did not mean she wasn't angry. She was angry that such a big matter, his father and he hadn't discussed it with her, causing her to worry needlessly. In fact, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. These past 2 days, Jiang Fingliu had already been scolded by her and didn't dare to talk back at all. Even now, Jiang Fingliu knew he was in the wrong and often avoided Sujiru. She knew about the hole Jiang Xie had dug. It was when she accidentally saw Jiang Xie leaving through it one time. Sujiru didn't make a fuss, but continued to pretend she didn't know. Jiang Xie also always thought no one knew. Little did he know that his every move had long been under the watchful eyes of his own mother. These past few days, Sujiru had specifically come here to monitor, thinking that Jiang Xie might sneak in. Sure enough, as soon as there was movement at that corner of the wall, a smile appeared on her face, confirming her suspicions. She walked over with light steps. Jiang Xie was still immersed in his own world. He found that the hole seemed a bit small. He couldn't get in no matter what, and it was rubbing him tightly and painfully. I forgot I've grown up. This hole is really tight. Jiang Xie grimaced, yet he didn't dare to make a loud noise, fearing he would be discovered. He could only carefully endure the pain of being rubbed. Although he was at the Forging Body Realm 9th level, these wall bricks were not ordinary wall bricks. He could only move a bit, then relax a bit, to allow his body to enter smoothly. Sujiru just stood not far in front of him, bending down and looking at him, a smile on her face, and softly asked, "Do you need help?" Jiang Xie said without thinking, "No need, this small matter can't stump me." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression stiffened, and before he could even look up, he felt his right ear being pinched. Pain. Jiang Xie's face instantly turned painful. He looked at Sujiru with a mournful expression and said, "Mother, how did you find out?" "Never mind how I found out. First explain to Mother why you didn't tell me about such a big matter." Although Sujiru had a smile on her face at this moment. But for some reason, Jiang Xie only felt a chilling, bone-piercing aura permeate his entire body. It made him shiver involuntarily. He understood that if he didn't explain himself clearly, this beating was unavoidable. One must know that within the family, besides the old ancestor, the highest status now might be Jiang Fingliu, but in reality, Sujiru held the highest status. Even Jiang Fingliu feared her. There was no other way. To marry Sujiru, Jiang Fingliu had promised Sujiru countless unequal agreements. Jiang Xie's mind raced, his thoughts spinning rapidly, trying to come up with a suitable excuse to fob her off. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up and he said, "Mother, it's really not that your child didn't want to tell you, but when I said I wanted to tell you that day, Father said I couldn't tell you. He also said that you, A woman wouldn't understand anything, and telling you might instead mess things up, which is why I didn't tell you. Jiang Xie looked bitter, speaking with great emotion, and continued. Father also said that if I told you he said this, he would skin me. And if you went to confront him, he might even turn the tables on me. Mother, my life and future are now in your hands. He dares, he's gone too far. Suzhiru immediately flared up, her face filled with anger. She looked as if she was about to go settle accounts with Jiang Fingliu on the spot. Jiang Xie quickly calmed her down, saying, Mother, don't rush. It's not easy for us to reunite. We should spend more time together, shouldn't we? Upon hearing this, Suzhiru instantly calmed down, her face filled with worry, and she said earnestly, Xie, tell Mother the truth. What exactly are you going to do? Jiang Xie also knew she was worried about him, so he didn't hide anything and spoke of his plans. I want to break away from my demonic path identity and establish a new force outside. Don't look at how peaceful it is now. The negative impression of the demonic path forces has already deeply rooted itself in people's hearts. There might not be problems in the short term, but who can guarantee there won't be problems in the future? You should know that the Shengyuan Continent is not just the Eastern Continent. Mother, you told me before. That Saint Province is now enveloped by a huge barrier. People inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. But who knows how long this will last? Saint Province is at the center of the Shengyuan Continent, rich in resources and abundant in spiritual qi, far beyond what other continents can compare to. Their strength must also be more than one level higher than that of the Eastern Continent. Once the barrier disappears, I don't know what will happen to the righteous path, but the demonic path is very likely to suffer an impact. To ensure that everyone in my Jiang family can remain safe in the future, we must have other forces to help. Jiang Xie expressed his thoughts. Creating a force to find clues about the 12 statues was true, and protecting the Jiang family was also true. His worries were not unfounded. Since ancient times, good and evil have been irreconcilable. Although it seems peaceful now, conflict will eventually come. Only by making plans early can one seize the initiative in the future. This was a conclusion he drew from reading countless Xuanhuan novels. Laying out plans earlier would make the path ahead smoother. Otherwise, when a crisis arrives, panicking will only greatly increase the danger. 51. Deep Bitter Sword Master. A long time ago, he had this question. People from other provinces could be seen in the Eastern Continent, but none from Saint Province. Few people even discussed Saint Province. Logically, as the strongest place on the Shengyuan Continent, many people should want to go there. But from childhood to adulthood, he had never heard of anyone wanting to go to Saint Province. In his confusion, he went to ask Jiang Fingliu, but Jiang Fingliu refused to tell him, so he had no choice but to ask Suzhiru. Only then did he learn. 5,000 years ago, when Saint Province had no barrier, the people of Saint Province were extremely arrogant, constantly plundering resources everywhere, and people from other places were no match for them. They were both angry and helpless. There was no other way, their strength was inferior. The key was that the forces in Saint Province were also very protective of their own. Those young disciples would directly snatch beautiful women they saw, each one acting high and mighty. If you killed them, stronger ones would come. The cultivators' strength levels in other provinces were also not high under their influence, even weaker than they are now. It was then that the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, one of the 6 famous weapons, emerged out of nowhere. With one person and one sword, he struck fear into the people of Saint Province, and with his own power, he severed Saint Province's connection with the outside world, a situation that has persisted until now. The Shenku sword, one of the 6 famous weapons. Gaining its recognition is even harder than gaining the Fanchen swords. Those who can be recognized by it are generally people with ordinary talent, but who have suffered countless hardships, crawled out of suffering, and yet still struggled tenaciously. That Lord of Bitter Depth sword was precisely someone who had suffered countless hardships, many of which were inflicted by the people of Saint Province. His interdependent mother was killed by people from Saint Province, his sister was humiliated and murdered, and the village where he lived was also destroyed by the disciples of a major force from Saint Province. When his story was revealed, countless people shed tears. Although his talent was not high, and he was even crippled, with his meridians destroyed. Yet he still did not give up hope of revenge, nor did he abandon the Tao of cultivating immortals. It was precisely because of this that he gained the Shenku sword's recognition. Not only did his body heal, but his cultivation also began to skyrocket, growing into a generation's giant in less than 5 years. One person, one sword, he ascended to Saint Province to kill. That time, many forces in Saint Province were annihilated, and that time, people from other places besides Saint Province cheered loudly and excitedly. Finally, Saint Province gained a barrier, isolating it from the outside world ever since. And the Lord of Bitter Depth's sword also disappeared from the public eye after the battle. No one knew where he went. When Jiang Xie first heard this story, his heart was filled with admiration. This was simply a formidable person. He alone fought against the entire Saint Province. At that time, he also became interested in the 6 famous weapons for the first time. But he never expected that he would also become the lord of the Fanchen sword, one of the 6 famous weapons. Although Saint Province has a barrier, there have been rumors in recent years that the barrier's power is continuously weakening. It will probably become ineffective in a few years. When that happens, the return of the Saint Province people will be a huge impact on the entire Shengyuan Continent. No one knows how strong they are now. It was for various reasons such as these that Jiang Xie conceived the idea of creating his own force. He was not afraid of death, but his family was different. Hearing Jiang Xie's words, the worry on Sujiru's face grew deeper. She understood the reasoning, but Jiang Xie has had little cultivating talent since childhood. Although he was a bit clever, how could he create a force without strength? Even if he succeeded, the difficulties involved would be unimaginable. Frankly, she did not want Jiang Xie to take this risk. So she said, "How can creating a force be so simple? You can't even protect yourself right now, yet you're thinking of creating a force. Listen to your mother, just stay at home." Jiang Xie looked at her face and almost told her about his situation, but after careful consideration, he decided not to. He was afraid that telling her would only cause more trouble, so he could only say, "Mother, don't worry, your son has his own way. You know I've been smart since I was little." "You, sigh." Sujiru sighed deeply, her expression a little desolate. She also knew that she couldn't persuade Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie felt a little sorry for her, so he gave her a heads up. "Mother, don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person. I'll go to the imperial capital of the Kaiyuan Empire first." Sujiru's eyes lit up and she said, "You already knew." "I knew it when I saw Su Huang that day." Jiang Xie smiled. Sujiru, however, hit him on the head and said with feigned anger, "What Su Huang? That's your grandfather." Then she smiled again and said, "Although father has always said he doesn't want me as a daughter, I know he's just being stubborn. He doesn't dislike you either. It's just due to his status. If he really didn't like you, he wouldn't have risked being suspected by people of the righteous path to come to Jiang City that day. Going to the imperial capital is a good decision. As long as you reveal your identity to your grandfather, he won't make things difficult for you and can provide you with great help." Jiang Xie's words eased some of her worries. The expression on her face was no longer as gloomy as before. However, there was still a great deal of qi suppressed in her heart. She just wanted to find someone to vent on. After the mother and son stayed for a while, Sujiru left. She walked towards Jiang Fingliu's room. Inside the room, Jiang Fingliu was frowning, dealing with some family matters. Upon sensing Sujiru's arrival, he revealed a smile. "Why are you here?" "HMPH, of course, I'm here to settle accounts." Sujiru looked at him with an annoyed expression. Jiang Fingliu looked puzzled. "Settle accounts? What accounts?" "The family accounts were settled long ago, and there were no problems." Also, why did he feel a chill coming on? "What's wrong?" he couldn't help but ask. "You're still asking me what's wrong?" Sujiru's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, word by word, "Don't you know what you've done?" "What did I do?" Jiang Fingliu finally realized something was amiss. It seemed Sujiru was coming for him. "I didn't go looking for other women, I didn't go out to carouse, and I didn't lose my ambition playing around. What did I do?" Jiang Fingliu felt that if he didn't explain himself, he would be subjected to a beating. Sujiru's gaze made his heart pound. "Zier said that you told him not to tell me what happened that day, and that you also said I A mere woman, don't understand anything and am a burden. Here it comes. Jiang Fingliu's heart trembled. Jiang Xie's skill at passing the buck had finally arrived. Jiang Xie had passed countless bucks to him since he was a child. Passing the buck might be absent, but it would never be late. Calm down, Jiru, calm down. Zier is lying to you. How could I say such things about you? Jiang Fingliu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He cursed inwardly, this little brat, always passing the buck to him. He definitely had to teach him a good lesson that day. Jiang Fingliu found that after he said this, Su Jiru's gaze became even fiercer. He heard her say, Zier was right after all, you really do pass the buck to him. I'm innocent. What a huge injustice. Jiang Fingliu roared in his heart. He knew that anything he said at this point would be useless. My wife, I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. In the courtyard, hearing Jiang Fingliu's miserable cries, Jiang Xie couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a chill. 52. Eating is the most important. He understood that after his father was taught a lesson, he himself would not escape a beating. However, as long as he had his mother to back him up, he wasn't afraid. But he didn't have that much time right now. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he snuck into Jiang Ye's room. Jiang Ye's room was not far from that courtyard, right next to his own. Upon entering, the room was silent. Jiang Xie's heart tightened. When this kid was quiet, he was definitely up to no good. He tiptoed inside, and upon reaching the inner part of the room, he indeed saw a small figure Chinese letter at a table, furtively doing who knows what. From Jiang Xie's current angle, he could only see his back, so he only saw his hands constantly moving, seemingly doing something. Jiang Xie moved closer, coming up behind him. Then he heard Jiang Ye's muttering. Big brother, boo-hoo-hoo, why did you die? What am I going to do if you die? I've gotten so thin from hunger. Big brother died so tragically. I heard from Dad that you were skinned and had your tendons pulled out, then dismembered by 5 horses, and he also said you died with resentment, unwilling to rest in peace. Anyone who saw your body would be cursed, so they wouldn't let me see your body. Big brother, boo-hoo-hoo, I will definitely avenge you. Big brother, let me secretly tell you, I secretly took a peek that day, but I didn't see your face, so please don't curse me. You'll definitely protect me, right? Jiang Xie's face darkened. The feeling of guilt he had just felt about shifting the blame to Jiang Fingliu instantly vanished. He even felt that the blame was a bit too small. Looking further ahead, this little fellow had somehow gotten some mud and was using his hands to mold a clay figure. Upon closer inspection, although the clay figure was ugly, one could vaguely see that its features bore some resemblance to his own. It was not difficult to see that the clay figure Jiang Yi was molding was his own. And his small face was somehow covered in mud, making him look dusty and disheveled. He looked a bit cute amidst his disarray. However, his intelligence, was probably not that high yet. That's right, he was only 6 years old. Not everyone like him had experienced transmigration and was born with the consciousness of a 20-year-old. More black lines appeared on Jiang Xie's face. This little fellow, not only was he molding a clay figure, but he was molding it so ugly. Jiang Xie unhesitatingly extended his right hand and tapped Jiang Ye's neck, and the little fellow fainted just like that. He then picked him up, placed him on the bed, waited for a short while, and then softly called out beside his ear, Zio Yi, Zio Yi. Under his calling, Jiang Yi groggily opened his eyes. Who's calling me? Jiang Yi mumbled, as the figure before him gradually became clear. Jiang Xie's face gradually appeared in his line of sight. As if in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was indeed Jiang Xie's face. A smile instantly bloomed on the little fellow's face, and he excitedly shouted, Big brother. The next second, his body instantly shot out of bed and directly pounced onto Jiang Xie. Crack! Jiang Xie clearly heard the sound of his waist bones. His face darkened again. What a sin! He was still at the Forging Body Realm 9th level, while his 6-year-old younger brother was already at the Ning Yuan Realm 3rd level. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. And Jiang Yi was still young and didn't know how to control his strength. That last pounce was quite heavy, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Boo-hoo-hoo, big brother, you're finally alive again. Big brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? Big brother, I want to eat sweet and sour fish. I want to eat fish-flavored shredded pork. I want to eat braised pork ribs. In a short while, Jiang Xie had already listed dozens of dish names. As he spoke, saliva even started to drool out. Jiang Xie just said, "You are indeed dreaming." Ah, Jiang Xie was startled and his face turned sad again. Boo-hoo-hoo, big brother isn't resurrected. Are you here to take me with you? Yes, Jiang Xie's eyes were fierce, and he made grabbing motions with his hands. Jiang Xie's face turned pale with fright and he quickly shook his head, saying in terror, "Big brother, no. Why don't you tell me who killed you, and I'll kill him later so you can get your revenge down there? What about mom and dad if I die? Wouldn't it be better if I took you down there and made delicious food for you every day?" Jiang Xie said with a smile. The little fellow began to hesitate. The temptation of delicious food was immense for him. His round eyes occasionally scanned Jiang Xie, as if he was making some difficult choice. After a long while he couldn't help but ask, "Does it hurt?" "No pain, it'll be fine in a moment." "Then, for my sweet and sour fish braised pork ribs, I'll sacrifice myself." Looking at Jiang Xie's expression of facing death unflinchingly, Jiang Xie almost burst out laughing. This guy, all he knows is eating, eating, eating. Ugh. Just as he was about to continue playing with his silly younger brother, another scream came from outside the room. Jiang Xie's face changed. He almost forgot about this matter and he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, once the battle there ended, he would be finished. "How come I seem to hear Dad's screams?" Jiang Xie frowned, suspecting he had misheard. Jiang Xie smiled. "You must have misheard, and I'm not here to take you away either." "Then why did you appear in my dream, big brother?" "I came to tell you that under a large stone by the pond in the courtyard, there's a treasure trove I hid. I couldn't bear to see it there, unknown to anyone, so I came to tell you." "Really?" Jiang Xie's eyes lit up, and his small body instantly rushed to the door, looking around, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xie hit him on the back of his neck again, knocking him unconscious. Then he put him back on the bed, exited the room, and buried his Kun ring, which he had already divided a portion of resources from, under a stone by the courtyard pond. After doing all this, he then secretly crawled out of that hole. After Jiang Xie left, Jiang Xie slowly woke up, his first sensation being a severe pain in his neck. He rubbed his neck, feeling like he had a stiff neck. He looked around and didn't find Jiang Xie's figure, which made him even more convinced that the scenes just now were a dream. "Big brother said there's something in the stone by the pond." Jiang Xie's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips, excitedly saying, "Could it be something delicious?" As soon as he thought of the delicious food Jiang Xie made, he couldn't contain his excitement at all. He ran quickly out of the room on his short legs. His eyes constantly scanned the edge of the pond. Finally, he saw a large stone. He rushed up and lifted it, nothing. He didn't get discouraged and continued to search among other things nearby. Finally, under a small stone, he found a ring. His face was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure trove. He immediately rushed to find Jiang Fingliu. In another room, Jiang Fingliu had just finished receiving his beating and was tidying his robes, while Su Jiru still sat beside him with an unhappy expression. Jiang Fingliu was so angry. He wished he could immediately beat Jiang Xie to vent his anger. This son, he only causes trouble for his father. 53. Jai Wu Yue's discovery. Just as he finished organizing and hadn't had time to speak, Jiang Yi's figure ran in. Jiang Fingliu's face immediately broke into a smile and he asked, "Jiang Yi, why are you here?" Su Jiru smiled and stood up, walked towards Jiang Yi, knelt down and asked, "Jiang Yi, do you have something to tell your parents?" "Mem," Jiang Yi nodded, his eyes filled with joy. "What makes Jiang Yi so happy?" "It's food." "Food?" Jiang Fingliu looked at him in confusion, not seeing any food, and asked, "Where is it?" "Here." Jiang Yi waved the ring in his hand. Only then did the two of them realize that he actually had a Kun ring in his hand. "Oh," Su Jiru let out a soft exclamation, took the ring from his hand, feeling a bit surprised, and then immersed her consciousness into it. At first glance she was greatly shocked. A dazzling array of resources filled her eyes. She suppressed her shock and roughly estimated the quantity of items inside. She found that there were at least 100 million spirit stones, thousands of bottles of medicinal pills, hundreds of weapons, and even a king-tier weapon. This was simply no less than the resources of a medium to large-sized force. Even when her consciousness withdrew from it, Su Jiru hadn't fully recovered. Zhang Fingliu, who was beside her, had long been itching with curiosity. Seeing her like this at the moment, he became even more curious. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fingliu couldn't help but ask. Su Jiru didn't answer him but handed over the Qiankun ring, saying, "See for yourself." Zhang Fingliu took it and began to examine it. Soon, a look of shock also appeared on his face. Jiang Xie saw them both looking shocked and couldn't help but say smugly, "I knew it, there must be something delicious inside." "Jiang Xie, where did you get this ring from?" Zhang Fingliu asked with a serious expression. With so many resources inside, it was absolutely impossible for him to have just picked it up right. "I picked it up under a stone by the pond in the courtyard." "What?" Jiang Fingliu almost fell to the ground. "Was it really picked up?" "Tell Dad the truth, where did it really come from? He would never believe it was picked up." "It really was picked up, but..." Jiang Xie hesitated whether to tell them about his dream. "But what?" Su Jiru also spoke. Connecting it to Jiang Zai's sudden appearance, she had a guess that even she herself found hard to believe. "I just had a dream. I dreamed of elder brother. Elder brother told me in the dream," Jiang Xie finally said. At this, both Zhang Fingliu and Su Jiru showed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder, how could it have been picked up? But where did Jiang Zai get it from? Neither of them figured that out. Suddenly, Zhang Fingliu seemed to remember something. He recalled that the king-tier weapon in the Qiankun ring wasn't the Shengyuan Sect master's, was it? "Could it be Zier killed Taizu?" Zhang Fingliu said in disbelief. Then he shook his head violently, thinking it was impossible. Could it be that Taizu and the Shengyuan Sect elder both suffered heavy losses, and then old Wu benefited from it? They wanted to know the reason, but they could no longer find Jiang Zai's figure, so they could only give up. The Qiankun ring was rightfully kept by the two of them, and no matter how Jiang Xie cried and shouted, it was useless. Ali. Inside Haoran Sect, Jai Yu felt very annoyed. She had news that Jiang Zai was still alive and had manpower, but the problem was that she didn't know how to find him. HMPH, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Only by calming down could she find clues. So let's analyze it step by step from the beginning. Why did Jiang Zai fake his death? What identity would he use after faking his death? And where would he go? Faking death, abandoning his demonic path identity, acting as a righteous path practitioner. That must be right. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Then why would he do this? Why did he intentionally provoke her? The task he has to do is very dangerous, and he doesn't want me by his side. Is that why he made me hate him? Jai Yu was already intelligent, and once she calmed down, she immediately figured out the reason. "Jiang Zai, oh Jiang Zai, do you think you can get rid of Miss like this? When Miss finds you, I will definitely teach you a good lesson." Thinking of Jiang Zai's figure, Jai Yu's lips curved into a smile. "So let's continue to analyze. Since he's not dead, if he changes his identity, he definitely won't wear a mask anymore. Perhaps he'll show his true face." She was almost certain of this, because Jiang Zai had told her more than once that he never showed his true face when outside. This indicates that the only people who might know his face are his parents. Then where would he go? This Jai Yu couldn't figure out. The clue was broken again. She frowned and looked at the room door, suddenly having an idea to go out for a walk. Perhaps she could find some clues. So she stood up and walked towards the door. As soon as her hand touched the door, she felt a force, and undoubtedly, the entire room was once again sealed by a barrier. "Is anyone outside? Please inform my father Miss wants to go out." Jai Yu was furious. "I'm sorry, Saintess, Sect Master is not here." A male voice came from outside the door. Jai Yu froze and blurted out, "He's not here, where did he go?" "Saintess, Sect Master went to the Qiankun Empire's imperial capital." Why did he go there? As far as she knew, her father and the Qiankun Empire imperial family didn't have much interaction. It is said that Emperor Su appeared in Jiang City during the Jiang family young lord's funeral in the Jiang family. The voice from outside came again. Jiayu froze. Emperor Su went to the Jiang family. A flash of inspiration seemed to pass through her mind. She hurriedly said, "What does Emperor Su look like? Have someone who knows draw a portrait and bring it to me. You should be able to do that, right?" That's not a problem. Jai Wushwang did give them some small permissions. Delivering small items was fine, also as a precaution. Jai Wayu's mood at this moment was very tense and excited. Just like a bride waiting to be married, she was both anxious and uneasy. She was afraid that her judgment was incorrect. In that case, hope would be lost again. So she waited slowly, constantly pacing back and forth in the room. Her anxiety was evident. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Half an incense stick of time passed, and Jai Wayu began to become irritable. After one incense stick, a portrait finally appeared in the room accompanied by a voice. "Saintess, the painting you wanted." Jai Wayu picked up the painting and looked at it, and indeed her guess was correct. "Quick, bring me the portraits of all the imperial princes of the Kainyuan Empire." She wanted to confirm further. The truth is getting closer and closer. 54. Sudden enlightenment. Jai Wayu waited for a while longer before finally receiving a few portraits. As soon as she got them, she examined them carefully. "Not this one. This isn't it either. Incorrect. None." After looking at several portraits and finding none that resembled the person, a joyful smile appeared on her face. But she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she continued to speak outwards. "Do these princes have any descendants? If so, bring out all their portraits." "Yes, Saintess." Although the guards at the door were curious about why Jai Wayu wanted these images, they still dutifully went to fulfill her request. Another stick of incense later, several more portraits appeared in the room. Jai Wayu held them in her hand, comparing them one by one. Ultimately, she found that not a single person's face matched the one she sought. Her heart was pounding with excitement. It was then that she remembered there were many illogical points. Why did he happen to appear in the dungeon? That day, besides her father, she hadn't seen any other person of the righteous path. Why did he save her and warn her? Why did he appear in Jiang Xie's small courtyard? Why was he in Jiang City, and why did he tell her to return to the sect? Why did he know Jiang Xie wasn't dead? Everything pointed to only one reason. He was Jiang Xie himself. It turned out he had always been by her side. Always protecting her. Greg. The scroll in her hand suddenly dropped to the ground. Jai Wayu's face was filled with terror. She remembered she seemed to have run a sword through his chest. "No. How could this be? It can't be. Jai Wayu, what have you done?" "No, Waya." With a thud, Jai Wayu fell to the ground. She didn't want to accept this reality, didn't want to believe that she had killed Jiang Xie. If Jiang Xie truly died because of her, what hope did she have left to live? Turns out, I've always been so foolish. She stared blankly at the ceiling. In her mind were countless scenes of her life with Jiang Xie. "Zio Yuer, come massage young lord's legs." "Miss won't, if you want a massage, do it yourself." "Zio Yuer, where's young lord's food? Are you trying to starve me to death?" "You deserve to starve. Every day Miss kindly cooks for you. What's wrong with taking a day off?" "You silly girl, you can't even practice swordplay properly." "Go away, you're the silly girl. Miss isn't good at using a sword to begin with." "Oh, you're good at being tsundere, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Zio Yuer, come, accompany young lord fishing." "What's so fun about fishing? Miss isn't going." "Really not going?" "Well, since you're begging me, I guess I'll go take a look." "Zio Yuer, come warm young lord's bed." You pervert, Miss won't do that." "If you don't, I'll find other women to warm my bed. With young Master Jiang's status, there are many women in Jiang City who would be willing." You dare. It's just warming a bed, what's the big deal? Don't underestimate me." Every time she thought of these scenes, Jai Wayu couldn't help but blush and occasionally let out a silly giggle. But now she laughed and then cried. She cried very loudly, "Wah, wah." The The guards outside the door immediately panicked when they heard her crying and anxiously asked, "Saintess, what's wrong? Is there anything you need to command?" Jiang paid them no mind and continued to cry to herself. Seeing the crying grow louder, the guards at the door couldn't sit still. If anything happened to Jiang, he would be finished. In desperation, he even opened the barrier set up by Jiang. This was also prepared by Jiang to prevent Jiang's extreme actions. He also knew that his daughter couldn't sit still and liked to move around. The moment the barrier opened, Jiang felt it. She wiped the tears from her eyes, quickly stood up, and before the guards could react, she had already rushed out. She wanted to go back to Jiang City, back to the place where she injured Jiang Xie. She didn't want to lose him. If Jiang Xie was truly killed by her, then she would go accompany him. The guard only felt a gust of wind blow past him. When he looked inside again, Jiang's figure was nowhere to be seen, and his face instantly fell. Jiang was anxious, but on her way she encountered Liu Feng. When Liu Feng saw Jiang, his eyes immediately lit up and he hurried to greet her. Jiang had no time for him. Her face was icy and her tone was equally cold. "Get lost." Liu Feng's expression stiffened. Seeing Jiang's cold gaze, for some reason he didn't want to leave. "Saintess you are." "Get lost," Jiang said again coldly. "Saintess, what's wrong?" "Get lost." This time Jiang drew her sword and held it horizontally before his neck, saying coldly, "I don't want to say it a fourth time." Liu Feng could tell that Jiang was not quite right today. He smiled and voluntarily moved aside. Before he could speak, Jiang's figure vanished from his sight. After she disappeared, Liu Feng's expression turned ruthless. A fleeting fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Jiang City, after Jiang Xie left the Jiang family, he rushed towards Shengyuan Courtyard. Now that this matter was settled, it was time for him to embark on his journey again. Back in the courtyard, he didn't see Uncle Wu's figure again. Jiang Xie was used to it. He didn't even need to ask to know he must have gone drinking. "Young master, you're back." Lin Maioyan, however, had just walked out of her room. The moment she came out, Jiang Xie's gaze was instantly drawn. Of course, what attracted him wasn't Lin Maioyan, but a small booklet in her hand. If he remembered correctly, this booklet belonged to Uncle Wu, right? It seemed to contain many things that shouldn't be recorded. Young Lord Saying's 5th rule, never doubt young Lord's abilities. Young Lord often says, "No worries, I'll take care of it." Young Lord Saying's 7th rule, Teacher Kang is a great scholar. I suspect this is a powerful being not to be provoked. Lin Maioyan read aloud as she looked. Hearing what she said, Jiang Xie's scalp instantly tingled. He had originally hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was too much to throw away what Uncle Wu had painstakingly written down. But now he had to throw it away. He walked over with a smile, asking, "Maioyan, what are you looking at?" "Oh, this," Uncle Wu wrote it down. Lin Maioyan didn't suspect Jiang Xie's motive at all. Instead, she asked curiously, "Young master, who is Teacher Kang? Did she do something admirable?" Jiang Xie's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to answer. 55 found you. "Phew," he said, taking a deep breath and speaking calmly. "This was actually just a teacher in my dream. In that dream, she taught me many life lessons. Old Wu really does write everything down." "Oh, Lin Maioyan nodded, indicating she understood. Seeing that she was about to continue flipping through it, Jiang Xie quickly said, "Let me see too. I don't even know what old Wu wrote." Lin Maioyan, not suspecting anything, handed it to Jiang Xie. As soon as Jiang Xie got his hands on it, he told Lin Maioyan to go back and rest. After she left, he immediately threw the notebook out with great force. The notebook formed a perfect parabola in the air, disappearing from Jiang Xie's sight. "Good, I'm relieved." Jiang Xie finally relaxed. He didn't even dare to look, fearing he might see something that would make him lose his composure. After Jiang left the sect, she rushed towards Jiang City without stopping. On the way, she changed her appearance. If she had kept her original appearance, let alone Jiang City, she might have been captured by some evil cultivators halfway. It was evening by the time she arrived in Jiang City. Jiang didn't rest. Relying on the memory in her mind, she hurried towards that small alley. When she arrived at the alley, There was only a small amount of blood on the ground, and no sign of Jiang Xie. However, this did not alleviate the worry in her heart. She began to search frantically in the surrounding area. After not seeing him, she inquired around but found no results. This, however, brought her a little peace of mind. Immediately after, she went near the Jiang family and asked the people around if anyone had seen anyone enter the Jiang family. The conclusion she got was that no one had seen anything. This also meant that almost everyone from other demon sect forces had left. Otherwise, Jiang would have inevitably been harassed. Where exactly are you? Jiang looked at the dark sky, stood for a while, and then walked out of the city. An incense stick later, she saw Tai Zu's corpse. This is the sect master of Shengyuan Sect. How could he die here? She looked on with surprise and doubt. For some reason, although she didn't know who killed Tai Zu, she had a feeling that it seemed very familiar. She carefully stared at Tai Zu's chest, which was pierced by a sword, and meticulously sensed the faint sword intent left within. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her pretty face filled with joy. It's him. It must be him. This sword intent couldn't be wrong. It was Jiang Xie's. As someone who had studied swordsmanship with Jiang Xie for over a year, she was incredibly familiar with Jiang Xie's sword intent. She was certain that this was Jiang Xie's sword intent. Jiang then began to check Tai Zu's time of death. After carefully sensing the heat in the blood, she was certain that this happened after she assassinated Jiang Xie. If that was the case, then it meant Jiang Xie was not dead. Although Jiang Xie surviving after being stabbed in the heart was somewhat beyond common sense, she was undoubtedly happy and excited at this moment. He's not dead. Jiang was so excited, she was almost in tears. After clearing the corpse on the ground, she hurried towards Jiang Xie's small courtyard. It would be false to say she had no feelings for this small courtyard where she had stayed for over 2 years. She was very much looking forward to it. She hoped that when she went inside, there would be a figure waiting for her. With this feeling in her heart, she arrived outside the small courtyard. Looking at the door, she suddenly felt a bit timid. She had cursed him so harshly back then, and even stabbed him without distinction. Would he forgive her? Jiang began to feel a mix of hope and fear. After hesitating for several minutes, she finally made up her mind and reached out to push open the door. But she was disappointed. The light in her hopeful eyes suddenly dimmed. The courtyard was quiet and completely dark, with no sign of anyone. He's not here. She began to feel lost and disheartened again. She left the courtyard in a daze. An incense stick later, Jiang figure appeared in Jiang City once more. She didn't even know how she had returned. It was as if she was a walking corpse. She just walked aimlessly like that. Suddenly, she seemed to step on something. Her unfeeling gaze looked down at the ground. The words Young Lord's Quotations Collection were clearly imprinted in her eyes. For some reason, she picked it up. Even she herself didn't know why she picked up this item. She slowly opened a page, and a large line of text came into her view. Young Lord's Quotation number 38. If heaven had not given birth to me, Jiang Shao, the Tao of the sword would be like a long night through all eternity. Jiang eyes instantly regained their luster, and she continued to read on. Young Lord's Quotation number 40. The early bird gets the worm, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. Young Lord's Quotation number 41. Nothing in the world is difficult for those who have a heart. Jiang eyes welled up. This booklet. She finally remembered. Back then, old Wu would occasionally take out a booklet and write and draw in it. She had even asked him what he was writing. Old Wu had said he was recording some of the young lord's words to study them well. At that time, she vaguely saw the words young lord on the booklet. And also that phrase, the early bird gets the worm, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. She vaguely remembered that one day, when the sun was high in the sky and Jiang Xie was still sleeping, she went to wake him up, and Jiang Xie had said that very sentence. She seemed to understand something. Her gaze began to scan the surroundings. Jiang Xie must be nearby. This was her intuition. Inside Shengyuan courtyard, old Wu had just entered when he saw Jiang Xie sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. He couldn't help but say, "Young lord, is this tea really that good? Drinking wine is so much better. Jiang Xie ignored him, savoring the tea in his hand on his own. Young lord, I happen to have a pot of good wine here. Would you like to try it? At this moment, old Wu's face was flushed, indicating that he had probably drunk a lot of wine. His voice was also louder than usual, so much so that it could be heard outside the courtyard. Coincidentally, Jai Wayu was just outside Shengyuan courtyard, and old Wu's voice clearly entered her ears. She turned her head, looking at the courtyard behind her in disbelief, her eyes filled with excitement and nervousness. She tightly covered her mouth, not letting herself cry out. Finally found him. Jiang Xie, Miss has finally found you. After calming herself down slightly, and wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Jai Wayu then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Thump thump thump. A clear sound echoed within the courtyard. Jiang Xie and old Wu were both startled at the same time. At this hour, who would come here? Jiang Xie frowned. No one should know that he had bought this place. So who could be the person coming? An enemy or a passerby? 56. Who allowed you to die? Old Wu, go open the door, Jiang Xie instructed. All right, old Wu smiled and nodded, then strode towards the courtyard gate. Outside the door, Jai Wayu was nervous and anxious. Her eyes also revealed a hint of anticipation. She didn't want to be disappointed again. She only hoped that this time she would get the result she desired. Her palms had become sweaty at some point. Every minute and every second felt like an ordeal. She really wanted to push the door open directly, but she was afraid of being too rough and offending someone. Finally, she heard footsteps. Step by step, each one made her incredibly nervous. Finally, the footsteps stopped, followed by the creak of the door opening. The courtyard gate was slowly opened, and old Wu peeked out, only to see an unfamiliar face. He asked in confusion, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Although old Wu was wearing a mask, the moment Jai Wayu saw his figure, heard his voice, and saw his eyes, she knew. Jai Wayu confirmed that the person was old Wu. Her body couldn't help but start to tremble. Found him. Finally found him. Seeing that the woman in front of him remained silent and seemed a bit emotionally unstable, old Wu frowned. Little girl, little girl. He called out a few more times, but still got no response. He thought, where did this fool come from? Did she knock on the wrong door? With no response, old Wu was about to close the door. But at that moment, Jai Wayu finally came to her senses, and she smiled, sweetly calling out, "Old Wu." Huh? Old Wu was stunned. A wave of shock surged in his heart. One must know that ever since the young lord faked his death, no one had been able to discover his identity, let alone that he was wearing a mask. In such circumstances, there could only be one person who could recognize him. That was someone who was very familiar with him. But the problem was, he had no relatives and no friends. He had been rescued from a pile of dead bodies by Jiang Fingliu. The people he was relatively familiar with were none other than Jiang Fingliu, Su Jiru, Jiang Xie, and Jai Wayu. Could it be? Old Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could the woman in front of him be Jai Wayu? He looked at the woman in front of him with a gaze full of doubt and surprise, carefully scrutinizing her. The woman's appearance was ordinary, but her figure was excellent. However, she was not the Jai Wayu he remembered. But he knew that Jai Wayu's previous appearance was also a disguise. So, are you Zioyu? He hesitated, then asked. Jai Wayu nodded quickly, tears glistening in her eyes. It really is you. Old Wu's expression brightened, but very quickly he reined it back in. He was in a predicament. One of the reasons Jiang Xie faked his death back then was to make Jai Wayu return to the sect for cultivation. But now, she had found her way back. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping towards Jiang Xie. He found that Jiang Xie had already put down his teacup and was looking at him with a solemn expression. Clearly, he had already heard the conversation from outside just now. Jiang Xie was shocked. He had only revealed the news of his survival to make Jai Wayu stop chasing and killing him. He hadn't expected her to find his whereabouts so quickly. This was simply a bit terrifying. He gave old Wu a look, and old Wu immediately understood. Old Wu, Jiang is the young lord here. Although her identity had reverted to that of the saintess of the Haoran Sect, 2 years of constant companionship made it difficult for her to change her address for Jiang Xie for a while. Originally, she called Jiang Xie Zio Duya, but under Jiang Xie's strict tutelage, she reluctantly changed it to young lord. But even so, Jai Yu rarely uttered these two words, yet today she did. Her eyes were full of hope. Looking at her gaze, old Wu felt a pang of pity, but he dared not disobey Jiang Xie's command. He sighed and said with a sorrowful tone, "The young lord he is already dead." Dead. Jai Yu's expression stiffened. When old Wu first began to speak, she had sensed that his emotions were not quite right. The result was that Jiang Xie was dead. "No way, old Wu, are you sure you're not lying to me?" Jai Yu stared at him intently, her hands clenching together involuntarily. "It's true," old Wu said again. The moment his words fell, Jai Yu's body uncontrollably retreated a few steps. Her face instantly turned incredibly pale. "Impossible, impossible," Jai Yu kept repeating this sentence. Her face was filled with guilt. Clearly, she believed that her sword strike had led to Jiang Xie's death. Looking at her, old Wu felt a bitter taste in his mouth, not knowing what Jiang Xie's intention was in doing this. Jiang Xie was actually closely observing the situation outside with his Fanchen sword. Suddenly, Jai Yu let out a tragic laugh and said with extreme desolation, "If that's the case, then what meaning is there in my living? It's better to go down and accompany you." Saying that, clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. Jai Yu, with lightning speed, brought the sword to her neck. This situation was so sudden that old Wu didn't even react. By the time he did, it was already too late. The sword was about to touch her delicate skin. "It's over." Old Wu's vision went black, his heart filled with regret. He couldn't bear to watch and simply closed his eyes. Jai Yu also had lifeless eyes, which gradually closed. Heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent. The imagined pain did not come. The sword seemed to be blocked by something. Jai Yu opened her slightly confused eyes, and what she saw was the figure she had longed for day and night. "What, you're always trying to kill yourself? How can my maidservant, Jiang Xie's maidservant, end her life without my command?" Under the moonlight, there was a perfect and handsome face. That flowing long hair, those deep eyes, that faint smile at the corner of his lips, that familiar voice. All of it impacted Jai Yu's heart at this moment. She was completely mesmerized. For a long time, she said nothing. Jiang Xie blocked her sword with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment. Old Wu also opened his eyes, and seeing this scene, a lewd smile appeared on his face. The young lord is indeed the young lord, a saintess killer. It seems this girl Xiaoyu will never escape the young lord's grasp in this lifetime. Young people are just so passionate. I still remember that year, with my hands in my pockets, I slept with all the women in the brothels, truly a dashing figure. It's a pity, later I had my legs broken and almost died in Yellow Springs. It's better to honestly just drink some wine. He quietly closed the door and went to sleep. This kind of thing shouldn't be watched. It's not good for middle-aged men. The moonlight was like water, and the beauty was like a painting. 57. If you are not proud, you will die. Half an incense stick later. Have you seen enough? Jiang Xie's clear and magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Jai Yu's face instantly flushed, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. "That miss wasn't looking at you." "All right, the tsundere trait is back." Jiang Xie felt a bit helpless. It seemed this trait couldn't be changed. Jai Yu actually wasn't feeling well at this moment either. She didn't know why, but what she said always came out differently from what she was thinking. What she said was always the opposite of what she thought, and she found that she only did this when facing Jiang Xie. "I say, young miss, can you put your sword away first? My blood is all over the floor." Jiang Xie's voice came out again. Jai Yu's gaze shifted to his hand. Sure enough, streams of fresh blood were flowing from his hand, and there was already a long trail of blood on the ground. Jai Yu was instantly scared pale. She hastily withdrew the sword from her hand, then unhesitatingly tore off a piece of her dress and carefully helped him bandage it. Watching her serious demeanor, Jiang Xie couldn't help but want to laugh. He had only wanted to scare Jai Yu. The small amount of blood flowing from his hand was nothing to him. After bandaging him, Jiang looked at Jiang Xie before her heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Just a moment ago, she had almost fallen into despair, but now it felt like a dream. Jiang Xie had truly appeared before her again. This time Jiang Xie did not hide his identity, nor did he wear a mask. Instead, he faced her with his true face. Her heart was already full of unspoken words. She hated why Jiang Xie had left without telling her anything back then, making her heart broken. She hated that Jiang Xie had appeared before her several times, but hadn't revealed his identity. She hated why he always played tricks on her. But the moment she truly saw Jiang Xie, she found that all that hatred had vanished. She really wanted to reprimand Jiang Xie, but the words that came to her lips turned into, "Miss searched for you for so long, but you're here living so carefree, it's truly disheartening." Jiang Xie felt inexplicably amused. This girl, just now she was acting as if she wanted to die, and her tone when talking to old Wu was normal. Why did it become strange when it came to him? That tsundere scent seemed unchangeable. But having a maid who said one thing and meant another was quite fun. Jiang Xie liked to see her looking unwilling, but still obediently listening. The contrast had a unique flavor. "Then what do you want to do to me?" Jiang was momentarily speechless, her gaze somewhat afraid to look at Jiang Xie's face. "You what?" Jiang Xie sensed something was wrong. Why had Jiang face suddenly turned red? "What's wrong with your face?" "Nothing." "If it's nothing, why is it suddenly so red?" "Miss said it's nothing, so it's nothing." "I don't believe it, do you like me?" Although Jiang Xie already knew, asking it out loud was a first for him. His eyes held a playful expression, wanting to see how Jiang would answer. Jiang was also stunned. She hadn't expected Jiang Xie to ask this question. Her face turned even redder. Her heart was also very anxious, not knowing how to answer. Say yes. That would be too embarrassing. How could she possibly say it? Say no. No, she really did like him. Quick, tell me, do you like me or not? Jiang Xie's words repeatedly impacted her heart. In her haste she blurted out, Bah, who likes you? Miss would never like a Zio, do you like you? Look at you, you're only forging body realm 9th level. Miss is already soul forging realm 1st level. If anything, you should be the one who likes me. Lu Stung, disrespectful, you deserve a beating. Jiang Xie understood. This girl would die if she wasn't tsundere. He immediately reached out and pulled her, and Jiang body fell into his embrace. What are you doing? Miss won't let you act recklessly. If you won't, then why did you not resist at all? Who said that I couldn't resist? How could Miss not resist? As she spoke, Jiang symbolically twisted her body a few times, almost rubbing Jiang Xie raw. A big slap fell without hesitation. Slap, 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 slap. Several crisp sounds in the night seemed so enchanting. Someone's cheeks turned red, someone's heart rejoiced. Let Miss go. Then struggle. You say struggle, so I struggle. Miss won't listen to you, that would be losing too much face. After a while, Jiang left Jiang Xie's embrace with a pained expression. Jiang Xie shook his head with a light laugh, turned and walked towards the courtyard, saying, Come in. As soon as one foot stepped into the courtyard, Jiang shout came from behind him. Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie's steps paused, and he was instantly surprised. This was the first time she had called him by his name. What was this girl up to? He turned to look, and instantly froze in place. He saw before him, Jiang dark hair scattered over her shoulders, and her right hand slowly peeled off a human skin mask as thin as a cicada's wing from her face. A flawless face appeared before his eyes. It was a standard oval face, eyebrows like a painting, eyes full of emotion, emanating endless allure between her brows. Her skin, so delicate it seemed it could be broken by a touch, was incredibly soft, her cherry lips naturally red, and the smile playing on her lips added a touch of liveliness, making her incomparably beautiful. Truly, one glance back, and 100 charms bloom. The beauties of the 6 palaces lose their color. Just now, Jiang had been mesmerized looking at Jiang Xie's face. Now, Jiang Xie was mesmerized looking at Jiang face. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. Even though Jiang Xie already knew of Jai Yu's reputation as the Eastern Continent's #1 beauty, when he truly saw her, he still couldn't help but be swayed. This was absolutely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Jiang Xie couldn't recover his senses for a long time. Seeing his expression, Jai Yu's heart was filled with joy. Fool, now you're captivated by Mrs. Beauty, aren't you? Let's see you bully me now. How could you even bring yourself to hit someone so beautiful? Jiang Xie, does Miss look good? After a moment, Jai Yu asked Jiang Xie, her gaze burning. Cough cough, Jiang Xie then withdrew his gaze. He had to admit, Jai Yu was indeed very beautiful. But aren't you tsundere? Then I'll be tsundere too. Let's see what you can do to me. After a slight glance at her, Jiang Xie said with feigned composure, just so, still need to work harder. As he spoke, he even glanced at Jai Yu's chest. Jai Yu instantly understood something, her face turning crimson with anger. Pervert, Miss is still young, it will grow later. It's indeed small, Jiang Xie implied. Miss is going to kill you. 58, did you hide a woman? Jai Yu was about to explode with anger. Although, her place was indeed a bit small now. But she was still young, she still had a chance to develop. Jiang Xie was clearly up to no good. She hadn't forgotten how Jiang Xie had tricked her into believing that touching it would make it bigger. Thankfully, she hadn't believed him then. I see you clearly just want to scheme. Jai Yu tilted her head, revealing a look that said she had seen through him. Jiang Xie shook his head slightly. He really had no ill intentions this time. Seeing that Jiang Xie didn't speak, Jai Yu inexplicably asked, can it really get bigger? After speaking, her face turned red. Of course it's a lie, hahaha. You, Zioduya is Zioduya, there's never any truth in her words. Jai Yu's face turned red and her neck swelled with anger. This appearance made Jiang Xie pause for a moment and he cried out in his heart, my sin, she's still a child. After teasing Jai Yu for a while, Jiang Xie walked into the courtyard. Jai Yu didn't disguise herself again. With wide eyes, like a curious baby, she followed Jiang Xie into the courtyard and began looking around. Soon she noticed something. No, something was wrong. There was actually a woman sent here. If it were anywhere else, Jai Yu might not have been so sensitive, but if the object was Jiang Xie, her keen senses, especially her keen senses for women, were instantly maximized. But she didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, she pretended to be oblivious, wandering around the courtyard, occasionally sensing carefully. After an incense stick's worth of investigation, she confirmed that there was definitely a woman here. Good. Ignoring me, this delicate and beautiful woman, he's actually hiding other women. Jai Yu was about to explode with anger inside. On the surface, however, no abnormality could be seen. Jiang Xie sat back in the pavilion in the courtyard, quietly sipping tea. Seeing her wander around like a headless fly, he couldn't help but smile slightly and say, what's wrong? It's just an ordinary courtyard, what's there to see? Come over and give this young lord a shoulder rub. Okay, Jai Yu, uncharacteristically, didn't act arrogant and agreed with a joyful expression. Oh, why are you so obedient today? Jiang Xie let out a soft exclamation, feeling a bit surprised. Jai Yu didn't speak again. Instead, she moved with light steps, came behind Jiang Xie, and slowly extended her slender, fair, and tender small hand. She slowly placed it on Jiang Xie's shoulder and began to knead carefully. Jiang Xie closed his eyes contentedly. It had to be said that Jai Yu's shoulder-rubbing skills were indeed good. He had taught her himself. Moreover, this time was different from before. Previously, Jai Yu had always been disguised, but this time she wasn't. Having an ordinary woman and a stunningly beautiful woman massage your shoulders were simply two different experiences. Just like now, Jiang Xie only felt incredibly comfortable all over. This was the normal treatment for a young lord of a demon sect. A little more force on the left side. A little lighter on the right side. Ah yes, just like that. He began to direct her. Jai Yu still didn't say anything, only diligently massaged him as he instructed. However, such a good time didn't last too long. The next moment. A scream instantly erupted. Ah! As soon as it came out, a hand covered his mouth. It was a tender, small hand, accompanied by a faint body fragrance. Jiang Xie didn't understand why this girl suddenly went crazy. Not only did the strength in her hands suddenly increase so much, as if she wanted to crush him, but he screamed and she covered his mouth. "Are you done screaming?" A whisper like that of a little devil sounded in Jiang Xie's ear. Jiang Xie wanted to see what she was going to do. So he nodded. The small hand slowly moved away from his mouth, and Jiang Xie's heart stirred, directly giving it a light lick. Jiang instantly broke her composure, unable to help but stomp her foot and say, "You hooligan." "Hooligan, he. Jiang Xie smiled evilly. "I seem to have told you before I'm not a good person to begin with. Don't forget my identity is that of a young lord of a demon sect. I always act as I please." The next moment, a sharp pain came from Jiang Xie's shoulder again. He immediately changed his expression and hastily said, Stop, what are you doing? You still have the nerve to say that. I've been looking for you for so long and you, of all people, are hiding a mistress." Jiang expression was displeased, her face as cold as frost. Jiang Xie immediately understood. So it was because of this. It had to be said, a woman's sixth sense was truly strong. Lin Maioyan hadn't even come out of the room and she already knew. After understanding the reason, he was no longer in a hurry, and he generously admitted, "Since you've discovered it, I took in a new subordinate a few days ago." "Damn it," Jiang gritted her teeth, almost pouncing on Jiang Xie to fight him. Seeing the little girl getting angry, Jiang Xie stopped teasing her and directly explained, "Don't overthink it. I just want her to take the position of sect master of Shengyuan Sect. She's only with me temporarily, and I have no other intentions towards her." "Oh tilde," Jiang showed a half-smile and a suspicious look. Clearly she didn't believe him. One had to know, when Jiang Xie first captured her, he had beaten and scolded her, and after they became familiar he often teased her. He even took advantage of her. Now that he was using the same old tricks, she didn't believe Jiang Xie would be so honest. Jiang Xie had a bit of a headache. He had treated Jiang that way before because it was necessary to activate the statue. But Lin Maioyan wasn't like that. In desperation, Jiang Xie could only say, "If you don't believe me, I'll call her out and you can ask her yourself." HMPH, Jiang tilted her head non-committal. Jiang Xie was about to shout, but then realized he couldn't shout himself, otherwise Jiang might cause more trouble. So he changed his words and called out, "Old Wu." Old Wu, who had just laid down in his room not long ago, was drooling, his hands in a claw shape, constantly kneading in the air. He didn't know what he was dreaming about, but with Jiang Xie's shout, he immediately woke up from his bed. I was just at the crucial moment. Old Wu looked pained. Just now in his dream, he and the beautiful woman had reached the final step. He had already taken off his pants, just about to charge into battle. Now it was all gone. Ignoring the beautiful woman in his dream, Old Wu quickly walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out the door, he froze. His face showed an incredibly shocked expression. He couldn't help but say, "Young lord, where did you abduct another such beautiful girl from? You already have two, isn't that enough?" Jiang Xie's face darkened. Jiang, who had originally been amused by Old Wu's dumbfounded look, also darkened her expression. 59. The Young Master's Complete Guide to Dealing with Things. Cough, cough. Jiang Xie spat out a mouthful of blood. It had been a while since he last vomited blood. He'd thought the aftereffects had finally gone. Yet Old Wu's provocation made him spray it out again. Clearly, the side effects hadn't disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang stern face softened and she asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xie waved a hand to show he was fine. "You know this old problem, spitting blood, is normal. Don't worry, it's nothing." Far from being annoyed, he felt the vomiting was worthwhile. Jiang's attention was now totally off what she just said. "Old Wu, take a closer look at who she is." Old Wu looked again, and finally noticed her clothes were exactly the same as Jiang's when he'd seen her outside moments ago. That shocked him even more. His voice stammered, "Young lord, this is Zio Yue." Jiang Xie nodded. Jiang smiled mischievously. "Old Wu, you forgot me so quickly." Old Wu shook his head hurriedly. Who could have known? He wasn't as learned as Jiang Xie, he didn't know everything. He hadn't even heard of Jai Yu's title as the #1 beauty of the Eastern Continent. The change was simply too drastic to guess in a moment. If not for the identical dress, he'd have thought Jiang Xie had abducted another saintess. In truth, Jiang Xie didn't want to know so much either. He had zero talent for cultivation, unable to advance, yet unable to give up. So he spent his free time reading and learning about the outside world, and hunting for clues to activate the statues. A pain geniuses like Jai Yu could never understand. Under normal circumstances, he and a genius like Jai Yu should never have crossed paths. But life loves surprises. Without giving Old Wu more time to gape, Jiang Xie told him to call Lin Maoyan. Old Wu didn't dare delay, he stepped up and knocked. Lin Maoyan hadn't been sleeping, she'd been cultivating. At the knock she ended her session and came out. The instant Jai Yu saw her, her restless heart calmed. Reason, though Lin Maoyan was pretty, she was leagues below Jai Yu. Jiang Xie wouldn't trade a great beauty for her, except the other girl's chest was shockingly ample. Not ridiculously huge, but noticeably bigger than hers. That gave Jai Yu a twinge of crisis. Likewise, Lin Maoyan was struck by Jai Yu's beauty the moment she saw her. There was also a flicker of familiarity. She searched her memory, but time had blurred it and she couldn't place her. She stepped forward and asked Jiang Xie, "Young master, who is this?" "She's my," 2 words in. A sharp pain in his waist made him shut up. Jai Yu beamed, slipped her arm through his and said sweetly, "I'm his childhood sweetheart." Childhood sweetheart. Jiang Xie froze, Old Wu froze, Lin Maoyan froze. But Jiang Xie quickly recovered. Childhood sweetheart sounded reasonable. They hadn't grown up together, but they'd spent nearly 3 years side by side. Old Wu glanced from Jai Yu to Lin Maoyan, and suddenly saw the light. This was going to be good. Could the young lord handle it? Lin Maoyan looked at Jai Yu, then at Jiang Xie and understood. So the other woman was staking a claim. Problem was, she saw no special affection from Jiang Xie toward herself, nor did she feel any. She only wanted to serve him well and avenge her sect soon. Anything else never crossed her mind. In moments, all 4 had different thoughts. Jiang Xie stood eyes down, saying nothing. Old Wu quietly stepped back to watch the drama unfold. Yes, the word melon-eating, he'd also learned from Jiang Xie. Lin Maoyan knew it was her turn. She stepped forward and smiled. "Miss, you're probably overthinking." Then she recounted everything from her sect's catastrophe to meeting Jiang Xie. Jai Yu dropped her guard and felt only sympathy. "So you're the Shengyuan Sect Saintess Lin Maoyan," she realized. Though Lin Maoyan was older, Jai Yu didn't use an honorific. Leaving aside that Haoran Sect outranked Shengyuan Sect. As fellow saintesses, neither owed the other formality. In fact, once Lin Maoyan knew Jai Yu's identity, her own tone softened. She was no longer a saintess of Shengyuan Sect. Just a homeless wanderer. Had Jiang Xie not taken her in, blood fury would have tortured her to death by now. No wonder my father keeps saying the Shengyuan Sect master has skipped several Righteous Path Council meetings, so that's why. Jai Yu's suspicions were now completely gone. Her smile bloomed again. Old Wu's hoped-for drama fizzled. He secretly sighed in disappointment. He still wanted to learn more from Jiang Xie. Now the show was over, though not without gain. He quietly pulled a booklet from his robe, took out a brush and wrote, "Young Lord Maxim 38. When 2 women reek of gunpowder, pretend you've noticed nothing and let them sort it out themselves." And wouldn't you know it, Jiang Xie turned just in time to see. Spotting the booklet, his heart lurched. A closer look revealed the title, "The Young Lord's Complete Guide to Handling Things." Damn it. Jiang Xie felt like dying. A quotations of the young lord wasn't enough. Now there was, the young lord's complete guide to handling things. This was a crime. Only now did he recall how many times Old Wu had acted bizarrely these past years. Once while relieving himself, he'd hummed a tune, and Old Wu appeared beside him. Scared him witless, yet Old Wu claimed he was protecting his safety. Thinking back, the man had probably recorded the incident. There were plenty of similar episodes. Before he hadn't understood, now it all made sense. The guy had been observing him. Who knew how many of his embarrassing secrets were inked in that booklet? If it ever got out, his sterling reputation would be ruined. Total social death. No, he had to find another chance to throw that booklet away. Right now Jiang Xie resisted the urge to stab old Wu. The urge to snatch and burn the booklet grew stronger by the second. 60. Void shifting technique. As Jai Yu's emotions changed, the tense atmosphere in the courtyard vanished. Jai Yu was very happy. Although Jiang Xie liked to take advantage, at least he only liked to take advantage of her. On the other side, Uncle Wu muttered to himself while taking notes. What the young lord says and does contains profound Tao. Once I fully grasp it, I will surely become a generation's hero. As he spoke, a dazzling light seemed to emanate from his body, and that soaring aura instantly infected the two females. Only Jiang Xie's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I didn't expect Uncle Wu to have such great ambition. Jai Yu couldn't help but praise him. Then she noticed the booklet in Uncle Wu's hand. Suddenly, something came to mind. Under everyone's gaze, she took out the booklet she had picked up outside from her Kaiyankun ring and said excitedly, "Uncle Wu, look, is this yours?" Oh, before Uncle Wu could speak, Lin Maioyan let out a soft sound of surprise and said with uncertainty, "Isn't this Uncle Wu's notebook? How did Miss Jai get it?" Uncle Wu was also surprised and said, "That's right. I remember lending this booklet to Maioyan to read, so how did Zio Yuer get it?" "Is that so?" Jai Yu was stunned and said in confusion, "But I picked this up outside." After speaking, she and Uncle Wu both looked towards Lin Maioyan, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Lin Maioyan glanced at Jiang Xie and said, "The young master said he wanted to see it, so I gave it to the young master." Whoosh! 3 sharp gazes instantly turned towards Jiang Xie. They then realized that Jiang Xie had, at some point, returned to the pavilion and was quietly sipping tea. Good tea, truly good tea. Jiang Xie held a cup of tea, took a light sip, and then sniffed it carefully. He seemed to be immersed in the sea of tea, unable to extricate himself. "Young lord," Uncle Wu called out, looking as if he was about to cry. Jiang Xie turned his head, his face full of confusion. "What's wrong? What were you just talking about?" Then he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, why does the thing Zio Yuer is holding look so familiar?" Finally, he showed a look of sudden realization. "Isn't this the notebook that went missing when I was cultivating the Void Realm Great Shift technique? This is great, the notebook is back." I was wondering how I should explain it to Uncle Wu, but heaven still favors me. Jiang Xie's face was filled with joy. Unbeknownst to him, he was already cursing inwardly. "Oh my, this could happen. What a stroke of luck. It seems I can't just throw it away next time, I have to burn it directly, to avoid future troubles." So that's how it is. Uncle Wu believed him without a doubt and praised, as expected of the young lord, he is favored by heaven. Although Lin Maioyan felt something was slightly off, she didn't doubt it too much. Only Jai Yu looked at Jiang Xie with a half-smile. Jiang Xie's little tricks couldn't fool her at all. "How does Miss feel that there's another reason behind this?" Jai Yu's eyes flashed, and she said with a smiling face. Jiang Xie had lied to her for so long, it was time to make him suffer a little. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Jiang Xie feigned deafness. "Since you mentioned that Void Realm Shift Great Method, Miss is also very curious about what it is and would like to see it." Jiang Xie really wanted to teach this little girl, Jai Yu, a good lesson at this moment. He only lied to her for a while, yet she was so vengeful. "Zio Yuer is right." Uncle Wu's eyes instantly lit up and he quickly chimed in, "Young lord, I also want to see it." For him, nothing was more important than seeing Jiang Xie make a move. At first, he was a little reluctant when Jiang Fingliu asked him to protect Jiang Xie. He would rather stay by Jiang Fingliu's side. Instead of a brat, but because Jiang Fingliu saved him, he didn't refuse. Now, even if Jiang Fingliu asked him to stay in the Jiang family, he would definitely not go. How wonderful it was to stay by Jiang Xie's side. In these past few years, he had learned many interesting words and knowledge from Jiang Xie. It was as if a new world had opened up to him. He was completely engrossed. Lin Maioyan also seemed to be moved. Jai Yu's playful expression stimulated Jiang Xie. She was just a little maidservant. Could she really turn the world upside down? If that's the case, if I really use it, what will you say? Jiang Xie also looked at Jai Yu with a half-smile. This made Uncle Wu secretly break into a sweat. Fortunately, the young lord wasn't looking at me. Otherwise, a round of torment would surely be unavoidable. Jai Yu really didn't expect him to ask that, and for a moment she couldn't answer. How about if I use it, you give me a kiss? Jiang Xie looked at Jai Yu's bright red lips, unable to resist licking his own. Uncle Wu and Lin Maoyan's expressions instantly changed, becoming ambiguous. Jai Yu's face turned red all the way to her neck and she said angrily, "Kiss then. Miss doesn't believe you can use it. It must be a trick." Although she said that, her heart strongly hoped that Jiang Xie could use it now. Jiang Xie smiled faintly, said nothing more, and turned to Uncle Wu saying, "Uncle Wu, use your spiritual power and hit me." This, Uncle Wu hesitated a little. This seemed not so good. His mouth gradually curved into a smile. Wasn't this something he had wanted to do for a long time? Beating the young lord, there was nothing more exciting than this. Uncle Wu had long wanted to see Jiang Xie's strength, and now that he had this opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it go. "Just hit me when I tell you to." "All right." Uncle Wu no longer hesitated and directly wrapped his fist with spiritual power, punching towards Jiang Xie. When Jiang Xie saw his posture, he almost ran away. This guy actually used 70% of his strength. If he were truly in the four-body realm, wouldn't he be punched to death? "Uncle Wu, oh Uncle Wu, I didn't realize you were so ruthless. I told you to hit me, not to hit me hard. It's over, I'm going to be socially dead." The fist landed heavily on Jiang Xie's chest. A captivating sound came from his mouth. Jai Yu, Lin Maoyan and Uncle Wu were all stunned in place. Looking at Jiang Xie's flushed face, their minds were filled with big question marks. What happened? Nothing at all. Jiang Xie pretended to be calm, but the sensation from his body made it impossible for him to remain calm. This strike was too fierce, too strong, too stimulating. It made his body and mind tremble. This damned side effect. One wouldn't dare to use this thing without thick skin. At the same time, outside the small courtyard, a sword appeared in the void realm and struck the ground with a sudden tremor, producing a moderate sound. A pit immediately appeared on the ground. Jiang Xie smiled and said, "There, your attack has been transferred outside by my void realm shift great method." 61. On the roll of brain supplements. The few people recovered from their shock and, hearing the noise outside, ran out together. Sure enough, they saw a deep pit, neither too big nor too small. Old Wu immediately prostrated himself before Jiang Xie, saying, "As expected of young lord, so amazing." After speaking, he pulled out another booklet. Jiang Xie's eyes twitched. He realized that this was yet another different one. Young Lord's Abilities Compendium. Young Lord's Ability, 10th Rule, Void Realm Teleportation Technique. Old Wu recorded with a serious expression. At this moment, Jiang Xie truly wanted to see what was written inside. He felt for the first time that Old Wu was truly wasted, not being a civil official. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept over, and Jiang Xie only felt something soft brush against his lips and disappear instantly. Before he could savor it, the soft sensation was already gone. He only heard an arrogant voice say, "Miss didn't want to kiss you. Men smell terrible, I didn't want to touch you, I was just honoring a bet, that's all." Old Wu didn't see anything at all. Lin Maoyan's heart was filled only with confusion. She didn't understand why Jai Yu was clearly overjoyed, yet her words were so stubborn. Was this some speci, a L Chinese letter? She didn't understand, and perhaps she never would. Be arrogant then. One day I'll make you experience the taste of arrogance too. Jiang Xie thought bitterly to himself. At this moment, it was already midnight. Jiang Xie no longer felt like playing around, and his expression became serious. Jai Yu's heart sank, and a bad premonition washed over her. "You must have snuck out again this time, right?" Sure enough, Jai Yu knew it would be like this, and she silently nodded. "Hurry back, or your father might come rushing over soon." "No, he doesn't know where I am." Jai Yu shook her head. "Really?" Jiang Xie said faintly. "What if he does know? and then finds you with me, will he strike me down? I am from the demon sect. But isn't your other identity dead? Jiang Xie asked, confused. Old Wu and Lin Maioyan did not interrupt, just watching quietly. You're not trying to follow me again, are you? Jiang Xie had a bit of a headache. He didn't have a problem with it. But if Jiang Xie followed him, her safety would definitely not be as good as within the Haoran Sect, where she had Jai Wushwang and the Haoran Sect elders protecting her. As for himself, he couldn't say for sure. Moreover, he had already abducted her daughter last time. It was already a blessing that Jai Wushwang hadn't come to cause him trouble. If he were to abduct his daughter again, it would be hard to say whether Jai Wushwang would come to kill him. Ali. Haoran Sect. Jai Wushwang had just returned from the Qianyuan Empire's imperial capital, and no joy could be seen on his face. He didn't understand why Su Wu would go to the Jiang family. Not only that, but this trip to the Qianyuan Empire's imperial capital to see Su Wu also yielded no substantial progress. Su Wu spoke flawlessly, completely concealing his thoughts. They talked for a long time, but nothing conclusive came out of it. More importantly, he actually felt a faint sense of pressure from Su Wu. One must know that he was a peak domain realm expert. Yet Su Wu could still give him a sense of pressure. This indicated that Su Wu had very likely already reached the law realm. This discovery greatly shocked him. He had originally planned to pressure him along with the sect masters of several other righteous path sects, but who would have thought that Su Wu had actually stepped into the law realm? Arriving outside Jai Yu's room, Jai Wushwang quickly frowned. The barrier was set by him. He knew whether there was anyone inside without even looking. The guard who had been standing outside suddenly caught sight of Jai Wushwang and was so frightened he nearly lost his soul, his legs trembling as he knelt down, saying in terror, "Sect Master, it is this disciple's negligence in supervision, allowing Saintess to run off." Jai Wushwang only frowned slightly and did not punish him, but instead asked calmly, "Did Saintess have any special actions before going out?" The guard did not dare to be negligent and hastily said, "When Saintess went out, she ordered this disciple to get her portraits of the Qianyuan Empire's emperor, his descendants, and his descendants' descendants." Oh, Jai Wushwang raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Why would Jai Yu want portraits of the Qianyuan Empire's imperial family? Any other unusual things? Yes, Saintess kept crying after looking at those portraits, and this disciple also. Because I saw Saintess crying, I was afraid something was wrong. All right, you may leave. Jai Wushwang waved him away and began to ponder in his heart. What exactly caused Jai Yu to be like this? He felt that it was necessary for him to go and see for himself. Jai Wushwang closed his eyes, and after sensing for a while, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. How could it be in that direction? Could it be Jiang Cheng again? What exactly is in this Jiang Cheng? Not only did Su Wu go there, but even my daughter frequently goes there. Could it be? The mysterious place that you are mentioned is in Jiang Cheng. The more Jai Wushwang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He no longer hesitated, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the Haoran Sect. On the other side, Jai Yu, who had been lectured by Jiang Xie, sat sullenly to the side, not saying a word. She understood all the Chinese letter, but she just wanted to follow Jiang Xie. On one hand, she wanted to. On the other hand, although there was nothing between Jiang Xie and Lin Maioyan now, what if something happened after they spent a long time together? So she had to monitor Jiang Xie. But her father was indeed a problem. Jiang Xie was drinking tea again. If cultivating wasn't an option, he could only pass the time this way. This was the pain of having no cultivation genius. However, this tea was indeed very good, much better than the tea from his previous life. Suddenly, the Fanchen sword sent out a warning. Jiang Xie's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stood up, looking at the dark sky in the distance and saying, "A powerful expert has arrived." Hearing this, everyone came out. Jai Yu stood in front of Jiang Xie at the first moment. This action brought a smile to Jiang Xie's lips. Why did you sneak out again?" Jai Yu heard the familiar words, and her heart immediately became incomparably uneasy. She was afraid that Jai Wushwang would attack Jiang Xie. "Father, No need to say more, father knows everything. Jai Yu was full of questions. How did he know again? In fact, the moment he saw Jiang Xie, Jai Wushwang was very shocked. Jiang Xie's appearance clearly indicated a relationship with Su Wu. But he knew that there was absolutely no such person as Jiang Xie in the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial family. This meant that Jiang Xie was either a hidden genius of the Su family, or a direct descendant of the Su family who had been displaced. Connecting this with what Jai Yu said a few days ago about looking for someone, that person being the disciple of that mysterious expert, and finding him would lead to that mysterious expert. A bold guess thus appeared in his mind. Jiang Xie was the person Jai Yu spoke of. And looking at his daughter's appearance, she clearly had a good impression of him. Su family, mysterious expert. Wonderful. Jai Wushwang almost burst out laughing. 62. I am his maid. Although he was excited, Jai Wushwang did not show it on his face, still looking at them with a serious expression. Jai Yu was uneasy, fearing that her father would do something out of line. Jiang Xie looked at the other party calmly, not knowing what he was thinking. Old Wu was on guard, as if he would strike as soon as Jai Wushwang made any move. Lin Maioyan also faithfully performed her duty as a subordinate, standing in front of Jiang Xie along with Old Wu and Jai Wushwang. Looking at such a formation, everyone was centered around Jiang Xie. Jai Wushwang's speculation became even more certain. Dad, Jai Yu called out again. Before she could finish her sentence, she was stopped by Jai Wushwang with a gesture. He had a serious expression, his gaze already fixed on Jiang Xie, and he said in a tone that betrayed no emotion, "May I know this young friend's name?" Jiang Xie was not nervous and he smiled faintly, saying, "Junior Su Xie." Su Xie. Jai Yu was startled, then remembered that Jiang Xie seemed to have a connection with the Kaiyuan Empire royal family, and she came back to her senses. Old Wu, on the other hand, had an expression of sudden realization. He felt admiration for his own extraordinary intelligence. The young lord is indeed not a Jiang family member. I knew it, the young lord was fostered in the Jiang family, by the Kaiyuan Empire royal family. Nothing can escape my wisdom eye, and under the influence of the young lord, I am no longer who I used to be. Now I have been elevated in all aspects. As Old Wu thought of this, he felt an indescribable surge of confidence from his feet to his head. Lin Maioyan was expressionless. No matter what Jiang Xie said, she only needed to fulfill her duties. The most joyful one was probably Jai Wushwang. Su Xie. Indeed, his surname is Su. That's right, he must be that secret genius Su Wu was hiding. No wonder that guy Su Wu entered the law realm so quickly. It turns out, he had such a descendant under a mysterious powerful master. He must have received guidance from that powerful master. How cunning. He actually managed to hide it from everyone. Unfortunately, no matter how much you calculated, you couldn't have calculated that this descendant of yours would know my daughter, and their relationship seems quite good. Jai Wushwang's mind raced, and in just a brief moment he had thought of so much. As a sect master, these are essential things. So it's Su Xiaoyu. May I ask where Su Xiaoyu's master is from? Jai Wushwang asked again. Although Jiang Xie was puzzled, he still casually fabricated a person. Junior does not know master's name to this day. Here it comes. I knew it, the young lord is so strong, he must have a backer. Old Wu, who was standing by, felt another surge of excitement. He secretly took out another notebook and began to record on it. Young Lord's secret number 10, has a mysterious master. Although Jiang Xie's gaze was on Jai Wushwang, Old Wu's actions still did not escape him. Seeing another volume of Young Lord's secret compendium added, he almost spat blood. One wasn't enough, so two came, two weren't enough, so three came, and now the fourth one is here. Oh my goodness. How much do you like to record me? My underwear is about to be stripped bare by you. Old Wu was categorized as a dangerous person in Jiang Xie's mind. He was certain that the 4 notebooks must contain many of his unspeakable secrets. He must find an opportunity to burn Old Wu's notebooks. Jai Wushwang was almost laughing. Now, he was almost certain that Jiang Xie was the person Jai Yu had spoken of. Just thinking that in only 2 years, he could teach his daughter, who didn't use a sword to comprehend sword intent. How could such a powerful master not inspire awe? If Yue were to study for a few more years, wouldn't even he, as her father, have to temporarily hide his brilliance? There has always been a saying that a father gains prestige through his son. Today, I fear I will gain prestige through my daughter. Thinking of this, Jai Wushwang felt a surge of comfort. Dad, it's not what you think, we are just. Seeing Jai Wushwang's serious gaze, remaining silent, and his eyes constantly scrutinizing both her and Jiang Xie, Jai Yu finally couldn't hold back. She felt that if she didn't explain, Jiang Xie would be lectured by her father. But after talking for a long time, her face turned red, and she didn't know how to explain. After all, as a girl, she secretly ran out of the sect and stayed in a man's house late at night. No one would believe it if she said there was no relationship. Jiang Xie also saw Jai Yu's other attributes besides being tsundere for the first time, and he found it somewhat novel. So, she was only tsundere in front of him. Jai Yu was worried to death, but Jiang Xie was not worried at all. Because he didn't feel that Jai Wushwang had any intention of making a move. At least the Fanchen sword did not give him any feedback. This meant there was no danger. Jai Yu kept stammering, unable to speak, and Jai Wushwang saw it all. His serious expression finally changed a bit. A hint of a smile appeared and he said, Yue, no need to say more, I understand everything. You like Su Xiaoyu, that's why you ran here. Jai Yu. Jai Wushwang's words caught her completely off guard. She was practically numb. Doesn't she have face? She secretly glanced behind her and, as expected, found a playful smile on Jiang Xie's face. Jai Yu's face immediately turned red and she retorted, Who likes him? Miss doesn't like him at all. He's just a Xiao do ya. Jiang Xie felt immense disdain in his heart. She clearly likes me, yet she's still putting on a brave face. This little girl is so amusing, her words deny but her body is honest. That's what makes life interesting. It was something anyone present could see, yet Jai Yu was still stubbornly denying it. Jai Wushwang was anxious. This girl, why is she so dense? Since you don't like him, why did you run here to see him in the middle of the night? Jai Wushwang asked, frowning. Jai Yu was a little embarrassed and annoyed, so she just blurted out, I'm his maid. Silence. Not just ordinary silence. Lin Maioyan felt a pang in her heart, thinking that she had no hope of revenge in this life. Old Wu's face was ashen, feeling that this time he was doomed. Jai Yu also reacted, her face instantly turning pale. Jiang Xie's expression was strange, feeling that a big battle was about to ensue. The daughter of the sect leader of Haoran Sect, the #1 righteous path sect in the Eastern Continent, actually became a maid for an unknown young man. If it were said in front of others, it would be fine. They would just laugh it off as a joke. But the problem was that Jai Yu actually said it in front of Jai Wushwang. Jai Wushwang knew that his daughter was someone else's maid. How could he not explode? The situation instantly became tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jai Wushwang. Indeed, his head had lowered, and his face seemed very dark. It's over, the big shot is about to explode. This was their unanimous thought. Jai Yu had even prepared herself to stop her father with her life. 63, can't afford it anymore. Soon an incense stick's worth of time passed. It was still very quiet around them. No one spoke. But their expressions had changed again. They became confused and puzzled. What's happening? Why, after an incense stick's worth of time, was Jai Wushwang still not reacting? Young lord, what's wrong with sect leader Jai? Old Wu couldn't hold back and quietly asked Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie didn't know either, but he offered his guess. I guess he might be brewing a big move. We're probably finished this time. If we're finished, we're finished. At worst, 18 years later we'll be good men again, Old Wu said indifferently. Jiang Xie was stunned and asked, where did you hear that phrase? Old Wu thought for a moment and said, it seems to be the third entry in the young lord's quotations. Jiang Xie's face darkened again. Just as he was about to say something, a burst of wild laughter came. It startled the unprepared group. Ha 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 ha, Jai Wushwang laughed wildly. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of question marks. What on earth was going on? Was he possessed? Or was it a martial skill of sound? But there didn't seem to be any physical discomfort. Jiang Xie also felt his scalp tingle a bit. Wasn't it widely rumored that sect leader of Haoran Sect Jai Wushwang was cold-blooded, ruthless, and extremely serious? Why did he seem so crazy? Did Jai Yu know about this? Well, it seemed she didn't know either. Jiang Xie silently withdrew his gaze. Jai Yu was already frozen in place, as if she had seen a ghost. Was this the father she remembered? This was not. A maid is good, a maid is very good. My daughter is used to being pampered in Haoran Sect, so being a maid by young master's side can be considered a tempering for her. Jai Wushwang showed no sign of life qi. Instead, his tone was kind, like an understanding elder, leaving no room for criticism. Jiang Xie. Jai Yu. Old Wu. Lin Maioyan. Jiang Xie felt a bit uncomfortable. Good heavens, he wasn't ashamed of this but proud of it. Did Jai Wushwang have some kind of fetish? Jai Yu also felt a bit uncomfortable. Good heavens, was she abandoned? He gave her away so easily. What kind of mind-altering drug did Jiang Xie give you? For a moment, she even suspected that 2 years ago, Jiang Xie taking her as a maid was also orchestrated by her father and Jiang Xie. Su Xiaoyu, what do you think of Yuer? Jiang Xie hadn't fully recovered and blurted out. Arrogant, unreasonable, barbaric. Hateful, Jai Yu's face darkened, and she angrily bit Jiang Xie's shoulder. It made Jiang Xie grimace. Jai Wushwang's face also darkened. He scolded, Yuer, don't be rude. No wonder Su Xiaoyu said you were barbaric. Is this how a young lady should act? Quickly let go of Su Xiaoyu. If Su Xiaoyu gets hurt, I will hold you accountable. Woo woo woo, Jai Yu cried, crying loudly. In a short moment, she had become an abandoned child. Jiang Xie said she was unreasonable and barbaric. Her father scolded her. Who could tell her what had happened? Jai Wushwang did not go forward to comfort Jai Yu, only secretly thought in his heart. Yuer, your father is doing this for your own good. As long as you can follow such a strong person, it's much better than being in Haoran Sect. Although this child's cultivation seems low, your father can feel that he harbors a huge secret. As long as you build a good relationship with him, your future will definitely surpass your father's. It seemed that things were getting more and more out of hand. Lin Maioyan had entered the room at some point, closed the door, and went back to bed to cultivate. Old Wu yawned, also walked to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Then, just as he was about to close the door, he said to Jiang Xie, Young lord, this old servant is a bit tired, so I won't play with you here. You should also rest early. After he finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang, and soon after, snoring could be heard. Jiang Xie only wanted to curse right now. Why was each one more unreliable than the last? To be honest, he was also a bit tired. Since Jai Wushwang was here, he might as well let him take Jai Yu away. He also pretended to yawn and said, Uncle Jai, I also feel a bit tired, so I won't bother you. Xiao Yuer is here. I have no objection if you want to take her back. Oh, Su Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Jai Wushwang said with a troubled expression. To be honest, the sect has been facing some difficulties recently, with expenses exceeding income. Even the cultivation resources for the disciples within the sect are a problem. We really can't afford to support another person. Why don't you let Yuer stay with young master? It would be good to have someone to look after her. Jiang Xie was speechless and asked, It's just one more person. You can't be so poor you can't afford it, can you? Young master, you don't know, it's really difficult now. Jai Wushwang shook his head and sighed lightly. You don't know, we really can't afford even one more person. These past few days, I've been worried about my daughter's matter. Then, why not send her to cultivate in another sect? I don't feel at ease. Uncle Jai, don't look at me as only 15 years old, but if I become perverted, not many people can compare to me. It might be even more dangerous here with me. Aren't you afraid? Su Xiaoyu, you're being too formal. Don't look at my daughter as soft and weak. In reality, she has thick skin and can endure rough treatment. Jiang Xie's eyes were about to pop out. What evil had possessed this Jai Wushwang? Was he rushing to give away his daughter? Jai Yu was still in self-doubt. She hadn't heard any of their conversation. Jai Wushwang glanced at her, then said with a serious expression, Yuer, Why are you still standing there stunned? Hurry up and serve Su Xiaoyu to bed. Oh, Jiawayu stood up woodenly. Without a word, she pushed Jiang Xie into the room. Then she began to take off Jiang Xie's clothes. Jiang Xie watched her playfully. After taking off his upper garment, when she was about to take off his lower one, Jiawayu finally came to her senses, and her face instantly turned completely red. Miss, I didn't do anything, don't misunderstand. Outside the room, after the two entered, Jai Wushwang's face finally showed a satisfied smile. It was not in vain that he had gone to such lengths. You work hard. And that old scoundrel Su Wu, now that I've discovered your secret, let's see what you'll use to fight me. Perhaps you and I will even become in-laws. Thinking of this, Jai Wushwang no longer had any thought of returning to the sect. He wanted to go to the imperial capital of Kainyuan Empire and thoroughly tease Su Wu. Just thinking about it felt interesting. At the same time, Su Wu, far away in the imperial capital, frowned, always feeling as if there were flies buzzing around him that he couldn't get rid of. Could it be that Jai Wushwang fellow is here again? HMPH, no matter how many times he comes, it's the same. This emperor is not that easy to talk to. 64. I know your secret. Inside the room, Jiang Xie and Jai Wayu stared at each other. Jai Wayu's hand was still on Jiang Xie's abdomen, and his pants had been half pulled down by her. What shy? Jiang Xie looked at her with a playful expression. Jai Wayu's face was flushed, and she wanted to pull them off completely. But she didn't want to appear too obvious, so she hesitated. Her mind was a complete mess. She didn't even know when Jiang Xie had already laid down on the bed. When she finally reacted, she only saw Jiang Xie sleeping soundly. What was even more infuriating was that he had taken up the entire bed. Jai Wayu stamped her foot and feigned anger. You hateful fellow. I am the saintess of Haoran Sect. Are you really planning to make me sleep on the floor? Clearly, Jiang Xie didn't want her to sleep there. He wanted her to go and sleep with Lin Maoyan. But how could Jai Wayu compromise so easily? Her eyes darted around, then she flipped onto the bed, forcefully squeezing out a spot. Jiang Xie could even feel Jai Wayu's heartbeat and the warmth of her body. He pretended to be asleep, but he didn't dare to move a muscle. Isn't this girl tempting him to commit a crime? No, he was still a child. He had to endure Amitabha. He was not calm, and neither was Jai Wayu. Although Jiang Xie had made her warm his bed before. In reality, he only made her warm up the bed, and then she was sent away. Sleeping in the same bed like this had truly never happened. Fortunately, Jiang Xie didn't make any moves, which made her slightly relieved. But why did she feel a sense of displeasure in her heart? Jai Wushwang was in a very good mood. Even he, who was usually serious, had a smile on his face today. He adjusted his original route. He had just returned to the sect from Kainyuan imperial capital and was now heading back to the imperial capital. With his domain realm peak cultivation, it only took him less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to travel from Jiang City to the Kainyuan imperial capital, which was thousands of miles away. Inside the imperial capital, even at night, it was still brightly lit, and the flow of people was much greater than in Jiang City. The entire imperial capital's architecture was magnificent, and in the very center of the city was the Kainyuan Imperial Palace, the largest building in the Kainyuan Empire. Passing through the crowd, Jai Wushwang went directly outside the Imperial Palace and laughed loudly. Su Huang, I've come uninvited, won't you invite me in for a seat? Is that the sect leader of Haoran Sect? Why is he here again? Didn't he just leave the Imperial capital a short while ago? Sect leader Jai seems to be in a good mood today. Oh, he really is. Last time he had a dark expression, but now he's smiling so brightly. Could it be some good news? Inside the Imperial Palace, many people saw the smiling figure in the sky. They were all surprised by this. Such a situation with Jai Wushwang was rare. In a certain palace within the Imperial Palace, Su Wu's brows were tightly furrowed. He hadn't expected Jai Wushwang to actually come. And he seemed a bit strange. If Jai Wushwang had a serious expression, he probably wouldn't want to see him. But Jai Wushwang's current appearance piqued his curiosity. He wanted to see what Jai Wushwang was up to. Sect leader Jai, let's meet in Kainyuan Hall. Jai Wushwang smiled and arrived outside Kainyuan Hall, then walked in on his own. Inside the hall, only Su Wu was present. He put down the matters he was handling, and looked calmly at Jai Wushwang as he walked in. The smile on Jai Wushwang's face made him feel a bit off. If he remembered correctly, he had rejected his proposal, right? So what was he here for this time? Su Wu was very puzzled, but he put on a smile and said, "Sect leader Jai, did you not return to your sect?" "I did," Jai Wushwang replied truthfully, then added, "I encountered something midway, so I came back." "Oh?" Su Wu showed an interested smile and asked, "What did sect leader Jai encounter that made him so happy, and he even came specifically to share it with this emperor?" "That's natural. I truly admire Su Huang's methods." Methods?" Su Wu was stunned. "What's going on? What methods of his? I don't understand what sect leader Jai is saying." He shook his head, not comprehending. A strange look flashed in Jai Wushwang's eyes. "Keep pretending. I'll just quietly watch you pretend. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by you." He was certain that Su Wu was definitely pretending. Well, he didn't know that he had already discovered his secret. "Then let me slowly tear apart your disguise." Jai Wushwang's mind raced. He sat down opposite Su Wu, poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Su Huang, why don't you consider my previous proposal?" Su Wu slightly frowned at his actions but said nothing. However, his words made Su Wu's frown deepen. He began to ponder what gave Jai Wushwang the confidence to say such a thing. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He could only refuse. This emperor must be frank, that is impossible. Jai Wushwang took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "Su Huang, don't be so quick to refuse. I know all your secrets, and what's more, I also know what you don't know." "My secret?" Su Wu became more and more confused. Could it be about his daughter and Jiang Fingliu? No, if he knew about that, he wouldn't be talking like this now. So what exactly was it? He screamed and investigated in his mind, but he couldn't find a single secret that Jai Wushwang might know. He grew more and more curious. So he smiled and said, "My secret. Sect leader Jai, why don't you tell me, what secret does this emperor have?" "Still pretending. Do you really think I don't know?" Jai Wushwang narrowed his eyes. In this situation, it seems that if he doesn't give Su Wu a hard time, he won't budge. He smiled and poured himself another cup of tea. It must be said, the tea in this imperial palace was truly good, even better than that of Haoran Sect. "Then I'll let Su Huang hear it, 2 words, Jiang City." "Hiss." Su Wu trembled, his pupils suddenly contracting. His mind raced. Did this guy really know about Jiru and Jiang Fingliu's matter? But this attitude. But if it wasn't about that, why would he mention Jiang City? Jai Wushwang had been observing Su Wu's reaction, taking in all his facial changes. Seeing Su Wu's reaction, he became even more certain that Jiang Xie was his secretly hidden offspring. A smirk played on his lips, and he gained another layer of confidence in achieving his goal for this trip. What exactly do you know?" Su Wu asked after a moment of silence. He had already subconsciously assumed that the matter of Su Jiru and Jiang Fingliu had been discovered, and this was his final confirmation. In his mind, he was already considering whether to use his power to permanently keep Jai Wushwang here. He still didn't want to make that decision, unless it was absolutely necessary. The implications were simply too great. But if Jai Wushwang had truly discovered it, then comparatively, eliminating Jai Wushwang would be safer. 65 refused to admit it. Because once Jai Wushwang publicized it, it would be a huge blow to the Jiang family and the Su family. Not only would the righteous path sects of the Eastern Continent unite to make trouble for them, but the other 2 empires would also not miss the opportunity to deal with the Kainyuan Empire. If Jai Wushwang were eliminated, as long as strict secrecy is maintained, and everyone who sees Jai Wushwang makes a heavenly Dao oath, the risk will be much smaller. At this moment, Jai Wushwang was still immersed in the secret satisfaction of catching Su Wu off guard, completely unaware that Su Wu had already developed killing intent towards him. "Of course I know," Jai Wushwang said with a smile. "Within Jiang City, there's a great secret hidden, and this great secret is related to Su Huang." "Oh, is that so?" Su Wu's tone had already begun to turn sharp. He was already prepared to eliminate Jai Wushwang at any moment. The surrounding atmosphere subtly changed. This slight change naturally didn't escape Jai Wushwang. He asked in surprise, "Su Huang, you're not thinking of silencing me, are you? My Haoran Sect strength is not inferior to your Su family's. Are you sure you won't regret killing me? I'd like to hear the details." Su Wu suppressed the urge to kill him immediately, wanting to see the meaning behind his words. "Putting everything else aside, your son is quite fond of my daughter," Jai Wushwang said with a calm expression. He even took another sip of tea. He showed no sign of being anxious. Su Wu's expression at this moment was like this: Tai letter E34, Tai letter E34. What is this? His own son likes Jai Wushwang's daughter. Although he had to admit that Jai Wushwang's daughter was indeed very beautiful. But the problem is, she's only 15, right? His own son. The youngest is over 70 years old. Although for a cultivator, this age is incredibly young. But that's a bit absurd. Clearly knowing that the current situation doesn't allow for casual alignment, which rebellious son is it? Su Wu was instantly filled with anger. However, upon realizing that Jai Wushwang hadn't discovered the matter between Su Jiru and Jiang Fingliu, his anger dissipated considerably. But the rebellious son still needs to be taught a lesson, just disgracing the royal face. Sect leader Jai, how did you come to know this? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Then you mentioned Jiang City. I saw it in Jiang City. No, something's wrong. Su Wu finally noticed something amiss. Did his son go to Jiang City? He shouldn't have, but for accuracy, he still summoned someone and secretly asked if any of the princes had recently gone to Jiang City. The feedback he received was that no one had gone there at all. Su Wu was so angry. This guy was actually bluffing him. He almost got fooled by him. Sect leader Jai, as far as this emperor knows, none of my sons have gone to Jiang City, Su Wu said indifferently. He wanted to see what else Jai Wushwang could say. Jai Wushwang just wanted to curse. He had said so much, and the other party was still pretending. All right, let you pretend. I'll make you completely give up. Thinking of this, Jai Wushwang decided to give Su Wu a strong dose. Su Huang, if I remember correctly, you have 6 sons, right? Correct, Su Wu nodded indifferently, closing his eyes to rest on the side. Jai Wushwang chuckled. As far as I know, you seem to have more than just 6 sons, right? Correct, 1 died, Su Wu continued to reply calmly. Besides those 6 and the one who died, are there others? Jai Wushwang continued to ask. Correct, there's a bastard son, this isn't a secret. Su Wu's heart was calm, he even wanted to laugh. If this was the person Jai Wushwang was talking about, then he was greatly mistaken. Because that bastard son had already been killed by his other sons, it was impossible for him to appear in Jiang City. Jai Wushwang was about to go crazy. He just didn't believe it and continued, I'm afraid there's more than that, right? I think, sect leader Jai, you must have seen wrong. Su Wu's lips curled into a sneer. This guy, still not giving up at this point. He didn't have any other sons. Let's see what kind of tricks you can pull. Impossible. Jai Wushwang stood up directly, his voice agitated. I saw with my own eyes that the young man's appearance was very similar to yours. Impossible, Su Wu also stood up, saying sharply, I only have these few sons. It's impossible for one to appear out of thin air. I really saw him. Impossible. If I lie, may the heavens strike me down. If I deceive you, may my spirit and form be destroyed. You're talking nonsense. You're spouting rubbish. The two argued until their faces were red, neither willing to yield to the other, and there was even a small-scale conflict. It wasn't until Su Wu suddenly seemed to realize something. He stopped arguing and instead asked Jai Wushwang suspiciously, Is the young man you saw really similar to me in appearance? Of course, Jai Wushwang snorted coldly. In his heart, Su Wu had already been labeled as an old stubborn, a tough nut to crack. He had said so much, and the other party still wouldn't admit it. Then did he say what his name was? A trace of inexplicable light appeared in Su Wu's eyes. Su Zai, you still say he's not your son? Jai Wushwang glanced at him. Su Wu's body trembled and he asked again, How old is he approximately? Around 15. Now you have nothing to say, right? Jai Wushwang's eyes already held a hint of amusement. Unexpectedly, Su Wu's expression returned to calm, and he said indifferently, "Sorry, that's not my son. That's his mother's grandson." Su Wu said in his heart. Jai Wushwang's face darkened. In his opinion, Su Wu just didn't want to form an alliance with the Haoran Sect, which was why he was acting so foolishly. Thinking that it might be Su Wu's grandson, he said, "Just tell me if he's a member of your Su family or not." "Sorry, he's not." Su Wu remained expressionless. "He is a Jiang family member," Su Wu said in his heart again. Jai Wushwang clenched his fists. This guy was too infuriating. Refusing to admit it, is that it? "Sect leader Jai, if there's nothing else, please leave. This emperor needs to rest." Su Wu began to order him to leave. Jai Wushwang wanted to say something more, but ultimately didn't. He merely flicked his sleeve and walked out of the main hall. In his heart, he didn't forget to complain. "There will be plenty of time in the future. There will be a day when I make you admit it. Anyway, Su Xiaoyu has already been captivated by my daughter, so there's no rush at this moment. If it weren't for the sake of our potential kinship, I would have already turned hostile." Until Jai Wushwang left, Su Wu remained expressionless. After he left, he burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha ha." His face was brimming with excitement. He hadn't expected Jiang Xie to still be alive. If Jai Wushwang hadn't mentioned it, he probably would have remained in the dark. Good boy, he actually pulled off a golden cicada shedding its shell, truly worthy of being my grandson. Then he issued an order. "Someone, this emperor wants to make a private visit. Do not notify me unless it's an urgent matter." 66. Tai Kai. Su Wu had originally intended to leave immediately. However, fate had other plans. As soon as he stepped out of Kaiyuan Hall, several ministers claimed to have urgent matters to report, leaving him no choice but to stay for the night. At the same time, within Jiang City's Xuanian courtyard, in Jiang Zai's room, on a bed that could only accommodate one person, two people lay. Jiang Zai was on the inside, Jai Yu on the outside. At first, both were very nervous and couldn't sleep. But gradually, Jai Yu felt a wave of sleepiness wash over her, and she no longer cared about her shyness, falling asleep without realizing it. Only Jiang Zai remained, eyes wide open, body hunched, without a hint of sleepiness. He didn't know how Jai Yu could sleep in such a situation. And sleep so soundly. The main thing was, even if you fell asleep, what did you mean by hugging him? And if you're hugging him, why are you talking in your sleep? And the sleep talk was resistant. "Jiang Zai, Miss doesn't like you at all. Let you bully me, how could Miss possibly miss you? Miss doesn't want to touch you." "Oh?" Jiang Zai was speechless. "If you don't want to touch him, then let go. What the hell is this death grip? Do you know how much torment this is for an energetic teenager?" Jiang Zai wanted to get up but had no way to do so. Time slowly passed like this. Seeing that it would be dawn in another 1 or 2 hours, Jiang Zai finally found an opportunity. He instantly leaped from the bed, got dressed, and walked out of the room. He arrived in the courtyard, breathing in the fresh air, feeling a burst of comfort. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well cultivate. Although his cultivation talent was not good, it was still a good way to pass the time. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Ever since activating the second statue and reaching the forging body realm 9th level, he felt as if he was not far from the Ning Yuan realm. Although he felt in his heart that this was just another illusion. But he had to try it nonetheless. Who? After taking a deep breath, he began to cultivate carefully. To his delight, he actually felt his cultivation loosen. Could it be possible to break through to the Ning Yuan realm? He was excited, but he wasn't carried away by joy. He had had this feeling before, and the result was always an illusion. Just like when you think someone likes you, but in reality, you're just imagining it. Thinking of cultivating, Jiang Xie also thought of another problem. Although the ability of the second statue was good, it was too embarrassing. Just getting beaten up, then turning completely red, it looked strange. He wondered if he could use something to cover it up. Or rather, what kind of movement wouldn't make it so awkward? He immediately thought of Taichai Fist. Taichai Fist combines internal and external cultivation, is light and gentle, combines hardness and softness, and uses softness to overcome hardness. It complemented his devour and counterattack ability perfectly. Although he guessed that the Tai fist from his previous life wouldn't have much effect here, it was excellent for concealing his ability. He could use the movements of Tai fist to absorb the enemy's attacks and then unleash them with Tai fist. This way, it would not only look incredibly mysterious, but also wouldn't appear so awkward. I'll use Tai fist then. Jiang Xie smiled faintly. Coincidentally, he had been very interested in Tai for a period in his previous life, and had learned a bit about Tai fist. He assumed a horse stance and began to wave his hands. Jiang Xie's movements were slow, his palms pushing horizontally around him, occasionally changing into fists, and his footsteps also followed a special rhythm. Although the entire set of movements was slow, it seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, appearing naturally formed. If a powerful being were to pass by at this moment, they would discover that. Although his movements seemed useless, they contained a sense of the supreme Tao. Using softness to overcome hardness, stillness to control movement, curves to neutralize straightness, smallness to defeat largeness, and weakness to overcome strength. That is Tai. Jiang Xie continuously practiced the movements of Tai, his movements resembling those of an aging elder. It made one wonder if these slow movements could truly be used as an offensive method. After a period of practice, it was unknowingly dawn, and Jiang Xie was still unaware. With a creak, the door to the leftmost room slowly opened. Uncle Wu rubbed his eyes and walked out. He immediately saw Jiang Xie still practicing Tai fist in the courtyard. He was instantly filled with curiosity, his eyes shining as he stared intently. After watching for a while, he asked doubtfully, "Young lord, is this the void realm teleportation great art?" Only then did Jiang Xie realize it was already dawn. After this session of Tai fist, he didn't feel a trace of fatigue, and his body seemed much lighter. He felt incredibly comfortable all over. No wonder Tai fist in his previous life was known for strengthening the body. It truly lived up to its reputation. He stopped his movements, turned to Uncle Wu and smiled. "This isn't the void realm teleportation great art, it's Tai fist." Tai fist, is it a martial skill? What rank is it? It doesn't look very powerful. Uncle Wu scratched his head, expressing his opinion. Jiang Xie wasn't annoyed. It wasn't a martial skill to begin with. He silently apologized to the ancient sages of his previous life in his heart. He was probably going to borrow their achievements. Strictly speaking, this isn't a martial skill, nor does it have a rank. This is a fist technique I created myself, Jiang Xie said without batting an eyelid. Uncle Wu's eyes immediately lit up. He took out the young lord's ability compendium again and meticulously wrote in it, "Young lord's ability compendium, Article 11, able to create his own fist technique, named Tai fist." Jiang Xie was already accustomed to his actions. At this moment, another creak sounded, and the door to the right room slowly opened. Lin Maoyan slowly walked out. Seeing Jiang Xie already in the courtyard so early and Uncle Wu beside him, head bowed, writing something, she felt greatly puzzled. She didn't feel it appropriate to ask Jiang Xie directly, so after calling him young master, she turned to Uncle Wu and asked, "Uncle Wu, what are you and young master doing?" "Oh, it's Maoyan." Uncle Wu glanced at her, then replied, "The young lord was just practicing the fist technique he created, and I'm recording it." Self-created fist technique. Lin Maoyan seemed very interested, a sparkle in her eyes. She had never seen anyone capable of creating their own martial skill. She instinctively assumed that the fist technique Jiang Xie created was a martial skill. There's nothing good to see. The young lord's fist technique is very slow and has no destructive power at all. Uncle Wu poured cold water on her without hesitation, making Jiang Xie's mouth twitch. Another creak. The middle room's door opened. Jiayu woke up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Her hair was disheveled, and her face still showed signs of drowsiness. The two people besides Jiang Xie were shocked. They were not shocked by Jiayu's current appearance, but by the fact that Jiayu had walked out of Jiang Xie's room. Could it be they? Uncle Wu's face showed an ambiguous smile, his eyes darting around. Lin Maoyan's gaze was also profound. They both seemed to be only about 15 years old, right? 67 sword intentions, I already knew it. Uncle Wu didn't hesitate, immediately pulling out a copy of Young Lord's Important Events Record. Young Lord's Important Events Record, 10th entry. Young Lord's true first sexual encounter in the desolate year 1078, August 15th, with Jai Waiyu in Jiangcheng, within Shengyuan courtyard. Jiang Xie's eyes were practically popping out of his head. He had severely underestimated Uncle Wu's perverted nature. He couldn't help but wonder if Uncle Wu's Kainkun ring was filled entirely with such booklets. It seemed burning the booklets was no longer effective. He would have to hide his Kainkun ring directly. Lin Maioyan had already walked quickly to Jai Waiyu's side, asking with a concerned expression, "Miss Yue, are you all right? Does your body hurt? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" She was afraid that Jai Waiyu, who was only 15 years old, couldn't withstand Jiang Xie's torment. Jai Waiyu came back to her senses, looking at Lin Maioyan, who was asking her about her well-being, her mind full of question marks. "What's going on? What happened to me?" Her puzzled gaze turned towards Jiang Xie, and she saw him tilting his head to the side, whistling, clearly not intending to explain to her. So she turned her gaze back to Uncle Wu. Upon seeing the extremely ambiguous smile on Uncle Wu's face, she finally remembered something. It seemed she had come out of Jiang Xie's room. Her face had turned completely red at some point. Jai Waiyu stomped her foot fiercely, saying in shame and indignation, "We didn't do anything. We just slept, that's all, don't overthink it." Oh, so it was just sleeping. The ambiguous expression on Uncle Wu's face grew even stronger. The worry in Lin Maioyan's eyes also deepened. Jiang Xie's whistle went awry. This girl, wasn't she just making things worse? She was truly an innocent young miss, still not much change after 2 years. "Let me clarify first. I went out to cultivate last night. Nothing impure happened, absolutely." Jiang Xie had no choice but to step forward. Jai Waiyu was absolutely furious inside. "He wants to distance himself from me so quickly. Miss won't let you have your way. Oh my, last night. I wonder who was holding Miss the whole time." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu and Lin Maioyan's gazes simultaneously turned towards Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie was completely unfazed, even feeling a bit like laughing. Was this girl trying to turn the tables? Oh my, someone not only held me but also kept talking in their sleep," he retorted, not to be outdone. This. Jai Waiyu's voice lowered. She seemed to vaguely remember that she had indeed done that. Thinking of changing the topic, after her eyes darted around, she said, "Oh, let's not talk about this. I just heard someone created a fist technique, didn't I?" "Ma'am," Jiang Xie was non-committal. Jai Waiyu tilted her head, closed her eyes, and said haughtily, "Miss doesn't believe you can create a fist technique. It's probably just useless stuff." After speaking, she couldn't help but secretly glance at Jiang Xie a few times. In reality, she just wanted to see Jiang Xie punch, which was why she deliberately provoked him. Uncle Wu and Lin Maioyan couldn't interject in the battle between the two of them, so they could only quietly retreat to a pavilion nearby and sit down. Then they quietly watched the show. Lin Maioyan couldn't help but ask Uncle Wu, "Uncle Wu, are young master and Miss Waiyu always like this?" "It's normal, I'm used to it." Uncle Wu took out a pot of wine on his own and slowly took a sip. "Refreshing." After one sip of wine, his face was flushed with health. "Young Lord and little Yue have been like this for over 2 years. They never give in to each other verbally, but in reality, their bodies are more honest than anyone else's. Take little Yue, for example. Although she always refutes or even uses harsh words whenever young Lord tells her to do something, she has never disobeyed young Lord's commands in her actions. Young Lord is the same. Sometimes, although he is strict verbally, he won't actually do anything to little Yue." Uncle Wu explained slowly, and Lin Maioyan listened slowly. She suddenly felt that their way of getting along was very novel. Is this what childhood sweethearts are like? But why did Jai Waiyu say she was young master's maid? She didn't understand and didn't ask further. Sometimes pretending to be ignorant is also a way to protect oneself. This is what her father told her. Before, she had never truly listened to it, but now, recalling it, she realized that every word her father spoke was for her own good. Unfortunately, thinking of this, her mood inevitably became downcast. If you're sad, have a drink. Uncle Wu handed over a new jar of wine. Lin Maoyan, who had never drunk alcohol before, now wanted to taste wine. How could Jiang Xie not know Jai Yu's thoughts? Anyway, letting her see was no big deal. He didn't say much, but started to perform Tai Fist again. Every movement was naturally perfect. Although the speed was slow, it could make people unconsciously immerse themselves in it. As Jiang Xie's body danced, the three people present were all immersed in it. It was as if something flashed through their minds, yet it was difficult to grasp. Is this the fist technique young lord created? Why does it look so ordinary and even seem to lack power, yet it makes me unconsciously immerse myself in it? Uncle Wu's expression was dull, and he murmured to himself. After a long while, the fist technique was finished. After Jiang Xie stopped, everyone remained dazed for a moment before coming back to their senses. Jai Yu immediately said again, "What, is that all? It's not impressive at all. Can it kill anyone?" Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you want to try?" "All right," Jai Yu agreed without thinking. This was what she had always hoped for. One must know that in the year before she was taken away by Jiang Xie, she challenged him several times, but all ended in disastrous defeat. She didn't understand why Jiang Xie, who seemed to only be in the body-tempering realm, could always defeat her. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. Unfortunately, a year later, Jiang Xie stopped sparring with her. As a result, even though she had now reached the first level of the soul-forging realm, controlling Yuan realm was written incorrectly earlier. It was written as soul-forging realm before. She didn't know whether she was stronger or Jiang Xie was stronger. "Use your full strength," Jiang Xie said indifferently with a calm expression. "Are you sure?" Jai Yu hesitated a little. She was afraid of hurting Jiang Xie. "Just come, don't worry." "You said it." Jai Yu drew the sword from her waist. Her aura instantly changed. Her eyes also became cold and sharp. A vast sword intent gradually rose, and all the items in the entire courtyard began to tremble, making thumping sounds. An extremely strong sense of oppression filled the entire courtyard. Uncle Wu's eyes flickered and he said softly, "Little Yue's strength is getting stronger and stronger. This age." Hiss. And Lin Maoyan, on the other hand, was already dazed. A storm raged in her heart. "No way. Is that sword intent? Did I see it wrong?" And soul-forging realm cultivation. 15 years old soul-forging realm, and sword intent. What kind of monster is this? Only then did she discover the huge gap between herself and Jai Yu. What surprised her even more was that Jiang Xie and Uncle Wu were not surprised at all. She turned her head blankly and asked Uncle Wu, "Uncle Wu, is that sword intent?" Uncle Wu nodded indifferently. His tilde Lin Maoyan gasped and continued to ask, "Uncle Wu, why aren't you surprised at all?" "What sword intent?" Uncle Wu said with a look of disdain. "Little Yue and I have known it for a long time." "Are you sure you're not joking?" Lin Maoyan was numb, her mind blank, her gaze drifting to who knows where. 68 Two-stage reversal. Lin Maoyan still remembered that day, on the back mountain of Shengyuan Sect, by a lake. The wind blew, leaves fell, and the autumn air was cool. Her father displayed his sword intent in front of her for the first time. "Yanner, watch carefully, this is sword intent." "Wow, father feels like a different person." "Oh." Her usually gentle father exuded an extremely powerful, or the moment he drew his sword. His entire spirit, chi, and vitality instantly elevated to a higher level. That feeling made her tremble, and at the same time, infinite admiration rose in her heart. Later, she also asked her father about sword intent. At that time, he only said this: "Any weapon has the realm of intent, soul, and human weapon integration. Don't think intent is the lowest. Most people spend their entire lives without reaching this realm. Only a few can step into the intent realm. Take the sword, for example. Those with sword intent and those without are not on the same level at all. They can defeat opponents of the same realm or even those 1 or 2 realms higher." "Father, how powerful is sword intent?" "Sword intent. That is a realm that only a very few who have comprehended sword intent can reach. Even I, your father, have never crossed that threshold. In the entire Eastern Continent, Those who can comprehend sword intent can probably be counted on one's fingers. If you fight someone with sword intent, and you don't have intent level power yourself, unless you are a major realm higher than your opponent, you might be in mortal danger. Lin Maioyan always remembered this sentence. At that time, she always thought that very few people could master sword intent, but many should be able to master sword intent, right? But the truth was, within the entire Xuantian sect, besides her father, only the Grand Elder had comprehended saber intent. As for those disciples, not a single one. Not only Xuantian sect, she had also visited other sects. During the Righteous Path's Grand Sect competitions, she hadn't seen anyone who could comprehend intent, let alone saber intent. But now, in a small courtyard, two people had actually comprehended intent. And one of them was a 15-year-old girl. Did comprehending intent become simpler, or were they truly exceptionally gifted? Lin Maioyan couldn't help but want to know the answer to this question. She turned her head and couldn't help but say, "Uncle Wu, your talent is so strong." Old Wu took another sip of wine, waved his hand and said, "What talent? That's all because young lord taught us well." "Ah, young master taught you." Lin Maioyan's mouth fell open, her face filled with shock. That's right. A trace of reminiscence appeared in old Wu's eyes. That was the day Jiang Xie taught Jai Waiyu to practice sword. Snow was falling heavily, and he, craving alcohol, went out to buy wine early in the morning. When he returned, he saw two figures waving wooden swords outside. Those basic moves didn't catch his attention at all. The next day it was still the same. He drank his wine, and Jiang Xie and Jai Waiyu practiced their swords. The third day, no change. It wasn't until the sixth day that he noticed their sword techniques seemed to have changed slightly. Half a month later, he clearly felt that Jai Waiyu's sword technique had become much more refined compared to when she started. From then on, when the two practiced sword, an extra figure appeared not far away. Although old Wu said he was cultivating, in reality, he was observing the two practicing sword. Over time, he actually comprehended saber intent from watching them practice sword. But even when Jai Waiyu comprehended sword intent, he was still stuck at saber intent. He felt like he could break through, but he just couldn't. Finally, Jiang Xie said this: "To comprehend intent first, you need to know what kind of will you want to imbue your weapon with. Second, can you have the determination to carry out that will? As long as you do these two things, then saber intent breaking through to saber intent is just a matter of time." At that moment, it was as if he had received a sudden enlightenment, and his mind instantly became clear. Then, in less than a month, he successfully comprehended saber intent. To be honest, he had never thought he could comprehend this realm. For him, this was a significant breakthrough. Coming back to his senses, old Wu said with an admiring look, "Yes, if it weren't for young lord's guidance, how could I, with my talent, possibly comprehend the intent realm?" Lin Maioyan no longer knew how to describe the shock in her heart. If she had been full of confidence that Jiang Xie could help her get revenge before, then at this moment, that confidence had surged countless times. Inside the courtyard, Jai Waiyu held her sword in her right hand, her entire aura incredibly sharp. Lin Maioyan could feel the indomitable will emanating from her. That kind of aura that seemed capable of piercing the sky. The void realm itself seemed to twist. Jiang Xie stood in a horse stance, his palms placed in front of his chest, quietly looking at Jai Waiyu in front of him. "Do you really want me to go all out? Miss is very powerful." Even at this moment, Jai Waiyu was still a bit hesitant. Looking at Jiang Xie's calm expression, she really wanted to compete with him. But she also didn't want to hurt Jiang Xie. Her heart was incredibly conflicted. Jiang Xie smiled, teasingly saying, "Didn't you want to see it? What? It's come to this point and you're backing down instead." "You," Jai Waiyu was furious, almost breaking her concentration, and angrily said, "Since that's the case, then take this." With that, the sword in her hand drew a circle in the air. An endless cold chi emanated from within it. "Go!" A piercing cry sounded, and a giant ice phoenix, its body enveloped in ice, slowly flew out from within that circle, intensely cold chi pouring out. The entire courtyard was covered in a layer of frost. This is Haoran Sect's 4th grade intermediate martial skill, Ice Phoenix Sword Art. It's just shy of being an advanced martial skill. Young Miss Yu isn't holding back, is she? Lin Maoyan's heart trembled. Jai Yu was only 15. Her strength was probably already greater than her own. Old Wu laughed heartily. Don't worry, little Moon has never won against young Lord in battle. This time should be the same. Besides, I also want to see what's so special about the Tai fist created by young Lord. As he spoke, his eyes were already gleaming. The ice phoenix instantly charged towards Jiang Xie. Everything in its path was frozen. Of course, normally, the ice phoenix sword art would absolutely not have such great power. This was the result of it being empowered by sword intent. Facing the extremely powerful offensive, Jiang Xie appeared calm and unhurried. He pushed his hands forward, his palms rotating like Tai Chi. Unbeknownst to him, a visible vortex actually appeared between his palms. This was something Jiang Xie hadn't even expected. The vortex gradually expanded, and a Tai Chi symbol even faintly appeared in the void realm. The ice phoenix charged in, its attack completely neutralized and absorbed by Jiang Xie. The three of them almost had their eyes pop out. Especially Jai Yu, she almost couldn't hold her sword steady. However, that wasn't all. A curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Xie's mouth, and he continued to practice Tai Chi fist. At a certain moment, he instantly pushed his palms forward. A visible energy instantly shot out from between his palms, actually condensing into an ice phoenix in the air. Its appearance was identical to Jai Yu's just now. The only difference was that what Jai Yu released was an ice phoenix completely filled with cold ice, while what Jiang Xie released was a phoenix composed of white spiritual energy. 69. Practice makes perfect. Not only had Uncle Wu and the other two never seen this scene, but even Jiang Xie hadn't. Previously, his ability to devour and counterattack was simple. He would absorb others' attacks and convert them into his own. But he had never seen a phenomenon where he could directly send the opponent's martial skill back. Could it be because of Tai Chi fist? Jiang Xie felt as if he had accidentally stumbled upon a huge secret. Of course, even more shocked were Uncle Wu, Jai Yu and Lin Maoyan. The three of them had never imagined that the slow-moving and seemingly powerless Tai Chi fist could unleash such terrifying power. Oh my heavens! Uncle Wu's mouth hung open, unable to recover for a long time. This is just too. Lin Maoyan covered her mouth, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Jai Yu stared blankly at the scene before her, even forgetting to defend, simply watching the attack draw closer and closer. Be careful! Jiang Xie's expression changed, and his figure instantly shot out. Just then, a dazzling light appeared in the air. The blinding glare made the three of them involuntarily close their eyes. Jai Yu finally snapped back to reality, her heart sinking, wanting to resist but already out of time. The moment the three of them closed their eyes, an ordinary sword appeared from the void realm, directly blocking in front of Jai Yu and completely neutralizing the attack. When the light disappeared, Jai Yu realized she was already in Jiang Xie's embrace. The attack had also vanished without a trace at some point. Cough, cough. Coincidentally, Jiang Xie's habit of spitting blood acted up again, and he coughed up quite a bit of blood. Jai Yu instantly panicked. She didn't care that her clothes were stained with blood, her face filled with anxiety. You, what's wrong with you? Her voice trembled slightly. She was scared, afraid that Jiang Xie would leave her side again. Her usual arrogant tone had also vanished without a trace. Jiang Xie's heart stirred, and he decided to play along. Cough, cough, I feel like my body is falling apart. I might be seriously injured. You silly girl, still so foolish you don't even know to dodge when danger comes. Cough, cough. Jiang Xie said with a pale face, weakly. Jai Yu's tears were about to fall, her heart aching terribly, and she was also incredibly self-reproachful. She hated herself for being so foolish, for spacing out at a crucial moment. Otherwise, Jiang Xie wouldn't have ended up like this. Uncle Wu and Lin Maoyan also rushed over, Lin Maoyan's face filled with worry. She was afraid Jiang Xie would just die like this, then how would he help her get revenge? Uncle Wu, meanwhile, carefully observed Jiang Xie from the side. He looked here for a moment, then there for a moment. He even reached out and sniffed Jiang Xie's blood. Jiang Xie suddenly really wanted to complain. Uncle Wu, you really don't believe me. A short while later, Uncle Wu seemed to discover something, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. "Quick, help me lie down inside. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the next few days in bed," Jiang Xie said again, weakly. Jiang Yu nodded quickly, "Okay." With that, she immediately put Jiang Xie on her back and carried him into the room. Smelling the maiden's body fragrance, Jiang Xie only felt a burst of comfort. He hadn't expected the arrogant girl to have such a side. Without the arrogance, it was quite nice. He had to enjoy it. After the two entered the room, Lin Maioyan asked Uncle Wu, "Uncle Wu, is young lord all right?" "He's fine. What could happen to young lord?" Uncle Wu waved his hand, not worried at all, and even told Lin Maioyan to go back to her room to cultivate. Lin Maioyan was half skeptical. Jiang Xie looked quite injured. After Lin Maioyan also entered her room, he took out the Young Lord's Guide to Affairs and recorded. Young Lord's Guide to Affairs, Article 39. Appropriately feigning injury to make women feel guilty can win their sympathy, making them docile and willing to take care of oneself. After recording, Uncle Wu quickly walked out of the courtyard and arrived at the Yizanyuan in the city. Upon seeing a charming older woman, he immediately clutched his abdomen, feigning pain, and slowly walked towards her. The woman clearly saw him too. She immediately smiled and stepped forward to greet him. "Isn't this adult Wu? We meet again." His tilde, Uncle Wu didn't answer her, still in pain. The woman also noticed and immediately asked, "Adult Wu, what's wrong with you?" Uncle Wu pretended to be enduring and said with a slight pained expression, "Oh, Madam Yi, to be frank, ever since that time with you, my abdomen has been throbbing. I'm afraid something is wrong." The woman was very surprised, frowning as she said, "Is that so?" "Yes, a few days ago it was just a slight pain, but today, I don't know why, it's almost killing me." Uncle Wu's voice was pained and his legs began to tremble. The woman's brows furrowed even deeper. Uncle Wu was also extremely anxious in his heart. Whether what he learned from young lord would work depended on this time. A short while later the woman said, "How about, we try again to see where the problem is. This time I won't charge you spirit stones. Can you still do it?" Uncle Wu was overjoyed in his heart, but on his face, he still feigned a troubled expression and said, "I should be able to." The woman hesitated again. "Or maybe, let's just forget it. You look like you can't hold on." "Who said that? Hurry, hurry, no time to lose." Uncle Wu instantly sounded full of chi. Seeing his reaction, the woman always felt something was off. But she didn't know what the problem was, and could only vaguely get on the thief's ship. Inside the room at Shengyuan Courtyard, Jiang Xie lay on the bed with a pale face. Jiang Yu was both wiping his sweat and personally cooking for him. She even thoughtfully fed him. Jiang Xie only felt a burst of comfort. "Zio Yuer, I your young lord have never kissed a girl in my life, can you?" Jiang Xie's eyes showed longing. Jiang Yu's mind was full of question marks. "Never kissed a girl? Go lie to ghosts. Did you forget about forcibly kissing me before?" Thinking of this, she immediately got angry. "Miss." Cough, cough. Jiang Xie coughed. Jiang Yu immediately wilted, her tone gentle. All right, I promise you then." With that she closed her eyes. Jiang Xie's heart filled with joy, and he directly got out of bed and leaned in to kiss her lips. The next moment, Jiang Yu's eyes snapped open, looking at him with a playful expression. "Oh no. He's been exposed." Jiang Xie's mind raced, already thinking about how to explain it better. 70, you go first, I'll go later. Do you believe me if I say I was too excited just now, so my body suddenly recovered?" Jiang Xie said awkwardly. Jiang Yu looked at him with deep eyes and smiled faintly. "Miss said it. You used to handle even more severe attacks as if nothing happened, so how could you be so seriously injured this time? So you were faking it all along." "All right, I've laid my cards on the table, so what if I was faking it? Come here and give me a shoulder rub." Jiang Xie dropped the pretense and immediately began to direct. Jiang Yu tilted her head and said angrily, "Miss won't rub your shoulders." "Really? Really? Then how did you get behind me? And what's with this hand?" Jiang Xie said teasingly, a look of comfort on his face. How could Jiang Yu admit it? She merely said indifferently, "Mrs. hands were just itching, so I'm just borrowing your shoulders. I'm not following your orders." Good, good, good. Jiang Xie smiled slightly, not exposing her. Meanwhile, old Wu, who had just emerged from a certain room, was beaming, humming a song that seemed out of place in this world. Sister, you sit on the boat. Brother, I walk on the shore, lovey-dovey, spirits soaring. Although the strange tone and melody were peculiar, they had a captivating quality that made people want to keep listening. This drew frequent side glances from the surrounding crowd. The tune of this melody is so strange. It sounds incredibly peculiar, but why do I keep wanting to listen? How strange, how strange. Who invented this? It has a unique magic. What? Old Wu didn't know why he was humming this song. It just came out spontaneously. Today, he enjoyed himself for free without spending a single spirit stone. It truly was a brilliant plan. As for the song, he had secretly learned it from Jiang Xie. He still remembered that day when dusk was falling. Jai Yu suddenly said she missed home and wanted to see the starry sky, and Jiang Xie agreed without a second thought. They even went to Sun Moon Lake, hundreds of miles outside Jiang City, where the three of them rowed a small boat, gazing at the starry night sky. At first it was fine, but after a while, he noticed a strong sense of longing in Jai Yu's eyes. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Xie also showed such emotions. He could understand Jai Yu, as she hadn't returned to the sect for so long, but Jiang Xie. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Jiang Xie's state returned, and he began to hum a tune. It was the same song old Wu had just hummed. When Jiang Xie first hummed the song, both of them were drawn in by its strange melody. The song Jiang Xie sang was also quite fitting for the occasion. And so he recorded it. Upon returning to the courtyard, old Wu was called over by Jiang Xie. When he entered, he found that not only he, but Lin Maoyan and Jai Yu were also there. We should go resolve the Xuanchen sect matter now. Jiang Xie's expression was serious. They had stayed in Jiang City long enough. It was time for them to depart. The longer they delayed, the more unforeseen complications would arise. However, old Wu and Lin Maoyan would definitely leave first. As for himself, the feeling of needing to break through to the Ning Yuan realm was growing stronger. He wanted to try if he could break through, which would probably delay them for a day or two. Lin Maoyan's face was filled with excitement. This was the moment she had been waiting for, yet she hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Old Wu's heart tightened, and his expression also became serious. As for Jai Yu, she was completely uninterested in these matters. She would go wherever Jiang Xie went. However, old Wu and Maoyan will probably have to depart first. I feel my cultivation has loosened, so I might be delayed by 2 days, Jiang Xie slowly said. Lin Maoyan was stunned again. Just her and old Wu. Even if they retrieved the sect master's token and had the help of that powerful individual, their combat power still seemed insufficient. Although she didn't know how much combat power Jiang Xie possessed. But judging from the various astonishing methods Jiang Xie had displayed, he was the most crucial presence for this journey. If he was 2 days late, what if something unexpected happened? Lin Maoyan was very worried. Old Wu, I'll trouble you to look after her on the way. After Jiang Xie finished instructing, the Fanchen sword appeared in his hand. And he handed it to Lin Maoyan. This was the first time Jiang Xie had displayed the Fanchen sword in front of them. At this moment, old Wu and Jai Yu completely failed to understand what Jiang Xie meant by giving Lin Maoyan a rusty, seemingly ordinary sword. Lin Maoyan also didn't understand. She looked at Jiang Xie with a puzzled gaze. Jiang Xie smiled and said, "Since I promised to help you get revenge, I will ensure your safety. With this sword, it can protect you at critical moments." Really? Old Wu was immediately curious. Could this sword, which looked like no one would pick it up even if thrown on the ground, actually be so powerful? He couldn't help but reach out and touch it, feeling that it was just an ordinary iron sword, with no remarkable qualities whatsoever. This sword looks useless. I'm afraid it's not even as good as mine. Jai Yu remained sharp-tongued, yet her eyes never left the Fanchen sword for a moment. What she said was completely different from what she was actually thinking. The three of them looked at Jiang Xie expectantly, awaiting his answer. But Jiang Xie had no intention of explaining. Instead he gave a casual laugh and said lazily, "Just trust me, that's all." "All right, You two can prepare and then go find that senior from Shengyuan Sect first. Normally, the Fanchen sword could only be used by Jiang Xie at present. Others could not use it. However, Jiang Xie's compatibility with the Fanchen sword was unprecedentedly high. Therefore, with his authorization, the Fanchen sword could still temporarily protect the two of them. I'm about to cultivate. Oh Zio Yuer, do you want to go with them? Jiang Xie turned to look at Jai Yu. He knew that Jai Yu would definitely not go. It was pointless to ask, yet he could not ask. Otherwise, that girl would throw a tantrum again. Sure enough, Jai Yu said without thinking, I'm already very tired from rushing here from Haoran Sect, so I'll rest for 2 days before going. The other three understood in their hearts. Everyone knew Jai Yu's little thoughts. As for Jiang Xie's words, they usually didn't doubt them much. Since he said it would work, then it definitely would. Just like that, holding the Fanchen sword, Old Wu and Lin Maioyan were the first to embark on the journey to Shengyuan Sect. As for Jiang Xie, he entered a state of cultivation. He had a premonition that this time, he would definitely be able to break through to the Ning Yuan realm. That was the Ning Yuan realm. Although it might be insignificant to others. But for him, this was absolutely exciting. This was a milestone. As Jiang Xie began to cultivate, Jai Yu naturally didn't want to fall behind and also entered cultivation. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Yuan Empire's imperial capital, Su Wu, who had finally finished his work after a night of busyness, disappeared into the imperial capital wearing an extremely ordinary robe. And his destination was Jiang City. He wanted to see if Jiang Xie was truly not dead, and if possible, bring him to the imperial capital. 71. You are so good, Jiang Fingliu. Halfway there, Su Wu realized that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Jai Wushwang where he met Jiang Xie. He only knew it was in Jiang City. This was quite. With his strength, finding a person within a city was effortless. But in that case, Jiang Fingliu would definitely notice. He didn't want to lose face in front of Jiang Fingliu. This was his dignity as a father-in-law. If that kid Jiang Fingliu knew that this Su Huang secretly went to Jiang City, who knows how smug he'd be. He would rather lose face in front of others than see Jiang Fingliu's smug expression. He hadn't even settled the score with him for eloping with his daughter. Is that kid called Jiang Xie? He's not bad, but it's a pity he looks like that kid Jiang Fingliu, Su Wu said, indignant. He hadn't liked Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru being together since the beginning. And both of them were unyielding individuals. This led to a very awkward relationship between him and Jiang Fingliu. Almost every time they met, they would stare each other down or even fight. After spending some time, Su Wu successfully arrived in Jiang City. At this moment, although his appearance hadn't changed much, he had become much darker, and the clothes he was wearing made him look like an ordinary commoner. Therefore, even though most people in Jiang City had seen Su Huang's appearance, they didn't suspect his identity. At most, they would just glance at him. In everyone's subconscious, the emperor of the Yuan Empire would never look like this. Upon entering Jiang City, Su Wu felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It was strange. It wasn't as if he had never been to Jiang City before. He had been here over a decade ago, and a few years ago too. Over a decade ago, Jiang City was in chaos, with burning, killing, looting, and everything else. It was truly a demonic path city. A few years ago, Jiang City was much more peaceful, with significantly less chaos and incidents of burning, killing, and looting. And now, the entire city was peaceful, with street vendors hawking their wares everywhere, and residents living in harmony. It was completely different from before. As expected of this Su Huang's grandson, he has brought about such a huge change in Jiang City in just a few years. Su Wu knew that this was all Jiang Xie's credit. As for Jiang Fingliu, forget about him. What else can he do besides infuriate him? Su Wu walked leisurely, constantly observing the scenery of Jiang City, nodding occasionally and showing an expression of appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, he had already walked near the Jiang family. In a flash, he saw a small figure sneak out from somewhere. Oh, Su Wu let out a soft sound of surprise, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Wasn't the figure appearing not far away his little grandson? Su Wu immediately changed direction and walked in the direction Jiang Yi was going. Jiang Yi was very troubled. Ever since Jiang Xie was gone, he couldn't eat or drink well. Although he ate top-grade food in his opinion compared to what Jiang Xie made, it was simply tasteless. In just a few days, he had lost several pounds. His mind was completely filled with thoughts of the delicious food Jiang Xie made. He was almost going crazy thinking about it. So, taking advantage of Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru's rest, he found the hole Jiang Xie had told him about and secretly snuck out. He wanted to go to the place where Jiang Xie used to live. He hoped to see the figure he used to see as soon as he entered. I wonder if there's any delicious food hidden in Big Brother's courtyard. Thinking of that courtyard, Jiang Yi's mouth watered. He wiped his mouth with his tender little hand, and then ran out of the city. Su Wu, who was not far behind him, shook his head. This little fellow, daring to run out of the city alone, his guts are too big. And Jiang Fingliu, how does he discipline his child? If anything dangerous happens, I'd like to see how you explain it to me. Su Wu was furious. In this city where demonic path forces gathered, he actually allowed Jiang Yi to run around freely. If any danger occurred, it would truly be too late for regrets. He, who already had an opinion of Jiang Fingliu, had an even stronger one now. Sure enough, not long after, Su Wu saw several sneaky figures following Jiang Yi. He didn't hesitate at all, and silently killed them one by one. HMPH. If it weren't for this Su Huang being here, something unexpected would have happened long ago. This Jiang Fingliu. Su Wu's expression was not very good. Even Su Jiru was blamed by him in his heart. Not long after, following Jiang Yi, he arrived at Jiang Xie's small courtyard outside the city. Jiang Yi rushed in, his eyes full of light. But he was disappointed. The person he expected to see was not there. The joyful expression on his small face instantly froze. After looking around, Jiang Yi quickly swept through the courtyard. After the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, besides a layer of dust on his face, he gained nothing. His fragile heart instantly broke down. He directly sat on the ground and cried, "Woo woo woo. Big brother, how can I live without you? I can't eat anything now. Big brother, I want to eat the food you made. Woo woo woo." Su Wu's expression was strange. He thought this kid came here for something else, but he didn't expect it was to find food. It seemed this was where his great-grandson lived. He looked around and found that it was extremely simple, countless times worse than the Jiang family's residence in the city. A nameless anger flared up in his heart again. Darn Jiang Fingliu. How dare he treat this Su Huang's grandson like this? He wouldn't let him live in a good house, but instead drove him to a place like this. Su Wu still liked Jiang Xie very much. Only now did he realize that Jiang Xie had been living in such a place all along. His mind had automatically conjured a scene where Jiang Xie, due to his low cultivation, was looked down upon by Jiang Fingliu and then driven out of the Jiang family. He could only build a simple courtyard outside Jiang City to live in. Looking at Jiang Yi crying on the ground, Su Wu felt even angrier. Driving Jiang Xie out was one thing, but he didn't even give Jiang Yi food. No wonder he ran out to find food at such a young age. It was conceivable what kind of treatment his two grandchildren had received in the Jiang family. It was even possible that Su Jiru also suffered many unfair treatments in the Jiang family. As soon as he thought of this, he wished he could immediately go to the Jiang family and teach Jiang Fingliu a lesson. Su Wu took a deep breath. Then he slowly walked into the courtyard. Woo woo woo. Jiang Yi, who was crying on the ground, didn't notice Su Wu's arrival at all. "Little fellow, what's wrong?" It wasn't until Su Wu's voice sounded that he raised his head. Seeing a majestic middle-aged man in front of him, Jiang Yi seemed to feel that he had seen him somewhere before. He thought carefully in his heart. Only then did he remember that he seemed to resemble his mother, and he exclaimed, "Uncle, why do you look so much like my mother?" "Uncle." Su Wu's face twitched. This seniority difference was a bit too much. "I am your grandfather." 72. Let grandpa teach dad a lesson. "Perhaps your mother and I are family," Su Wu said with a kind smile. Jiang Yi wasn't foolish. He immediately understood and said, "Then you must be my uncle, right?" Su Wu still had a smile on his face, but his heart sank. he immediately changed the subject and asked, "Is this where your brother lives?" "Yes," Jiang Xie nodded, his tears gone. "Then do you know when your brother started living here?" Su Wu asked again. It seems like several years. Even when facing a stranger, Jiang Xie showed no fear. Perhaps it was because Su Wu's appearance was indeed very similar to Su Jiru's. This gave Jiang Xie a natural sense of closeness to him. Upon hearing Jiang Xie's words, Su Wu's heart sank. Sure enough, he had been driven out for several years. One could imagine what kind of life Jiang Xie had been living. Su Wu didn't continue to ask Jiang Xie questions. Instead, he began to walk around the courtyard, looking everywhere. When he walked into Jiang Xie's room and saw the walls covered in sword marks, his eyes showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. These sword marks. He stepped forward and touched one. He could be certain that these could absolutely not have been made by someone below the controlling Yuan realm. Moreover, these sword marks even carried a faint sword intent. Although it was close to dissipating only a trace, he still felt it. Could it be, my grandson isn't as simple as he seems? He knew that Jiang Xie's cultivation talent was poor. But what he saw before him made him doubt this. He also knew that Jiang Xie had someone in the Yukong realm protecting him, but this was absolutely not his doing. This was an intuition, the intuition of a law realm expert. After carefully observing other areas for a while, he could confirm that these sword marks were not made by just one person, but by many people. It wasn't hard to guess how many times Jiang Xie had been hunted, yet he remained unharmed. With doubts in his heart, he walked out of the room and said to Jiang Xie, "Your name is Jiang Xie, right? Can I call you Zio Ye?" Jiang Xie nodded. "Then shall I take you home?" Jiang Xie nodded again. He was so hungry, he was almost out of strength. So Su Wu placed Jiang Xie on his shoulders. The figures of the two gradually lengthened in the sunlight. This incredibly harmonious scene, combined with the surrounding scenery, formed a beautiful painting. "Uncle, do you have anything to eat?" "I am not your uncle." "You're not my uncle, then what are you?" "Guess." "Could it be you're my grandfather?" "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you guessed quite accurately." "Wow, really?" "Really?" "Then grandfather, do you have anything to eat?" "They. Do you?" "Yes." "That. Tui tui tui. Turns out grandfather's food isn't good either, boo hoo hoo. Big brother's cooking is still the best." "They. Jiang Yi experienced the feeling of flying for the first time. Even when they entered the Jiang family, they flew in, which was thrilling and exciting. As for discovering his grandfather, the little guy was clearly very happy. He couldn't wait to tell Zhang Fingliu and Su Jiro. His short legs immediately took off from Su Wu's shoulders, and he rushed out. Inside a certain room, Zhang Fingliu was squatting on the ground, receiving an education from Su Jiro. "What kind of father are you? You can't even keep an eye on a child." An angry tone, a fierce expression, definitely a violent woman. Zhang Fingliu felt helpless in his heart. Perhaps this was the price of happiness. How old is Zio Yi? What if something happens to him running out alone? Su Jiru's face was serious, her tone sharp. "If Zio Yi gets into any danger, what am I supposed to do?" "You didn't see him either. Besides, you were the one who said you wanted to experience the long-lost joy of a couple's intimacy." Zhang Fingliu grumbled in his heart, but dared not make a sound with his mouth. He knew very well that contradicting Su Jiru at this moment would be asking for trouble. Enduring it now, letting her vent, and the matter would pass. What's more, he had already sent people to protect Zio Yi in secret. Nothing could happen within the Jiang family's domain. After being scolded mercilessly, Zhang Fingliu secretly glanced at Su Jiru, who was tired from scolding and sitting not far away. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a small face appeared on the ground. The two stared at each other. Jiang Yi innocently said, "Dad, why are you kneeling on the ground? Isn't it always you who calls the shots at home? How can you kneel in front of Mom?" Jiang Fingliu almost didn't react. He was squatting, how was he kneeling? His fear of his wife had actually been discovered by this kid. No, he had to make him forget about this. "You rascal, where did you run off to?" Zhang Fingliu stood up, picked up Jiang Yi directly, and gave his bottom a good beating. Wah, dad is a bad guy, boo-hoo-hoo. How dare you, Jiang Fingliu, hit Zhao Yi. Su Jiru immediately rushed out and snatched him from Jiang Fingliu's hands. Boo-hoo-hoo, Mom, I just saw grandfather. I want grandfather to teach dad a lesson. Jiang Yi cried out. Jiang Fingliu was almost amused to anger by him. Grandfather indeed. Do you know who your grandfather is? And you want him to beat me? It'd be a miracle if he even came to Jiang City. Jiang Fingliu was utterly disdainful in his heart. This kid, still thinking of threatening him, has he gone mad? Su Jiru was also amused by him. A deep smile appeared on her face. Silly boy, do you know who your grandfather is? How could he possibly come here? As she said this, a trace of sadness still flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yi ignored all that. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he continued, I really saw him. Grandfather even brought me back. Puahaha, Jiang Fingliu laughed, teasing, not bad, you've learned to scare dad now. Zhao Yi, you do have a grandfather, but your grandfather doesn't like us, and he won't come to Jiang City, much less bring you to the Jiang family. Jiang Fingliu shook his head gently. He understood Su Wu's personality very well. After all, he had said more than 10 years ago that he would not step foot in the Jiang family. He even said that he didn't have a daughter named Su Jiru. How could he possibly come to the Jiang family? Isn't that clearly asking to be humiliated? As the emperor of the Kaiyuan Empire, he would never humiliate himself. So he didn't believe Jiang Yi's words at all. But just then, he noticed that Su Jiru's gaze had become blank, and her face was filled with shock. She was staring unblinkingly behind him, as if she had seen something incredible. 73. Changing one's attitude is like turning the pages of a book. Jiru, what's wrong? Jiang Fingliu frowned, a bad premonition beginning to stir in his heart. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and a joyful expression appeared on his face as he loudly called out, Grandfather, father just bullied me. Grandfather. Jiang Fingliu was stunned. His expression subtly changed. If it had been just a moment ago, he truly wouldn't have believed what Jiang Yi said. But now, Su Jiru's expression made him feel that things might not be so simple. Could it be? That old fellow really came. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he immediately extinguished it. What a joke. If Su Wu were to come to the Jiang family, then Jiang Fingliu would write his name backward. Don't try to fool me, how could he possibly come here? That's absolutely impossible, Jiang Fingliu said with a laugh. After he finished speaking, he heard a deep voice say, Is that so? Su Wu looked at Jiang Fingliu in front of him with a playful glint in his eyes, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Fingliu's body instantly stiffened. This voice. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Su Wu's. But how could this be? Su Wu would really come here. This was simply a fantasy. Father! Another exclamation, but this one came from Su Jiru. Jiang Fingliu's body stiffened again. Su Jiru wouldn't use something like this to scare him. So, the one behind him really was his father-in-law. Jiang Fingliu, after only a few days, you don't know who I am anymore. Su Wu looked at him with a dignified expression. Jiang Fingliu turned his head, and his expression immediately became wonderful. He was indeed shocked. He had never expected Su Wu to actually appear at the Jiang family. He knew his father-in-law's temper best. He was extremely concerned with his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Jiang family for over a decade, except for Jiang Zai's funeral that one time. Jiang Fingliu was not afraid. After the initial shock, a playful expression appeared on his face. He said in a calm tone, Oh, it's Su Huang. I remember someone saying he wouldn't come to the Jiang family, didn't he? And also said he wouldn't acknowledge Jiru as his daughter anymore. As he spoke, Su Jiru's expression beside him dimmed. Yet she still looked at Su Wu with expectant eyes. Su Wu's face showed a hint of discomfort. He had indeed said those words. But they were just words spoken in a fit of anger at the time, and he regretted them the very next day. He just couldn't bring himself to face them. So for all these years, he had endured, not coming to see the two of them. Even when he did come, it was in secret. Seeing the mocking expression on Jiang Fingliu's face, Su Wu's anger flared. This brat, when did he start stepping all over him? He was the elder, wasn't he? Speaking of which, why should I be afraid? There's no reason to be timid in front of juniors. What, I can't come? This emperor comes and goes as he pleases. Why should I care about others' expressions? Su Wu's face showed no trace of embarrassment. Jiang Fingliu was speechless. His mind was filled with huge question marks. Why was this different from what he had imagined? Why was he so matter-of-fact? Shouldn't he be ashamed? Shouldn't he feel awkward? Shouldn't he feel humiliated by being proven wrong? Why was he acting so naturally? Had Su Wu changed, or had his previous judgment of him been wrong? With Su Wu saying that, Jiang Fingliu truly didn't know what topic to bring up. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. He and Su Wu stared at each other. They watched for a long time, and no one spoke. Jiang Fingliu felt awkward, and Su Wu also felt awkward in his heart. Although he appeared indifferent on the surface. But inside he was already extremely ashamed. His own solemn promises had been broken by himself. That, father-in-law, would you like some tea? After a while, Jiang Fingliu said with an awkward tone. Su Wu smiled and said, "Don't bother, I'll just sit for a bit." "No, how can you not even have a cup of tea when you've come? Or would you prefer wine?" "Oh, my dear son-in-law, there's no need for that. I just happened to be passing by and decided to take a look." "Oh, father-in-law, that's not right. Since you've come, of course, your son-in-law must fulfill his duties as a host." "Oh." In just a short while, the two of them were like old friends with an incredibly good relationship, their words filled with warmth. There was no trace of the previous volatile atmosphere. It left Sujiro, who was standing by, stunned. Their relationship changed a bit too quickly, didn't it? However, this was a good thing after all. A smile also appeared on Sujiro's face. But this smile did not last too long. Almost in the next moment, a stern questioning voice came out. "Jiang Fingliu, do you know what you've done?" "What have I done? What did I do?" "Good for you, you're still playing dumb now." "I, Jiang Fingliu, dare say I haven't done anything with a guilty conscience." "Then I'd like to ask you, what was your intention in driving my eldest grandson out, to let a child live alone outside for several years? Could it be because his cultivation talent is poor, and you, Jiang Fingliu, despise him?" Su Wu was aggressive, his tone filled with anger, which truly bewildered Jiang Fingliu. He had thought that he had done something to make Su Wu misunderstand. Now it seemed it was indeed a misunderstanding. It's just, was this misunderstanding a bit too absurd? "I drove Zier out. I despised him. Isn't this a false accusation?" At this moment, Jiang Fingliu's mind was in a mess. Who was slandering him? Sujiro, not far away, also opened her mouth wide, seemingly completely unaware that this was the reason for Su Wu's sudden anger. "I..." Jiang Fingliu had just opened his mouth to explain, but Su Wu's voice came again. "And also, how do you look after children? How old is Zhao? You actually let him run out alone. Yes, I know Jiang City has undergone earth-shattering changes. But this is, after all, a place where many demonic path individuals gather. What if Zhao encounters danger? If I hadn't been following behind him the whole time and dealt with a few hangers-on in time, he would have been in danger long ago. Also, why don't you let him eat? You can enter a state of bigu, but how old is Zhao? His cultivation hasn't reached the point where he can enter bigu. You actually don't give him food. It made him run outside alone to find food. How are you a father?" A series of questions directly made Jiang Fingliu involuntarily take several steps back. His face also turned red. His chest also heaved violently. That was from anger. Sujiro couldn't stand it anymore. If she didn't explain, she was afraid her father would start attacking. So she went up to explain, "Father." "Father what? And you too, how are you a mother? It's one thing for Jiang Fingliu to be like this, but you are too. How did I teach you before?" Sujiro was also bewildered by Su Wu's barrage of accusations, and was speechless for a long time. 74. Entering the condensation realm. Jiang Yi sensed that something was wrong, and had secretly slipped away. After a good scolding, Su Wu felt much better and waited leisurely for Jiang Fingliu's explanation. Seeing him standing there like a block of wood, he said, "What? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Jiang Fingliu came back to his senses, and took a deep breath. Su Wu's words just now almost made him cough up blood. Jiang Xie was one thing. Jiang Xie was even more outrageous. When did he ever not give him food? When did he ever disregard his safety? He had already sent several people to protect him in secret, so how could he easily be in danger? Wait. It seemed he heard Su Wu say he had eliminated a few people just now. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Fingliu immediately became uneasy and hurriedly asked, "Were the people you killed dressed in black? Did their clothes have a strange symbol on the shoulder?" "That's right," Su Wu nodded proudly. "What? Have you figured out which force they belong to? If I, the emperor, hadn't been here, Zio, you would have been in danger long ago." "It's over." Jiang Fingliu closed his eyes, held his forehead, and his face was covered in black lines. "Those were his own people. Father-in-law, they were sent by me to protect Jiang Xie," he said weakly. "I just said." Su Wu's eyes instantly widened, exclaiming, "What? They are Jiang family people. I thought they didn't look like good people." "Oh my god. The Jiang family is a demonic path force to begin with, so it's normal for them not to look like good people, isn't it?" Jiang Fingliu's impression of Su Wu was overturned for the first time. Where was the wise and mighty emperor of the Kaiyuan Empire? This was clearly a careless middle-aged man. "Imperial father. Actually, Zier wasn't driven out by us. He said he wanted to live outside himself, and the reason is. Also, we never disliked Zier. On the contrary, he is our pride, and Jiang Yi is too. It's not that we don't give him food, but that he only likes to eat what Zier makes." Sujiru explained with a helpless expression. After hearing the reason for the situation, Su Wu was stunned for a moment. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into right then and there. But for the sake of face, he still had to maintain his dignity and simply said, I know, and then what?" Jiang Fingliu couldn't help but admire him. Even in such an awkward situation, he could still maintain such a dignified expression and tone. He truly lives up to being the emperor of Kaiyuan. His mental fortitude is indeed impressive. "My son-in-law, I suddenly feel a bit thirsty. Drinking tea would be nice." "No problem, I have plenty of tea here. Drink as much as you like." "Ha ha ha, it truly is you, my son-in-law. My judgment was indeed correct back then. Thank you for father-in-law's favor. This is all my duty." The two turned on each other as quickly as flipping a book. Although it was unclear whether they were sincere or feigning at this moment. But Su Jiru felt the sense of a complete family, for the first time, after becoming Dao companion with Jiang Fingliu. This feeling made her heart very comfortable. Although this scene might be fleeting, it was also an indelible memory. After a few cups of tea, Su Wu asked the question he most wanted to know. "Fingliu, tell me honestly, is Zier dead or not?" His gaze was very sharp, making Jiang Fingliu unable to help but become serious. Jiang Xie wanted to break away from the demonic path and enter the world as a righteous path cultivator. The best way was to use Su Wu's power to enter the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial family. Although this move might put him into another vortex, it was still safer than venturing out alone. This was a problem he had thought about long ago, but he had never had the opportunity. Now that his relationship with Su Wu had improved, and he happened to ask this question, how could Jiang Fingliu not seize the opportunity? He immediately said, "Actually, Zier's death was indeed a pretense. His true goal is to venture out as a righteous path cultivator." "Oh," Su Wu's eyes lit up and he became curious. "I'd like to hear the details." "It's like this." Jiang Fingliu explained their initial thoughts and Jiang Xie's plans. Su Wu listened attentively, and Su Jiru accompanied him. During the process, Su Wu frowned from time to time and smiled from time to time. After an incense stick's time having heard everything, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Good! He truly is my grandson to have such courage at such a young age." Jiang Xie's idea was indeed bold. This also made Su Wu even more certain that Jiang Xie's strength was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to make such a plan. Since that's the case, then I will take him back to the imperial capital and give him a legitimate identity. Su Wu immediately agreed and continued. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony at 18, we will announce it to the world, allowing him to appear before everyone with a new identity. Su Wu's words undoubtedly excited both of them. This would be the best outcome, and they wouldn't have to worry too much about Jiang Xie anymore. After staying in the Jiang family for half a day, Su Wu left. He had also asked Jiang Fingliu about Jiang Xie's whereabouts, but did not get a result. So he could only search for him himself. Su Wu closed his eyes, and soon, an extremely powerful divine thought swept across the entire Jiang city. Few people could sense this divine thought. Even if Jiang Fingliu sensed it, he knew that Su Wu was looking for Jiang Xie. Inside Xiunian courtyard, Jai Huayu was sitting idly on the steps outside Jiang Xie's room. She had wanted to cultivate properly, but found that she couldn't calm down at all, her mind filled with Jiang Xie's figure from that night. He's such a bad person. He took off his clothes, but he didn't even take off the rest. Clearly, she was bothered by not being able to see Jiang Xie's body. This was her closest opportunity in so many years, and to miss it like this, it was false to say she wasn't heartbroken. She glanced at the room behind her, still no reaction. Jai Huayu couldn't help but rest her chin in her hands, staring straight at that door. She wanted to see when Jiang Xie would come out of seclusion. She was already bored to death. Days without bickering with Jiang Xie were so difficult. Inside the room, Jiang Xie sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, with faint spiritual power flickering around him. His body also emitted a faint glow. This was the process of condensing spiritual power into the body. Once successful, he could break through into the Ning Yuan realm. At this moment, he had clearly reached a critical juncture. The wisps of spiritual power condensing around his body were slowly merging into his physique. From a little bit to more and more. From a snail's pace to rapid. The entire process seemed exceptionally slow. Yet Jiang Xie's heart grew increasingly joyful. Almost there. Just a little more, and he would be able to break through to the Ning Yuan realm. The excitement made a smile involuntarily appear on his face. Finally, as a faint, almost imperceptible sound emanated from within his body, he officially stepped into the Ning Yuan realm. At the same time, Su Wu, who was in an alley not far from the Jiang family, also opened his eyes, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I found you. 75 Which son of a bitch, 4000. Feeling the power within his body, which was much stronger than before, Jiang Xie couldn't help but show a wide smile on his face. It took him almost 10 full years to go from the body-tempering realm to the Ning Yuan realm. This speed, apart from those mortals without cultivation talent, was probably slower than even a pig that could cultivate. But Jiang Xie wasn't afraid. With his special ability, whenever there was a secret realm or a dangerous place, he dared to go where others wouldn't. He dared to take risks where others wouldn't. Others feared death, but he didn't. This way, he could obtain many things that others couldn't. So what if his talent was poor now? Sooner or later, he would improve his talent. This was why, even with slow cultivation speed, he remained completely unconcerned. Of course, the greatest credit still lay with the ability he gained from the statue. Stretching his body, Jiang Xie walked slowly towards the main door with a smile. Jai Huayu's gaze was fixed on the room's door. Bored, she even silently counted Jiang Xie in her mind. 1 Jiang Xie, 2 Jiang Xies, 3 Jiang Xies, 4 Jiang Xies. At a certain moment, a creaking sound was heard, and the door slowly opened. Jiang Xie's figure appeared in her line of sight. Jai Huayu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Wow, a real Jiang Xie came out." "What's real or fake?" Jiang Xie walked over and lightly tapped her head. Jai Huayu immediately puffed out her cheeks, put her hands on her hips. A ND Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. "Don't hit Mrs. Head. It'll make me stupid." "You're already stupid. Your mouth is so venomous, not gentle at all towards girls. I wonder who will become your Dao companion in the future." "Someone shouldn't shoot himself in the foot." "HMPH, who would like a bad person like you?" Miss Jai Huayu's eyes aren't blind yet. Jai Huayu's face flushed, as if her tail had been stepped on. Jiang Xie secretly found it amusing. If she didn't say that, it wouldn't be like her. Jiang Xie also didn't care about her tsundere remarks. Just as he was about to say something else, a burst of hearty laughter came from the sky. "Ha ha ha, my good grandson, so you were hiding here." "What the heck?" Jiang Xie was instantly stunned. Someone actually called him their grandson. He didn't seem to have offended anyone, right? Who could tolerate this? Jiang Xie immediately refused to stand for it and cursed directly. Which son of a bitch dares to curse your father? State your name. Su Wu, who had not yet arrived, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. What, calling himself a son of a bitch? Well, well. After a few years, this grandson's guts have grown. It seems he needs a good lesson, otherwise, he'll really turn the world upside down. If he dares to curse even himself, what else wouldn't he dare to do? Jiang Xie, your guts have grown a lot after a few years. Of course, Jiang Xiao's reputation isn't for show. At this moment, Jiang Xie hadn't realized the problem at all. Jai Yu, however, had noticed some clues. Her cultivation was higher than Jiang Xie's, so her range of sight was also further than his. In her gaze, there was a solemn-looking middle-aged man. On his body, there was also an aura of a superior, with faint imperial dragon chi swirling around him. As the saintess of Haoran Sect, even though she had been missing for over 2 years, she knew much more than Jiang Xie. The strange stories, local customs, and basic knowledge Jiang Xie read when he was bored were mostly from the Jiang family's collection and other demon sect's treasures. However, what Jai Yu knew was from the Haoran Sect's treasures, and the books Jiang Xie forced her to read over the past 2 years. Naturally, her knowledge was greater than Jiang Xie's. Whenever she encountered new things, Jai Yu would recall the painful experience from 2 years ago. That year, that day, it was the 3rd month since she was captured by Jiang Xie. The morning glow slowly rose, accompanied by a reprimand. Why are you still sleeping? Look at the time. You're not some young miss now, just my maid. Jiang Xie stood sternly by Jai Yu's bed. He stared intently at her. Jai Yu was so angry that her face flushed. She only felt how shameless he was. It was bad enough that he captured her for no reason, and making her his maid was also bad enough. Didn't maids have dignity? To think of her, the saintess of Haoran Sect, when had she ever been reprimanded like this by a little brat? Not to mention being watched by a boy other than her father while standing by her bed. The shame and indignation in her heart made her determined to feign sleep. No matter how you call, I just won't get up. That's what she originally thought. But the next moment, she received a slap on her butt. Her already flushed face became even more crimson. Her eyes were practically spitting fire. You don't go too far. Miss is not here to be humiliated by you. You have to obey my orders on my territory, Jiang Xie said with disdain, directly pulling her up from the bed. Jai Yu quickly covered her exposed skin. Jiang Xie, however, shook his head and smiled, saying, who would be interested in your meager figure? Don't be so narcissistic. Jai Yu had never been so angered in her life. She secretly vowed in her heart that once she grew up, she would seduce him to death. Pulled up by force, Jai Yu sat on a round stool in the courtyard with a gloomy mood, her big eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie completely ignored her gaze. He took out a large pile of books and stacked them in front of her. And said, as my maid, since you're going to stay here for a while, you must study and be a well-read maid, not a maid who looks good but is useless. I'll give you 2 days to memorize all these books, otherwise, you'll be punished by hand. I don't want to, there's so much who can memorize it all in 2 days. Jai Yu's face turned dark. Wasn't it her fate to read these books? When she was in Haoran Sect, she didn't like to read these things. Although she read some under her father's strict teaching, she absolutely didn't want to read them now. If she didn't read, Jiang Xie wouldn't care. He didn't even ask about it for 2 days. Jai Yu secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking that even if she didn't read, Jiang Xie couldn't do anything to her. However, on the 3rd day, when she saw Jiang Xie appear with a wooden sword, she had a bad premonition. This time, she truly experienced the hand punishment Jiang Xie mentioned. Although it was a wooden sword, for some reason, it seemed to be filled with a special power. Even though her physical quality was much stronger than Jiang Xie's, she was still beaten until her hands were red and swollen. Her entire hand swelled by a circle, accompanied by intense pain. That time she cried again. The next day, Jiang Xie again brought a large pile of books and stacked them in front of her. Within 3 days, read and memorize these books. a faint statement, then he left. This was Jiang Xie's attitude. This time, Jiang did not resist, but began to quietly read the books. These books contained everything. At first, it was absolutely impossible to memorize these contents within the time limit set by Jiang Xie. After receiving several hand punishments, Jiang was finally able to complete them within the specified time. Do you know why I want you to read these books? Why? Guess. To make me knowledgeable. No, it's to make you less arrogant. Reading can calm your mind and help you settle down. What a pity. You miscalculated. This is useless to miss. Yes, Jiang Xie smiled faintly. You win. Even now, Jiang still remembered Jiang Xie's smile that day. One by one, things constantly brought her and Jiang Xie closer. It also made her heart transform from hatred for Jiang Xie to admiration and then to love. Coming back to her senses, Jiang smiled and said to Jiang Xie, "Bad guy, the person speaking seems to be the emperor of the Shengyuan Empire. I think he looks quite like you, could it be?" As she spoke, a schadenfreude smile appeared on her face. And Jiang Xie's face darkened the moment she finished speaking. It's over. He really was his grandfather. He had cursed a bit too much just now. Life is unfortunate. Jiang Xie, who had been full of aura just now, instantly deflated. He stood obediently to the side with a docile smile, completely unlike his arrogant and domineering appearance from just now. It could be said that he had brought his acting skills to the extreme. In just a moment, Su Wu's figure appeared before the two of them. His face was dark, and as soon as he saw Jiang Xie, he said in a serious tone, "Was that you who cursed me just now, Jiang Xie?" Jiang Xie had a brilliant smile. "How could that be, my dear grandfather? How could your good grandson curse you? I don't have enough time to respect you." Is that so? Su Wu looked puzzled. Jiang Xie's current appearance really didn't seem like someone who would speak in that tone just now. But he couldn't have heard wrong. Jiang Xie, stop pretending. Who else could it be besides you? Your voice betrayed you. Su Wu chuckled playfully. He wanted to see what kind of excuse his grandson, whom he hadn't seen for many years, would come up with. "Grandfather, I wasn't cursing you. I was talking about that son of a bitch, that one." Saying this, Jiang Xie pointed to a turtle that had just poked its head out of a pond in the courtyard and was blowing small bubbles. Su Wu's gaze also followed, and he let out a soft exclamation in his heart. Could it be that this kid really didn't curse him? That's not right. Then what about your next sentence? And how does this turtle curse you? Su Wu's tone clearly softened a lot. Jiang Xie was completely unfazed and explained, "This turtle is one I've raised since I was little. It's fine for me to call myself its father, right? Also, I've raised it for many years. I know its habits like the back of my hand. As soon as it blows bubbles, I know it's cursing me." Oh tilde, so that's how it is. Su Wu nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Jiang beside him was stunned. She hadn't expected that this would work. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart whether what Jiang Xie said was true or false. The final conclusion she reached was, it must be false. 2. Based on her understanding of Jiang Xie, that guy, who was full of bad ideas, must have been lying just now. However, this time she did not expose Jiang Xie's lie. In certain matters, she still knew how to be discreet. "Good boy, not bad, you almost tricked even me." Su Wu didn't doubt why he knew his identity. If he wasn't stupid, he should have guessed it long ago. "Thank you for your praise, grandfather." Jiang Xie smiled faintly. Ever since his funeral in Jiang City last time, he had developed a great fondness for Su Wu. An emperor, risking great danger to attend a funeral in Demon Sect territory, was enough to show his Chinese letter for him. It was just that due to certain reasons, he couldn't visit openly. Although he didn't know what happened between Su Wu and his parents, it seemed that the problem had already been resolved. Perfect, he was still thinking about how to get into the Shengyuan Imperial Palace, and now he had delivered himself to his doorstep. "Your parents have already told me about your situation. You can come with me to the imperial capital." Su Wu looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "Grandfather is absolutely right." Jiang Xie nodded repeatedly, afraid that he would change his mind. Cough, cough. In this excitement, he coughed up quite a bit of blood again. Seeing this, Su Wu's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" It's nothing, I just habitually cough up blood. Jiang Xie waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Jai Yu, standing by, was also unperturbed. She had seen such a scene too many times. Watching the anxious look on Su Wu's face, it couldn't help but awaken her memories again. That was the second month after she was captured by Jiang Xie. That day, she was cooking when she suddenly heard a violent coughing sound. It was Jiang Xie's voice. She, who still harbored hatred for Jiang Xie, didn't know why, but she secretly felt pleased when she heard that cough. When she saw Jiang Xie come out holding a handkerchief to his mouth, with blood on it, the joy in her heart was almost overflowing. She wished Jiang Xie would die immediately so she could return to Haoran Sect. Her little thoughts naturally couldn't escape Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie glanced at her and said playfully, "What, you wish I'd die sooner? Too bad I can't die yet." HMPH, looking at you, you probably won't live much longer, Jai Yu snorted coldly. Go and cook your meal properly. For the next period of time, Jai Yu often heard Jiang Xie's coughing. And sometimes it was very severe, with enough blood to fill half a bowl. It was shocking to her. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of injury this person had sustained. It was so severe, constantly spitting blood. What shocked her even more was that despite Jiang Xie spitting so much blood, he still seemed perfectly fine. Jai Yu couldn't help but admire his tenacious vitality. The following conversation went like this. Hey, why haven't you died yet, spitting out so much blood every day? That's natural. A little spitting harms the body, a lot of spitting brings joy. Damn it, Miss wants to go home. Go home, this is your home. Where else do you want to go? Bad guy, why don't you spit blood and die? Actually, spitting blood is a very fun exercise. Do you want to try? Miss won't try. What's fun about spitting blood? Then hurry up and cook. Miss won't cook for you. If you want to, do it yourself. Ha ha ha, being soft-bodied and hard-mouthed is your strong suit, isn't it? You, HMPH, even if you can order me around, you won't get my heart. Oh,